Remove Gilbert Edward Van Allen as President of the United States under the tenets of the 25th Amendment." He spoke in a somber tone, yet loud enough so that everyone in the conference room had no doubt what he had said. He waited a moment before continuing. "Mr. Vice President, I will now enumerate the reasons leading for me to call this meeting, and to ultimately call for the invocation of the 25th Amendment and the removal of President Van Allen." "Please proceed, Senator," William Reinhardt said in the same somber tone. It was expected that someone would immediately object. If not one of his cronies like Senator Nelson, perhaps Gill himself would object. Surprisingly, the room was silent. Bob hid his surprise and began. He started slowly. He had a list which he kept in front of him, but he had the speech memorized. It took precisely 37 minutes to enumerate each of Gil Van Allen's transgressions. When he was finished, he paused long enough to take a sip of water before speaking again. "In conclusion, I must reiterate that it is not one item, a singular idiosyncrasy or bizarre act that would predicate President Van Allen's inability to fulfill his oath of office, but the totality of his acts and behavior that make him ineffective to lead. I therefore call for a vote to remove President Van Allen from office. Thank you." Bob sat down, and after a moment, Senator Nelson stood. "I second the motion." There were a few gasps in the audience. Nobody expected it, certainly not from Senator Connie Nelson, a supposed ally of President Van Allen. Gill, who had been sitting like a statue during the entire proceeding, stood suddenly, which caused his chair to fly backwards 2 feet. "Traitor!" he snarled. "You're all traitors!" He kicked his chair over and stormed out of the conference room. It made the ensuing vote easy. It was not unanimous, but the overwhelming majority voted Gill out. After the vote, Vice President Reinhardt called for adjournment, and almost everyone went to the cafeteria. Today, the Tennessee table was almost full. "The sooner he packs up and leaves, the better," Rachel said. There was a chorus of agreements. "Who will take office now?" Kate asked. "The Vice President will step in," Zach said. "Once the swearing-in formalities are performed, he'll officially be the 5th President of the Provincial United States of America." 5 presidents in 10 years. We go through them quick around here," Rachel quipped. "I imagine his first act will be to pick Connie Nelson as his vice president," Lois said. "Why do you think that?" Kate asked. "Connie switched sides," she said. "He knew Gill's days were numbered. Everything he's done up until now he can explain. Neither one of them will ever admit it, but I would bet $1 that once the 2 men knew what Bob intended, they met in private and planned their best course of action." She was interrupted by a couple of people walking up and patting Zach on the back. "We missed you, big guy," one of them said. Zach thanked them. After they walked off, he looked around the cafeteria. There were a few smiles and waves. "Well, it could be worse than Reinhardt," Rachel said. "So, Zach, are you moving back home?" Zach's Oak Ridge team stopped eating and stared directly at Zach, waiting for his answer. "I must admit, I miss this place. I miss most of the people and what it stands for, but Oak Ridge is my home now." That brought a few smiles, but there were also a couple of sad expressions, and it was damn near impossible to tell, but Zach would have sworn Fred's expression saddened as well. "Pardon the interruption." It was Connie Nelson, looking splendid in a pair of steel-gray slacks, a starched white shirt, and a navy-blue blazer. Zach was always amazed the man still had nice clothes so many years after the apocalypse. "What can we do for you, Senator?" Kate asked. "I was hoping to speak to Zach. In private," he replied. Zach wiped his face and stood. He first focused on radar. "After y'all get a good meal, prep the vehicles and check the gear. We're leaving in 2 hours." Chapter 55. An Invite from Connie. "Let's go visit your old home away from home," Connie said. Zach said nothing and followed as Connie led him to the elevators. They eventually ended up in Zach's old office. It was locked. Connie used his keycard to gain access. He flipped a light switch and stepped in. "Come on in," he invited. "I believe it is just as you left it." Zach walked in a couple of feet, stopped, and looked around. His infallible memory told him nothing had been disturbed, save for a couple of papers lying on his desk that appeared to have been shuffled through. "Nobody took over after I left?" he asked. Our former president believed this position made one too powerful in the Mount Weather hierarchy, he said. For what it's worth, I felt the same way. You made our jobs unnecessary. Speaking of unnecessary, where is Van Allen? Zack asked. He has locked himself in his office, Connie replied. He gave a casual shrug. We'll leave him be. He'll come out in a day or two, and we'll deal with him then. I would say we'll send him back to Marcus Hook, but they have ceased relations with us. I've heard, Zack said. Yes, that is something we'll certainly need to address, Connie said, and then stared pointedly at Zack. I'll come straight to the point. Would you like your old job back? You will have the same authority and responsibilities as before, perhaps even more. I don't think so, Zack said. There are more than a few of you I think should be banished from here. Connie nodded thoughtfully. I understand, and I know you probably think I'm being gratuitous, but if I were in your shoes, I'd feel the same. Does Reinhardt know about this conversation? Zack asked. Yes, he does. He was supposed to join us, but he was feeling a little under the weather and went back to his room. I believe I know what you're thinking. Why would William Reinhardt want you back? The fact is, he respects you, Zack. I do as well. A lot has happened in a short time, and frankly, we need you back here to help straighten things out. Let me guess, you want me to negotiate with Marcus Hook because Mount Weather is almost out of fuel, Zack said. You can add Roscoe and Johnny G to the list of people who have enormous respect for you. And yes, we need fuel. It seems as though Oak Ridge has found an alternative solution to petroleum, though, Connie said. Yes, they have, Zack said. There are some applications where diesel is still the more viable of the two, but they are still experimenting with different things. Connie gave a slight, thoughtful nod. They've never shared any of their knowledge with us. If you came back, perhaps that will change. Honestly, until I told them about the original Patient Zero and showed them the video, all of them were convinced the pandemic was a New World Order conspiracy perpetrated by puppet politicians. Connie chuckled. I've heard several variations of that theme. Zack gazed at the walls of his office where his maps were. He wondered how much damage Gil had caused in his brief time as president. After a minute, he turned to Connie. I would suggest calling Marcus Hook on the radio as soon as possible. It may take a while, but they will answer. Tell them what has happened and ask for forgiveness. As for me, I must go back to Oak Ridge. I'll discuss your offer with my wife and my friends. Now, if you'll excuse me, I promised Fred and a couple of others I would speak with them before I leave. Chapter 56. Invasion. Passing Phase Line Hotel 1, Zack said into the microphone. Negative, sit rep. Roger, out, the staticky voice replied. Zack placed the microphone back on the hook. Phase Line Hotel 1 was the intersection of I-81 and I-64, which meant they were roughly halfway back to Oak Ridge. He had mixed feelings about leaving Mount Weather, but his wife and kids were at Oak Ridge, and that is where he was going. Zack tried to adjust himself in the seat, searching for a better level of comfort, if it even existed. There simply was not enough legroom, and the seat was not designed for his broad shoulders either. Getting comfortable was difficult. He glanced over at the driver, Radar, whose real name was Xavier. When we get back to Oak Ridge, I'm going to modify this damn seat where it's more comfortable, he grumbled. Are you going to grab some shut-eye? Radar asked, without taking his eyes off the road. Yeah, I thought I would, Zack replied. You know what I think? Radar asked, and then answered his own question. I think you'll be going back. To Mount Weather? Zack asked. Radar nodded. Yeah, I'll go back from time to time, now that I'm not a wanted felon, he added with a wry grin that did not reach his eyes. No, that's not it, Radar said. You'll be going back to live there. Those people look up to you. More than one of them said they need you back there. Zack grunted but offered no comment. Instead, he leaned against the inner wall of the armored vehicle and closed his eyes. It wasn't going to be easy, but maybe he could get a few minutes of shut-eye. He was starting to decompress and relax when the radio crackled to life. Hard Charger, this is Oak Ridge 1. Over. They're calling you, sir, Radar said. Zack had been almost asleep, floating in between checking his eyelids and deep slumber, when the radio roused him. He leaned forward, reached for the microphone, and answered. Mount Weather is reported to be under attack by several Zeds. They are believed to number in the thousands. There is no further information at this time. Zack did not hesitate and ordered the convoy of armored vehicles to turn around. Radar could not suppress a groan. Zack understood. Since leaving Oak Ridge, they'd only had a few hours of sleep. Plus, these men had family back home they'd prefer to be with. He reached and turned a switch, which allowed him to speak to his team members in the other vans on a sideband. "All right, men, we're not playing around this time. When we get there, we're going to take care of business." "What about that Eve woman?" Radar asked. "I'll deal with her personally," Zack promised. Zack had pushed the convoy, but they were limited in how fast they could travel, especially at night. It took them 5 hours. They reached the outskirts of the Mount Weather area at approximately midnight. Zack had believed the number of Zeds to have been an exaggeration, but they were not even within sight of the fenced perimeter when their spotlights illuminated Zeds. And there were many, many Zeds. "When do we open fire?" one of the men asked in the second armored vehicle. "Stand by, one," Zack directed. He was in the turret of the armored vehicle and began scanning the Zeds with the vehicle's spotlight, looking for any familiarity in the distorted faces or even the clothing. He saw none. "Some of them are wearing some weird-looking uniforms," a team member known as Dax said over the radio. "It might be those Chinese soldiers." Another voice came over the radio. "They've stacked on the fence line and are climbing over," he said, meaning the Zeds had piled their bodies along the fence and continued to stack, allowing other Zeds to climb over them and clear the fence. Zack thought of something and keyed his mic. "Has anyone heard any gunfire?" There were a chorus of negatives in response. Zack found it odd. There were several people at Mount Weather who were seasoned Zed killers. The lack of gunfire emanating from the compound was concerning. "All units, watch your sectors and begin firing. Follow my lead," Zack ordered, and turned to Radar. "Take us slowly toward the main gate." "Roger that, sir," Radar replied. As the Amazon inched forward, Zack flipped the safety on the turret's M60 and began firing in short, methodical bursts. He handled the machine gun with practiced ease, and he hit everything he aimed at. There was a time when Zack took great joy in killing Zeds. Somewhere along the way, that joy had diminished. He thought about that as he killed a group of 3 charging at his vehicle. It had to be the 3 female Zeds that Fred had found in the barn. They were practically harmless. Fred cared for them for a couple of months before ultimately killing them, putting them out of their misery, he said. And then he met Patient Eve. No idea what her real name was. Even though she was infected, she still had a certain degree of attractiveness. With a nice figure, blonde hair, and blue eyes, Zack thought she could have been a college cheerleader or a swimsuit model back when she was a regular human. He had some sort of mental connection with her that he could not explain. He wasn't ready to call it telepathy, but it was something. She had a higher degree of sentience than any other Zed he'd ever encountered, except for one particular Zed he called Big Bastard. He guessed it was Eve that finally made him start to question killing Zeds. But not right now. These Zeds were engaging in an offensive action against humans, and that was unacceptable. He took aim at a couple of them climbing over the fence and put 2 3-round bursts into them. He continued firing as they moved. The main gate came into view in less than a minute. It was closed, but as they approached, the motors on the gate activated and the heavy double gates began opening. They drove in slowly. The inner area of the Mount Weather compound was full of Zeds. There were also many bodies lying on the ground. Zack wondered how many of them were humans. They fired in unison, and soon there were dead Zeds everywhere. Zack, with his unique counting ability, numbered the Zeds at slightly over 1,000. He'd not seen these many Zeds massed together in some time. Even at Fort Detrick, there were only about 500. The body count increased, and soon there were no Zeds left to shoot at. They circled back and stopped at the main gate. The guard shack, a heavily fortified building, had stacks of dead Zeds in front of the firing ports. When they parked, Slim and Priss emerged. Zack ordered Radar to park and exited the armored vehicle. He approached them and looked them over. They appeared fatigued, but he didn't see any visible injuries. "Are you two all right?" he asked. "No worse for wear," Priss answered. "We've been stuck in there for a while," Slim said. "We sure are glad you came back." "What the hell happened?" Zack asked. Slim rubbed his face. "At first the power went out. The backup batteries worked, but we didn't have much light." "I tried to call it into the TOC, but the phone line was dead," Priss said. "I jogged over to the TOC to see what was up. The president was in there talking with Trucker Troy. He said not to worry about it and get back to my post." Then Becky over in Post 5 started shooting. Before I knew it, we were being swarmed, Slim said. Now here's where things became weird, Zach. First, the alarm never went off. I hit the big red button, but it was deader than Grandpa's silver hammer. When was the last time it was tested? Zach asked. Yesterday, Pris said. I watched the first sergeant and Joker check them. No problems. Okay, what else? Zach asked. The spare ammo, Slim said. I personally went to each guard post and did a spot inventory of all the ammo cans 2 days ago. All of them were good to go. So when the Zeds attacked and we'd burned through a couple of magazines, I opened the ammo cans to get more and they were empty. So we've been dead in the water here. The guard posts are the same. Who were in the other guard posts? Zach asked. Well, like I said, Becky's in Post 5, Flash is in Post 2, Charlie Mack is Post 3, and Kate is Post 4. Post 6 was empty. It was supposed to be D-Day, but he never showed up. All right, I have some suggestions, but I need you two on my side if we're going to do this, Zach said. Fire away, Zach, Slim said. All right, I want you to load up with radar and take him to Fred and Rachel's place. Make sure they're okay, and make sure he sees you. He'll recognize you and won't start shooting. Roger that, Slim said, and trotted over to the armored vehicle. Zach focused on Pris. You and I need to head to the TOC. The doors were secured, and Pris's security card would not work. She cursed in frustration and pointed. All right, there's the security card lock, and there's a key lock below it. Where are the master keys at, Zach? 2 people have a master key. The president, the officer in charge of the TOC, and, well, the rest are here and there. What do you mean by that? She asked. I'll show you. Although it was dark and Pris had a scarf wrapped around her, Zach could see her frowning. A dead Zed was lying on the spot of ground he needed to get to. He dragged it to the side before pulling out his pocket knife and squatted. A few years ago, Parvis and I rigged up some small containers out of PVC and buried keys and stuff around the compound. Grace and Garrett know about them. Stark knew about them, although he probably doesn't remember now, and me, of course. Now, I believe it's time for somebody else to know about them. Zach began digging at the frozen ground with his knife. It wasn't easy, but after a few minutes he dug up a 6-inch-long piece of PVC pipe that had a threaded cap on one end. Standing, he wrenched the cap off. A couple of brass keys dropped into Zach's outstretched hand. On the left side of each main entry door you will find one of these buried in the dirt. The main gate has a bigger pipe with some other stuff in it. Zach faced her. You and I got off to a bad start back when we first met, but over the years I've grown to both respect and trust you. Pris stared solemnly. Thank you, Zach. Zach stared a moment, and a small smirk crept over his face. So, it's time you learn about things like this. It goes without saying, if you betray that trust, I'm going to have to spank that ass again. Pris huffed and gave Zach a punch in the chest, but could not hold back a giggle. The lock was cold and stiff, but Zach worked the key, and finally the tumblers broke free and the lock opened. They opened the door and entered with handguns drawn. Trucker Troy was lying on the floor in a pool of blood. Surprisingly, he was still breathing, although it sounded raspy and haggard. Pris squatted down by him and assessed his injury, while Zach checked for any possible threat behind the desk and inside the room's single closet. Finishing, he walked over and squatted beside Pris. It looks like 2 gunshot wounds to the chest. I can't believe he's still alive, she said. When she spoke, Troy reached out and weakly grabbed her arm. His skin was clammy. The son of a bitch shot me, he said. Who? Pris asked. Troy coughed, emitting a frothy spray of blood. Zach knew from experience one of those bullets had penetrated a lung. The president, he croaked out, and managed to point toward the rear of the TOC. We were talking, and all of a sudden he pulled out his gun and shot me. Last time I saw him, he'd walked in there and shut the door. The armory was in the back, secured by a heavy steel door. Zach walked to it and gently tried the knob. It was locked. He walked back to Pris and Troy. Troy appeared to have lost consciousness. Pris had been in the process of wrapping a compression bandage around his chest, but had stopped. She looked up and slowly shook her head. Zach frowned. Sudden movement at the outer door caused him to turn and aim his handgun. Flash raised his hands quickly. It's just me, he exclaimed. Zach lowered his weapon and motioned for him to come in. Good to see you're alive. Thanks, man. You too, Flash said. He glanced down at Troy. Is he dead? Pris nodded. The president shot him. Really? Holy shit, the man has gone plumb crazy, he said. We're going in after him, Zack said. More specifically, I need you two to go in after him. He saw the puzzled expressions and explained. There are still people who think I killed Rochelle. If I go in and it gets ugly and I kill him, well, imagine what people would think then. Not a problem, Pris said, and checked her handgun before holding her hand out for the master key. Zack had faith in their abilities. He also felt the best thing to do was stay out of it and wait outside, which he did. He heard the door being unlocked and opened. A minute later, Pris walked outside. He shot himself. I'd say he did it a couple of hours ago. At least we won't have to worry about giving him a trial, she huffed. Good, Zack muttered. Don't anybody move him. I want everyone to see what happens so there won't be any wild conspiracy theories. Yeah, you got it, Pris said. You know this means your father is now the acting president, Zack said. Pris scoffed. Lord help us. What are we going to do now? Flash asked. Everyone else has to be down in the bunker, Pris said. When the attack first came, I expected people to come pouring outside to help, but there wasn't anyone. Something has happened. Let's go check on them, Zack said, and turned to Flash. Get with my team and distribute ammo to the guard posts. Also, see if you can get comms restored. Roger that, boss, Flash said. And talk to them. Reassure them, Zack said. I'll let them know you're on top of it, Zack. Zack nodded and headed off with Pris. 2 minutes later, they were standing in front of the entrance to the lower floors. The blast door was closed, along with a guillotine gate in front of it. Zack had lived at Mount Weather for a few years, and during that time neither door nor gate had ever been closed. Something tells me we're going to need more than a key, Pris quipped. Zack grunted in agreement. The gate was composed of thick steel bars, and the blast door alone weighed over 30 tons. Obviously the power is out, he said. The power room is down there, along with 2 generators. I sincerely doubt anyone down there is twiddling their thumbs, wondering what to do, so that means it has probably been disabled. I wonder if he set off a charge or something before locking them in. Does he know how to do that? Pris asked. I don't think so, but D-Day certainly does, Zack said. Let's go check the status of the power room up top. Zack led Pris to a plain square concrete structure on the west end of the compound. He explained. The power lines from Philpott Dam come to here, then they go underground into the bunker. He walked up to the thick steel door and used his flashlight to inspect the 2 heavy padlocks. One of them had a key broken off in it. That's going to slow us down a little, he grumbled. But you have a plan, right? Pris asked. Don't know if it's a good plan, but I can't think of anything else. He led her to the motor pool, and 10 minutes later they were back with a battery-operated cutting tool with extra blades. The lock was of high quality, and it took him almost 30 minutes to cut it off. Once inside, they discovered the high-voltage circuit breakers had been disengaged. When they reset them, the lights immediately came to life. When they returned to the blast door, it was already moving. Not fast. A 30-ton door does not move fast, but it eventually opened. William Reinhardt was the first one to emerge. He stared at Zack a second before focusing on his daughter. What's been going on here? He demanded. Pris began explaining as more people emerged from the bunker. When Pris got to the part about Gil Van Allen killing himself, William ordered her to take him to the body. Pris complied, and almost everyone followed. There were some surprised gasps when they went outside and saw all the Zed corpses. Pris gave a running commentary to the group as they walked toward the TOC. Zack stayed out of it and stuck with his team. We aren't driving all the way back tonight, are we? Dax asked. I don't know about everyone else, but I'm worn out. Nope, there are some dorm rooms down below where everyone can shower and bed down for the night. I think, under the circumstances, I'd rather not go down in that bunker tonight, Dax lamented. This got a few chuckles. An armored vehicle approached the main gate and drove in. Slim got out along with Fred, Rachel, and Nikki. Zack walked up and hugged Rachel. Glad y'all are okay, he said. We didn't have any trouble at all, Fred said. I'll check my trail cameras in the morning, but I thought I'd keep Rachel here tonight. By now, everyone had gathered up around Zack and Fred. Zack did not hesitate. All right, listen up. As you all know by now, Gilbert Van Allen did a little sabotaging, which trapped most of you in the bunker, and he killed Trucker Troy before killing himself. I saw D-Day among the dead out here with all the Zeds, but I don't know who else is missing. Lydia? Right here, Zack. Lydia said from within the crowd. Get a roll call of everyone and let's see who's missing and unaccounted for. We also need to double the manpower to the guard posts, and we are going to have a roving patrol for the rest of the night. Volunteers would be wonderful, but if we can't fill the positions, some of you will be voluntold. In case you are wondering, Vice President Reinhardt is the acting president, pending him formally being sworn in. He is going to have his hands full, so in the meantime, let's help him out as much as we can. What are you going to do, Zach? William asked. If you like, I'll do my old job in direct operations. I would be grateful, he said. All right, does anyone have any questions? Zach asked. There were a few, which Zach answered. In the end, mothers took the kids back down in the bunker to calm them and get them back to sleep. The rest of the Mount Weather members stayed awake and helped with the guard duties and getting everything else back to normal. Chapter 57. Ruby. Ruby was found hiding in the closet of the president's office by the O'Malley brothers. She was brought into the cafeteria, where several people immediately expressed their anger toward her, and a food fight broke out, with her being the primary target. She dropped to the floor into a fetal position amid the jeers and pieces of food hitting her. Realizing their mistake, the brothers hurriedly took her out and took her to one of the lock-up rooms where she was kept under guard. Zach was helping with the removal of Zed corpses when Pris found him. Dad wants you and Fred to interrogate Ruby, she said. Zach stared. The implication was clear. Get the truth out of her by any means necessary. He found Fred in the barn, working on a horse's hoof that had developed an abscess. Sammy and Nicky were watching. We're being asked to interrogate Ruby, he said. Fred nodded and handed a farrier knife to Nicky. Check my work, spray it, and wrap it. And put on a block, Nicky added. Fred gave her a nod and walked out with Zach. They retrieved Ruby and took her to the small conference room that was generally used when there were only a couple of people present. Zach patted one of the guards on the shoulder as he walked by. You two can take a break, he said. We'll call if we need you. Ruby's face was white as a ghost when Fred walked in and sat in the chair opposite her. Zach closed and locked the door before taking a seat beside Fred. He stared impassively for a full minute before speaking. I'll make it simple for you, Ruby, Zach said. We want to hear all about it. We want to hear everything, and we want the truth. You can choose to be forthright or you can lie to us. That's up to you, but we're going to get the truth, one way or another. Ruby had no doubts of what could happen. She moved some of her red hair out of her face with a shaking hand and nodded. Where do you want me to start? How about when Gil first started going off the deep end? Zach replied. Ruby gave a nervous nod. Well, I guess you could say it started with you, Zach. Back before Rochelle was even elected, she'd tell Gil all kinds of stories about you and how you told her you were out to get her. And he believed this? Zach asked. Yeah, he seemed to believe everything she said. So she gets elected, and then she gets murdered. He believed from the bottom of his heart you did it. He thought everyone would rally behind Rochelle's death and hunt you down and kill you. When that didn't happen, he came up with the idea to put you on trial. Who suggested he do that? Zach asked. He thought it up on his own. I think he saw it in a movie once. One of them senators told him there was a Supreme Court case that made it illegal, but he didn't believe him. Crosby versus United States, Zach said absently. Huh? Nothing. Keep going, he directed. Well, he was always doing odd little things, but when the trial didn't go like he thought it would, he kind of went a little crazy, I guess. Before you continue, whose idea was it for Tori to testify as an eyewitness? Zach asked. Ruby had been staring at her shoes while she talked. They were Danner half boots, and somebody had done an awful job of resoling them. Now she looked up at Zach, intentionally avoiding eye contact with Fred. We knew he made it all up, she said. He came to me and D-Day one evening in the party barn and said if the price was right, he'd tell a story so convincing there'd be no problem getting a conviction. What kind of price? Fred asked. He wanted a couple of women to take back to his place. One for him, one for his brother. Anyway, we set him up a secret meeting with Gil. She leaned forward in her seat and stared directly at Zach. I knew he was lying. I tried to tell Gil, but he wouldn't listen. Zach was unsympathetic. I understand you were on the jury. He waited for Ruby to nod before continuing. You should have disqualified yourself, yet you didn't. I know, and I really feel bad about that, she said. Zack stared icily. There were people here who had done him wrong. Ruby was one, and Tori was another. He decided he'd deal with both when the time was right. All right, keep going, he directed. Well, after they threw out the murder case, he got a little stressed, and when he was kicked out of office... Ruby sighed, and then to the men's surprise, she wiped away a tear. I tried to talk him out of it, but he said nobody here deserves to live. How did he know about the Zeds? Zack asked. Ruby shook her head. He didn't know anything about them. Not that I know of, anyway. His plan was simple. Lock everyone in the bunker and they'd eventually starve to death. What about the dozen or so people who were topside? What was he going to do with them? Zack asked. Him and D-Day were going to kill all of them. Gil was going to keep Trucker Joe occupied while D-Day went around to each guard post and killed them. He had a silencer on his gun, and he seemed to think he could ride up to each post under the pretense of checking up on them and then shoot them in the back of the head. What was your role in the whole thing? Zack asked. I cut the phone wires, she admitted. And I stood guard while he flipped the circuit breakers, and then he messed up the lock. She took a deep breath and grabbed her knees. The two men noticed her hands were shaking. We were walking to the TOC, and I saw them on the outside of the fence. I pointed them out and started to yell, but Gil stopped me. She drew a deep breath before continuing. I gotta admit, I was scared, but when I looked at Gil, he wasn't scared at all. Just the opposite. How? Fred asked. He got this weird smile on his face and said something really strange. What did he say? He said something about his dreams coming true, she replied. Zack and Fred glanced at each other. Ruby, what exactly did he say? Zack ordered. Repeat it word for word. I don't remember exactly. All I remember is that queer smile and saying his dreams had come true. Then he told me to go hide somewhere and he'd find me later. I didn't hang around. I ran. What was the plan after he'd killed everyone? Zack asked. Ruby shrugged. He never told me. I asked, but all he said was it'd work out like it was supposed to. I had no idea what he meant by that, and yes, I asked, but he never answered. The questioning continued for another hour. As they finished, Fred, who had been mostly quiet and letting Zack do the questioning, leaned forward and fixed her with a piercing stare. Who else was in on this? He demanded with a tone so ominous that Ruby jerked and shrunk back. Nobody that I know of, she said. He pressed it. Not Nelson? Not Reinhardt? No, I swear to God. I don't think anyone else knew what he was up to. If they did, he didn't tell me or D-Day. After the interrogation, the two men walked into the president's office, where Reinhardt was sitting, watching the monitor. Do you believe her? He asked. Zack shrugged. She might know a little more about what his plans were for afterward than she's admitting to. He probably told her something like they'd live happily ever after, but yeah, she's telling the truth, Zack said. What do we do with her now? William asked. Leave her be, Fred said. Both William and Zack stared in surprise. She's been through enough. He stood. You got bigger problems around here you need to take care of. Zack and the others can take care of most of it, but you need to step up and reassure everyone. Tell them you are going to fix the problems this nut job caused. Marcus Hook is one of those problems. I'd suggest you get Zack to help you out. Chapter 58. Reunion. Zack had several things he wanted to question William Reinhardt about, but after a few minutes the man concluded the meeting with an upraised hand. I believe I want to record a few notes while they're fresh in my memory, and then I'm going to turn in early, he said. These past few days have drained me. Perhaps we can meet again in the morning. He then thanked them for their help and bid them a good evening. Let's head to the cafeteria, Zack suggested after they had walked out of William's office. Fred gave a slight nod and waited until they'd walked some distance down the hallway before speaking. He wasn't looking so good. I was thinking the same thing, Zack said. I think the stress of the past few days has been hard on him. He's about to be sworn in as president. I hope he's up for it. We'll see, I suppose. You know he's going to need your help. Before Zack could respond, they turned to the sound of footsteps. Flash was running down the hallway. He stopped when he neared them and took a second to catch his breath before speaking. I'm glad I found you. You'll never believe who's at the front gate, and they specifically asked for you. Zack wasted no time and hurried to the front gate. Fred ambled along behind him. Johnny G and Riley were sitting in a truck that Zack recognized as belonging to Marcus Hook. A tanker was hitched to the back. He walked over as they exited their truck and gave them both a fist bump. Fred stood off to the side and watched without emotion. Riley smiled, but Zack sensed a little aloofness in her. "It's good to see you two," Zack said. "We brought some diesel as a peace offering. We aren't going to be arrested, are we?" Johnny G asked with a sardonic grin. "No, absolutely not," Zack replied. He glanced around. There were several people outside performing cleanup duties. A few had paused in their work to listen in on their conversation. "Come on, let's go sit and talk," he suggested, and motioned for Fred to come with them. The four of them ended up in the horse barn, which made for a decent, confidential meeting place. "We might get a little privacy here. It's a little chilly, but those people who used to wear suits for a living tend to avoid any place where they might get manure on them," Zack quipped. Johnny G chuckled. "Zack, it's good to see you back," he said. "Yeah," Riley agreed. "I admit I've missed this place, but it's only temporary," Zack replied. "As soon as the inauguration takes place, we'll be heading back to Oak Ridge. Before I go, is there anything I can do to help things?" "We hope so. Now that Van Allen is gone, we would be more than happy to resume relations with Mount Weather, but we must insist on stipulations," Johnny G said and explained. They discussed it for several minutes, but it was amicable. Zack assured them all their requests would be agreed to. "Leave it to me," he promised. He found most of them rather quickly. The senators and a few others had gotten together and were cooking up a big meal for everyone. They weren't fooling Zack. The kitchen was warm, and they did not have to deal with any stinking Zed corpses. William was located in his room. He reluctantly agreed to attend. "All right, for those of you who are not aware of it, Johnny G is here," he told them. There were a couple of head nods, but there were also a couple of concerned expressions. He explained their terms and stipulations for resuming normal relations with Mount Weather. "It sounds like they want autonomy," Connie remarked after Zack had finished speaking. "They don't want meddling from your people," Zack said. "Everything they are doing is done for survival and improving their way of life. Despite our late president's lack of tact, our input would be invaluable to them," one of the senators said. This set off a chorus of agreements. Zack stared a moment before answering. "They do indeed need valuable input, but in the form of manual labor. Are you interested in volunteering?" This started several people arguing at the same time, which served nothing more than to drown each other out. It continued for a full minute before Zack rapped the table with his knuckles several times. He waited until everyone had stopped talking. "Let me clarify the situation for you, ladies and gentlemen. You people need Marcus Hook more than they need you." "They seem to forget they need food," one of them said. "Not anymore," Zack replied. He received a few puzzled stares. "It's taken them a lot of hard work, but they are now self-sustaining. Their farming operation is going strong. In fact, they now have 4 fishing boats up and running. Let me ask you people, when is the last time any of you had lobster for dinner?" There were a few murmurs, but the complaining had stopped. "Exactly," Zack said. He did not tell them about the one and only time he had lobster. He was 13, and the church his grandmother attended had a seafood feast one Wednesday night. It was wonderful. The thought of fresh steamed lobster made his mouth water. "If you guys work it right, they'll supply you guys with diesel and seafood. You guys either agree to their terms, or they'll go back home, and that's the end of it." "What about the roadblocks?" Bob Duckworth asked. "They have agreed to dismantle all the roadblocks and restore the telephone system. They have also agreed to assist in refurbishing the roads between here and Hook when the weather warms and after the spring crops are planted." Zack paused and looked around before settling on William Reinhardt. "Mr. President, you haven't had much to say." William looked up, and a glimmer of a smile passed across his lips. "I'm not officially the president yet, but I'll go ahead and propose we take an informal vote. All in favor of accepting the terms presented by the representatives of Marcus Hook signify by a show of hands." Zack watched as almost all raised their hands. The 2 holdouts looked around and slowly raised theirs. It was unanimous. William nodded in satisfaction. "The proposal passes. Mr. Gunderson, since you have acted as the mediator in this matter, would you please do the honors of passing along our decision to them? Oh, and tell them I am extending an invitation for them to stay for the inauguration tomorrow after the funeral services. It's my understanding a rather festive celebration is planned." He started to say more, but suddenly grabbed a napkin and coughed hard into it. When he was better, he clenched the napkin in his fist and looked around apologetically. "I believe I'm coming down with a cold. If you all will excuse me, I'm going to get a refill of tea and head back to my room." He then smiled slightly. "I have a big day ahead of me tomorrow and need my rest." His quip got him some ingratiating chuckles. Everyone stood when William stood. Although Mount Weather was far less formal these days, it seemed as though they wanted things to go back to where they once were and were depending on William Reinhardt to make that happen. Once he left, Zack addressed the table. "It's up to you guys, he said. Bob Duckworth held up a finger. "Zack, we all know how to get things done, but we can certainly use your expertise." Zack did not respond. Instead, he motioned toward the door. "Johnny G and Riley are waiting outside. Let me go give them the good news and invite them to join us. You guys need to make them feel welcome. Resuming relations with Marcus Hook is a win-win for everyone." Chapter 59. Funerals and Inaugurations. At 0800, there were only a few people in the conference room. They were cleaning and getting it ready for the funeral services that were going to occur later. The rest of the Mount Weather population was actively working on disposing of the rest of the Zed corpses, but when the whistle blew, most of them stopped what they were doing and headed inside. When the clock clicked to 0900 hours, First Sergeant Crumbie stood and began the debriefing. "It isn't going to be easy to explain the last 72 hours, but I will give it my best. 3 nights ago, a couple of things happened simultaneously. First, there was this man by the name of Gilbert Van Allen who became president after his wife was murdered. His craziness manifested itself, and thanks to Senator Duckworth, he was ousted from office. He then really went crazy. He sabotaged the blast door to the bunker, trapping almost all of you inside. He then compromised the guard detail, killing Trucker Troy in the process." The first sergeant paused as there was some angry commentary in the audience. When it was over, he continued. "During this, we were invaded by a horde of Zeds. From the looks of it, it was a planned, coordinated attack involving several hundred of the no-good bastards. I don't know how and why they chose that moment to attack. We've had random attacks the entire time we've been here. But like I said, it had the appearances of pre-planning and coordination between them. For example, there were several Zeds who appeared to be the Chinese soldiers Clay Fleming had originally reported. Intermixed with these Zeds were several hundred other Zeds who appeared to be average infected American humans. During Mr. McCoy's recon mission, he stated he observed several hundred Zeds massing together and heading west. So we had a horde from the west and a horde from the east who converged on Mount Weather. I have no explanation for this behavior." The first sergeant paused and waited to see if anyone cared to add an opinion. When there was none, he continued. "As a result of the attack, 4 of our people were killed. I hate to speak ill of the dead, but you all deserve to know the truth. The 4 of them were relaxing in the party barn and perhaps imbibing in adult substances. Apparently something caused them to go outside. Perhaps they heard the gunfire from the guard posts and went to investigate. Unfortunately, none of them were armed. The Zeds had themselves a nice meal. Their remains were found close to the party barn, which indicated they were immediately attacked." He paused again, hoping this would sink in and it would be a good learning lesson. "Trucker Troy was one of our decedents, but he was not killed by Zeds. He was found inside the TOC with a gunshot wound that eventually killed him. Priss spoke to him before he died, and he identified Gil Van Allen as the person who shot him. Priss and Flash then made entry into the armory and found the president. He was dead of an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. The O'Malley brothers conducted an independent investigation and confirmed this." A hand raised in the back. "Yes?" "The TOC armory was locked, isn't that right, First Sergeant?" "Yes, it was. Zack provided Priss with a master key so she and Flash could make entry. Now I want to say something. There are a couple of you idiots who are trying to start a rumor that Zack Gunderson opened the armory door and shot Van Allen in cold blood. Let me reiterate. Trucker Troy identified Van Allen as his assailant to Priss. Priss and Flash then made entry into the armory and found Van Allen. Zack stood by outside because he knew somebody would try to twist the facts around. If anyone disagrees, feel free to conduct your own investigation, but if I were you, I'd be mighty careful before you go accusing Zack of murder. He saved our asses, and I for one am grateful I did not die down there in that bunker. You go around spouting off nonsense. If Zack doesn't put a dent in your nose, I will." A lot of people loudly agreed with this sentiment. The meeting carried on for another hour. Several items were discussed, resolved, or tabled for a later time. Among one item that was agreed to was to have a mass funeral service for their 5 friends, but without Gil Van Allen. He was unceremoniously cremated, and his ashes were buried apart from the others. Zack had not attended the meeting. He already knew most of what was going to be discussed. Besides, he had someone else he wanted to talk to. He found Fred working on a horse. Sammy and a woman close to his age watched. They looked over when Zack walked in. Sammy grinned. The woman stared. The horse recognized Zack and niggered when he walked up. "What's wrong with him?" Zack asked. "He picked up a nail in his front hoof," Sammy said. "Fred's giving us some doctoring lessons." "Fred's a good teacher," Zack said. "I've learned a hell of a lot from him." Zack focused on Nikki. "I've met you before. Nikki, right?" "Yeah, we have, sort of. I'm Nikki," she answered. "I remember now. You live in the Shenandoah Park community," Zack said. "How are they doing?" "They're okay, but I'm going to move here. Fred's offered me a job of sorts." "Fred's going to mentor her," Sammy said. "Rachel is going to need help once she gives birth," Fred added. Zack nodded. "When I first met Fred, I was a know-it-all kid." He glanced at Fred and smiled. "Julie was too, I guess. He took us under his wing. I learned a lot from him and consider him a friend." Nikki stared at Zack and then at Fred. "I've heard you two have been through a lot." "Yes, we have," Zack said. "Are you moving back home?" Sammy asked. "Yeah, are you?" Fred asked. Zack sighed before he could help himself. "I guess I'll need to discuss it with Kelly." "Do you want to?" Sammy asked. "Yes, I do," he said after a moment. Journal entry, January 1st, 10 AZ. I am currently in the back of one of our specialized vans, leaving Mount Weather. I haven't had much sleep these past few days, and although I'm fatigued, I'm a little too antsy to sleep, so I thought I'd catch up on an entry. The months of November and December have been, what's a good word? Tumultuous? Bizarre? Surreal? I'm not sure which would be the best descriptor. Perhaps there is a more appropriate word to use that isn't in my vocabulary. The best I can do is try to summarize the events of the last 2 months and let you decide how to define it. As I mentioned in the last journal entry, an election was held in November. Abe Stark lost. Rochelle Van Allen won. Because of this, I packed up my family and we secretly relocated to Oak Ridge, Tennessee. We were welcomed with open arms, and I got to see firsthand how much of an advanced operation they had. The scientists treated every problem like a wonderful opportunity to create an experiment. They'd made several remarkable achievements, and even though I was only there a short time, I have learned a lot from them in only 2 months of living there. I'm going to need to dedicate an entire journal entry detailing everything about them. I'll do that later. Next in this journal entry will be, in no particular order of importance, the documentation of multiple mysteries that are currently active at Mount Weather. 1. Shortly after arriving at Oak Ridge, I began having dreams. It was one dream, but I kept having it over and over. It was of Patient Eve. She was standing in front of the main entrance to Fort Detrick, staring at me with those odd-looking eyes of hers. She'd then look over her shoulder, turn to face me again, and then rasp out my name. I understood by the time I had the dream for the 3rd time. I was to go to Fort Detrick. She was there with her Zed friends waiting on me. I knew what she wanted. She wanted the place and the labs. My intuition tells me she wants the labs to find a cure, but I'm uncertain how she's going to accomplish that. What is she up to? She obviously controls those Zeds, but how many are there under her control? 2. Gilbert Van Allen. What the hell happened to the man? I never liked Rochelle, but I had considered him to be a likable and hard-working fellow. But when Rochelle was murdered, something changed in him. In only a short time, his behavior became more and more erratic, especially toward me. He had convinced himself I was the murderer, and even had me tried in absentia. His behavior ultimately caused his ouster from office, but he was not done. The night after his ouster, he sabotaged Mount Weather and attempted to destroy everyone in it. All explanations for his actions died when he killed himself. 3. In continuation of Gilbert Van Allen, when he was implementing his sabotage actions, a horde of Zeds attacked the compound. How did this happen? Was it a coincidence, or did they somehow know about Gil and what he planned to do? Why did Gil say his dreams were coming true? He had to believe things were going his way, and yet he killed himself. Why? 4. Who killed Rochelle Van Allen and the 3 women with her? Despite some people's beliefs, I had nothing to do with it. I asked Fred if he knew. He found the bodies, after all, but all he would say is that it wasn't him. The O'Malley brothers are still actively investigating the crime, but so far they are reluctant to name any possible suspects. I do know the Fitzgeralds were the only known people who were on the road at the same time. Is it merely a coincidence, or were they somehow involved? They have denied it, but if they are in fact the murder suspects, why did they do it? 5. The Chinese. Why are they on American soil, and what is their mission? How could they amass enough people and resources to make the trek to America? Are there more out there? Are there people from other nations who are currently on American soil? 6. Speaking of the Chinese, many of the Zeds who attacked Mount Weather were the Chinese soldiers that were originally spotted by Clay Fleming in Missouri. Was there something left over in their memories that compelled them to walk all the way to Mount Weather and attack it? Were they somehow in communication with Eve? 7. And finally, Eve, previously known as Patient Eve. She and her fellow Zeds are now living at Fort Detrick. I know why she wanted to have Fort Detrick, for the usage of the labs. The question is, why? Is there a Zed in her group who was a scientist and has retained enough of their memory to utilize the labs? It has been suggested to me that I go up there and try to find out. I'll get back to this in a minute. Back to the current events at Mount Weather. After the funerals were conducted, William Reinhardt was to be inaugurated, but the most bizarre thing happened. He died of a heart attack before he could solemnly swear. As one might imagine, this led to a lot of problems and prevented me from leaving Mount Weather and going back to my family. After much debate, which became spirited at times, it was decided to hold an open election. The normal procedural process to be eligible was waived, and one simply declared themselves a candidate. Many people threw their name out there and began fervently politicking. The ballot boxes were collected and officially counted at 1900 hours on New Year's Eve. A team of 10 of us, including yours truly, conducted the counting. When the ballots were tallied, Robert Clark Duckworth, Jr. was the winner by a large margin. I was happy for the man and happy for Mount Weather. I think he'll make a good president. He asked me to move back to Mount Weather and resume my role as Director of Operations. I am at odds with myself on this matter. I miss Mount Weather, but am uncertain if this is the best thing for me. I will close this journal with one final issue. Last night, after the post-election festivities, I slept in my suite, the one I lived in with my wife and kids. I thought I would dream of them. Instead, I dreamt of Eve. She was standing with her back to me, staring at a rusty steel plate that had been welded to a door, and then she would turn her head and stare back at me. It looked familiar, but I couldn't place the location. It wasn't until breakfast this morning that someone mentioned the steel plates that had been welded to the entry doors of the labs that I realized what I saw. I know what she was trying to communicate to me. Access to the labs. I still don't know how she's able to communicate to me through my dreams. I don't know a lot of things, but I've made a decision. My team and I will be arriving at Fort Detrick in about 10 minutes. Captain Smithson told me where the plasma torch is located, and I will be cutting the steel plates off the lab doors. Yes, I will be doing this for Eve. The history books will decide if this is an appropriate act, or if I've gone as crazy as Gil Van Allen. Who the Hell Is That? Part 3.
I'm telling you, if we can get them alone, we could do all kinds of nasty stuff to them,
Torrey said to his brother.
They sure didn't hesitate to shoot us down earlier,
Torrey grumbled.
If we can ever get them alone, they're going to pay for that. We'll probably have to kill them after, but I'm good with that.
He was referring to a couple of women they'd attempted to hook up with. They'd driven to Mount Weather yesterday, hung around for no reason, loafed most of the day, and spent all night in the party barn drinking and smoking. They were driving home now, hungover and bereft of their cherished smoke. Trey agreed.
They smoked all our weed and then told us to piss off. That's bullshit. I've gone too long without a piece of tail. We'll catch them out soon. Spring's coming. People like to get out and wander. If we play our cards right and keep an eye on them, we'll catch them out alone. In the meantime, I guess it's another night with Rosie Palm, Torrey said. You know what I think? I think maybe we should go back and pay another visit to that little stink hole at the Shenandoah community.
Torrey chuckled.
I like the sound of that. We'll probably have to snatch her this time. No problem, Trey said. If there's any problems, we'll just kill her after and dump her in the river. Everyone will think Zeds got her. I've been wanting to try something I saw in a movie. Maybe we can do it with her." "What's that?" Trey asked. "The death by 1,000 cuts torture. I'd like to try that on someone," Tori said. "Oh yeah? What would you cut first?" "The titties?" Both men erupted into raucous laughter. Suddenly there was a sudden loud popping noise followed by the Jeep swerving wildly. Trey almost lost control, but managed to bring the vehicle to a stop before crashing. "What the hell happened?" Tori asked. "I think we had a blowout. We better check it out." Trey put the vehicle in park and killed the engine. The two men got out of the Jeep and looked around. Deciding there were no threats, they walked around the vehicle, stopping at the front passenger tire. It was mangled. Tori crouched and inspected it closely. "There's a few chunks of metal shards sticking out," he exclaimed and looked back down the roadway. "I think I see something." He pointed and walked back up the road several yards. "Look, there's more." There were several more pieces of jagged metal strewn in the roadway. He knelt and picked one of them up. "Look, they're all painted black to blend in with the asphalt, almost like someone set them out on the road on purpose." "That's bullshit, man," Trey growled. "If I catch who did this, I'm gonna take a knife to them. 1,000 cuts, man, 1,000 cuts." "Yeah, we'll figure out who did it, but for now let's get the tire changed and head home," Tori said. "I'm pretty sure there's a jack and a spare in the back." Trey watched his brother try to slide a jack under the Jeep and then made a leisure scan of the area. He wasn't on any kind of heightened alert because there'd been no Zeds in the area since the attack back in December. So, when he saw a lone figure standing in the road 50 yards away, he inhaled sharply, loud enough that Tori heard him. He stopped jacking the car up and stood. "What is it? Zeds?" he asked as he looked in the direction that Trey was staring. He squinted at the figure. "Who the hell is that?" The man was wearing a long jacket called a duster and a cowboy hat that was pulled low on his head. It prevented the two brothers from seeing in his face. The man stood like a statue, unmoving and silent. The two brothers swapped a glance. "Is that Fred McCoy?" Trey whispered in puzzlement. "That looks like Fred McCoy." "Yeah, it does," Tori replied. "Fred, is that you?" he yelled. The man raised his head, revealing his face. It was indeed Fred McCoy. Tori absently rubbed his face in concern as Fred began walking toward them. "What's he doing out here?" Tori whispered. The brothers glanced at each other again. This time the worry was plain in their expressions. Neither man made the connection between the metal shrapnel in the road and Fred's sudden appearance, but they were worried all the same. Tori pulled his handgun out of his waistband. It was a Sig Sauer P320. His brother did the same. He was carrying the same brand of handgun, only a model P365, both chambered in 9mm. They spread apart and watched as he walked in a slow but deliberate gait. When he was within 50 feet, he stopped. "Hello, boys," he greeted. "Yeah, hello, Fred," Trey replied. "What are you doing out here?" "Oh, I've been doing a little walking and a little thinking," Fred replied. Tori leaned close to his brother. "I think the old fart has finally lost his marbles," he whispered, and then spoke up. "Yeah? What have you been thinking about?" "Well, I'm glad I've run into you boys. I have a problem, and maybe you two can help me out," Fred said. Those two sentences amounted to more words than Fred had said to the Freitag brothers in a long time. If they were as smart as they believed they would have recognized the red flag, but they were oblivious. "Yeah, what's that, old man?" Trey said. "You can't get it up anymore, so you need us to service that little filly you're hooked up with?" This elicited a chortle from Tori. Fred stared a moment and then even grinned. Another red flag. A big, bright one that would glow in the dark. "No, son, it's much worse than that. You see, lately my shooting skills appear to have languished. Y'all know what that word means, right?" "Sounds like it means you can't shoot worth a shit anymore, am I right?" Tori asked and chortled some more. "You can't get it up and you can't shoot. Damn, that's awful." Trey emitted his own guffaw. "Yep, I guess that about sums it up," Fred said. "As you can imagine, it's caused me a great deal of worry and more than a few sleepless nights. That's where you boys can help me." "How?" Trey asked. Suddenly he was beginning to feel anxious. Fred slowly grabbed his jacket and pulled it back behind him, uncovering the pistol on the right side of his hip. He used his left hand to grab the jacket and hold it out of the way. "I need to see if I still have it. You see, I can't simply challenge anybody back there at Mount Weather. That wouldn't do. So I told myself I had to find 1 or 2 men who were viewed as despicable, inbred pieces of shit. Like you two, for example. Tori, you lied about witnessing Zach murder 4 women, and both of you raped a 14-year-old girl a couple of weeks ago. Right? Tori couldn't help but grin, showing a set of teeth that were threatening to fall out at any minute. Maybe. So what? Yep, you two are the pure definition of scumbags. Nobody, and I mean nobody, will care if you die today. Trey scowled at Fred. You know, you sure do talk a lot of shit. Yeah, Tori echoed. Well, boys, if I have offended you, I guess you need to go ahead and make use of those guns you're holding, unless you want to go back with me to Mount Weather and turn yourselves in for raping that little girl. The Freitag brothers were not too smart, but they were cagey, and they'd killed before. Without hesitation, they brought up their handguns and began to fire. That was their intention. Unfortunately, they never got off a shot. The last thing the Freitag saw was the blur of Fred's hand and a stab of flame. He shot Trey first. He then angled his handgun slightly and instantly fired 2 more rounds. It all occurred in under a half-second. Trey fell forward like a limp rag doll. Tori turned slightly and fell on his right side. His body spasmed slightly before growing still, his dead eyes staring at his brother. Fred stood there a moment before walking up to the 2 dead men and examined his work without any outward emotion. He thought back to when he shot Calvin Malloy not so long ago. His loose shot grouping was concerning. When he almost missed shooting that big Zed back in Woodbridge, he became downright worried. So worried, when he came back from the recon mission, he spent hours exercising, practicing, and rubbing liniment onto his hands every night. Looking at the 2 Freitag brothers, he knew the hard work had paid off. He may not be as fast or as tough as he once was, but by golly, Fred McCoy was back. He almost grinned, but caught himself when he saw Nikki coming out of the trees. She slung her rifle across her back as she approached. I got it all, she said, holding up the video camera momentarily. She walked up beside Fred and squatted by the 2 Freitag brothers, admiring Fred's work. After a moment, she stood and grinned at Fred. Those bullet holes are so close together it's hard to tell you shot each of them twice. She then shook her head in almost disbelief. That's the most amazing thing I've ever seen, Fred McCoy. Fred responded with a small nod, which Nikki now knew was a gesture of immense gratitude. When we show this video, nobody will have any doubt. They admitted to raping that girl, and you gave them a chance to surrender peacefully, she said. The O'Malley brothers might get a little miffed you did their job for them, though. Maybe, Fred said. The truth of it was the O'Malleys were at the Roanoke community now, taking sworn statements in order to obtain arrest warrants. They assured the new president they were going to be professional law enforcement officers. Fred knew the O'Malleys would have gone by the book, arrested the men, and brought them to trial. He had no intention of letting it go that far. That little girl deserved justice, and Zach deserved justice. He reloaded his pistol and then admired it for a second before sticking it back in his holster. I have a confession to make, Nikki said. I know you told me not to interfere, but if they somehow managed to outgun you, I was going to kill them. I know, Fred said. Nikki arched an eyebrow. You did? That's why I brought you along. I couldn't tell you to kill them, though. It had to be your decision, not mine. She nodded in understanding and stared back at the brothers. Well, I'd say you're back at the top of your game, old man. Yep, he replied. He stared at the dead men a moment longer before speaking. Let's go home. This concludes Who the Hell Is That? By David Accord. Narrated by Graham Halstead. Copyright 2021 by David Accord. Copyright 2021 by Severed Press. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Severed Press and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks. Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents The Most Important Rule by David Accord. Narrated by Graham Halstead. Journal entry, July 4th, 10 AZ. July 4th, a special day for the United States, and a great excuse for the members of Mount Weather to throw a party.
It was a family affair until 2000 hours. That's when the younger kids were herded into the theater room to watch movies. The teenagers had their own thing going, and the adults commandeered the party room where they could imbibe in homemade wine and other things. I chose to go with the kids. Once the movie started, I found a spot in the back and booted up my laptop. I'm so busy these days, I seldom have time to update my personal journal, and there are times I wonder why I work on it anymore. When I first started it, I thought it might possibly one day become a historical document, which, years from now, would provide insight to people who wanted to know how their ancestors survived the apocalypse. Here at Mount Weather, we have a supercomputer located deep within the bowels of the bunker. Reports are written about everything and stored on the computer's hard drive. I know those reports will be the true documents historians will refer to, which I guess would make my personal journal unnecessary. Even so, I cannot and will not give up on it. It's important to me, and I hope it will be something my grandchildren and great-grandchildren will revere. So, let me recap the activities of the past few months. First and foremost, my family. Kelly, my wife, is still the most wonderful woman I've ever known, and I love her more and more every day. Frederick, Macy, and Hardy are the joys of my life. They're growing like weeds. They're healthy, smart, vibrant, and full of life. Kelly is almost totally responsible for this. We've talked about perhaps having another child and decided to let nature take its course. If it happens, it happens. Now, on to Mount Weather. After the suicide of President Gilbert Van Allen, I was formally requested to return to Mount Weather. The decision was not an easy one to make. Personally, I loved Oak Ridge, as did my family. The community was tight-knit, and the place was run like a well-oiled machine. It was a positive environment, and I learned a lot from the engineers and scientists who lived there. But duty called, and so, on a freezing cold morning in February, I packed up my family and moved back home. Almost the entire population of Mount Weather was at the front gate awaiting our arrival. Our newly elected president, Robert Clark Duckworth, Jr., was leading the cheers. With his arm draped across my shoulders, he announced to the crowd that I was immediately being reinstated as the Director of Operations. My first task as DO was to help with the President's State of the Union address. We decided on a basic, honest presentation of past events, an assessment of the current state of affairs, and then delineate goals to be achieved in order to preserve our future. Although all of this information is on record in great detail within the Mount Weather reports, for the sake of my journal, I'll summarize the state of affairs and the ongoing activities for the past few months. 1. The winter of year 10 was normal, nothing unusual, until February. A powerful cold front, commonly known as an Arctic blast, swept across the northeastern United States and most of Canada. The entire month was beset with freezing temperatures, single digits during the day and below zero at night. We lost a fair number of livestock, which put a strain on our meat and dairy production. Our animal husbandry peeps put in a lot of hours ensuring every female livestock we had was properly impregnated. A lot of jokes were made at their expense, but they've been invaluable to our survival. On a side note, a family of 8 who lived in a nearby farm died of carbon monoxide poisoning due to a clogged flue in their home. 2. The cold blast also put an enormous strain on our electrical grid. Our power crew was severely overworked. There's been an attempt to recruit apprentices for them, but so far, we've only gotten 2. 3. An unintended consequence of the bitter cold February, several of the women are pregnant, even Kelly. There was a time during this terrible apocalypse when it was risky for a woman to become pregnant. While there are still concerns, the rest of the expectant fathers and I are ecstatic. 4. On the same day the President reappointed me Director of Operations, he issued an executive order appointing Liam and Logan O'Malley United States Marshals. Now they officially and legally have jurisdiction over the entire United States. 5. The Marcus Hook Trading Post officially opened on April 1st. It has been moderately successful, but not without issues. The Fitzgerald family, along with Johnny G. and Roscoe, thought prostitutes and drugs would be an excellent trading commodity. Perhaps it is, but there is a large contingent of Amish and Mennonites in Pennsylvania. Needless to say, they were appalled by this.
Also, the attempt to reintroduce the dollar was a dismal failure. People were only interested in barter as a means of exchange. It did not help that Roscoe and Johnny G declined the request to sell diesel for cash. They also chose barter. Even so, it has been agreed by consensus that the trading post will be open year-round. Trade and commerce are important aspects of civilization, and it is hoped that this will pave the way to more business ventures. 6. Trader Joe Fitzgerald agreed to conduct a census of all trading post attendees. The numbers were about what we had expected, and closely aligned with the population models that the late Parvis Anderson created with the help of the Mount Weather supercomputer. The surprising part of the census was the number of Mennonite survivors. Back before, there were approximately 180,000 Mennonites and Amish living in Pennsylvania. Although their numbers had been decimated, there was still a sizable number, approximately 5,000. 7. We have agreed to work on Route 322, which is the major roadway beside the trading post. This includes the Commodore Barry Bridge, which is showing signs of age and erosion. 8. The late Rochelle and Gilbert Van Allen. It's difficult to measure the amount of damage caused by these two. Their personalities caused strife and divisiveness in the Mount Weather community. Rochelle's assassination may have prevented her from ruining everything, which she most certainly would have. But there was collateral damage, tangential things that will take a long time to repair. 9. Who murdered Rochelle and her entourage? The silent consensus points toward the Fitzgerald family. There is no physical proof nor any eyewitnesses, only circumstantial evidence. The question is, why? Why did they do it? We may never know. Also, we may never be able to successfully prosecute them, but this is another aspect of the aforementioned collateral damage. The Fitzgeralds are now regarded with suspicion, and since Johnny G is Riley's lover, he too is regarded with distrust. How will this all play out? I don't yet know. Personally, I'm conflicted. I like the Fitzgerald family. I like Johnny G. I think the death of Rochelle Van Allen was probably a good thing. 10. Fort Detrick. I've mentioned in a previous journal entry that I'd had recurring dreams of Patient Eve. When the weather cleared, I paid a visit to Fort Detrick and fulfilled the request made by her in the dreams. In short, I took a torch and cut open the doors to the lab that had been sealed off. Since then, there's been no Zed attacks, and I've had no further dreams involving her. We've conducted surveillance, but there's not much to report. They send out hunting parties, but all they hunt are animals. 11. Along with our own numbers, the birth rate continues to improve. I believe this is due to several factors. One unintended consequence of the apocalypse is the quality of the food. Our food products are no longer contaminated with preservatives, pesticides, steroids, or other additives. We are eating healthier than ever. In addition, with the exception of some hot zones, pollution is significantly lower. Physical exams are mandatory. If someone exhibits an illness of any kind, it is addressed immediately, and that includes quarantine. And finally, there are no abortions being performed. There are and always will be instances of a child being born that is not wanted by either parent. Our remedy to that is to let it be known that Mount Weather will take the child, no questions asked. Marcus Hook and Oak Ridge also have this policy. Human lives are so precious these days, after all. We have made progress. We can only pray that there will not be another virus outbreak or a natural catastrophe. A major earthquake, volcano eruption, hell, even a large meteor strike could finally succeed in killing off the human race. But we must not give up. Chapter 1. Zack and the McCoys. I awoke before sunup, as usual, got cleaned up, kissed my sleeping wife and kids, and headed to the cafeteria. Breakfast time was delayed due to last night's July 4th celebration party, so there wasn't even any kitchen staff working. I found some oranges, grabbed a couple, and headed outside. It had been hot for several weeks, but a front moved in late last night, bringing rain and dropping the temperature. As a result, the morning was shrouded in a thick pea soup fog. Great weather to go on a ride. I went to the barn and chose a big gentle gelding named Blinky. He was well trained, thanks to Fred, and didn't spook easily. I gave his back a quick brush before saddling him and walked out of the main gate 10 minutes later. Zoe, my German shepherd, spotted me and happily followed along. The lone guard at the main gate came outside as I walked up. His name was Reese. He and his small group of people joined Mount Weather a couple of weeks ago. He was young, maybe around 17 or 18, skinny, with shoulder-length brown hair he had tied back. He was clean, though, indicating he showered before coming on duty, and he didn't look hungover. "Good morning," he greeted. "Back at you. You by yourself?" "Yeah, but I've got it covered," he replied. "How about the other guard posts? Are they manned?" I asked. "They are, but a couple of them might still be feeling the effects of the party." "Yeah, probably. I'll see you later," I said, then nudged Blinky. My first instinct was to check the guard posts and chew out anyone who I caught sleeping, but opted against it. No need getting myself in a bad mood before the day had even started. Fred was waiting for me at the head of his driveway, holding an insulated mug, which I'm sure contained hot tea. It went without saying that he had his ever-present pistol strapped to his side. "Good morning," I said. He replied with a small nod. "How'd you know what time I'd show up?" "You always get up at 5, and I know your routine. You're about 5 minutes later than I expected you, though. You see something?" I shrugged. "There was a new guy manning the main gate who wanted to talk. His name's Reese. Have you met him?" "Can't say I have," Fred answered. "He seems okay, although I don't like him manning the gate by himself. Hell, he's only been at Weather a couple of weeks." Fred gave a small, knowing nod, but didn't comment. He waved me in and secured the gate behind us. Rachel met us at the door with little Sarah balanced on her hip. She'd given birth back in March, and I swear I've never seen her happier. Fred was too, but I think Rachel is the only one who saw it. Their home was neat as a pin, and the aromas of cooking food filled the air. I followed them into the kitchen and sat at the table. "Have you eaten?" she asked. "Just a couple of oranges." I inhaled. "I wouldn't turn down one or two of those biscuits I smell cooking." Rachel grinned and handed off Sarah to Fred. Soon she had hot biscuits, butter, and molasses on the table. "I'm supposed to have breakfast with Kelly and the kids in a couple of hours, so don't let me eat more than one or two," I said with a grin. Rachel poured a mug of tea for me, and I dug in. "How are things in Mount Weather?" she asked. "Not too bad. We have the big powwow scheduled next week." "What's on the agenda?" she asked. "The usual: crop and livestock data, population and community development. We'll also talk about the asphalt project, but the big item is the tire plant." "So it's really going to happen, then?" "Yeah, there are still some issues to be worked out, but we're going to try to get things going by August. Fred, you should come." Fred grunted. "No thanks." Rachel gave a light-hearted laugh. "You know, Fred, he'd rather gouge his eyes out than sit and listen to a bunch of blowhards prattle on. How's the road project going?" "Once I convince Norman to become the project manager, we're back on schedule. I'd say it'll be finished by the end of the month." Project Asphalt was something we started back in March. The goal was to fix the road damage on the interstate from Mount Weather to Oak Ridge, much like we'd done to the roadways to Marcus Hook. Some people thought it was unnecessary and unneeded, but those people didn't know the whole story. Norman Marnix was one of the older residents of Mount Weather. The man seemed to know a little bit about everything, including how to properly pave a road. We sat and chatted for almost an hour before I stood and stretched. "I guess I should get on back. Are you three coming by Weather anytime soon?" "We'll be there tomorrow," Rachel said. "Sarah and I have a visit with the doctor." "Good. Oh, where's your protege at?" I asked Fred, referring to Nikki. "She's visiting her mother. She should be back tomorrow," he said. "How's she doing?" I asked. "Good," Fred answered. "She listens, tries hard. She's a natural with horses, and she's tough." "Her reading skills have improved immensely," Rachel added. I nodded. Our education system at Weather was decent, but the same can't be said for the outlying communities. It was non-existent in some places. Like the Shenandoah community. When Nikki first arrived at Weather, she could barely read and write. Math skills? Forget it. The kids weren't being taught anything other than basic stuff anymore. It was concerning. At Oak Ridge, advanced math and engineering was being taught to the 6th graders, and it was mandatory. We were well behind the curve in that respect, but I was going to fix that. We talked until I'd finished my second cup of tea and told them I'd better get back so I didn't miss eating with the family. Fred secured the gate behind me and gave me a nod before turning and walking back down his drive. I urged Blinky into a gallop. Zoe enthusiastically ran alongside. After a couple of miles, I slowed him to a walk and eventually stopped under a large oak tree whose limbs have been steadily growing across the roadway. I took in the scenery. It was peaceful. The only noise was from Blinky's heavy breathing and an occasional bird singing. There was a time when I couldn't go on a morning ride like this. Too many Zeds. They were still around, but there weren't many of them anymore. There were still wanderers, but most of them that were still alive were congested in the big cities. With the lack of humans, most of their meals came from the vermin that all big cities had. No sooner did those thoughts surface in my mind than Zoe alerted. I soon heard sounds like something running. Maybe a deer or a coyote, I thought. I hadn't seen any Zeds running in a while. Even so, I instantly had my handgun out and pulled my poncho aside. A few seconds later, Melvin emerged from the fog. He was wearing sneakers, shorts, and nothing else. Oh, and he was carrying his trusty Chinese war sword. When he saw me, he waved with his free hand. "Top of the morning," he cheerily greeted. I'm sure Blinky and Zoe were in as much disbelief as I was. Melvin jogged by without a care in the world. I had to smile. There were some unique individuals at Mount Weather, and Melvin was definitely one of them. He was former Special Forces, and I don't think anything rattled him. When the sky started turning gray, I knew it was time to head back. Reese was standing outside waiting for me when I rode up. He didn't look happy. Chapter 2. Nicky and the Buck. At about the same time as Zack had arrived at the McCoy homestead, Nicky was sitting against the base of a large dead tree that bore the telltale streaks of having been struck by lightning. 10 feet in front of her was a rocky creek, probably only 2 feet at its deepest. The forest was quiet, save for the occasional bird or insect. The rippling waters barely made any sound. Nicky sat like a statue, quiet and unmoving, waiting. She'd found the spot while there was only a hint of daylight in the sky. As time passed and the sun broke the horizon, the darkness changed into a dirty gray, thick with rain clouds. Nicky hoped the limited visibility would work to her advantage. She'd spotted him yesterday while she was driving to see her mother. It took some good quality recon work, but she found his tracks around the creek and decided that was where she was going to set up and wait for him. The first indicator was a hint of sound, followed by a ripple in the shadows. After a few seconds, he silently emerged from the woods, not more than 30 feet away. He was magnificent looking. He had a large 10-point rack, and the coronets were thick and gnarled, indicating he was old, probably around 10 years or more. He was thick with muscle, and she thought she detected a few old scars, causing her to wonder what kind of life he'd had. She watched as he paused at the edge of the creek and sniffed the air. She wasn't worried about her scent. She was downwind, and as far as she knew, there wasn't another human around for miles. Still, the buck was cautious. She smiled to herself. He hadn't grown old by being otherwise. Nicky remained motionless, blending in with the tree. He didn't spot her. Perhaps his vision wasn't as good as it once was. Satisfied he was alone, he dipped his mouth into the water and began drinking. She slowly, carefully brought the compound bow up and waited. When the buck gave her his flank, she loosed the arrow, striking exactly where the heart should be. The buck jolted and sprinted away. Nicky smiled to herself, knowing her aim was true. He wouldn't go far before laying down and bleeding out. She stood slowly and looked around as she stretched the kinks out. She knew she needed to work quickly. If there were Zeds around, the scent of fresh blood would draw them. She'd left her horse in a grove about 100 yards south of her location, untethered. It was a risk, but she didn't want him to be hindered and helpless if some Zeds or wolves found him. To her relief, he'd not wandered far and nickered when he spotted her. She responded with a soft click of her tongue. The big roan trotted over to her and nudged her face. "Hey, Leroy, I told you I'd be back," she whispered to him, and gave his nose a rub before hopping on. She then guided him back to the spot where she'd shot the deer, followed the blood trail, and soon found him. The buck was bleeding out, but still alive. He stared at her with sad brown eyes. Nicky dismounted and slowly approached, crouching when she was a few feet away. "I'm sorry I killed you, but I want you to know I am thankful for you," she said. The deer stared. Whether or not he understood, only God could answer. Nicky did not move and watched as his breathing slowed, eventually stopping. She waited a few more minutes to ensure he was dead before pulling out her knife and field dressing him. Finishing, she attempted to lift him onto Leroy, but couldn't. Nicky weighed about 130, all of it lean, sinewy muscle. Even though she was stronger than the average woman, she struggled with the heavy, limp deer. She figured he had to weigh at least 190, maybe more. Hoisting him onto Leroy's back was proving to be a problem. Looking around, she spotted a fallen hickory tree. It was a little over 3 feet in diameter, and it gave Nicky an idea. She dragged the deer over to the fallen tree, and after a good deal of wrestling with the carcass, standing on the fallen tree gave her enough height to get the deer across Leroy's back. Succeeding in the effort, she paused a moment to catch her breath and look around before lashing him down with some rope. Ensuring the knots were tight, she once again scanned the area as she took off her outer shirt. Her t-shirt was damp with perspiration. She wasn't wearing a bra, and the morning air cooled her damp shirt. She had to admit to herself that it felt good against her breasts. She stood motionless for a minute, eyes closed, her nipples hardening. Her thoughts briefly wandered back to the last time she made love. It was with Colton, and it seemed to have been a lifetime ago. Shaking off those thoughts, she opened her eyes and walked back to the creek. Leroy dutifully followed. She scanned the area once again before taking off her hat and crouching by the stream. She rinsed the blood off and splashed the cold water on her face before staring at her reflection in the water. The rubber band she'd been using to keep her hair pulled back had broken, and now her thick brown mane was flowing freely. She could see the slight crook in her nose, and when she smiled, she could see the space where a bicuspid was missing. She didn't like the way she looked. Back when Colton was alive, he'd always teased her. They'd found some old porn magazines in a house they searched one day, and Colton had to look at all of them, oohing and eyeing over each nude picture. It still bothered her. She knew she wasn't ugly, and with the exception of her boobs that were smaller than those tarts in the magazines, she had a body that could compete with any of them. But still, the teasing from her first love left lasting emotional scars. Despite those feelings, she took comfort in knowing she was tough. Tougher than any of those girls in the magazines. She was a survivor and getting better at it every day. She stood and put her outer shirt back on before wiping the sweatband of her hat before putting it back on. She then stared at Leroy. "Let's get out of here, okay?" She gave the lashings another tug. Satisfied the deer wouldn't fall off if she had to spur Leroy into a full gallop, she pointed him toward the west and led him off at a leisure walk. The next few miles were going to be tricky. It had nothing to do with the terrain. Nicky was an expert on a horse. It was the blood. She'd rinsed off as much as she could, but the Zeds somehow had an amazing sense of smell. She draped her bow across her shoulders and now had her rifle out. Leroy seemed to sense her unease and snorted. She reached down and patted his neck. "Be quiet, boy," she admonished. Technically, Leroy was Fred's horse, but back when she and Fred had gone on their first scouting mission, Leroy took an instant liking to her. They bonded the moment she hopped on the saddle for the first time. That was back in November. When she moved in with Fred and Rachel, Leroy always followed her around whenever she was outside. Rachel joked about it, saying Leroy was the best kind of boyfriend a woman could have. Nicky smiled at the thought while she rode, but wondered if she'd ever find someone to love again. Colton was her first love, and because of her naivete, she was blinded by his many flaws. He was her first, though, and after he died, a period of grief and depression followed. She was better now, but she had to admit she was still lonely for the type of companionship a horse could not provide. There was only one single man at Shenandoah, and that was Colton's brother, Colin. He was an immature asshole, and Nicky despised him. So, there were no romantic prospects at Shenandoah. There were plenty of men close to her age at Mount Weather, but so far the only ones she found appealing were taken. Same with Marcus Hook. Savannah had suggested she go visit Oak Ridge. "There are plenty of men there," she said with her trademark mischievous grin. Nicky scoffed at the thought and readjusted her hat. It was getting a little old, had a little bit of an odor to it, and since Leroy had stepped on it a few days ago, the fit was off. But she loved the hat. It was a gift from Colton. She let Leroy walk at his own pace, and although it looked like a rainstorm was imminent, she was in no hurry. Instead, she admired the scenery as she thought. She loved the area. It was beautiful, and she knew it like the back of her hand. Sadly, she no longer loved the survivor community she had grown up in. They called their community Shenandoah due to its proximity to the Shenandoah National Park, although the settlement was closer to a place known as Lewis Mountain. Nicky grew up there with the married couple who saved her, Herman and Lou Ellen Mullins. They were nice people. When her biological parents became infected, they took her in without hesitation and raised her as their own. If not for them, she probably would not have survived. Frankly, she didn't much like the rest of them. The men thought of the women as inferior, only good for cleaning, cooking, and bedding. Most of the women were older than her and resented her independent nature. Nicky gave them credit for surviving through the years, but it wasn't until she'd seen Mount Weather firsthand that she knew they could have done much better if they weren't so stubborn and narrow-minded. She rounded a curve in the road and immediately tugged on the reins. Leroy obediently stopped and waited. Nicky's attention was drawn to a fallen tree lying partially in the road. It was a pitch pine, a big one, maybe 70 feet long, and it had been there a while. Nicky had ridden by it on the way out here. But something caught her eye. Something was different about it now. There were a couple of small, fresh scrapes on the bark. If she had not ridden by the tree earlier, she would not have given the scrapes a second thought. Even now, she guessed it was probably from an animal. Maybe even the deer that was strapped behind her had done it. She nudged Leroy forward. She stopped him again when they were a couple of feet away. That is when she saw a thin, monofilament line stretched across the road, causing the hairs on the back of her neck to begin tingling. She backed Leroy up several feet and dismounted. This time, she tethered him to another tree. Rifle in hand, her head on a swivel, she carefully walked closer. The line was thin, probably fishing line. It was about 3 feet off the ground, presumably to keep small game from bumping into it. She followed the line with her eyes across the road where it disappeared into some bushes. She carefully made her way into the bushes. Spotting the line again, she saw it looped around a thick weed, and then the line went straight up for another 3 feet. She followed it to its terminus, and it took a second or two for her to realize what she saw. Someone had used some rope to tie a hand grenade to a tree, and the line was attached to the safety pin. The grenade was about 6 feet from the ground, high enough so that when it detonated, it would hit someone who was on a horse. Her body was instantly covered in goosebumps when she realized this was a booby trap meant for her. She spun around, staring wildly out into the forest, trying to spot the person she believed was out there, lying in wait. After a couple of frantic spins, she remembered Fred's training and stopped. She forced herself to take a couple of slow, deep breaths to calm herself, and then began a slow, deliberate scan. It was deadly quiet, and still, nothing was moving. She didn't even see any birds. Nicky made her brain reassess the situation. Was the grenade meant for her? It wasn't here yesterday. Nobody lived in the area with the exception of the Shenandoah group, and hand grenades were not plentiful. People simply did not have a surplus where they could set up booby traps at random locations. The only logical answer was yes, it was meant for her. No doubt about it. So, the question was, who did it? Who was trying to kill her, and why? She mentally went through a list of people who didn't like her. There were only a few. Which one of them hated her enough to kill her? And which one of them had access to hand grenades? They didn't have any back at the Shenandoah settlement, not that she knew of. She wished Fred was here. She could sure use his input right now. She made one more scan before setting her rifle down and pulling out her knife. She gently and cautiously cut the monofilament line from the safety pin. Carefully removing the grenade, she inspected it closer. It was olive drab in color, about the size of a baseball, but several ounces heavier. Her first thought was to put it in her saddlebag, but then she wondered if the jostling around during the ride back may activate it. Besides, once she arrived back at the settlement, who's to say the perpetrator would be there waiting on her and search her for the grenade? Thinking it over a moment, she opted to hide it and come back for it later. Once she had accomplished this, it was time to do some investigating. She circled around the tree until she spotted boot prints in the ground. She put one of her boots alongside one of them. It was larger, definitely a man's boot. Rifle at the ready, she followed the tracks. They led her along for 50 yards to an old dirt road. There she found a set of unshod hoofprints in the mud. Nikki frowned in trepidation. The mud was almost dry, indicating this was done sometime yesterday after she traveled through here. That meant somebody had followed her, and she failed to detect them. The tracks led toward the direction of the settlement. She heard movement behind her and turned suddenly. It was Leroy, trotting up the road. And 4 Zeds were following behind him, arms reaching out, trying to catch up with him. Chapter 3. Zach and Kate. The first thing I saw when the main gate emerged from the fog was Reese standing outside of the guardhouse, staring in my direction. As I approached, I could make out his facial expression, and he didn't look happy. "I wonder what this is all about," I muttered. Blinky twitched an ear at me. Reese had the gate already open and waited until I'd stopped before speaking. "I caught hell because of you," he said. "Why?" "Apparently, I was supposed to get clearance to let you out, and I was supposed to find out your destination and your estimated return time. But since I didn't do any of that, well, you know the rest," he said. I eyeballed him a moment before responding. He was a few years younger than me, skinny, long dark hair he kept tied back, and a scruff of a beard. He didn't look like much, but he was alert and appeared to be clean, an indicator he'd bathed before coming on duty. And most importantly, he had his M4 slung properly to the front and at the low ready, and the safety was on. "Reese, we don't know each other too well, but I'll let you in on something. There's only one person alive who's my boss, and that's my wife. Are you married?" Reese's frown gave way to a bashful grin. "Hell, I haven't even been with a girl in over a year." I wanted to be mad at him, but couldn't help but smile now. "That could be a good thing." "Easy for you to say," he grumbled. "They had a couple of working girls at the trading post. Between you and me, I thought I might hire one just so as I could remember what being with a woman was like. But good Lord Almighty, they were ugly." I laughed now. "I know the female-to-male ratio around here is not the best, but I think a few of the visitors from New York are going to relocate here. There were a few young women around your age. Keep your fingers crossed." He sighed. "I will." "Okay, so who's giving you hell because I left the compound?" I asked. "The officer of the day," he said. "She's in the TOC and ordered me to direct you to report to her as soon as you returned." TOC, the Tactical Operations Center. It was the hub of operations for the security of Mount Weather and surrounding area. I was curious who the officer of the day was and why they felt the need to act like an asshole to the new guy. I reassured Reese he did nothing wrong, and I would take care of the problem before heading toward the TOC. Walking in, I spotted the OD, Kate Redbank. I'd first met Kate Redbank almost 8 years ago. She and her little sister Kyra had come from Oklahoma to Tennessee with Sarah. The sisters were Native American, tall with distinctive facial features and jet black hair. If not for their personalities, they'd be considered a catch. But their shit personalities chased away any romantic prospects. She looked up when I walked in, stared without emotion, and closed her laptop. "So, Reese informed me I didn't have the proper clearance to leave this morning. You didn't, she replied. I don't need clearance, I rejoined. Her jawline tightened. According to Mount Weather Protocol, you do. The protocol you wrote, correct? That applies only when we're in lockdown. It's very specific. When we're not in lockdown, people can come and go as they please. All they need to do is sign out. I know that, she huffed. Then why did you say that to Reese? I asked. She didn't answer, and instead found something over my shoulder to stare at. I pulled out one of the chairs and sat down. I thought of several responses. A few of them would not have been complimentary, but I chose a more diplomatic approach. I have no doubt you know the SOPs. After all, you had to pass the test before you could do this job. But there's something I think needs to be addressed. What? She asked. The protocols that you mentioned, one of them is that the front gate be manned by 2 people at all times. The other person who was scheduled called in sick, she said, and held up a hand. I know what you're about to say. It is the duty of the OD to assign another person in this type of situation. Why didn't you? I asked. Her face darkened now. Zach, you don't know how it is these days. What do you mean? I couldn't find a replacement because nobody here likes me. You don't even like me, she said. I could see her eyes watering up. That's not true, I replied. I admit we've not been the best of friends, but those of us who came from Tennessee together have a special bond, right? She stared at me through her tears. Oh, yeah? When's the last time you or Kelly invited me to do something together? She had me on that one. I don't think we've ever invited her to join us to do anything together. My seat suddenly became uncomfortable. I walked in, ready to give her an ass chewing, but I suddenly found myself on the defensive. All right, point taken. I've got to be honest, though, Kate. Neither you nor your sister ever gave me any indication you wanted my friendship. Kelly has said the same thing, and you know her, she's friends with everyone. Yeah, everyone likes her, she said, and now a tear slipped out and dropped on her cheek. I reached out and held her hand. After a second, she responded and gripped it tightly. I didn't have it in me to hug her because she was right. I didn't consider her a friend. How about I discuss it with Kelly? I believe we're hanging out with the Garcias after dinner this evening, maybe playing some cards or something. You're welcome to join us. She shook her head. I appreciate the thought, but I'm not in the mood for kids. No offense. None taken. All right, the next adult-only night, you are cordially invited. Sure, sounds good. She didn't seem any better. Is there something else bothering you? I asked. She threw up her arm in exasperation. I need a change, Zach. This dealing with people and their constant bullshit is getting to me. In answer to your earlier question, Jonesy was the one who was supposed to be on the gate with Reese this morning. He tried to get together with me a few days ago, and when I turned him down, he's been a major dick toward me ever since. She threw up her arm again. And when I told you I couldn't find a replacement, I didn't go into details. The truth is, everyone I asked basically told me to go fuck myself. Will you please find me a job where I don't have to deal with people's bullshit? I rubbed my chin for a moment in thought, and then I came up with an idea. Data entry? Is that something you can do? She eyed me like I was being sarcastic. Yeah. Back before, when I worked at the casino in Oklahoma, I started out in the office doing data entry. Why? Perfect. I've got a job for you. What is it? She asked. You know Mount Weather has a supercomputer, right? She nodded. Yeah, but I have no idea why it's so super over other computers. Think of the fanciest computer you've ever worked with, and then put it on a mega dose of steroids. Okay. That's what we have. Ironically, we're only using about 20% of what it's capable of. Garrett and I were fooling around on it a few months ago, and we discovered an unused program. A brief explanation is that it compiles and analyzes food production and consumption. It can project models of all kinds that may be useful in the years to come. The problem is, before we discovered it, I've been keeping all the data on Excel spreadsheets, and I'm a few months behind in the data entry part. The spreadsheets will need to be merged into the program, and the backlog will have to be caught up. It'll be a permanent job, and eventually you'll have to take on additional data entry jobs. What do you think? For the first time since I walked into the TOC, Kate looked hopeful.
You'll tell Lydia to take me off the work roster?
Yep, I'll let her know. You'll start your new job tomorrow. Kate started to say something, but was interrupted by the radio.
Mount Weather, this is South Mountain. We have a sit rep. Over.
Kate grabbed the microphone and responded.
South Mountain, Mount Weather, go with your sit rep. We're under attack. Approximately 500 Zeds.
The voice at the other end sounded like a frightened young girl who was on the verge of panic. As Kate coaxed additional information out of her, I reached over to the big red button mounted on the wall beside the radio and sounded the alarm, alerting both the guard posts and the quick reactionary force. Chapter 4. Shenandoah. The community of Shenandoah was reminiscent of an old frontier stockade settlement. The cornerstone of the compound was a church, of which most of the community's habitants were members of back before. When it was accepted that Armageddon had arrived, the first thing they did was string the perimeter with an ample amount of barbed wire around the church. This was soon followed by additional fortifications, modifications, and expansions. As the months and years rolled by, cabins were built and connected together, with the outer wall of each cabin being integrated into the stockade wall. The whole thing was built in haste and with materials at hand. Concrete, boulders, bricks from nearby dismantled houses, a few guardrails from the state highway, you name it. It was not aesthetically pleasing to the eye, but it worked. Other areas were protected with cattle fencing, barbed wire, and anything else they could repurpose. It served as an effective defensive perimeter against Zeds and lightly armed marauders. Of course, if someone were to attack them with explosives or heavy weapons, breaching the fortifications would only be a minor impediment. But you did what you could with what you had, and prayed for protection from the good Lord above. Nikki stopped in front of the main gate and waited a moment. When nobody appeared, she shouted out, "Hello?" After a moment, an older man approached and peered through an opening. His name was Marvin, a good man who'd been with the group since the beginning.
"Well, hey there, Nikki. How was your trip?"
Asking about her trip was a code phrase that had been put in place a few years ago and had never been updated. The response to the challenge was to mention the weather if everything was okay. If things were not okay, one could talk about anything, but not the weather.
"Good. It's a little muggy out. I think it might rain later," she said.
Marvin nodded in satisfaction and began working the bolts and unlocking the chains. In a few seconds, he had the gate open wide enough for Nikki to lead Leroy inside.
"What happened to manning the gate full time?" Nikki asked as she helped him lock the gate back.
Marvin gave a patient smile at the girl he still viewed as a kid.
"Oh, Nikki, the Zeds have all but disappeared, and we haven't been attacked by marauders in years. You know that."
Nikki was about to tell him of the 4 Zeds she'd killed not more than a mile from their present location, but then thought, why bother? This was a perfect example of why she'd made the decision to move out. They lived in their own little world, and to tell them that there were still Zeds around would only be met with arguments and denial. And there was the oft-repeated refrain, "The good Lord will protect them." Marvin walked over to Leroy, spotted the deer, and whistled in admiration.
"That there's a fine-looking buck. Where'd you find him at?"
"Over by the creek," she replied. He eyed her.
"Rifle or bow?"
"Bow," she answered. Marvin chuckled.
"I remember when you first started learning how to shoot. Now you're as good as anybody, looks like."
Nikki thanked him for the compliment and changed the subject.
"Say, has anyone else been outside the gate today?"
Marvin scrunched up his face in thought for a moment before responding.
"BC and his smart-ass son went out to cut some firewood, and they said they'd be back before sundown. Oh, and there's Drillbit. He left yesterday on his weekly fishing trip."
Nikki nodded to herself. Once a week, Drillbit would ride over to the Shenandoah River and fish for a day or two. When he'd return, he usually had a cooler full of fish that were filleted and ready to cook. Only rarely would he invite anyone to go with him, which seemed odd to Nikki. To her, the man seemed to want attention from other people.
"Did anybody go with him this time?"
she asked, to which Marvin shook his head.
"When's he supposed to come back?"
Today," Marvin answered, and squinted at the sun.
"If he left at sunrise, he should be traipsing back in an hour or two."
He suddenly grinned. "Hey, do you know why he's called Drill Bit?" "Because he has a small boring tool," Nicky murmured. "Because he's got a small boring tool," Marvin exclaimed, and erupted into a belly-shaking laugh. Nicky refrained from shaking her head in irritation. Marvin and a couple of the other older men had a habit of telling the same jokes over and over again. Yet another character trait about Fred that she admired. He didn't tell stupid jokes. Hell, he didn't tell jokes at all. A dry quip once in a while, but a regular joke? Forget about it. She wondered if he was always like that. "All right, I guess I'd best get this deer butchered. I'll see you later." "Okay, Nicky," Marvin replied, still grinning. Nicky returned his smile before leading Leroy toward the back of the compound. Marvin could be annoying, but she still remembered a time back when she was a scared 10-year-old kid. She and some other kids were in a bus driven by Marvin. It broke down in the middle of Culpeper, Virginia. The Zeds appeared as the sun was setting. They'd surrounded the bus and were trying desperately to get in. Marvin was the only adult on the bus. He kept the kids calm and prevented them from getting hurt. And he never wavered from going out of his way to help the kids, her included. So, with that event and others like it forever etched in her memory, she gritted her teeth and listened without complaint to his corny jokes and long-winded stories. Nicky found her mother in one of the gardens. She and a woman named Rory were hoeing the fresh rows of dirt, getting rid of the incessant weeds. Both women stopped when Nicky walked up. "Hi, sweetheart. What you got there?" Llewellyn asked. "A big old buck," Nicky answered. "Lots of meat on his bones." "Oh, well, that sounds wonderful," Llewellyn said. "I'm heading over to the butchering station now. Do you want to give me a hand?" "I would, but I'm in the middle of helping Rory. We're going to plant some okra and summer squash." "I've got this, Llewellyn," Rory said. "You go help Nicky dress that deer. I'll be expecting a backstrap for dinner, though." "It's a promise," Llewellyn said with a pained grin. Nicky noticed, and also noticed her mother's crooked posture as the two of them walked. "How's your back?" Nicky asked. "Oh, about the same," Llewellyn replied. "No need complaining about it." "Bending over a garden hoe didn't help it any," Nicky remarked. "I'm not going to have people going around calling me a malingerer," Llewellyn retorted. "The only person saying that is Drillbit. What is it with him anyway?" "Shh, lower your voice. You don't want Rory hearing you," Llewellyn admonished. Nicky frowned. Rory was a plain-looking woman in her 50s. She was a friendly, caring person who would rather be working in one of the gardens than killing Zeds, but she could do that too if required. She was an original inhabitant of the group, and somewhere along the way she and Drillbit became an item, even though she was several years older than him. The butchering station was nothing more than a couple of plank tables and drying racks located in a spot that was separated from the rest of the compound because the scent of freshly butchered meat tended to attract Zeds, flies, and scavenger animals. As Nicky approached, she noted the pungent smell was worse than usual, and the numerous flies were an indicator nobody had cleaned it up in a while. Leroy gave a snort of agreement. She looked it over with a curled nose. "I see nobody has been bothering with keeping this place clean," she remarked. "You know how it is," Llewellyn replied. "If you'll go fetch some buckets of water, we can scrub it down before getting started." Nicky didn't argue. She handed over the reins to Llewellyn, and then hustled over to the other side of the compound where there was a well that was accessed by a hand pump. Filling 2 buckets, she hustled back, only to find Llewellyn had gotten the deer off of Leroy and was struggling to lift it onto one of the tables. Nicky hurried over and set the buckets down. "Mom, you're in no shape to do any heavy lifting, and you know it." "Leroy looked tired, and he doesn't need that big heavy deer on his back any longer than necessary," Llewellyn said. Nicky scoffed. "It could have waited until I got back, and you know it." Nicky had a few more gruff remarks before letting Leroy drink out of one of the buckets, while the two of them scrubbed down the tables with homemade lye soap. Once they were satisfied the table was relatively free of bacteria, Nicky hoisted the deer on it and the two women began the butchering process. They'd done this many times before and worked well together. "How long are you staying?" Llewellyn asked. I'm leaving this evening, Nicky replied. Llewellyn glanced at the young woman she'd considered her daughter. You only came here to kill a deer. You know why I came, Nicky replied. Llewellyn let out a soft sigh. Her bad back had limited her from helping out as much as some people believed she should have, notably Drillbit. At dinner the night before last, he'd called her a malingerer in front of everyone, and went on to say she hadn't earned the privilege of eating with them. As if to emphasize the severity of her pain, she suddenly flinched and winced. Nicky put a hand over hers. Mom, go over there and sit down. I'll finish this. Llewellyn was a stubborn woman, and Nicky expected her to reject the directive. But when she walked over to the chair and sat without arguing, Nicky knew her mother was in a lot of pain. You need to come back to Mount Weather with me, she suggested. It was an oft-repeated suggestion, and Nicky already knew what her mother's response was going to be. This is my home, Nicky. My friends live here, friends I've had for 10 years or more. I don't have any friends at Mount Weather. Your friends aren't treating you very well, Nicky said. Oh, that's only Drillbit mouthing off. Yeah, but who came to your defense? Nobody, right? Llewellyn didn't respond. She didn't need to. The look on her face was enough. Nicky sighed. I'm going to take care of Leroy and then finish all this. Why don't you go lay down and give your back a rest? Llewellyn stood awkwardly. You need help. You don't even have the hide cleaned. No, Mom. I'll take care of it. You go rest your back. I'm not going to argue with you. Nicky pointed a finger. Go. Nicky watched her walk toward her cabin and felt awful for leaving her. Somehow, some way, she was going to convince her mother to move to Mount Weather. She sighed again and focused her attention to Leroy. After taking his saddle and bridle, she let him roll around on his back before leading him to the barn. Nicky put some cracked corn in a bucket and rubbed his nose. I'll come back later and brush you down, okay? Leroy responded by nudging her hand out of the way in order to get to the corn. Back at the butchering station, Nicky sharpened the fleshing knife and went to work on the hide. She thought about the hand grenade as she worked. Who did it? The first person she suspected was Drillbit. When she'd arrived at the compound yesterday morning, Drillbit was at the gate and gave her a hateful stare as she drove past. So he knew she was there, and probably learned that she intended to go hunting the next morning. She was perplexed about his motive, though. She knew that there was bad history between him and her parents, but she'd never been told of the specifics. Apparently, though, Drillbit was still sore about it, even years later. The harassment from him never ceased. One evening, almost a year ago now, she'd had words with him after she caught him harassing her mother. She squared off with him and challenged him to a fight. A small crowd had gathered, and he'd backed down, but not before making a few veiled threats. Did she bruise his ego so badly he felt that he needed to kill her? Next on the list was BC. He hated her, she knew it. He was convinced, deep in his soul, that she had murdered his eldest son, Colton. And he was an army veteran, so it was conceivable he was well versed in hand grenades and booby traps. Colin, his other son, a year younger than Colton, was an idiot. He didn't like her, and he hero-worshipped his father. He'd willingly do whatever BC told him to. She grimaced as she reflected back to that horrible day when Colton died. The two of them had a big argument one night. It started during dinner. Colton had taken her only piece of cornbread off her plate and shoved it all in his mouth before she could grab it back. He frequently did immature things like that, and she'd had enough of it. She'd told him, loud enough for everyone to hear, she hoped he'd choke to death, and stormed out. He came to her the next morning, begging for forgiveness, like he always did, because it always worked. He suggested they go horseback riding after breakfast and morning chores. Nicky had readily agreed. It was a hot day. They'd ridden for a mile to a nearby creek where they went skinny dipping and made love. Mad, passionate make-up sex. It was a fond memory, and made Nicky smile for a moment. 15 minutes after, Colton was on the ground, unconscious and bleeding from the head. A snake had spooked his horse and threw him. He never regained consciousness and died the next day. Colton's brother and father didn't believe her recounting of the events. They decided there was no way Colton could have been thrown from his horse. While it was true Colton was a hell of a rider, even the best can be thrown. None of that mattered to the grieving father and brother. They were certain that Colton died because Nicky had attacked him and hit him in the head with a rock or something. It made more sense to them that way. Nicky was known for her temper, and Colton was known for his skill with horses. They made more than one offhand comment that she'd pay for what she'd done. Colin was only a year younger than Colton. No military experience or anything like that, but BC could have taught him. The more likely scenario, if they did it, was that BC rigged the booby trap and Colin merely watched. Nicky thought about Colton's dad. Barnabas Cart was his full name. He was a barrel-chested man with a full beard that didn't hide the constant scowl he wore. Colton had told her he wasn't like that before the plague. He was a family man, a farmer, a decorated war vet, and beloved in the community. Colton said he'd changed after Colton's mother and sister died. "He could have done it," she muttered. "Done what?" Nicky jerked and pivoted around. It was Llewellyn. "Damn, Mom, don't sneak up on me like that," she exclaimed. "Why aren't you lying down?" Llewellyn gave a patient, disarming smile. "I'm sorry, baby. I can't lay down knowing you're out here working." She walked closer and inspected the hide. "You're doing a good job." "Thanks, Mom." She hesitated a moment. "Mom, I need to ask you something." "What, baby?" Llewellyn asked. "Has Colin or his asshole father been making any threats lately?" "Not lately. Why?" "Someone tried to kill me today. They rigged a booby trap," she said, and explained. Llewellyn listened, her expression turning from bemusement to concern. "Are you sure someone wasn't simply using it to try and catch a deer?" Llewellyn asked. Nicky took her hat off and wiped her brow. "No, it was meant for me." She gestured at the deer with the knife. "This will keep Drillbit or anyone else from saying you're not a contributor around here." "I appreciate that, baby. I wish my back wasn't like this. I keep waiting for it to get better, but you know how that is." Nicky nodded in understanding. When it had all gone bad, Llewellyn had taken a bad fall when fleeing from infected Zeds. Her back had never been the same. It could have been something that was treatable, but that option did not exist back then. Ever since, the pain had been chronic and debilitating. "Are you really leaving today?" Llewellyn asked. "Yeah." Llewellyn emitted a frustrated sigh. "I don't know why you can't live here. You've practically been here your whole life." "Exactly. I've outgrown this place," Nicky said. There was no need to mention how BC and Colin had gone out of their way to make her life miserable. Llewellyn was all too aware of it, even though she never mentioned it. "Are you still living with that old cowboy?" Llewellyn asked. "Yeah, with Fred and his wife and their baby. Little Sarah is cute as a button." Llewellyn scoffed. "You told me his wife is several years younger than him. Sounds like he likes his women young. He's probably got some ideas about you." "It's not like that at all," Nicky retorted. "Well, if you keep traipsing around with him, people are going to start rumors, and no man your age is going to be interested in you." "I don't care anything about that," Nicky retorted, although it was a lie. The fact was, Nicky was lonely. She wanted a man in her life, but she wasn't going to fall for another Colton. This time, she was going to wait until she found a good man, someone she knew would be the one for her. And in the meantime, she was going to be self-sufficient. They talked as Nicky worked, but it wasn't the conversation Nicky wanted. Llewellyn continued to chide her about her living situation. She knew Llewellyn loved her and was only trying to be a good mom, so she listened in silence while she finished up on the hide. It was a character flaw, though. Her mom was a nagger. Always had been. Nicky could have brought in enough venison to last an entire year with Prince Charming riding beside her, and her mother would still find something to nag about. When Nicky was finished, the two women hung the hide on a drying rack. Nicky then hoisted the two buckets full of meat and carried it to the kitchen. When they walked in, a lot of people heaped praises on Nikki and her hunting skills. She smiled and graciously thanked them for their compliments, but then she spotted BC and his son. They were seated at the far end of the room. No compliments were passing through their lips. Instead, they sat silently, giving her a cold stare. Chapter 5. Zack and the Attack. The day after July 4th was pleasantly warm, a nice day for a picnic or going on a horseback ride, but not for the QRF. Today it was led by Gunnery Sergeant Merritt Burns. Merritt was somewhat of a loner, but tough, competent, and had good leadership qualities. He had the deuce and a half loaded with the troops and exited the main gate within minutes. I jogged alongside of the truck until it reached the gate. Merritt looked over and gave me a salute as they drove away. "What's going on?" Reese asked. "South Mountain is a small community up in Maryland. They're under attack by Zeds," I said. "Oh, man. How long will it take for the QRF people to get there?" "A little over an hour," I said. "Oh, man," Reese repeated. "Will they be able to hold out that long?" I didn't answer, but I was worried. There were only about 40 of them living up there. The age demographics was across the spectrum, but most were over 50, and I wasn't so sure they could defend themselves against a horde. When we discovered them, they welcomed us and agreed to be a part of our network, but they mostly declined offers of assistance, and they adamantly opposed being vaccinated. We kept in regular contact with them through the radio, but otherwise they kept to themselves. If there were indeed a horde of several hundred Zeds attacking them, they were in grave danger. I turned to Reese. "I don't quite know how the Zeds communicate with each other, but we've seen past instances of coordinated attacks, so stay alert and keep everything buttoned up. I've got to inform the president." "Roger that," he said, and went to work closing the double gates. Hustling back inside, I found Bob and Connie in the TOC. Kate had already notified them and was now in the process of putting out a broadcast warning to all of the other communities. We sat in the room together, staring at the radio and getting the occasional update. About every 15 minutes, Merritt's voice came over the air. "Mount Weather, this is Quebec Actual. Passing checkpoint Tango 22, over." "Passing Tango 22, out," Kate responded. I glanced at the clock on the wall. "They're on schedule. They'll be there in 15 minutes. Bob and Conrad nodded in silence. The minutes ticked by slowly. Precisely at the 15-minute mark, the radio came to life. There was gunfire in the background as Merritt spoke. "Mount Weather, Quebec Actual. Contact made with several Zeds. We're Oscar Mike. Stand by," Merritt said. We all knew better than to respond and tell Merritt to tell us what was happening. He'd ignore us until they had the situation under control. And 15 minutes later, he did. "Mount Weather, Quebec Actual. Sitrep, over." The president grabbed the microphone. "For God's sake, tell us what's happening, Merritt." "Mount Weather, Quebec Actual. The threat has been neutralized. Please stand by while we search for survivors." Bob was gripping the microphone so tightly his knuckles were white. He stared off into space for several seconds until I cleared my throat. That snapped him out of it. He looked over at me. I held out my hand, and he handed the microphone to me. "Quebec, this is Mount Weather. We are standing by. Out." Merritt, or his RTO, acknowledged with a click of the microphone. Zack sat with the other three, who would try to lessen their anxiety with small conversations. "Merritt's a career Marine. A tough man," Bob remarked. "Yes, he is," Conrad agreed. I had to keep myself from scoffing. When I first came to Mount Weather, all of the politicians, Bob and Connie included, viewed the Marine contingent as people who were below their station, a necessary evil. I guess their attitudes changed over the years, especially in light of how the Marines had saved their asses multiple times. It took another 30 minutes before Merritt made contact. "Enemy eradicated. 0 casualties on our end, but there are civilian casualties. We're going to be busy here for a while, but I should have a casualty count within an hour." Bob gestured for the microphone again and cleared his throat before speaking. "Good job, Sergeant Burns. Please keep us updated and advise if a medical team needs to be dispatched." Merritt advised there would be no need for a medical team, but a cleanup crew would be needed at some point. He also gave a preliminary body count of dead Zeds and dead civilians. It was grim. Over 300 dead Zeds, a dozen South Mountain civilians dead or unaccounted for. Leaving the TOC, I headed to the cafeteria. As I knew it would be, most people had partied late into the night and were only now coming to breakfast, or, at this point, it would be considered brunch. I wasn't in a good mood. This was the first attack by a sizable horde in a long time. There were a handful of people in the cafeteria. The mood was mostly somber, with the exception of one particular table. There were 4 of them, including Jonesy. They were sitting there eating and laughing about something. I had no idea what, but I didn't care. I walked directly over to them. Jonesy could be described as handsome, I guess. He was as tall as me, physically fit, dark brown hair which he kept trimmed short, brown eyes, and a square chin. He saw me walking over, and his expression changed. "Well, well, it's the Director of Operations himself, Zach Gunderson," he said. "Good morning, everyone. Hope you all enjoyed the party last night. Jonesy, you'll report to the TOC in 15 minutes for assignment, and I'll be directing the officer of the day to write you up for dereliction of duties. Any questions?" Jonesy was about to speak, but his buddy interrupted him. "Dereliction of duties? What for?" I stared at the person who asked the question. His nickname was Locke, short for Gunther Lockhart. He and Jonesy had been neighbors back when it all went bad, and, if you believe their story, everyone in the neighborhood had been killed or infected, leaving only Jonesy and Locke to fend for themselves. Locke was the opposite of Jonesy. He was short and squat. He said he'd been a championship wrestler in school, which I suppose was possible. Like Jonesy, he was a bit of a blowhard and a malingerer. "Because your boy missed guard duty this morning, that's why," I said. "So you're having him rode up for being sick?" Locke asked. "Sick? More likely hungover, but he seems fine now." Jonesy's fake smile turned to a sneer. "You can't do that." "I can, and I will," I rejoined. "You've pulled this crap before, and I'm not going to tolerate it. Kate will no doubt put you on a 12-hour shift, so I recommend a hearty meal. No telling when you'll get to eat next." I started to turn away, but stopped. "Oh, if you decide to refuse, go ahead and pack your bags, because you'll be out of Mount Weather by sundown." He was speechless. Locke and the other 2 were speechless as well. I showed him my back as I walked off and joined my family, giving each kid a kiss before sitting beside Kelly and kissing her as well. I watched out of the corner of my eye as Jonesy and Locke walked out of the cafeteria, giving me a long, hard stare before leaving. "What's the latest on South Mountain?" she asked. "The QRF neutralized the threat. They're reporting approximately 300 dead Zeds and a dozen or so dead civilians." "Wow, didn't see that coming," Janet said. Janet was a cynic, a pessimist, a hard person to deal with. Believe me, as my mother-in-law, I've had to deal with her for years. But she was also a realist and knew a small community of survivors were easily at risk of being overrun by a horde. "When will we know something for certain?" Kelly asked. "Gunnery Sergeant Burns is a methodical person. He'll be able to sort it all out." "Where's the president?" Janet asked. "Bob and Connie are sitting in the TOC with Kate. They're going to make a general announcement as soon as they know more," I said. Kelly stared at me a moment, and then frowned. "I know that look. You're going up there, aren't you?" My jaw tightened. "Yeah, they're going to need some help, and the QRF can't stay there. They need to get back here as soon as possible in case something else happens." "So that would be a yes," she said. I reluctantly nodded. When Merritt recommended a cleanup crew be sent to South Mountain, I immediately volunteered to lead it. Bob and Connie were reluctant for me to go. "I would think that you are needed here," Connie said. "What if the Zeds are using this as a ruse and intend to attack Weather?" "First Sergeant Crumby is here and can handle it," I said. "Oh, what do you intend to do?" Bob asked. "Debrief the survivors, inspect the dead Zeds. There hasn't been a mass attack in how long? Over a year? I'd like to go up there and try to figure out why." Bob glanced at Connie, who gave a slow nod of approval. "Who are you taking with you?" Connie asked. "I don't think I'll have any trouble rounding up a few people," I said. "Are you taking the O'Malleys?" Bob asked. "No, their services won't be needed, but I'll be taking one particular old cuss who'll know what to look for." The two men smiled in understanding. Kelly had reluctantly accepted my reasoning for traveling up there.
"But that doesn't mean I have to like it,"
she'd said. She was about to add more to her disapproval when the PA system squawked to life and President Duckworth began speaking. "May I have everyone's attention, please? As I am sure you are aware, the community of South Mountain came under attack this morning by a horde of Zeds. Our quick reactionary force responded to the scene and encountered multiple Zeds. Gunnery Sergeant Burns has also advised the community has suffered fatalities. Please join me in prayers for the survivors. I will keep all of you informed of any updates. Thank you for your time."
"He's not giving specific numbers. It must be bad," Janet remarked.
It was, but I wish Janet had not pointed it out.
"It is bad, isn't it?"
Kelly asked. "I'm afraid so, which is why it's imperative that I try to figure out what's going on," I replied. The PA system squawked to life once again. "TOC to Gunderson, you have visitors at the gate." I frowned in puzzlement. Kelly did as well.
"Are you expecting someone?"
she asked. "No," I said, stood, walked over to the cafeteria's phone, and called the front gate.
"It's two people from Marcus Hook," Reese said. "Johnny G. and Riley."
"Okay, let them in and tell them I'll be right there." I went back over to the table where my family was and told them I'd be back later. Hustling to the front gate, I saw Johnny G. and Riley patiently waiting. Both were wearing khaki cargo shorts and t-shirts with Nike logos on them. Johnny G's hair seemed to be a little grayer than the last time I saw him, but Riley looked as good as ever. They seemed to be a good match for each other, which I guess was a good thing. "Hey guys, this is unexpected," I said.
"We were in the neighborhood and thought we'd stop by," Johnny G. said with a grin.
Riley simply stared with those fiery hazel green eyes. "Glad you're here. Have you heard about South Mountain?" I asked. Both of them stared.
"No, we haven't,"
Johnny G. said. I updated them with what I knew. "We can head over to the TOC and see if there have been any updates." Riley spoke up.
"I miss the horses. Can we go visit them first?"
Yeah, sure," I said. It seemed like an odd request, but I went along and led them to the horse barn. Once inside, Johnny G. paused beside me while Riley checked all the stalls. They were empty. Sammy had the horses grazing out in the field. I realized she wasn't looking for horses. She was making sure there was nobody else in the barn. When she reached the last stall, she walked back toward us and gave Johnny G. a nod.
"I know we're acting odd, but we need to speak to you alone,"
he said. "This must be important," I remarked. Johnny G. nodded and reached into the satchel he was carrying. For a brief moment I wondered if he had a firearm concealed in it, but then his hand came out with a thumb drive and a piece of paper. "First, here are the most up-to-date numbers for the trading post," he said. "The paper is a brief summation." "Oh, thanks," I said, and briefly scanned through the paper before looking up. "Something tells me there's more."
"Yeah, we need to talk to you," he said.
I frowned. "Let me guess. Philadelphia."
"Yeah."
Philadelphia had been a hotbed of Zed activity, even after 10 years. Back when it all went bad, the population of Philly was well over 1 million people crammed into about 140 square miles. We never encountered a survivor from Philly, which led us to believe those million people had either died or had become infected. So, for years, Philly was impervious to any scavenging. Until recently, the Marcus Hook Group had created a secure corridor into the heart of Philly. The whole route had been reinforced with various gates along the route, which allowed safe passage for the scavenging crews. They'd been highly successful, and they didn't want to share.
"That's our territory, Zek," Johnny G. declared. "Everyone thinks they can simply come up to Marcus Hook and use our secured roadway to reap rewards. We are not going to allow that."
"Not at all?" I asked.
"There's going to be a mandatory tax put into place," he said.
This was concerning. The people he was referring to was us, the Mount Weather people. "What kind of tax?" I asked.
100 pounds of grain per person per expedition," he said. "A 5-man crew will be required to pay 500 pounds of grain," Riley added.
"That's a lot of grain," I said. I'm sure some people will think that's unreasonable. What do you think, Zach? Johnny G asked. I thought a moment before responding. A fee or a tax is not unreasonable. After all, you guys did all the work. But I would like to think that there's room for negotiation. Also, I think you already know, our goal is to advance from a bartering economy to reinstating a currency standard. Johnny G responded with a shrug, which let me know that he wasn't going to commit himself at this time. I continued. I'll put it on the agenda for our next staff meeting. You're welcome to attend and present your plan.
Do you think there will be resistance to it? Riley asked.
One point that will most certainly be made is that we did not charge Marcus Hook residents any kind of tax to travel the roads around here that we've repaved. And don't forget, we've almost completed the repaving project on I-81.
It's almost finished, Johnny G asked in surprise.
I'd estimate 10 more days. Oh, and we're moving some people into a place in Stevens City.
Johnny G nodded. That'll make a good outpost.
I nodded in agreement. I didn't tell them of the upcoming meeting in Roanoke. Nobody from Marcus Hook had been invited because of the Fitzgerald family. Not everyone knew the Fitzgeralds were the prime suspects in the massacre, but the ones who would be attending the meeting certainly did, and their situation was one of the items on the agenda. Chapter 6. The Invitation. Melvin drove with steady deliberation and kept the odometer under 30. The road he was currently traveling on had not been maintained since it all went bad over 10 years now, so he had to be careful of hazards like potholes that were deep enough to tear the entire wheel off his truck. He also kept a keen eye out for Zeds or hostiles. Despite the recent attack on South Mountain, he was not overly worried about encountering a Zed horde. If he was, he would have never left Mount Weather. It was his mission to find people and help them, and nothing like a little horde of undead was going to deter him.
Fear none but God, he muttered.
It was the unofficial motto for his team back before. The official motto for the Special Forces was De Oppresso Liber, but they'd come up with their own motto one night after hard partying and a barroom fight. He'd lived by that motto ever since. His current mission entailed revisiting a group of survivors he'd discovered a couple of weeks ago. He and his two buddies, True and Dong, were on a scavenging outing. They'd come across a decent-sized subdivision that looked promising and began searching the houses. When he'd exited one of the houses while carrying some clothing, a girl was sitting on a Palomino horse, eyeing him in wonderment. He dropped the clothing and threw his hands in the air.
I surrender,
he said, loud enough to forewarn True. He then turned on the charm.
I swear to goodness I must be dreaming.
What do you mean? She asked.
Because you're too beautiful to be a real person, Melvin replied.
He got the reaction he was hoping for, which was a big grin. He may have been laying on the charm, but he wasn't lying. She was a beautiful woman. She wasn't a glamour girl. She had natural beauty. Beauty that did not need to be enhanced with makeup. She was a petite girl, which made her look a lot younger than she was, which she'd later say was probably 26 or 27. She had a mass of curly brown hair, which had been blown around by the wind, a pert nose, freckles that were almost hidden by a deep tan, and bright hazel blue eyes that would make any man's heart skip a beat. The girl continued grinning.
You surrender? Does that make you all mine?
Melvin laughed.
What would you do with me? I never had me a man before. I wouldn't know where to start. Let's start with names. I'm Melvin.
I'm Hammy, she replied. And that's how he met the Mackenzies. She took them back to her home that was near the town of Moorfield and introduced them to the rest of her people. There was Garth, Lynn, Poco, Mutt, Shirley, and a young boy named Ricky. There were no other children in the group, which seemed odd since all three women were still of childbearing age. When the Mackenzies first met the trio, they were skittish, perhaps even a little afraid. But before long, Melvin had won them over with his zany personality. When Melvin drove up to the main house today, which was located on Old Route 55, Garth was sitting on a stump outside of his house, whittling on a chunk of cedar and doing nothing but getting slivers of wood all over himself. Melvin gave a friendly wave as he parked and killed the engine. This one was Garth. He was wearing the same stained jeans and sleeveless off-colored shirt he was wearing the last time Melvin visited. He didn't wave back, nor did he smile. Instead, he eyeballed Melvin like he was observing an unwelcome intruder. Melvin ignored the slight and got out and walked up to him. "How are you doing?" Melvin asked. "Fair enough," Garth replied. Melvin waited for the man to say more, but he pointedly ignored Melvin and continued whittling. He tried a different tact and gestured at the piece of cedar. "What are you carving?" "A piano." Melvin dutifully chuckled, even though he knew Garth was being a sarcastic smartass. "Where's everyone at?" "Out and about." "What brings you back here?" he asked. "I've got some good news for you guys." "What kind of news?" "I got a new place for you and your people to live," Melvin said. Garth narrowed his eyes. "New place to live? What do you mean, a new place to live?" Melvin waved his hand around. "You people have had it rough this past year. I've got a place where you can move to and start over." Garth spit. "You wasted your time coming here, then. We ain't interested." Melvin put on his thoughtful expression. "I suppose I understand. Hey, you mind if I stay for dinner? I brought something along." Garth stopped whittling. "What'd you bring?" Melvin motioned him toward the back of the truck and opened a large igloo cooler. Inside were a dozen steaks. "All of them are fresh cut. Over there in that other cooler I have some orange juice and a couple of gallons of milk. And you see that box right there? 10 pounds of oats. You all can eat them yourselves, or you can feed your horses and fatten them up. Lord knows they need it." Garth took it all in, and then turned to Melvin. "I know what you're doing. You're trying to bribe us." "Is it working?" Melvin asked. Garth spit. "Well, we sure won't turn any of it down, but we like it here. It'd behoove you to keep that in mind." Melvin chuckled. "Behoove? You know, when I was in basic training, that seemed to be the favorite word of the senior drill sergeant. He loved using that word. I guess he thought it made him sound important." Garth spit again and stared. "So, you was an army man, was you?" "That's right." "I was too. I ain't gonna tell you some tall tale about how I was some kind of special forces hero." "What was your MOS?" Melvin asked. 11 bang bang, leg infantry, and proud of it. When everything was going haywire, me and a buddy loaded up with as much equipment that we could put on a deuce and snuck out one night. Technically we deserted, but I ain't ashamed of it. It was the best decision I ever made." "Looking back, I'd say that was an excellent judgment call," Melvin complimented. "Sure damn right it was," Garth said. "Yep, and you guys have been surviving out here on your own for the last 10 years. "Yep," Garth agreed. "But Mother Nature kicked everybody's ass back in February. I think the last time I've been that cold was during Northern warfare training up at Fort Wainwright," Melvin said. "I didn't ever do that training," Garth admitted. "It was mostly small unit tactics training, only you were freezing your cods off the whole time." Garth didn't respond, only nodded. Melvin continued. "That month hurt us all, especially you guys. Y'all lost every one of your chickens, right?" "Yeah, and we lost our 2 dairy cows when our barn collapsed, but you know that." "Yeah, but I didn't see any need to mention it," Melvin said. He also didn't mention the fact that Garth and the others were skinnier than vegan pygmies. "Yeah, we lost a lot. You don't have to remind me," Garth huffed. "And yeah, we've had a hard time getting back on our feet. So what?" "So, we're willing to help you guys out. All you have to do is relocate." The man wasn't sold, but Melvin knew he was at least listening now. He decided to add a few morsels. "Did I mention the place you'll be relocating to will have electricity?" An hour later, everyone was sitting under the shade of a huge old oak tree, listening to Melvin's sales pitch. Hammy was all smiles as he spoke. The rest of the group seemed uncertain, maybe even a little suspicious. Poco raised his hand. Melvin nodded at him. "What's the catch, Melvin? Y'all ain't doing this out of the goodness of your hearts." Melvin pursed his lips a moment before replying. "There is a catch, in a manner of speaking. If you agree to relocate and let us get you set up, You'll become part of the Mount Weather Network. Network? What's that mean? Garth asked. The location I have for you guys is not too far from here and about 30 miles from Mount Weather. You'll serve as an observation post and a way station for travelers. The place was a church back before. We're going to fix up and repurpose it. If you don't like the church, there are plenty of old farms nearby. The catch is, if that's what you want to call it, is you'll be the eyes and ears in that neck of the woods. Garth scoffed. I knew it. I knew there had to be something. What's so bad about that? Hammy asked. We'd be indebted to them, and it'd be a debt we'll never be able to pay off, he declared. What is it you think we'd make you folks do? Melvin asked. Slave labor, Garth spat. Slave labor for what? Melvin asked. We don't need any slave labor. What we need is to expand our network. We can easily set up surveillance cameras, but we want people manning the place. What about marauders and them infected people? Lynn asked. We have work crews that'll come in and fortify the place, and we'll arm you. Plus, we have what's called a QRF, which stands for Quick Reactionary Force. If you're ever under attack, you sound the alarm, the QRF is activated, and they hurry to you and take care of business. Garth snorted. Sound the alarm? What, you think one of us can yell loud enough to be heard from 30 miles away? Poco chuckled. Melvin laughed along with him. You'll have two forms of communication with Mount Weather. We'll start with a radio, and eventually you'll be hooked up to the telephone system. They stared at Melvin like he was talking about alien spaceships, but he assured them Mount Weather had an operating phone system. After a few more questions, there was an awkward silence. Melvin knew what that meant. Why don't I go wander around a little bit and let you folks talk it over, he suggested. Lynn, who seemed to be the one who was the thinker of the group, gave him a nod. Melvin walked off and soon found himself at a pond behind where the barn once was. He spotted Ricky, who had a cane pole and line in the water. The last time Melvin had been here, Ricky had not said a single word to him. Hammy had told him that his mother had committed suicide a month after giving birth, and he seemed to be slow. He walked up to him and stared into the pond. How are they biting? He asked. Ricky shrugged. Did you know this is the shit pond? What? That's why it stinks so bad. Back when our chickens and cows were still alive, we'd shovel up all the shit in the barn and dump it here. At least it was. They're all dead now, but it still stinks. Melvin stared down at the little boy, who never looked up from the cork bobber floating in the water. What kind of fish do you think are in there? Ricky looked up now. I reckon fish that eat shit. Melvin chuckled, even though little Ricky was dead serious. He stared at Melvin a moment longer before refocusing his concentration on the bobber. Melvin realized Hammy was right. The young boy was developmentally disabled. He wondered if someone like Kelly could teach him the fundamentals. He made a mental note to bring it up as another selling point. Melvin sat with Ricky, and the two of them watched the bobber for several minutes. Eventually, Hammy joined them. How's the discussion going? Melvin asked. They have a lot of questions, she said. I'll be happy to answer them. Ricky suddenly jumped to his feet. No shitfish biting today. Guess I'll go. Good idea, Melvin said, getting to his feet as well. Hammy insisted on intertwining her arm through his as they walked. It was a nice feeling, but it also made Melvin a little uncomfortable. When they reached the big tree where everyone was sitting, all eyes were on them. Everyone's expression seemed pleasant enough, except for Garth. Hammy sat beside Lynn. Melvin elected to remain standing and face the group. He'd gone through this routine more than once, and knew what the questions were going to be. Even so, he gave a smile and held his hands out. So, Hammy said you have a few questions for me. Fire away. What is this damned disease, anyway? Garth asked. We heard it was some commie plot to take over the world, Poco said. Melvin gave a somber expression. The intellectual folks back at Mount Weather have done a lot of investigating on that, and as best that they can determine, it's not a commie plot, he said, and explained how the virus was believed to have originated in Egypt. "We could only kill the sons of bitches by shooting them in the head, but we don't have any bullets anymore. Do y'all have any?" Garth asked. "Yes, we do, although not a lot. We have reloaders, but good quality gunpowder is getting hard to come by," Melvin said. "Are we going to get any ammo in case we need to defend ourselves?" Lynn asked. "Yes," Melvin answered immediately. "Have y'all figured out any other way to kill them?" Mudd asked. He'd been asked this before, and he always had the same response. There was this jailer back in Tennessee. All his prisoners had become infected, and he decided to do some testing on them and wrote a journal about it. Let me tell you what all he did. He then spent almost an hour describing all the experiments. As graphic as it was, this was a good question for Melvin. It allowed him to use his oratory skills and captivate his audience. This group was no different from the others. They listened intently. "How many hordes have you seen?" Shirley asked. As best that he could tell, Shirley was hooked up with the man they called Mutt, which was a fitting moniker. "Good question. I've seen quite a few over the years. As you can imagine, the big cities are where most of the hordes are. Have you people seen any lately?" Poco grunted. "The last big horde was maybe 4 years ago. We used a lot of ammo on those stinking things, and a couple of our people were killed. Since then, we've only seen a couple here and there. The last one was back last fall. I killed it with a pitchfork. Have you ever seen any of them come back to life?" "Not after their brain has been severely damaged," Melvin answered. "Are there any other groups of people living around here that you know of?" A couple of them shook their heads. Lynn spoke up. "So, if we're out at this new place and we come under attack, you'll send people out to defend us?" "Yes, ma'am. The QRF is a force of highly trained people and is led by battle-hardened Marines." All of them looked at each other. Lynn made the decision. "I think we'd like to explore this a little more, Melvin. But first I think we'd like to visit this place you want us to relocate to." Melvin readily agreed. He planned with them to come back early in the morning and take them to Stevens City. He said his goodbyes, and Hammy walked him back to his truck. "I can't thank you enough for the food," she said. "You're more than welcome." He pointed at his truck. "I can't fit all of you, maybe 2 or 3. Y'all decide who wants to go, and I'll be back early tomorrow morning." "Thanks, Melvin," Hammy said, and suddenly hugged him. Then she surprised Melvin by kissing him. Chapter 7. Nikki the Bean Girl. At about the time Melvin was being kissed by Hammy, Nikki had gotten Leroy loaded into the trailer and exited the Shenandoah compound. Her mother tried to get her to stay, but Nikki wasn't having it. As she drove, she mentally replayed what happened at dinner. She was talking with a few people when Collins stood and sauntered over. "How's it going, Bean Girl?" he asked with a smirk. "Have you been playing with any horse cocks lately?" There was an immediate wave of laughter. Colin was referring to the time she was taught how to clean a horse's sheath by Norris, an old man in the group who was an expert with horses, but who had sadly passed a couple of years ago. After he died, the chore fell to Nikki. She didn't complain, but there were idiots like Colin who often ridiculed her about it. And here he was, at it again. It upset her, but she still had her wits. "Oh, Colin, one day when you learn how to be a man, maybe you'll lose your virginity." There was an instant response of laughter. Colin's face turned red, and he balled up his fist. Nikki thought he might throw a punch. Her hand started moving toward her knife, which was sheathed on her belt. Then BC suddenly appeared beside his son. He stared at her with pure hatred and gestured toward her knife. "What's this? Are you going to try to murder my other son as well?" he asked, and then made a small step toward her. Nikki instinctively stepped back. BC frightened her. He was a big, barrel-chested man with arms and a neck to match. In addition, he had an almost psychopathic temper. Back when she was a kid, a group of marauders had attempted to raid their compound. BC killed 2 of them single-handedly with a knife. The others ran off. The big man took off after them and caught one. He hung the miscreant from the nearest tree and left him there for his friends to find. Since then, he had become the de facto leader of their group. He was an able man, but was stubborn and pig-headed as well. Nikki was determined not to show fear. She stabbed a finger at Colin. "You need to teach him some manners." BC stared without warmth. "You are not the person to tell me what to do about anything. I'll warn you now to keep your distance or else. Honestly, I don't even know why you're here. You're not needed nor wanted." He then walked by. Colin followed, smirking as he went by, following his father like a little puppy dog. Nikki stared as they passed, and then noticed everyone was watching. Some were curious, but most seemed apathetic. BC was well liked, if not a little feared. He had leadership skills and was mostly a fair man. She was the exception, though. For some reason, he'd never liked her, and when she and Colton became an item, he disliked her even more. The drive took a little over 2 hours, and it was dark by the time she stopped at the front gate of Fred and Rachel's home. She had a key for the 2 padlocks, a testament of the trust they had in her. Once she drove through, she ensured the gate was secured and locked before driving on. She had no doubt Fred knew it was her. Even so, she flashed her lights 3 times as she rode up the drive, using their protocol to identify themselves. She stopped at the barn and was unloading Leroy from the horse trailer when Fred appeared. He helped unload the saddle as she put Leroy in a stall. "Run into any Zeds?" he asked. "A few of them tried to chase Leroy, but they weren't any problem. No hordes, though. It's almost like we're back to normal, sort of." "How's your mother?" he asked. "She's still down in her back. I think it's getting worse," Nikki replied. Fred nodded in understanding. "I know we don't have any orthopedic surgeons here, but why don't you bring her to Weather and have the docs take a look? Maybe it's something they can correct." Nikki frowned. "Lord knows I've tried, but she's stubborn." She changed the subject. "How's Rachel and Sarah?" "They're both doing okay," Fred said. "I have a feeling that Sarah is going to take after her mama, though. The little thing is noisy." "Were you a quiet child?" Nikki asked. "That's what my parents told me," he replied. "Sarah's due for a checkup, so we're taking her in the morning. You're welcome to join us." "Yeah, I'd like that," she said, and explained the booby trap. Fred listened, taking it all in. "Find out who it is, and we'll take care of 'em," he said when she was finished. "I'd like that. I thought I'd take the grenade over to Weather and show it to the Marines, see what they think about it." "Good idea. Show it to Zach as well. See if he has the serial number on his records," Fred said. Finishing up in the barn, the 2 of them walked into the house. Rachel met them at the door. "Did you get it?" she asked. Nikki handed her a jar of homemade pickles, a gift from Llewellyn. Rachel's eyes widened. "Oh, praise the Lord." Jar gripped tightly in her hands, she hurried into the kitchen. Nikki and Fred followed. They watched in amusement as Rachel opened the top, plucked a pickle out, and rolled her eyes in ecstasy when she bit into it. "Absolutely delicious," she proclaimed. "It's crazy, but I never loved pickles so much until I got pregnant." Nikki smiled and sat at the table with Fred. He slid a book over to her. She eyed Fred curiously before picking it up. She read the title and gazed at him in question. "It's the first in the Harry Potter series. Have you ever seen the movies? They play them frequently at Weather."
"Yeah, I've seen a couple of them. They're pretty good," Nikki replied. "I had a crush on Luna Lovegood," Rachel said with her trademark mischievous grin. "You did, huh?" Nikki said. "She looked like she was a closet freak," Rachel said and giggled. "Who did you have a crush on, Fred?"
"I really liked Fang," Fred deadpanned. Rachel furrowed her eyebrows.
"Who was Fang?"
"Hagrid's boarhound," Fred said. Rachel scoffed and dug another pickle out of the jar.
"You probably had a crush on Bellatrix Lestrange. Now that woman was a freak."
She giggled again, which caused Nikki to laugh. Even Fred cracked a small smile, but then got them back on topic. "Anyway, the books are well written with a nice, easy flow. I've gotten all the audio CDs from Weather's library, so you can listen along while you read." I think this will be the best way to strengthen your reading comprehension."
Were CDs all the rage back then? Nicky asked.
Yeah, for a few years, but they got replaced. Before CDs, there were cassette tapes. Before that were 8-track tapes. Before that, you had plain old vinyl records, Fred said. Those were the best.
Rachel snorted. Of course you think that. Let me guess, I bet you had all the Hank Williams albums.
I did. Junior and senior, Fred said.
Rachel burst out in laughter. Nicky was confused. Fred explained.
Hank Sr. was a country music star in the 40s and stayed popular years after his death. Hank Jr. was born a few years before Sr. passed and followed in his father's footsteps later on. Both of them were great.
Would I like listening to them? Nicky asked.
Fred gave a slow nod. I believe you would. I'm sure they have his music at Weather.
Everyone was in bed by 9. Nicky lay awake in her bed, unable to sleep. The incident at Shenandoah still bothered her. Besides, she was kind of hoping Sammy would be at the house. She liked it when he was around. Who am I fooling? She murmured. The truth of it, she was a little lonely. No, it was more than a little. She ached for someone she could call her own. She resisted the urge to masturbate under the covers and eventually fell asleep. Chapter 8. Moving Day. The entire Mackenzie clan was waiting on the side of the road for Melvin when he showed up the next morning. "Good morning," he greeted. "I believe it's going to be a hot one today, so I brought some water and a cooler full of ice."
All of them responded with wide eyes. "You have ice?"
"Damn right I do," Melvin replied with a grin. "Now, we have a bit of driving to do, and y'all know how the roads are, so let's go ahead and get going."
He then gave them a sideways look.
"I guess it's a good thing I brought along enough sausage and biscuits to feed a small army."
Poco laughed in joy now, as did Hammy. Garth scowled as if Melvin was playing a cruel joke on them, but readily accepted a biscuit when Melvin offered. He stared at it only a second before wolfing it down. It was decided that Poco, Garth, and Hammy would accompany Melvin. They bid their goodbyes to the others and got in the truck. Melvin drove slowly and kept them entertained with various stories. Eventually, they made it to their destination. Melvin parked in the big parking lot and gestured.
"This is the place. It used to be the Shenandoah Valley Baptist Church, but we're going to rename it the Stevens City Way Station and put a big sign out on the interstate. As you can see, there are already several outbuildings and even a barn. There's also plenty of open land around it for farming and raising livestock."
He pointed east.
"They've already created an exit road from the interstate leading straight to the parking lot."
"Why this particular building?" Poco asked.
Melvin explained. "It has to do with the interstate. It is a corridor between Mount Weather and Oak Ridge, which we have a partnership with. So, with that in mind, we thought it would be prudent to have way stations along the route. This will be our first one."
Melvin pointed up the interstate.
"At first, we were going to use an elementary school a couple of miles north of here, but Zach discovered some significant structural damage."
Melvin gestured at the church.
"This one is smaller, but solid. There's no termite infestation and very little water damage."
"It's a big building," Garth remarked.
"Yeah, but you'll eventually need all the room and then some. Back when Zach lived in Tennessee, they converted both a church and a school to places where people could live. It will need to be fortified against Zeds, but it's definitely doable. Look out yonder," Melvin said, and pointed west. "Lots of open land for farming and livestock."
"What about water?" Poco asked.
"There's a creek nearby, but the work crew is going to drill a well and hook it up to the church."
"Has it been tested?" he asked.
Melvin shook his head. "Not yet, but the crew who does these renovations has testing equipment and people who know how to use it. They'll put a filtration system on it when they integrate it into the church's plumbing."
"You keep mentioning work crews. Who are they?" Poco asked.
"Back before, there was a think tank of people who worked at Mount Weather. Their job was to think up doomsday scenarios and how to survive them.
One of them created a model of work crews whose job was to go out and help survivors rebuild their community with self-sustaining survival in mind. They have fine-tuned the process over the years. As you can see, they've already started. But once you guys commit to living here, they're going to come in and get to work. Take this church, for example. They'll inspect the structure of the church and make necessary repairs. They'll get the electricity going. They'll dig the wells so you'll have a good supply of water. They'll fortify the place and put up fencing. Melvin paused so they could let the information sink in a moment before continuing. This will get you a decent place to live, and then you take over. I won't sugarcoat it. You have a lot of hard work ahead of you, and it won't be easy, but I can tell y'all are used to hard work. You mentioned electricity, Poco said. Is it already wired up? Not yet. We don't have unlimited manpower. But once you folks move in, they put it on the work list. Right now, they're all tied up working on other projects, but they'll definitely get electricity to this place before the end of the summer. He paused again and smiled, knowing he had them hooked. Oh, and I don't know if I already told you, but they're going to set up some big storage tanks for diesel. We'll bring a tractor or two down here, which will allow you to till more land and grow extra crops. Poco whispered something to Garth, who'd been quietly scowling the entire time. Poco whispered something else, and Garth shook his head. I don't know about all this, he remarked. Melvin kept himself from scoffing or rolling his eyes. If it wasn't for Garth, he was sure the rest of them would have already been packing their bags. He caught Hammy staring at him and offered a smile. She smiled back and didn't break eye contact. The girl was really getting to him. In any other circumstance, he would have already been inviting her to go on a private, romantic picnic. He then reminded himself once again that there was a woman named Savannah who he loved and shared a bed with. He forced himself to look away, focusing on Garth and Poco, who were talking about the pros and cons of relocating, but Melvin was only half paying attention. After a minute or so, those intrusive thoughts were interrupted by an onslaught of questions. What's the vaccine you're talking about? It isn't like that COVID nonsense, is it? How many people are left in the world? What's up with that little Chinese dude? Is he a spy? Does he have that Wuhan COVID? Melvin answered them all while taking them on a tour of the church. After, he drove them around the area. Looks like all the buildings have been pilfered, Garth griped. And what's with those marks on the wall? I've seen them on all the buildings. That's a FEMA symbol. We use it to identify the buildings we've searched, Melvin said. So, y'all have gone through here and taken everything, Garth said. Wouldn't you have done the same thing? Melvin asked. Garth narrowed his eyes but didn't respond. They drove around the Stevens City area until twilight and started their way back to Moorhead, and it was well after dark when they arrived back at the Mackenzie homestead. Hammy had lingered behind after everyone else walked inside. I had a wonderful time, she said. Well, that's great. I'll be back in a week with a moving crew, and we'll get you guys moved in one day. So, y'all need to have everything packed up. We will. Thanks, Melvin, she said. There was a momentary awkward pause before Melvin reached out and hugged her. She returned the hug, pressing her body against him, and then they kissed again. It lasted longer than the first time they kissed. Melvin finally pulled away and said goodbye. The kiss, both of them, occupied his thoughts as he drove. He was ashamed to admit it, but not only did he like it, he was tempted. Oh, Lord, was he tempted. In fact, the kiss gave him an instant erection. He was aroused and a little embarrassed, but worst of all, he felt a tremendous amount of guilt. It was a good thing it was dark out, otherwise Hammy might have noticed. He had driven almost 20 miles thinking about that kiss and how much it had unsettled him. Nobody knew it, but things had not been great between Savannah and himself lately. The time when she was held captive by the Blackjacks and repeatedly raped had caused a lot of unrepairable trauma. She'd be fine for days, and then something would trigger the memories. When that happened, she'd shut down. Her personality would change from warm and happy to cold and distant, sometimes within seconds. Melvin remembered watching videos of shell-shocked soldiers, and the similarities were troubling. Needless to say, it had caused a troubling rift between them. They still slept in the same bed, but they'd not made love in months. He didn't complain and tried to be both understanding and supportive, but it was difficult, and he found thoughts creeping in that if not for Savannah's behavior, he wouldn't have given Hammy's flirtations a second's thought. Hammy, what kind of goofy name is that? He muttered. He slowed the truck to a crawl because he knew he was coming up on some particularly deep potholes. As he did so, two things suddenly and simultaneously occurred. The windshield shattered, and a gunshot rang out. Chapter 9. The Fort Detrick Recon. Operation Fort Detrick was an ongoing reconnaissance mission that started back in April. In the words of Vice President Conrad Nelson, "We need to keep abreast of what the hell is going on up there." Gunnery Sergeant James Lutz, commonly referred to as Joker, was picked to be in charge of the operation. He analyzed the mission objectives and decided a four-man team would be best. He then picked 3 new Marines, Cutter, Slim, and Flash, as his teammates. He assembled his team 2 hours earlier than the normal departure time in the small conference room. None of them complained. They knew it was because of the South Mountain attack 2 days prior, and none of them had slept well anyway. When they walked in, Joker greeted them and directed them to sit. Joker earned his nickname by always joking around, even after getting promoted, and yep, even after falling in love with Maria. The stern expression on his face was an indicator to him that this morning there would be no jokes. "All right, Marines, you know what happened at South Mountain yesterday. The Zeds have decided to start attacking humans again. Zach and Fred are going up there to assess the situation, and they'll update us as soon as they know more. Now you may be asking yourselves why we aren't delaying this recon mission, and the answer is, this mission is now more important than ever." Flash raised his hand again. "Are we going offensive now?" "No, Private. We'll only start shooting if we're attacked. Otherwise, this is still a recon mission. Understood?" The 3 Marines nodded. Joker continued. "Now, I know what you may be thinking. What if we are attacked by a few hundred or a few thousand Zeds? What in the hell are we going to do then? The QRF will be on standby. We will be doing radio checks every 30 minutes. If we don't check in on time, they'll respond immediately. If something happens, say there's another attack somewhere else and the QRF has to respond elsewhere, we'll be immediately recalled." Joker gave a few other directives before dismissing them for chow. "You have 30 minutes, then form up in front of the motor pool." They left the main gate 40 minutes later and were riding their bikes through the neighborhoods of Fort Detrick as the sun was coming up. At Joker's signal, they stopped at an intersection once known as Rosemont Avenue and Bowman's Lane. They'd mounted a trail camera on the side of a utility pole the last time they were there and were going to have a look. "What the hell?" Cutter growled. There, lying on the ground, was the broken remains of the camera. Flash hopped off his bike, picked it up, and brought it over to his teammates. The 4 of them examined it as Flash held it. "Looks foobarred," Cutter remarked. "Yeah, but if the card is still good, I can download it to my laptop and see who busted it," Flash said. Joker gave him a nod and directed his attention to Cutter. "Get the drone up," he ordered. Cutter hopped off his bike and retrieved the drone out of his backpack, while Slim scanned the area with the ACOG of his M4. Soon there was the familiar buzzing noise as the drone was activated and began ascending. It was a smaller brand than military models. If the battery was fresh, it'd have a 15-minute flight time. But this battery was at least 10 years old and only had enough juice for 10 minutes, on a good day. Cutter knew this and didn't mess around. He deftly used the remote controls and had the drone complete a 360 around them in slightly over a minute. He then had it hover above them at 500 feet until the battery ran low. While he was doing that, Flash had his laptop booted up and inserted the camera's card. Soon he had a screen full of photos. He clicked on the last photo and opened it to a full-face shot of a butt-ugly Zed. "I'm no detective, but I'd say a Zed is definitely the culprit," Flash said. The other 2 crowded close, looked at the screen, and agreed. "Hey, zoom out, if you can," Joker directed. Flash did so, and now it showed 4 other Zeds. "Check that out. One of them is holding a couple of dead rabbits," Cutter observed. "Yeah, it's another hunting party. They've gotten pretty good at it," Joker said. All right, so they can hunt. But how in the hell did their brains recognize this trail camera? Flash asked. Joker gave a slight, befuddled shake of his head. Beats the hell out of me, but they're definitely able to think things out and identify things. I mean, why did they decide to attack a community where none of the people have had the vaccination? Almost like they're thinking like humans again, Flash mused. I wonder if, well, they can smell blood. I wonder if they can smell the difference between a vaccinated person and an unvaccinated person. If they can, that's a scary situation, Flash remarked. Joker gestured at the camera. It's our fault for underestimating them. We'll mount the next one higher up. In the meantime, replay the drone video and let's have a closer look. They played the recording at full speed and then half speed a couple of times, ultimately agreeing there were no Zeds in the immediate area. If they know about trail cameras, they probably know enough to hide from the drone, Flash said. True enough, so don't let your guard down. Stay alert, Joker replied. He stretched, looked down Rosemont, and pointed. According to the map, there's a nail spa down that way on Toll House Avenue. I want to see if there's anything there and surprise Maria. A waste of time, Cutter muttered. Joker eyeballed him but didn't reply. He knew Cutter was still pining over Stretch. It had been months since she dumped him, but he was still torn up about it. The others knew it as well and made no comment. Instead, Flash changed the subject. I wonder if there's anything left, he said. I hope they have some red nail polish that's still good, but I'll take anything, Joker said. The rest of them shared a laugh now, but it was a quiet laugh, and their voices were barely above a whisper. Hard lessons had been learned in the past from being too loud. 10 years later, those lessons were still valid, and stealth was a trait ingrained amongst the Marines. Joker thought back to his time in Marine boot camp, back before, when he was still a kid. During the bayonet training phase, yelling was encouraged, even demanded. One drill instructor's favorite saying was, "If you ain't loud, you ain't proud." None of that now. Noise discipline was vital. Orders were given either in a hushed voice or by hand signal. The only time shouting was acceptable was when someone's life was in danger or shots had already been fired. They arrived at the nail salon 10 minutes later and made a tactical entry. Once they were certain there were no hostiles of any kind inside, they relaxed a little and began searching the business. It took 30 minutes, and all they found was a small cardboard box containing emery boards. Beats nothing, Slim lamented. Yeah, Joker agreed, and glanced at the sun. The way I see it, our reconnaissance has been executed. We still have plenty of daylight left, and there's still plenty of structures that haven't been searched by any Mount Weather teams. But what say we do some scavenging? The others agreed and started their search on Toll House, proceeded down North Street, back up Trail Street, before turning back west on Sharp's Lane and back to where they started. None of the structures had the FEMA markings. Nevertheless, all had been thoroughly looted. At the end of 4 hours, the men were sweating profusely. Although they'd been keeping themselves hydrated, the heat and physical exertion had drained them. They dropped everything they'd found by the road and gathered in the outdoor seating of a restaurant that still had most of its awning intact. It's a hot one today, Flash remarked. I'm almost out of water. Yeah, me too. But we still have the jugs in the van, Joker said. That water's probably 100 degrees by now, Cutter griped. Joker eyed him but didn't respond. After all, he was right, and if he'd thought about it, they could have found a creek and put the jugs in to keep their drinking water cool. He chastised himself mentally. A good leader thinks about things like that before the fact, not after. I'd rather have hot water than none at all, Slim said. Cutter snorted. Always the optimist. I think it's an admirable character trait, Flash said. Joker changed the subject and pointed at their loot. When we get back to the van, if the drone's battery is recharged, we'll send it up again. Are we going over to those labs? Cutter asked. Joker thought about it. We'll get close enough for the drone to get eyes on the building, but that's it. If we spot the South Mountain people, great, but I'm not too worried about it. If Fred said they're with the Zeds now, that's good enough for me. The other Marines nodded in agreement. Flash gestured at the loot they had stacked in the road. It wasn't much. a few small kitchen appliances, and other trinkets. Who would have thought that those are a good commodity? Flash said. Not anyone that was here before us, that's for sure, Cutter said. Joker nodded, mostly to himself. They were in high demand from the communities that once again had electricity. He directed them to load up, and they began their trek back to where the van was parked. If they were to race, they would have made it back in perhaps 20 minutes, but racing was risky. They rode carefully, maneuvering around derelict automobiles, avoiding potholes and fallen utility poles, all the while keeping a careful eye out for Zeds, wolf packs, and evil humans who were not a part of the Mount Weather community. Only when they had everything loaded up and they were safely locked inside the fortified van did they speak at a normal voice level. "Are you going to turn the AC on?" Cutter asked. Joker responded by starting the van and cranking up the AC setting. He then pointed at the dash-mounted camera. "Check and see if there were any visitors while we were gone." Cutter punched the replay button and watched for a few minutes while putting his face close to one of the van's vents. After a moment, he reset the camera. "Not even a curious raccoon," he said. "But I've got to tell you, I'm still wondering about those Zeds." "Me too," Flash agreed. "What do you mean?" Slim asked. "They shouldn't be able to have any kind of upper-level thinking going on. I mean, when a person becomes infected, they pretty much die, right? Their body starts decomposing and the virus takes over. They revert back to some kind of primordial state where all they want to do is chew on flesh, right?" "But they've changed," Slim said. "They've evolved, is what they're calling it." "So, somehow their brains are working again," Flash surmised. "In a manner of speaking, but not like they were before," Joker said. "They were able to figure out our trail camera. That's impressive. The thing is, they also know how to stack on top of each other to overcome obstacles. I wouldn't be surprised if we come back next week to another destroyed camera." "If they figure out how to use guns again, we're going to be in some serious trouble," Slim remarked. "Well, the good thing is we took all the ammo out of Dietrich before vacating it," Joker said. "We should set up an ambush and take him out," Flash declared. "I hear you, brother, but these Zeds aren't a problem for us, and we need to save our ammo for the ones that are." "I guess so," Flash said. "But I don't like them." "Nah, I don't like them either," Cutter agreed. Joker consulted his map and found a good spot to park on Military Road. Cutter put the drone in the air, flew it around the Fort Detrick compound, and hovered it above the labs for several minutes before flying it back and landing it. The men sat in the cool air of the van and viewed the camera footage together. "Nothing," Cutter said. The others agreed. "If I didn't know any better, I'd say they're hiding from us," Slim surmised. The others agreed with this supposition as well. Joker thought for a minute. "You know what? I'm going to call it. We're not going to discover anything else by staying here an extra day." Once more there was unanimous agreement amongst the other Marines. Joker directed Slim to drive, got comfortable in the passenger seat, and spoke to his team. "We need to invest some more time in training," he said. Cutter peered at him with a frown. "Training? What kind of training? We've passed all the courses with flying colors. You know that." "I know, but I think it's time for a little advanced training. One day, when we have the manpower and equipment, instead of deploying on missions in teams or squads, we're going to be executing platoon and company-sized missions, and you guys will be leading those missions. I think I'm going to get with the first sergeant and set up some classes. I expect you three to pass them. If you do, I'll get you Marines promoted to corporal." They discussed it for several minutes before veering off topic and started talking about other things. "Do you guys remember Radar?" Flash asked. "He's one of those dudes from Oak Ridge, right?" Joker said. "Yeah. He said they came into contact with a group of people down somewhere in South Carolina that had started acting like Zeds. They'd slather themselves up with rotting meat, and a few of them even skinned dead people and wore the skins." "Damn, that's some Ed Gein shit right there," Flash said. "I can only imagine the smell." "Oh, there's a word for that. Let me think, I read about it in a book about World War II, Slim said, and scratched his chin. After a moment, he shook his head. "Can't remember. Studs Terkel was the author of the book, but damned if I can remember the word." "There's no way any of them are still alive," Joker surmised. "Why do you think that?" Cutter asked. Rotting flesh has germs and bacteria, and there's no way they wouldn't get sick, he said. I'm going to ask Dr. Salisbury about that, Flash said. Joker grunted. You do that, she'll barely speak to us white boys. Yeah, it's not like we've ever done anything to her, Cutter said. Flash, you're friends with her. Why is she like that? She encountered a lot of racism when she was growing up, and it still messes with her, Flash replied. There was more to the story, but he didn't think the doctor would want him gossiping about her personal business. Didn't Radar say something about encountering pirates? He asked. Yeah, he said they'd found some people in South Carolina who said there's pirates operating along the coast. If they caught you out deep-sea fishing, they'd make you pay them off, and you were lucky if they didn't take your boat and dump you in the water. Ain't that some shit, Cutter remarked. Are any of you going back to the trading post anytime soon? Slim asked. Before anyone could answer, Slim slammed on the brakes a moment after rounding a curve. Would you look at this shit, he exclaimed. There were a dozen Zeds standing in the road. All of them were motionless and staring directly at the van. As Flash readied his rifle and took the safety off, the Zeds moved to the side of the roadway. What the hell? Flash asked. Joker drummed his fingers on his leg for a moment. You know what they're doing? They're letting us know that they know we're here. You think so? Flash asked. Oh, yeah, he said, and motioned for Slim to let the van creep forward. They aren't attacking us. I guess that means something. There was a time when they'd attack a car or truck. As they passed by them, the men peered out of the windows at the Zeds. Patches of hair, rags for clothes, and their exposed flesh looked like scarred leather. Flash could never get used to their eyes. All Zeds had the same eyes now. Most had a cloudy yellow tint, probably from jaundice, but some of them had milky white clouds. Flash believed he could see something malevolent behind those clouds. It was hatred. He said as much. Yeah, maybe so, Joker agreed. They used to see us as nothing more than something to attack and eat. But yeah, I think they're understanding better now. I bet they remember they used to be like us, and it makes them hate us that much more. Chapter 10. Ambushed. Melvin instinctively ducked and mashed the accelerator. It didn't work out exactly the way he hoped it would. While he avoided being shot, the driver's side wheel hit the pothole far faster than it could safely withstand. Melvin tried to keep driving, but it was no good. The wheel's violent impact had broken something, and the truck was having trouble moving. More gunshots rang out, shattering the windshield. Melvin stayed low. His OODA loop was engaged, and he instantly determined the gunshots were coming from the front and to the right of the truck. Drawing his handgun from its holster, he opened the driver's door and slid out, leaving the truck running and the headlights on. There was another fusillade of gunfire, about 10 shots, but he was crouched down by the front driver's side tire, putting the engine block between himself and his assailants. He felt around the tire and the struts and knew it was foobarred. He wouldn't be driving home in this truck. Damn, he muttered. His mind was racing, analyzing the attack and his options. If his assailants were someone with tactical knowledge, one or more people would attempt to flank him. Or they were content with pinning him down here for the rest of the night. Or maybe they had their fun and left. As if sensing his thoughts, another shot rang out. This one hit the front of the truck, and after a moment he heard the trickling of fluid. Melvin assumed they'd struck the radiator. He believed that gunshot was meant to pin him down so that someone else could sneak up on him. He wasn't going to let that happen. He low-crawled backwards, away from the direction of the gunshots and out of the glow of the truck's headlights. He knew from memory that there was mostly weeds and a few trees on his left, the driver's side of the truck, and that there was a copse of trees up ahead on the right. He assumed that's where they were. Melvin continued slithering backwards and to his left. Soon he was burrowed deep in the weeds. The green light was given to the mosquitoes, and they swarmed around him, landing and feasting. He ignored them and waited. He had his Glock in front of him, ready to shoot whoever came his way. A good tracker would see where he crawled backwards from the truck, and if they followed it, they'd get one between the eyes. It took several minutes before he heard noises. Someone was near his truck. He heard some rummaging through it, and that's when Melvin knew he was dealing with amateurs. An assailant with skills would hunt down the threat and eliminate it before searching for the spoils. Melvin waited patiently. Due to the weeds, he couldn't see everything, but he had a small opening that was illuminated by the truck's headlights. He held his gun in front of him, controlled his breathing, and waited. It only took a minute before a target presented itself. Melvin was an excellent shot. Not a quick-draw artist like Fred, but hours upon hours on the gun range when he was in the Army, along with actual firefights, made him more proficient than most. When the man turned toward him, Melvin needed only a tenth of a second to squeeze the trigger of his Glock and put 2 bullets in the center of his chest. The man crumpled to the ground without a sound. Melvin watched only a moment to ensure his target was down for the count and waited for the next threat. It only took a minute before he heard a voice. "Daddy?" It was a girl's voice, and it sounded like she was over in the trees. So the man he just killed was her father? Melvin wondered if there were any other family members lurking around. He kept quiet and waited. If the girl came to investigate, was he going to kill her too? He decided if she showed up with a weapon, he wasn't going to take any chances. It didn't come to that. After a minute, he heard her again. "Daddy, I'm going back to the house. If you're okay, come back home." It was a few seconds later when he heard the distinct sounds of a horse galloping away. Suspecting it may be a ruse, he waited several more minutes before circling around the truck, carefully searching for anyone that might be lying in wait. Satisfied there was nobody else around, Melvin approached the lifeless corpse and flipped him over with his booted foot. Blood oozed out of the 2 bullet holes and lifeless eyes stared out into the darkness. He appeared to be in his 40s, rough-looking, unkempt, reeking of body odor, and hadn't shaved in years. He was either mixed race or spent a great deal of time in the sun. He then saw the Rambo-style knife lying near him. Melvin picked it up and tested the edge. It was razor sharp. "You were going to use that on me, weren't you, asshole?" Melvin muttered. His thoughts then turned to the second assailant, the girl who yelled out for her father. He was certain now it was only the 2 of them, and he wondered where she ran off to. Probably home. That's where all assholes run to when they lose. Turning the engine and lights off, as if that mattered now, he retrieved one of his backpacks out of the truck. Fully loaded, it weighed over 80 pounds. Not a problem for Melvin, who was in superb shape, but he wanted to travel quickly. Dumping the contents, he found his pen light and used it to go through each individual item. He chose a canteen, extra ammo for his handgun, a poncho, a wool blanket, compass, a pack of homemade granola, and a tack light. The total weight was no more than 10 pounds. Securing the flaps and strapping the backpack to his shoulders, he retrieved one final item out of his truck, his Chinese war sword. The only lighting now were the stars and a quarter moon. Tracking at night was not an easy task, but Melvin knew what he was doing. He used his tack light sparingly. As he suspected, they'd set up their ambush in the little copse of trees. The spent cartridge casings lying on the ground left no doubt. Circling around the trees, he spotted the crumpled vegetation from the horse. Only one horse? That's odd, he thought. There could have been any number of reasons for the 2 people to only have one horse. He ran through the possibilities in his mind, and the only thing that made sense was one horse was all they had, which meant they weren't too well off. So what about the ambush? Were they tipped off by someone in the Mackenzie clan? He didn't think so. Melvin thought it was more than likely they heard the truck traveling along the road, and he was merely a target of opportunity. He inspected the area of the trees again, and determined it wasn't a campsite. No, more than likely they lived nearby, and when they heard the truck they knew of this spot and hustled out here. That meant they lived up the road. The direction of the horse tracks confirmed it. Melvin took an azimuth reading and started off at a brisk walk while continuing to analyze the situation. The road he was on had made a long, lazy series of curves. There were houses here and there on this strip of road, and it was conceivable someone could have been occupying one of those houses, heard his truck traveling slowly along, and they took a shortcut through the houses and yards to their little ambush spot. That meant he didn't have far to go. No more than a half mile, maybe less. A walk in the park. He kept his tack light off. The ambient lighting wasn't much, but it was enough for Melvin. Melvin knew he didn't have to do this. He could have found a place to hole up and started back home in the morning. When he didn't make his morning radio contact, they'd send a search party out to find him. But he wasn't going to allow someone to ambush him without retaliation. And retaliation was exactly what he was going to do. His senses were on high alert, and he was attuned to the night sounds while he walked with the stealth of an experienced hunter. Humans, Zeds, wolves, any of them could be dangerous at night. Melvin was wary, but not afraid. Fear was something he rarely felt anymore. After all, he was the apex predator out here in the wilderness. He'd been walking approximately 10 minutes when he began to see a dim light. Another minute, and the outline of a house appeared. He stopped and took a knee. A dog started barking. After a few seconds, a door to the house opened, spilling a small amount of candlelight outside.
"What is it, Gumby?"
a girl's voice asked. Melvin recognized the voice. It was the same girl that called out to her father, her daddy. The girl silhouetted herself in the doorway briefly, another amateur move. She was holding the dog by its collar and peering into the darkness. Melvin stayed as still as a statue. After a few seconds, she shut the door back, and a moment later there was the distinct sound of a deadbolt being locked. For some reason, Melvin chose not to shoot her, although he did not know why. Was it because she was a young girl? She couldn't have been more than 14 or 15. Skinny, maybe malnourished. A lot like Savannah was when he found her. When he thought of Savannah, he knew what he was going to do. Finding a suitable spot beside a tree, he took a long drink out of his canteen before pulling the blanket out and wrapping it around him. It was going to be a long night. He hoped he wouldn't be visited by Zeds or wolves. Chapter 11. Zack Goes to South Mountain. It was not yet 0500 hours, and Fred was waiting for me when I walked into the cafeteria, making me smile to myself. Eggs, toast, and bacon filled 2 plates and sat on the table, along with glasses of water. I pulled up a chair and sat. "Yeah, I know, I'm predictable." "Who fixed breakfast?" I asked. "There's a crew in there cooking, but I didn't want to bother them, so I helped myself." "I appreciate it," I said, and dug in. Fred did the same, and we were finished within minutes. After taking a few minutes to clean up our mess, we hurried to Fred's waiting truck. He had it all fueled up and a horse trailer hitched up. Aisha was in the trailer, nibbling on some hay. We were on the road a minute later. "I didn't see any of the cleanup crew," Fred remarked. "They'll be on the road in 30 minutes. I told them we were going to leave early." Fred glanced at me. "Didn't see you talking to anybody." "I told them last night. You see, you're predictable as well, and I knew you'd be here waiting on me at the butt crack of dawn." Fred eyed me a moment, but his only response was a grunt. The South Mountain Survivor Settlement started as neighbors who had nice houses and big yards. Some had a few hundred acres, and they dabbled in farming or horses. They were all high-income people back before. The end of the world terminated their high-paying government jobs and forced them to become survivors of another type. The families continued living in their own homes. Each of them had been fortified in some form or fashion, and they had essentially become isolationists. They were individualists, but eventually they chose a retired general as their leader. When we first made the offer to join us, they agreed, but only if we left them alone. It took us almost 2 hours before we turned onto Pleasant Walk Road and stopped at the Abattis barricade. It was constructed out of fallen trees. I pointed. "The preliminary report said this is the point where the horde attacked." "Looks like a good starting point," Fred said. I nodded and parked the truck. Exiting, I walked around while Fred unloaded Aisha and saddled her. "You want me to get a horse and ride with you?" I asked him. I guess he sensed concern in my voice. He glanced at me as he adjusted the bridle. "This old man can still take care of himself." I chuckled. "All right, but if you aren't back in 2 hours, I'm coming to look for you." "Better make it 6. That'll give me time to find out what we need to know," Fred replied. He adjusted the bridle before giving Aisha's nose an affectionate rub, then deftly hopped on. Aisha was a splendid Arabian, chiseled features, long arching neck, and a high tail carriage, all of which were trademark characteristics of the Arabian breed. She may have looked like a pretty show horse, but she was tough, and Fred had often bragged that she had more stamina than any other horse he'd ever had. He cared for her to the point of pampering her. As a result, she didn't like anyone else to ride her, and she got downright jealous if the old man rode another horse. Fred looked around, spotted something he thought was relevant, gave me a nod, and began walking south on Pleasant Walk Road. I watched him for a moment before going back to the truck and hailing someone on the radio. "I'm parked at one of these roadblocks and we'll be walking from here. Let everyone know so I don't get shot by accident." I was armed with a Glock handgun and a knife, but my primary weapon was a Kel-Tec Sub CQB rifle. It was an integrally suppressed 9mm rifle, and when fired with subsonic ammo, was surprisingly quiet. Effective range with that type of ammo was only about 100 yards, maybe 150 if I was braced. It was dependable, and the suppressor kept the decibels down. Why? Because rule number 2 was still valid. They're attracted to noise. I walked up on a cluster of Zeds about 20 yards from the roadblock, sprawled out in various forms of final repose. I ensured they were dead before crouching and inspecting the bodies. They smelled, they always do, but there were some things that were different about this group from Zeds I encountered in the recent past. Noticeably different. Different enough to cause me concern. I focused on one of them. He was a 30-something man with long, blonde hair. He had it fixed in a ponytail with a length of 550 cord. That seemed a little odd. I mean, would someone who looked like a beach bum keep his hair tied back with cordage commonly found among military, campers, and preppers? I suppose he could have been ex-military when he became infected. There was something worth noting. Another aspect was the decomposition. His didn't seem to be that advanced, much like the others. I inspected their footwear. There didn't appear to be a lot of wear and tear to any of them, which was both interesting and concerning. Further inspection revealed that all of them were the recipients of single headshots, and most of the shots were between the forehead and the bridge of the nose. "Damn good shooting," I muttered. Yep, whoever killed these Zeds was an excellent marksman. It was one thing to be able to hit a bullseye on a paper target, but to deliver these kinds of kill shots to moving targets was at a higher level. Much higher. The cleanup crew arrived and drove by as I was looking over the first kill zone. I saw Captain Justin Smithson driving one of the trucks, and he gave me a wave. Walking toward the houses, I spotted the shooter's boot prints. They were several sizes smaller than my size 12s, and it instantly made me realize that this marksman was no man at all, but a woman. I was surprised, although I shouldn't have been. After all, I knew several women who were excellent shooters. Julie and Macy came to mind. My first wife and my first love. A flood of memories hit me, but I pushed them back to a far corner in my mind. I only thought about them at certain times, and it was no time to reminisce right now. I looked at the boot print, decomposed and scarred over. I then cut him open and began inspecting his insides. "Interesting," I mumbled. I went to another corpse and performed the same actions. I did it to 6 more of them. It took me about 30 minutes before I made my way to the first house. There were dead Zeds everywhere, but somehow the Zeds had made entry into the house. It didn't look like anyone had survived. The next house, about 100 yards down the road, was still intact. Many more Zeds were dead. The closest one had not come within 50 yards of the house. A few people were sitting around a table on the porch. Captain Justin Smithson was one of them. He waved me over. I noticed the door had been damaged, as if the Zeds had breached it during the attack. I decided to wait and ask about it later. "I'm not complaining, but I'm surprised you're here," I said to Justin. "Our esteemed president insisted I come," he replied. He gestured toward the house. 12 survivors inside. 2 were women, a crotchety old fart who says he was a general once upon a time, and the rest are kids who were secured in a bunker under the house when the alarm sounded." "Okay, good," I said. He gestured toward the house behind me. "There was a family of 6 living there. They were overrun and 4 of them are missing. 3 men and 1 woman." My gut tightened. That was not good news. We need to start the burying process if we want to get it finished before dark, Justin suggested. I nodded and was about to speak when we were interrupted.
You won't be burying them anywhere around here, an older man declared.
He'd walked outside as Justin was speaking. Where do you suggest we bury them, then? Justin asked, his tone of irritation clear.
Anywhere but here, the man said, and walked up to me. I'm Major General Roland Fitzhugh, retired. Who the hell are you?
I'm Zach Gunderson. I'm the Director of Operations for Mount Weather. The general sniffed.
You're a little too young to hold that title. I'm calling bullshit. Where's Parvis?
He died of cancer a couple of years ago. I'm his successor, I said.
His hand-picked successor,
Justin added. The general glanced at Justin before refocusing on me.
I knew that.
I'm sure you were simply testing me. Now then, let's get back to your statement.
About those dead things. Yep, you're not burying them anywhere around here. They'll poison the land.
Captain Smithson and I are open to suggestions, I said.
I don't care what you do with them, but you will not bury them here, he growled.
The man irritated me, and I wasn't in the mood for stupid repartee. All right, you've made it clear you don't want them buried here, but you're not offering any plausible solutions.
Not my problem, he said.
Then I certainly won't make it mine, I said, and turned my head to Justin. You heard the man. We are not to bury any of the Zeds. Leave them where they are. The general's expression, which was, I guess, what you'd call resting asshole face, now deepened into an angry, confused scowl.
What? Oh, you can't leave them here. I forbid it.
They're not ours, and if you're not interested in suggesting solutions, we're not interested in what happens to them. I then leaned forward. I am sorry for the loss of your people. I am. But if all you're going to do is hinder us with pedantic jackassery, we'll pack up and go home. He scowled for a moment longer, and then his expression wavered. He sighed, and it seemed to take all the juice out of him. Fatigue was etched in his features, and there were pronounced bags under the old man's eyes, suggesting he'd not had any sleep since the initial attack. I relented and gestured toward the work crew. We've brought a backhoe loader. I was thinking of a mass grave. Tell us a suitable location that's not too far from here, and we'll take care of it. He looked over and seemed to see the backhoe for the first time.
Why did you bring a backhoe here?
2 reasons. 1, we've done this sort of thing before. Digging a mass grave is easier with a backhoe.
What's the second reason?
Gunnery Sergeant Burns noted a weak area in your perimeter. He said he could fix it with some earth and embankments, which are easy to construct if you have a backhoe. There was still a bit of defiance, but mostly he looked like a tired old man. He gestured back toward the front door.
My granddaughter is inside. I'm sure she can show your people a spot.
The door opened and he turned around.
Here she is.
He waited for her to walk to us.
Gentlemen, this is Bailey Fitzhugh, my granddaughter.
I don't know why, but for some reason when he first mentioned his granddaughter, I thought she'd be a teenage girl. But I was mistaken. Bailey was a gorgeous brunette, somewhere close to my age. I guessed her at about 5'7", and she reminded me of the character Lara Croft, but with deep blue eyes. She was wearing a snug-fitting tank top and cargo shorts that showed long, muscular legs. Justin and I swapped a glance. She eyed me with a mixture of curiosity and perhaps suspicion, but what she said next somehow didn't surprise me.
Who the hell are you?
Chapter 12. Melvin Meets Mal. As he suspected would happen, it wasn't until the sun had come up before there was any activity. Daylight confirmed the presence of a small subdivision of houses. There were no signs of fortifications or Zed-proofing, no animal enclosures, and the only signs of gardening were a few flower pots with tomatoes, which was unusual. July was usually too hot for tomatoes, but Melvin didn't give it much thought. What concerned him more was who was inside. Was it more than one person? How well armed were they? Would he have to kill that dog? What was its name? Gumby? He hoped not. Melvin had always liked dogs, even ugly ones. The door opened, and the same young girl peeked out. The dog squeezed through the opening and ran out, stopping in the yard to urinate. If the mutt knew of Melvin's presence, he gave no indication of it. The girl watched Gumby through the door. Apparently satisfied there were no dangers, she walked outside, allowing Melvin to get a good look at her. Both her and the dog were dirty and emaciated. She stretched, then dropped her pants and squatted. Finishing, she walked around to the rear of the house and re-emerged a moment later astride a horse, riding bareback. Melvin waited a moment. He kept the tree between himself and the house, stood, and stretched. He knew she was going back to his truck to confirm what she suspected happened to her father. He also had no doubt she'd take everything she could carry and bring it back to the house. That was okay. He'd be waiting for her. The lack of any noises or activity led him to believe none of the other houses were occupied, so he only focused on the one the girl was in. He found a pebble and threw it against the siding of the house. He waited a few seconds and repeated the process, a little harder this time. When nothing happened, he sprinted toward the house and stopped behind a wall that had no windows. He then listened. Hearing no sounds, he made his way to the door and walked inside. The first thing he noted was the smell. It stunk in there, a combination of body odor, excrement, and dirty clothing. He methodically searched the house with effortless expertise. When he was finished, he learned a couple of things about his assailants. First, they were nasty. The non-working toilets were filled with excrement. Second, there was no reinforcement or fortifications done to the house other than some plywood covering the larger windows, but there were gaps large enough to allow sunlight in and to look outside. The lack of strong, deliberate fortifications indicated the occupants only intended to stay here temporarily. When they'd done a thorough job of making it unfit to live in, they no doubt moved to a fresh house. Occupy, defile, move, repeat. Disgusting. Based on what he saw, he was convinced there were only two of them, and that his first guess about him being a target of opportunity was the correct supposition. Melvin walked back over to the front door and paused. He had a couple of options. One, simply walk away. He had the radio in his truck. All he had to do was call them for a pickup. He'd be home in time for dinner with Savannah and Little Prairie. Second option, wait for her to come back and kill her. She'd already shown a propensity for cold-blooded murder. After thinking a moment, he decided he wanted to question her, and then decide what to do. Almost a second after reaching this decision, he heard the clopping of horse hooves. Option 3 it'll be, he murmured. He stood behind the door and waited. He knew the bright sunlight was going to diminish her vision when she walked inside, so he was going to use it to his advantage. When she walked in the door, he did 3 things. He grabbed her by the back of the neck, while simultaneously kicking the door shut, and then stuck his Glock up against her head. It would have been a nice touch if he could have cocked the hammer to add to the effect, but anybody who knows about handguns knows Glocks don't have that feature. "Do not move, or I'll pull the trigger," he said it slowly, in a low, ominous voice. Her breathing came in deep gasps. The only other sound was her dog outside, who was barking furiously and scratching at the door. He felt her tensing, and she started to raise the AR-15 she was holding. He squeezed her skinny neck harder and shook her like a rag doll, causing her to whimper in pain. "Drop it," Melvin ordered. The rifle fell to the floor with a clatter, although Melvin was uncertain if she were complying with his command or if she was about to pass out from his grip. He forced her to walk over to a spot where the sunlight was shining through a crack and looked her over. She had a knife in a sheath on her belt, which he promptly relieved her of. Only then did he loosen his grip. She slumped to the floor, causing Melvin to realize he was gripping her neck far tighter than he meant. "Yeah, serves you right," he said. He picked up the AR-15 and inspected it. It looked like it had not been treated well, and it was dirty, much like the girl and her dead father. He unloaded it, popped the rear takedown pin, and pocketed the carrier group. He gave her a glance before reassembling it and setting it on the floor out of her reach. Melvin then activated his tack light and pointed it at her face for a closer inspection. She was gaunt and much dirtier than he realized. Her brown hair was unkempt and greasy. Her face was dotted with blackheads, and the oversized shirt and pants she was wearing looked like they'd never been washed. He guessed she was a teenager, which meant she was a small child during the plague outbreak. He wondered how she'd been able to survive for 10 years, and decided he didn't care. The dog continued barking. He ensured the door was secure so the mutt couldn't break in and attack him, before dragging a chair over and sitting across from her. When she'd regained her senses, she spotted Melvin. Her face registered a mixture of pain, anger, and fear.
"Who are you?" she croaked.
"I'm the man you and your father tried to kill last night. Who are you?"
"You killed my daddy,"
she said. Melvin noted she had a distinct backwoods Appalachian drawl, the kind of drawl that was usually attributed to inbred white trash types.
"I certainly did," Melvin replied. "He was trying to kill me, and so were you. Should I kill you too?"
She narrowed her eyes.
"You ain't killed me yet. That means you want something, and that means you're gonna rape me."
"Little girl, I'm not a rapist. What's your name, anyway?"
"Mal?"
"Mal. Is that short for something like Mallory?" Melvin asked. She responded with a shrug.
"Just Mal. That's all my daddy ever called me."
"Where's your mama?" Mal shrugged again.
"I ain't got family, just daddy."
"No other people at all?"
"There's been some people here and there. They weren't family, and we didn't stay with them long. Daddy said don't never trust nobody," she said.
"Is that why you two tried to kill me yesterday?" Mal shrugged again.
"Daddy said anyone driving around these days have got to be rich."
"Is that how you two survive? You go around killing people and take their property?" Another shrug. "How old are you?" he asked, to which he received yet another shrug.
"Daddy never kept up with the years. I know when it's summer and when it's winter. That's about it."
"Do you remember when the plague started and everyone was getting infected? And don't give me a shrug. Give me an honest answer." Mal eyed him.
"Sort of. Daddy came and got me from school one day. He said the world was full of monsters."
"Monsters. Yeah, that's one way to describe them. What grade were you in when that happened?" he asked. Mal held up 2 fingers. "Second grade." She nodded. Melvin had to think it through. "Let's see. That meant you were 7 or 8, which puts you at 17 or 18 now."
"If you say so," she replied, and stared with a blank expression. "Daddy said any man I saw I should kill them or else they'd rape me."
"I'm not going to rape you," Melvin said, "although I'm not sure what I should do."
"What do you mean?" she asked.
"It means I can't trust you as far as I can throw you."
"I don't know why you'd say something like that," she said.
Melvin eyed her, waiting for her to laugh at her joke. When she didn't, he gestured around. "How long have you two been living here, anyway?"
"A few days, I guess."
She punctuated it with another shrug. It was beginning to annoy the hell out of Melvin. "You don't seem to have a good concept of time," Melvin remarked, mostly to himself rather than her.
"Why'd you kill my daddy?"
Before Melvin could respond, she started crying.
"I ain't got nobody now," she lamented.
"That's your daddy's fault," Melvin said. "He should not have brought you up like this." Mal stared at Melvin with a mixture of tears and antipathy. He didn't care and pointed a finger at her. "I think the best thing to do is take you back to where I live."
"Why?" she asked.
"A couple of reasons. 1, if I leave you out here by yourself, you'll die. 2, I'm going to show you how normal people live." Melvin waved a hand around. "Living like this isn't normal. When you see what normal is, you might understand how your father did not do right by you."
"What do you mean by that? I'm as normal as anyone," Mal said.
Melvin shook his head. "No, you're not. Murdering people for no reason other than taking what they have isn't normal." He gestured around the house. "Living in squalor isn't normal." Mal frowned through her tears.
"There ain't nothing not normal here, and you're the murderer. You killed Daddy."
Melvin was tempted to throttle her again, but kept his temper in check and pointed at the door. "We're going outside. If that dog attacks me, I'm going to kill it, so you better make sure it doesn't do it. Understand?" Mal wiped her face and nodded. Melvin saw that her tears had cleaned off some of the grime on her cheeks. He was tempted to point it out to her, but instead handed her the AR-15. She paused a moment before warily taking it. She didn't know he'd rendered it inoperative, and he was curious to see what she'd do. She continued staring at him and gripped the weapon tightly, but then surprised Melvin when she slung the rifle on her shoulder. "All right, let's go," he said. He opened the door and motioned for Mal to walk out first. The dog immediately started growling at Melvin. "Shh, Gumby, it's okay." Gumby stopped growling and instead stared at Melvin and emitted a low whine. "He does that when he's scared," Mal said. "He's got mange," Melvin informed her. No surprise, his statement confused her. "What's that?" Melvin didn't bother explaining. "Let's go." "What about my horse?" "We'll come back and pick him up later," Melvin replied.
"Why?"
Melvin didn't answer. The truth was, he wasn't going to let her ride and have her gallop off. He wasn't going to ride and make her walk, and she smelled so bad he didn't want to share a saddle with her. He'd seen a creek nearby when he drove by it yesterday, and was tempted to make her bathe in it, but decided it'd be best to wait. After walking along for about 10 minutes, Melvin noticed smoke in the direction they were traveling. After a few minutes, he realized what the smoke meant. He stopped and grabbed Mal by the shoulder. "You little shit. You set my truck on fire, didn't you?" Mal shrugged. Chapter 13. True and Dong to the Rescue. Melvin stared at his smoldering truck, which by now had mostly burned to a charred shell of metal. After a few seconds, he turned to Mal. He was angrier than he'd been in a long time, but he managed to keep his emotions in check. "Why did you do that?" he asked.
"You killed my daddy," she replied. "I was defending my life, you fucking idiot," he screamed.
He then stopped himself and looked around. "Where's your father? What did you do with his body?" Mal pointed at the smoldering truck. Melvin stared incredulously.
"You put him in the fire."
She nodded, which caused Melvin to wonder how this puny-looking girl could pick up 150 pounds of dead weight and put the body inside the truck. He was impressed. Sort of. He pointed at the truck.
"That was incredibly stupid and wasteful. I had a lot of good equipment in there, including food. We could have had us a nice meal, and you look like you haven't had one of those in a while." "I had to do it," she said.
Melvin stared.
"Why?" "I had to keep my daddy from turning into a monster," she said, and the tears began again.
Melvin wasn't in a sympathetic mood and was about to give her more grief, but the distant sound of a vehicle's engine stopped him. There were only a few people around the area that had running vehicles, and they were all friendly. Melvin stood beside his truck and waited. When the vehicle came into view, he recognized it immediately. Awesome. Mal eyed the approaching vehicle, a pickup truck, and then peered at Melvin.
"Do you know them?"
"Yeah, I know them," he said, and gave the hand signal wave, letting his friends know that it was safe for them to approach. True brought the truck to a stop 10 feet away and turned it off. The two occupants, True and Dong, exited the truck. Dong walked over to Melvin. "Hi, Melvin," he greeted with a big, toothy grin. "Hey, Dong," Melvin answered. Mal frowned.
"Dong? Is that his name? What kind of name is that? And what's wrong with his eyes?"
True gave her one of his cold stares for a moment before speaking to Melvin. "Who's your friend?"
"She says her name is Mal. She and her father tried to ambush me last night."
True's dark, armor-piercing stare went from cold to deadly. "Where's he at?" Melvin pointed at his truck and brought them up to speed. Dong listened and offered an occasional nod, while True kept his emotions buried deep within. When Melvin finished, he only had one thing to say. "Why haven't you killed her?" Melvin grunted. "Believe me, I considered it." Mal glanced back and forth at the two of them, her expression nervous now.
You ain't really going to kill me, are you?
Melvin ignored her and focused on True. I'm glad you two showed up, but what brought you two out here? Savannah was worried when you didn't come home last night. We were heading to Stevens City to find you when we saw the smoke, True said. Dong agreed with a bob of his head. Very worried.
He's weird,
Mal said. He doesn't stink, which is more than you can say, Melvin retorted. Dong grinned and bobbed his head. You stinky. True had been scanning the area while they talked, and suddenly pointed. There's a horse. They all turned to where he was pointing. Sure enough, there was a horse trotting toward them.
That's Boo Boo,
Mal exclaimed and gave out a whistle, causing True to grimace. Ain't nobody explained to her not to make loud noises, I'm guessing. Boo Boo the horse trotted up to Mal and stopped. She squealed in joy and hugged him around the neck. True walked over and looked Boo Boo over. This horse has been treated badly. It's got scars from a whip and the hooves are in rough shape, he said. Yeah, Melvin agreed. Mal's father was not a good man.
He was too,
Mal retorted. Melvin scoffed. By the way, where did you two get those bullets? Mal went back to her patented shrug. What does that mean? Are you refusing to tell me? Melvin asked.
A man gave them to Daddy. I don't know where they came from, she said.
I see you didn't disarm her, True said. Melvin pulled the bolt carrier group out of his pocket and showed it. Mal saw it and frowned when she realized what Melvin had done.
You fucked up my gun?
What do you want to do with her? True asked. Melvin shrugged in exasperation. There was so much about her that he did not like, and yet she reminded him of Savannah back when he first found her. He reached out and cupped her chin, forcing her to look up and make eye contact. You're free to go on your own, or you can come with us. It's your choice, but if you come with us, there are rules you'll have to abide by, he said. Mal didn't move, nor did she try to get her face out of Melvin's grasp. Instead, a single tear hit her cheek. She was resigned to her fate at the hands of a man who had killed her father mere hours ago.
Well, thanks to you, I ain't got nobody anymore. I guess I can come with y'all.
Melvin let go of her then. All right, I guess we can do that. Now, as far as that horse and dog, her face lit up in hope.
Can I bring them with me?
Melvin glanced at True, who gave a slight shrug. He rubbed the horse's nose before lithely jumping up on it. I'll ride him back to Weather. Ain't no way I'm going to ride in the truck with her. She stinks to high heaven. Chapter 14. Zach and Bailey. I wouldn't admit it out loud, but Bailey had me befuddled for a moment. Not only was she a good-looking woman, her whole demeanor exuded self-confidence. I cleared my throat. I'm Zach Gunderson. I'm part of the team from Mount Weather. Her stare was unwavering. I'm sure she made a lot of men uneasy with that stare. I've heard your name. What's your function, Zach? She asked. I'm the Director of Operations. She continued staring. Okay, you're the Director of Operations at Mount Weather. What are you doing here? The scope of my duties are far more than simply ensuring things are running correctly at Mount Weather. I made a small head nod toward the work crew. The work crews are an example. One of the things we can do to help you people out is to dispose of all these dead Zeds. Your grandfather doesn't want them anywhere around here. I can understand that, but we need a suitable spot. She stared a moment longer and then focused on her grandfather. What about that rock quarry? We won't have to bother with digging a hole and burying them. He thought about it a moment and then gave a nod of approval. That's a good place. Out of sight, out of mind. How far is that from here? I asked. About 5 miles, she replied. I thought it over. 5 miles was plenty of distance from their water supply. We'd have to make several trips with the deuce and a half, but on the plus side, we wouldn't have to waste time digging a big-ass hole in the ground and then burying them. It's doable, but it'll take some time, I said. Well, we better get started, she said. You're going to pitch in and not stand around giving orders, aren't you? Of course, but I need to interview a few of you, especially the person who first spotted them breaching the roadblock.
That'd be me. You can ask me questions while we work,
she said, and without waiting for my response, turned to her grandfather.
Pops, go inside and lay down a while. We've got this.
The general put up a rather feeble argument, but Bailey shut him down with a stern lecture about his heart. From what I could see, I imagined everyone, her grandfather all the way down to the kids around here, towed the line when she was around. We had the Zeds stacked 8 bodies high on the first load and strapped them down so they wouldn't fall off on the way to our destination. I questioned Bailey about the attack while we rode.
I was walking the goats at the time, keeping guard over them.
I glanced at her. Marauders?
Nope, there's a mountain lion living around here somewhere, and she's been picking off our livestock. So, I guess I was about 200 yards down the road from the blockade when I saw them. They were actually climbing over it, which I've never seen before. Have you?
Back a long time ago, but not recently. So, who was with you? I asked.
Just me and the goats. I picked off as many as I could before running out of ammo. I got most of the goats rounded up and ran them back to the house. They'd heard the gunshots, so everyone was ready, but there were so many of them.
Her voice drifted off a moment, and then she refocused.
Has there been a final count?
A little over 300 dead, but it appears some of them broke contact and left. One of our men is tracking them as we speak, I said. She furrowed her brow as we bounced up and down in the cab of the truck.
Only one man is tracking them? Does he have a death wish or something?
Justin and I chuckled. No, I wouldn't say that at all. Quite the opposite. She grunted.
I hope he's a good shot and has a lot of ammo.
He is, and he has plenty. So, you're the one who shot those Zeds at the blockade? I asked. She nodded. At 200 yards? That is some impressive shooting. Beyond impressive. All I saw were headshots.
Thanks. Back when I was a kid, I was a competition shooter. I won my first match when I was 11. Dad and Pops were hopeful that I could compete in the Olympics one day, she said.
You're certainly good. Better than me, I'm guessing. And I'm no slouch. Justin chuckled. Bailey received the compliment with a small smile.
So, who's this man who's going to take on all those Zeds by himself?
His name's Fred McCoy. Used to be a competition shooter back before as well. It was cowboy shooting, though. No Olympic stuff.
She nodded. Aha, I've heard of him. I thought he was dead.
Oh, he's still around. It'd take a hell of a lot to kill that man. Very true, Justin added.
I'd like to meet him, she said.
He'll be back in a few hours. I'll introduce you. Getting back to the Zeds, are there any other peculiarities you guys noticed about them?
Yep, some of them were kind of running.
Running? I asked.
Well, not really running. They were, loping? Loping. I guess that's what I'd call it. It's like they were trying to run, but their legs and muscles weren't fully cooperating, so they had this kind of hunched-over, loping gait. They weren't fast, but faster than walking.
I puzzled over that. It was even more peculiar than I thought. Bailey noticed my confusion.
Is that odd or something? She asked.
Yes, it is. Have you ever seen them loping like that before?
Zach, the last time we saw any Zeds has been almost 2 years ago. There was 3 of them, and it looked like they were starving. We put them out of their misery, and we haven't seen any since. The only threats we've had are from coyotes and that damned mountain lion. Do y'all have any down at Mount Weather?
We haven't seen any mountain lions, but definitely coyotes and a few wolves were seen back in the spring. Bailey gave directions as I drove, and soon we were turning onto Benevola Church Road and then into the drive of the rock quarry. Bailey got out and directed me to back up to the near edge. We then climbed up on the back and lobbed the bodies over the edge of the quarry into the water below.
Here's some company for you, Anson, she said, barely above a whisper.
Anson? I asked.
My ex. He was a couple of years older than me. He was the proverbial rich kid. Handsome, athletic, the life of the party type of guy. He had a scholarship lined up at Washington and Lee, but he couldn't keep his dick in his pants. Back before, I caught him cheating on me.
Did he survive? I asked.
Yep. He and his family live down the road from me. I forgave him because I'm a dumbass, and he was my one and only throughout the chaos. I'd been told he was cheating on me again, but I didn't believe it until I caught him in the act with my ugly-ass cousin.
I'm sorry to hear that, I said.
That was 2 years ago. No and no.
I eyed her in bemusement. No and no what?
No, I haven't been with anyone since, and no, I'm not looking, so don't ask.
I smiled. Okay, I won't. She scoffed.
Yeah, right.
Seriously, I won't. I'm happily married with 3 kids and another on the way. She stared at me a moment before speaking.
Well, good for you. Anyway, the two of them went out in his Range Rover one day and haven't been seen since. We haven't even located the car.
She pointed at the quarry.
I had a dream one night that they were in the Rover at the bottom.
She shrugged.
I've decided to go with it.
I had a sudden thought about that Zed that she'd shot twice in the face. Was Anson blonde-headed? She arched an eyebrow.
Yeah? How'd you know?
Just a guess, I said.
His hair was like yours,
she said, and eyed me with an unreadable expression. Chapter 15. Squeaky Clean. Sweetie, please don't be upset, Melvin begged. He was standing outside of the women's locker room, attempting to assuage Savannah's anger. Judging by the angry expression on her face, it wasn't working.
Why would I be upset, huh? You went traipsing off by yourself like you usually do, and you come back home with a skinny little girl who smells like a pig. And then I find out from Dong that she and her father tried to kill you, and she set your truck on fire. Why would I be upset over any of that?
Before Melvin could respond, Kelly stuck her head out of the locker room door.
This is going to take a little longer than anticipated. Apparently, she's never had a shower before with hot water and a flexible shower head.
Savannah gasped when a loud moan could be heard from the locker room.
Is she masturbating?
Kelly started giggling. Melvin and Savannah laughed as well until she hit Melvin on the shoulder.
You shouldn't be laughing. This is your fault.
What was I supposed to do? He asked. Savannah didn't answer verbally. Instead, she gave him a disapproving stare. Okay, well, I have things to do, like go find a new ride, Melvin said. Savannah eyed him.
Don't you dare go out that gate by yourself.
No, ma'am, I won't. I'll take True and Dong with me.
How long will you be gone this time? She asked.
No more than a couple of hours. I've already got a vehicle in mind. It's not too far from here. I'm borrowing a tow truck from Jorge and we'll bring it right back. Melvin hurried off before he caught any additional grief from Savannah. He knew she was more upset than she let on about him being ambushed, which he supposed meant she still loved him. So even though she was mad at him, he was smiling to himself as he headed outside and over to the motor pool. After they succeeded in getting Mal out of the shower, they dressed her in some hand-me-downs consisting of jeans, a plain t-shirt, socks, and a bra that Mal curled her nose at.
What the hell am I going to do with that? She asked.
Kelly tried to explain the purpose of it, but it didn't make sense to Mal. So she shoved it in her pocket, and the two women led her to the infirmary for a medical exam. Dr. Salisbury greeted the women, inquired about Kelly and her pregnancy, and then led Mal through the doors leading to the examination rooms.
At least she's squeaky clean for the exam,
Kelly said to Savannah with a chuckle. Savannah nodded, but her mind went back to this same scenario with herself. What she remembered the most was being told she'd had an STD that went untreated for too long, and now she couldn't have kids. She glanced over at Kelly's growing bulge and was envious. It seemed like everything that happened lately reminded her of her past, back when she'd been abducted by the Blackjacks. It was the most horrific time of her life.
That girl reminds me of an annoying child who constantly asks questions, Kelly said. Do you think she's ever had a physical before? Savannah asked. She had to have one or two when she was a child. Seems like she would have had inoculations, too, Kelly answered. As if to punctuate their questions about inoculations, they heard a yelp of pain coming from the back.
Sounds like she got her vaccination, Kelly quipped. Chapter 16. Zach and Fred. We managed to get the rest of the Zed corpses loaded up on the second trip. It was hard work, dirty and physically demanding. At the end of the day, we were all spent. Fred had come back when we were on our second load. I showed him some of the corpses and what I'd discovered. He cut some of them open, in case you were wondering, Bailey said. Is he always this way? Fred gave me a glance. I took pictures, too, although I was thinking maybe we should have kept a couple of them to take back to Weather so they could properly autopsy them, I said. Fred grunted. I don't want them anywhere near Aisha. I chuckled, then realized Fred wasn't joking. Okay, understood. I have a question. You've cut them open without wearing any type of safety equipment. Why aren't you worried about becoming infected? Or are you simply stupid? Bailey asked. Justin scoffed. Didn't you know? Zach is completely immune. Bailey eyed me. Are you now? What about those 6 kids of yours? Are they immune too? 3, plus 1 on the way, and yes, they are. I don't let them get exposed, though. She eyed me a moment longer, a glint in her eye now. Something tells me you're a pretty good dad. She then changed the subject and pointed at the camera. So, what have you figured out about them? The muscle tissue shows some evidence of regeneration, although there's a lot of scar tissue as well. Also, I don't know if you're aware, but they're able to digest food again. We've seen this before, but haven't been able to understand it. There's a rather complex theory about it. What kind of theory? She asked. That the virus is mutated into a virophage. A virus that infects other viruses, Bailey surmised. I looked at her in surprise. Exactly. Viruses hijack the host's cellular mechanisms to replicate themselves, often taking pieces of the host's DNA in the process to create the next generation of progeny. There's a study that was conducted back before that showed some of those viruses had the capability of tissue regeneration. The theory is a superbug has been created from phages, which cause some kind of low-level regeneration of the digestive system. From what I've seen, it could be theorized that the same thing is happening to the infected person's muscles. What about bacteria? She asked. Now I frowned in puzzlement. Bacteria? Bacteria is a living organism, and it's already been proven that bacteria can regenerate tissue. She noticed my expression. My mom was a high school biology teacher. She continued teaching me even after it all went bad. I nodded. I was impressed. What about you? She asked. What do you mean? You talk like an educated person. My guess is you were about 15 or 16 when it went bad? Yep, I said. So that means somebody made sure you continued your education. I shrugged. I've always been a voracious reader, and I have an excellent memory. I then pointed at Fred. My greatest education came from this old man and a couple of others like him. Fred was staring off into the distance, saying nothing. Bailey gave Fred the once-over. I've seen you before, Mr. McCoy, back when I was a kid. I think I was 6 or 7. My family went to a county fair at the Carroll County Ag Center. You were a trick shot artist in one of the shows. I remember you did all kinds of shots, but the one that stuck out the most is you shot 2 quarters out of the air. It was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. Fred stared and gave her a small nod. We stared back, waiting for him to tell us all about it, but Fred wasn't the type to talk much about himself. He only offered us a morsel. Yeah, that was a few years ago. Doubt I could do it these days, he said, and looked off into the distance, perhaps thinking of the past. His reverie lasted only a couple of seconds. Then he turned to me. We best get going, he said. It was not something that was up for debate. Fred was ready to go home, and that was that. I turned to Bailey. Please convey my condolences to the people who lost their loved ones. Despite the circumstances, it was a pleasure working and talking with you. I appreciate it. I'm sure we'll see each other again. It's been a while since any of us have visited Mount Weather. Maybe I'll bring my pops down one day. He's been wanting to speak with the president and give him some advice. I chuckled. I'd like to be a witness to that. The sky was clear, which meant dusk lingered a little longer, allowing for me to spot any road hazards a little quicker. I rolled down the window and welcomed the influx of wind. It had been a hot day, and I'd been bathed in sweat most of the day. I glanced over at Fred. He'd taken his hat off and was also enjoying the breeze. "I'll have to slow down once it gets dark," I said. Fred gave one of his micro nods, but otherwise remained quiet. It seemed like there was something on his mind. I kept talking. "It's a nice evening. Reminds me of back when I was a kid. When it was like this, my grandmother liked to sit on the back porch after dinner. I'd sit with her, and she'd tell me stories of her childhood." "Yep, I was the same. Me and my little brother would run around in the backyard chasing lightning bugs, while our parents sat on the porch having a beer and laughing at us. Good times." "Yeah," I agreed. "What else are you thinking about?" "Those Zeds." "So, where did you follow them to?" I asked. "East." "I know that, but did you follow them all the way back to their destination?" "Nope, but I didn't need to. I knew where they were going," he said. I glanced over at him in the growing darkness. "Where?" "Have you had any dreams of that girl lately?" he asked. "Not a one since I got the lab reopened for her." "Why?" "About 50 or so went back the way they came. My guess is they got spooked when the QRF arrived and started killing all of them." "And where did they come from?" I asked. He was beginning to annoy me. "You know where." It took me a moment, but then realization sunk in. "Fort Detrick?" "Yep." My jaw tightened. Shit. Shit. Fred waited for me to get it out of my system before speaking again. "Isn't there an ongoing recon patrol of that area?" "Yeah, Joker is in charge of it. He and his team go up there once a week." I thought a moment. Their last patrol was a day before the attack. There was nothing in his report that indicated anything out of the ordinary, other than the fact the Zeds busted a trail camera they'd set up. Fred glanced at me. "If they busted it up, they know what that camera was doing. I think I'd call that a little out of the ordinary." "Yeah, I guess you're right. I always thought it was only a small percentage that have any cognitive thoughts. Like any group of people. Most of them are dummies, but one or two might be smart." "Sounds like the people of Mount Weather," Fred remarked. After a moment, he spoke again. "There's something else. They walked across an area that was still damp from some recent rain." I glanced at him again and waited. Sometimes he was like this, and I had to pry it out of him. "All right, what is it?" "My guess is you have a few of those South Mountain folks who are unaccounted for." I frowned as I looked at him. "Yeah? Are you saying some of them were bitten and turned?" Fred gave a small nod. "Shit," I growled, and then had a thought. "You know, they turned down our offer to vaccinate them." "You think that's why they were attacked?" Fred asked. "I don't know. Honestly, they were a soft target. They're too spread out and their defense works are minimal, but still." I left the sentence unfinished. "So, what are you going to do?" Fred asked. "I'll be meeting with Bob and Connie in the morning and brief them. Then Bob and Connie will be meeting with the senators and they'll talk about it for hours before coming to some kind of bullshit resolution. Then, as a result of their bullshit resolution, they'll issue some bullshit directive which I'll be tasked with implementing." While I talked, Fred made a face like he had gas pains. Even in the growing darkness, I could see it. I knew all too well what he thought of the politicians. It's one of the reasons he and Rachel moved out of Mount Weather. "I'm sure they'll come up with a brilliant solution," he quipped. I scoffed. "Yeah, I'm sure they will. What would be your brilliant solution?" Fred continued staring straight ahead, but his words were succinct. "The only good Zed is a dead Zed." He then glanced over at me. "Out of all your rules, that's the most important one." Chapter 17. Mal Meets Civilization. "You've never been to a doctor?" Dr. Salisbury asked. Mal shrugged.
I might have when I was little, but I don't remember it."
The doctor stared at her patient a long moment. She knew that childhood memories generally faded with time, but this girl was still a teenager. "Do you remember a time when you became extremely sick?" she asked. Mal's eyes widened.
Yeah, I remember that. Daddy said I got a fever and hallucinated.
Dr. Salisbury narrowed her eyes. Would he have perhaps said you had hallucinations? Mal shrugged.
Could have been. He said I was going crazy and seeing things that weren't really there.
How old were you when that happened? The doctor asked. Mal's response was another shrug. The doctor made a mental note to include that in her report, and then inspected Mal's upper arms, looking for the telltale scar of the smallpox vaccination. Finding none, she added it to her list. Have you ever had any worms? The doc asked.
I ain't sure. How do you know if you've had worms?
She didn't reply. If a person had ever had worms, they'd know. Dr. Salisbury changed the subject. You appear to be in good health, but you will need to undergo a round of inoculations. I hope you don't have an aversion to needles.
What does aversion mean?
Mal asked. The doctor didn't answer that question either, but Mal soon learned what she was talking about. Kelly was waiting for her when she was done. When she walked into the small waiting room, Kelly noticed she was a little pale.
How are you feeling?
She asked.
Aversioned,
Mal answered. Kelly frowned and peered at Dr. Salisbury for clarification. The inoculations may leave her feeling a little woozy. Otherwise, she's healthy. Malnourished, but healthy. She may need to lie down for a little while, but I strongly suggest a strong nutritional program for her. The girl needs calories.
I ain't eaten in a day or two,
Mal said.
A day or two? Oh, Lordy, why didn't you say something earlier?
Kelly asked. Mal's reply was a shrug.
Okay, then. How about you lie down a little while first?
Kelly suggested.
I'm really hungry. I'd like to eat first, if that's okay,
Mal said.
Understood,
Kelly replied, and looked to Dr. Salisbury for guidance, who responded with a shrug, and then realized what she'd done. Certainly, but keep it light. Anything heavy or spicy may give her an upset stomach.
I understand,
Kelly said. The cafeteria was not yet officially open for the dinner crowd, but since everyone liked Kelly, she had no trouble sweet-talking one of the staff into whipping up a couple of chicken salad sandwiches for Mal. Sitting, Mal took a tentative bite.
This is wonderful. What is it?
Chicken salad. In addition to the chicken, it's a mixture of mayonnaise, celery, and I think the chef adds lemon juice into the mix. Eat up, Kelly encouraged. Mal gobbled down the first sandwich and used fingers to wipe the excess off her face and into her mouth. She started to reach for the second sandwich when Kelly reached out and put a hand on hers. Honey, we need to teach you some table manners. First, wipe your mouth with a napkin and slow down a little bit. We have plenty to eat here. Mal stared at Kelly in confusion.
What am I doing wrong?
Kelly gave a patient smile and spent the next hour teaching table manners and etiquette. Mal complained that such things seemed unnecessary, but tried to follow Kelly's advice. After eating, Kelly showed her to the dorms and got her set up with a bed and locker. It's co-ed, but don't worry. Nobody will try to rape you or anything like that.
I ain't worried,
Mal replied. Kelly withheld any snarky response.
I'll see you in the morning, then.
Mal stood beside the bed and watched Kelly walk out. There were a couple of others in the dorm, a man and woman who weren't much older than her. Are you new here? The young man asked. Mal nodded. Well, welcome. It seemed like he was about to say more, but the woman whispered something to him, and then they ignored her. Mal was undecided if this was a good thing or a bad thing. She felt like this wasn't her world, and she wasn't sure if she wanted to make friends with anyone. Her full belly made her sleepy. She barely remembered taking her shoes off and crawling into bed. She slept deeply and awoke an indeterminate number of hours later to some strange sounds coming from 4 bunks over. It took her a moment to realize that 2 people were making love, although she'd never heard that expression. Her father and King Rat simply called it fucking. As quietly as she could, she crawled out of bed, found her shoes, and crept out of the dorm. After wandering the hallways for a few minutes, she stopped someone and asked where the exit was. Once outside, she found the barn where Boo Boo and Gumby were.
Hey, you two,
she said as she entered the stall. Gumby was lying in some hay, but stood and greeted her with a wagging tail. She saw an empty plate lying on the ground. Somebody had fed him, causing her to feel guilty for eating and not even thinking about the little mutt. She gave Boo Boo a nose rub before sitting in the stall and hugging Gumby.
"I'm sorry I haven't been around," she said. "I promise I'll do better."
She was awakened the next morning by someone shaking her shoulder. Looking up, she saw a young man standing over her. "Hey, what are you doing here?" the man asked. She sat up and stretched.
"I was sleeping with my horse and dog."
The young man frowned. "Well, I guess that's okay. My name's Slim. I don't think I've ever seen you around here before. Are you new?"
"I came here yesterday. Melvin brought me. I'm supposed to be questioned or something. Then they'll decide if I get to stay."
Slim nodded in understanding. "Ah, you're going to be interviewed. I went through the same thing when I first got here. What's your name?"
"Mal. I don't think they're going to let me stay."
"Why's that?" Slim asked.
"'Cause me and my daddy tried to kill Melvin."
Slim frowned again. "Ooh, not a wise move. What happened?"
"He killed my daddy,"
Mal lamented. Slim gave a slow nod. "I'm not surprised. There are a few men around here who you shouldn't ever tangle with. Melvin's one of them." Mal stared but said nothing. "When's your interview?" Slim asked. She looked out of the open barn door and estimated the time.
"Sometime this morning."
"Well, good luck with it. Oh, if you don't mind me putting in my 2 cents worth, you might want to get cleaned up first. It looks like you got some horse manure on you." Mal looked down at her clothing and realized she must have rolled over in it while asleep. She almost started to cry.
"They put me in a dorm, but I don't know how to get back inside."
"Oh, that's no problem. I'll show you. You can get yourself cleaned up and be looking all spiffy for your interview. Okay?" Mal nodded and wiped her tears away.
"You're nice."
Slim grinned. "I try to be. The good Lord blessed us with life, and we should cherish it. There's no reason to be full of hate, right?" Mal stared.
"I ain't ever thought of it like that."
Chapter 18. Zack and the Grenade. The briefing with Bob and Connie about the South Mountain attack took place after I'd returned home last night. It went like I thought it would. The two men listened to my report, asked several questions, and then said they'd have a meeting with the senators in the morning after breakfast. I'm glad they didn't insist I sit in on it. It would have been an enormous waste of my time, but I didn't tell them that. Bob would no doubt give me a summation later. As I stood in the breakfast line engaging in small talk with First Sergeant Crumby, I never expected what would happen next. Nikki Mullins walked up to us. She was dressed in her usual attire, jeans, cowboy boots, and a dark green t-shirt that was tucked in so as not to impede her holster. Her signature hat was missing, making me wonder if she'd finally thrown it away. "Good morning, Nikki. How's it going?" I asked.
"Fine,"
she answered, and stared a moment at me before focusing on Jeremiah.
"You're a Marine, right?"
Jeremiah chuckled. "Been one since you were still wearing diapers."
"Good. I want to show you something."
She pulled the small backpack off of her shoulders and dug into it. A moment later, she came out with an olive-drab, cylindrical-shaped object. A grenade. "Whoa!" he exclaimed in surprise, before reaching out and taking it from her outstretched hand. I hastened a subtle look around the cafeteria and lowered my voice. "Let's quietly take it over to the TOC." Jeremiah agreed with a nod, put the grenade back in Nikki's pack, and the three of us left the cafeteria as casually as we could. Once inside the TOC, I motioned them toward a plain Army-issue table that was surprisingly the same color as the grenade. "First Sergeant, why don't you do the honors?" Nikki put her backpack on the table. Jeremiah opened it and pulled it out with a chuckle. "I've got to admit, when she first showed it to me, I was worried, but she's got the safety pin secured and bent over so it won't accidentally fall out." "Yeah, I see that," I replied as I picked it up. Inspecting it, I looked up at the First Sergeant. "It's one of ours, isn't it?" Jeremiah said. "It's a distinct possibility," I replied.
"What do you mean? How would you know that?"
Nikki asked. "We've gone on multiple scavenging missions over the years, including the military bases around here. Although most of the bases have already been looted, we've had some success in finding things." I gestured at Jeremiah. The first sergeant found a couple of cases of hand grenades on one of those missions. I rotated it until the serial number was facing up. You see this? Serial number, Nikki said, and gave me a look to indicate she thought I was about to mansplain something. What you may or may not know about me is that I am a stickler about details. Jeremiah agreed by snorting. I gave a small smile. Yep, I am. One of the things that I insist on is dutifully keeping an accurate record of all items that are scavenged, and oh boy do I like serial numbers. Yep, you certainly do, Jeremiah added. I paused in my lecturing and reached for the TOC's laptop. Logging in, I soon had the appropriate spreadsheet open and entered the serial number into the search function. The only hit was from a lathe. I modified my search to the first 3 numbers, and this time I got a partial hit. It's a close match to that case of grenades we recovered from the University of Virginia's ROTC armory. That was one of your missions, right? Yeah, that was one of mine, Jeremiah said. I still wonder why a college ROTC unit would have the need to have hand grenades. Think about it. Those were college boys and girls, not a combat unit. I guess that'll forever be a mystery. Yeah, no doubt, I said, and faced Nikki. Have any of you guys been on scavenging missions in Charlottesville? Nikki frowned. I don't know specifically, but they used to go out on looting runs back when they had working vehicles. BC finally called it off when a crew got attacked by Zeds and 3 of them were killed. Besides, they don't have any real mechanics, and nobody seems interested in building up a fleet of diesel vehicles. She shook her head. There's this mindset there that they'd like to go back to the 1800s, where the men rode around on their horses and the women stayed home cooking, weaving on the loom, and servicing their men. Yeah, that's one of the negatives of this damned apocalypse. It seemed to make sexist and racist beliefs even stronger, Jeremiah said. That's why I hooked up with a white woman. He kept a straight face. Nikki stared a moment, and then gave me a questioning look. Jeremiah then howled with laughter. I'm just messing with you, girl. Well, I mean, my girlfriend is white, but it has nothing to do with any of that other stuff. Nikki gave an uncertain smile. So, getting back to this hand grenade, would it have killed me? Absolutely, if you were close enough. The manual says it has a kill radius of 5 meters and a casualty radius of 15 meters, Jeremiah said. Tell us how it was rigged up, I suggested. Nikki gestured at it. It was tied to a tree. A fishing line was tied to the pin, and it was stretched across the road and tied off to a fallen tree on the other side of the road. Whoever did it left a scuff mark on the bark of the tree. That's how I spotted it. Where was the grenade mounted? Near the ground or higher up? I asked. I had to reach up to it, so maybe 6 feet off the ground. Jeremiah gave me a look. They knew you were on horseback. That's why they put it up so high. If you'd have activated it, you would have been killed. Your horse, too, most likely. Do you know who did it? I asked. Nikki gave a slight shrug. I don't want to name anyone until I'm certain. I'll get on the radio and ask BC about it, I said, and started to stand. Nikki instantly shook her head. No, don't do that, she said. I stopped and peered at her. She made a pained expression. It's possible he's the one who did it, she said, and then she told us of the death of Colton and how he blamed her for it. Okay, I understand. All right, I'll get Liam and Logan to start an investigation, I said, and Nikki once again shook her head. I want to figure it out myself, she said. I swapped glances with Jeremiah. He shrugged his shoulders. Your call, he said. All right, but let me caution you, we are attempting to have a society of law and order. Frontier justice is frowned upon. Thanks, guys, she said, and stood. Okay, well, I have some things to do, and then I'm heading back to Fred and Rachel's. I waited until she left before speaking to Jeremiah. What do you think? He scratched his head before responding. It ain't random. I think there's somebody out there at that Shenandoah community who wants to kill her, but they don't want anyone to know they did it. Hence the reason for the booby trap and not simply lying in wait and shooting her, I said, and thought for a moment. Sniping her would have required a lot of time to set up and wait on her. Whoever did this did not have that amount of time. Staying gone from their people or their work detail would have raised questions. If she turned up dead from being shot, the first thing that'd be asked was who was absent during the time frame she was killed, he said. I nodded. Yep, exactly. And they had to have access to a hand grenade. Sounds like a job for the O'Malleys. But she doesn't want that, Jeremiah said. Yeah, she wants to figure it out for herself. Jeremiah let out a low chuckle. What? That part about frontier justice. Now that was funny, especially coming from you. I allowed him a small smile. Yeah, one could say I'd committed more than one act of frontier justice in my time, but Nikki didn't need to know that. I wondered if she knew how many acts of frontier justice Fred had committed. I stretched, and then stood. We're interviewing a new arrival in about an hour. After that's done, I'll advise Bob and Connie about Nikki and her grenade. They'll want to talk it over at length, but I'll convince them there's not much else we can do for the moment. Jeremiah stood too. Sounds good to me. I've got things to do too, but I'll be around. Give me a shout if you need me. I headed to my office, which would normally take less than 5 minutes, but I was stopped several times by people who had questions or needed something. Being the director of operations, I felt it was my responsibility to listen and act, even if a lot of it was frivolous nonsense, like one person complaining about having potatoes served 5 times a week. I'd make a point of earnestly listening and discussing whatever issue they had. Most of the time I could get it resolved, but not always. I finally made it to my office, where Kate was diligently typing away. She looked up when I walked in. I'm glad you're here. I have questions, she said. I took a seat at my desk. What kind of questions? This computer program for the food consumption model wants specific demographics, like the ages and gender of everyone living in and around Mount Weather. Where do I get all that? Oh, that should be easy enough. There's an Excel file that's titled Census. It has all the demographics you need. There should be a way to merge it into the program. Let me see what I can do. It took me 20 minutes to figure it out, and then the computer programming took over. It was updated less than a minute later. Kate smiled when the data cells began automatically populating. Wow, that's awesome. I'll actually be done with this by the end of the week. We began discussing the data sheets for a couple of minutes until my phone rang. Hi, sweetie, Kelly greeted. I've got Mal with me, and we're in the conference room. I looked up at the clock and realized the meeting was starting in 5 minutes. I'll be right there, I said. You better, Kelly said, and hung up. Kate overheard the conversation. Who's Mal? She asked. A new girl that Melvin found, I said, and briefly explained the circumstances. Kate arched an eyebrow. And Melvin didn't kill her? Interesting. Yeah, go figure. I guess he decided the father was the bad guy and not this little girl. Anyway, I'll be sitting in on the interview. Do you need anything else from me? Nothing that can't wait. You better get going. Oh, if I may add, there's too many young single boys around here that are so horny even the chickens are nervous. A new female added to the Mount Weather population couldn't hurt. I grinned. Point taken. Chapter 19. Zach and Mal. We didn't know Mal's last name, and she claimed not to remember it. I briefly saw her at breakfast sitting with Slim and wolfing down food like there was no tomorrow, and now she was sitting at the conference table, looking around like she'd never seen anything like it. Then she confirmed it. I ain't never been in a room like this before, she said. And y'all got lights and hot water? Does everyone get to take showers here? All of the above, Bob said with a patient smile. Kelly and Savannah had already briefed us on her demeanor. They couldn't decide if it was her semi-feral upbringing or if she was simply stupid. I looked her over. She was skinny, not unlike a lot of people who we've rescued in the past. She wasn't ugly, but she wasn't exactly pretty either. She had plain, sorrel-colored hair that reached down past her shoulders and hazel-colored eyes. Her teeth were not pleasant to look at. I guess they had probably not had the pleasure of a toothbrush in years. Melvin has a weakness for strays. Just look at me, Savannah quipped. She remembered the night Melvin found her. It was raining. She was handcuffed and fleeing for her life. Melvin found her when she was about to be killed by Zeds, and he was naked as a jaybird when he killed the Zeds and rescued her. She wondered if he was wearing anything when he found Mal. After taking her for a physical, Kelly fixed her up with fresh clothing, got her fed, and then found her a bed in the dorm for the evening. I don't know how she met Slim, but he was nice enough to get her to breakfast. Kelly and Savannah then brought her here for her formal interview. Sitting her down, Kelly motioned for me to follow her into the hallway.
Dr. Salisbury said she's malnourished, but otherwise she's fine. No signs of infection.
All right, that's good, I said.
Are we keeping her? She asked.
We're going to interview her and see if she's a good candidate, but I'd say it's merely a formality. Kelly nodded in understanding. She was also aware of the lopsided male-to-female ratio around here.
We should send her to Marcus Hook or somewhere else,
Savannah remarked. I peered at her. You don't like her? Savannah stared and gave a slight shrug.
She tried to kill Melvin, and she's dumber than a box of rocks. There's not much to like.
Kelly and I laughed. Savannah was going to say more, but the approach of the president and vice president stopped her.
Hello, ladies,
Connie said with a smile that could rival any used car salesman. That was Connie, always complimenting the women, hoping for an opening. Kelly gave me a knowing look.
So, is this young lady all cleaned up and ready for her interview? He asked. Yep. Lucky for you, she likes showers. She smelled like the ass end of a pig when she first got here, Savannah said, and glanced at me. Something tells me she's going to be here for a while, and I have better things to do. See you guys later, she said, and gave Connie a cool glance before walking off. I'll be in my classroom, Kelly said, and gave me a kiss before leaving. I faced Mal and motioned toward the door.
All right, let's go.
When we sat, Connie was his usual self and gave Mal a warm smile, almost to the point where he was leering. I wouldn't have been surprised if he was already fantasizing.
Hi, Mal. I'm Conrad Nelson, but everyone calls me Connie.
She scrunched her face at him. Are you the president? His smile faltered, but he recovered and gestured toward Bob.
He is. This is President Robert Duckworth.
Hello, Mal, Bob greeted.
Connie is our country's vice president, and this is Zach Gunderson. He's the director of operations.
Well, I feel special getting to meet y'all. Kelly said y'all want to ask me a bunch of questions.
Yes, we do, Bob answered.
What about? I ain't got much to tell that you probably don't already know.
Well, how about you start with telling us about yourself, Bob replied.
Like what? Y'all already know my name, and y'all know that Melvin killed my daddy.
Yes, tell us about that, Connie said.
Well, back the other night, we saw a truck driving down the road. We hadn't seen anyone driving anything in a long time, so Daddy said we should set up on them.
So your father made the decision to ambush Melvin? Connie said.
Mal frowned at Connie's question. Melvin used that word, too. What's an ambush?
It's when you hide and then surprise a person and kill them, I said. Isn't that what you and your father did with Melvin?
Mal seemed to think it over and then slowly nodded. Yeah, Daddy shot at him and made him wreck his truck. Then when he went up to the truck, Melvin shot him.
Why did he go up to the truck? Connie asked.
To finish him off, I reckon, she said matter-of-factly. But Melvin killed him instead. Can't y'all punish him or something?
We're not going to punish Melvin for defending himself, I said. Maybe it's you that needs punishing.
For what? Mal asked in surprise.
Bob held up a hand. Perhaps we can revisit that issue later. First, I want to hear about your childhood. Where did you grow up?
Mal scrunched up her nose. I ain't really sure. Somewhere around here, but Daddy never told me exactly where, she said, and scratched her face. I remember it called the trailer park. That's where we lived. I don't remember where it was at, though.
Do you remember the beginning of everything going bad? He asked.
Sort of. I was in the 2nd grade. Daddy came and got me out of school one day during Miss Tipton's English class. He said the world was going crazy. Miss Tipton didn't like that too much and told Daddy she was going to call the police, but Daddy took me anyway. I was real scared, but I never saw no police.
What was the name of the school? I asked.
Mal shrugged. It was some man's name.
I wanted to press her on it, but Bob changed the subject. Who was with your father? He asked.
It was only him. He had the car packed up with stuff, she answered.
Well, where did the two of you go? He asked.
Some church that was out in the country. I remember asking Daddy why we didn't go home and get Mama, but he said Mama had already turned into a monster. So we went to a church. There were some other people there. I remember everyone was scared, Mal said, and paused a moment to pick her nose before continuing. Everyone was always scared. That's what I remember the most. And there were always men running around with guns. We weren't even allowed outside for a long time. But then one day the kids were allowed to go outside and play. Even then they told us not to make any noise. Then one day there was a big argument among the men, and Daddy said we had to leave.
Did he say why? Bob asked.
Mal shook her head. If you're going to ask us what we did next, I don't really know. We traveled around some, and we found some people who let us stay with them. I think we stayed with them through the cold weather. When it got warm, we left, but our car didn't work no more, so Daddy took a couple of horses.
Where did you go next?
Mal shrugged. I don't know. We wandered around a lot.
Did you kill people you encountered? I asked.
Mal looked down at her fingernails. Kelly had perfect fingernails. She said she could fix mine up just like hers.
That's nice, Mal. Now, how about you answer my question? I said.
She looked up at me, although I could tell she was reluctant to do so. It wasn't like that all the time. Mostly we just snuck around and took from people when we could. There ain't many people around here no more, though.
Where did you get the rifle and ammunition? I asked.
Huh?
The rifle and ammunition you and your father used to shoot at Melvin. Where did you get it?
Oh, from Rat King, she said.
Who is Rat King? I asked.
He's a man that comes to visit sometimes. He brings us stuff to eat, like fish. If it weren't for him, we would have starved to death, I reckon. I like crappie the best. Do y'all have crappie?
So he gave you and your father the ammunition, I pressed.
Yeah, and the rifle, the one y'all took from me. He said we needed to start killing people to earn our keep.
Describe this man, Conrad said. She gazed at the vice president.
He looks a little like you, but he has long gray hair. He keeps it tied back and he has a bushy beard.
She rubbed her neck.
It always scratches me up.
Does he talk about himself? Like, does he say where he lives? I asked.
Mal shook her head. He didn't say, and I didn't ask. Daddy said he's mean. He said that on the outside he acts all nice and friendly, but on the inside he's black-hearted. So I never asked him no questions that might have made him mad.
Conrad had leaned forward in his chair. What did you mean when you said his beard scratches up your neck?
When he's on top of me and kissing on me, Daddy loans me to him to get food and stuff.
I frowned. Looking over, I saw the vice president frowning as well. When you say your father loans you to him, what exactly do you mean? He asked.
So's he can have his way with me. Sometimes he's nice, sometimes he ain't so nice. Daddy said he liked me, though. He said that's the price I have to pay for him to bring us food. And then, when he brought us the gun and bullets, that's when he told us to go out and steal and kill for him.
By ambushing people, I said. Mal nodded.
I didn't like it, but Daddy said it'd be okay. But now he's dead.
Her eyes began tearing up now. Her father sounded like a piece of trash, but even so, he was her father, and I'm sure she loved him. She then stared at the president.
I kind of like it here. Well, some of the people seem a little off, if you know what I mean. But I met a boy this morning, and he was nice to me. And y'all have hot showers. Those are nice, too. Are y'all gonna let me stay?
Bob stared back. That depends.
On what?
She asked. On you. You've got to be truthful with us about everything, and you have to learn how to be a productive and honest person. Can you do that? She paused for several seconds and wiped her nose with the back of her hand before responding.
I ain't really sure what you mean by productive. I guess there's a lot for me to learn. But yesterday, Kelly taught me a little bit about manners, and she said I learned real quick. Does that count?
Chapter 20. A Visit to the Trading Post. Team Joker, minus Joker, exited the main gate 10 minutes before Zack and arrived at Marcus Hook an hour later. After stopping at the barricade and saying hello to the guards, they drove to the former soccer stadium and parked. The three men, Flash, Slim, and Cutter, stared in silence, taking it all in. It was mostly open, but there were also individual business kiosks, several large tents, and the upper areas where fans used to sit and watch the game was undergoing a remodeling process where the seats were slowly being replaced by structures of various sizes.
"Welp, we made it," Slim said. "Too bad Joker didn't want to come."
"He's a husband and dad now," Cutter said. "No more fun stuff for him. A good reminder to never get married."
Flash murmured something that could have been an agreement, or maybe he was only acknowledging Cutter's opinion about marriage. He changed the subject and gestured around the area. "I didn't think there'd still be this many people here considering that Zed attack last week."
"I wonder if the whores are still here," Cutter mused.
"I think they prefer to be called adult entertainment specialists," Flash quipped.
"Whatever. If they're still here, I might have to hire some entertainment," Cutter replied.
"Reese said they're ugly," Slim said.
"Sometimes you gotta play the hand you're dealt," Cutter rejoined. "Good thing I have condoms."
"They probably expired 5 years ago," Flash said.
Cutter shrugged. "No matter. I need the company of a woman. I might last all of 2 minutes, but it'll be worth it."
"What are you going to trade for?" Flash asked, which caused Cutter to frown.
"I hadn't thought of that. I have my weed stash. Maybe that'll work."
"We don't need to be messing with them," Slim said. "If we catch some kind of sex disease, everyone at Mount Weather will know about it 15 minutes after going to the infirmary." Flash chuckled at Slim's warning and gazed around the place. Trader Joe was calling it an agora these days. There were a couple of fenced-in areas which contained a couple dozen sheep. There was a livery stable with at least 2 blacksmiths plying their trade, a cobbler, a basket weaver, a creamery, several horse-drawn wagons filled with various types of items, pots and pans, tools of all kinds, second-hand clothing, homemade clothing, you name it. And wouldn't you know it, the sound of a banjo being played could be heard.
"It's impressive,"
Flash remarked.
"It is," Cutter agreed. "I hope I can find some decent boots in my size."
"I think I might find 1 or 2 things to purchase," Slim said. Cutter eyed him.
"What the hell are you going to trade for?"
Slim chuckled. Cutter cut his eyes at him.
"Well, they ain't going to give away their shit for free, and you don't have any weed."
"Did you happen to notice that tote bin I put in the back of the van this morning?" Slim asked.
"Yeah? What did you bring?" he asked.
Slim held a finger up and opened the back doors of the van. The tote bin was a thick black plastic bin with a yellow top. Slim opened it, showing the bin was divided into multiple sections with carefully cut out cardboard. Each section held individual items.
"Fishing gear?" Cutter asked.
"Don't knock it,"
Slim replied, and waved a finger at the contents.
"Those are handcrafted lures."
"They look brand new. Where'd you get them?" Cutter asked.
"He made all of them,"
Flash said.
"Some of them,"
Slim corrected.
"Some of them are refurbished, but they're better than new, if I say so myself."
Cutter picked up one of them and scrutinized it, slowly turning it in his fingers. Slim cleared his throat.
"That one's called a nymph. It's designed to travel a few inches underwater and is used for fly fishing. You can catch trout all day long with that little beauty."
Cutter admired it a moment longer before looking up.
"That's some nice workmanship."
Slim beamed.
"Thanks."
"What do you think you can trade them for?"
Slim's grin faltered.
"Well, I don't know, but I suppose I can ask around and find out. There's got to be some fishermen here, or fisherwomen, whatever you call them."
He scrunched up his face and thought a moment before snapping his fingers.
"I have a thought. Let's ask Trader Joe. He knows everyone here."
There was a chorus of agreement among them. They found Trader Joe sitting under an open canopy tent near the entrance, drinking some kind of dark beverage with Irina and a couple of men whom they did not recognize.
"She's showing them off as usual,"
Cutter whispered to his buddies. He was referring to Irina's ample breasts. Today she was wearing a bright orange tank top that was probably a size too small, and no bra. Technically, Irina Fleming was still married to Clay Fleming, but when Clay was banished for killing a young man who he mistakenly thought raped his stepdaughter, she ghosted him and stayed at Marcus Hook. Eventually, she made her way into Trader Joe's bed. Cutter thought she was a manipulative snake in the grass, but if he had to be honest with himself, He'd sleep with her in a minute. Joe looked the same as he always did, long salt and pepper hair pulled back in a ponytail, graying beard, and an easygoing smile. The beard was neatly trimmed for a change, which looked good on him.
"Howdy, boys," he greeted.
"Hey, Joe," they chorused. Cutter waved a hand around.
"This place is doing great."
Joe gave a pleasant smile.
"Well, thank you for that. We've worked hard to make this a success. Personally, I think it does more for the rebuilding of America than anything else that's been done so far."
"Can't argue with that," Cutter said.
"So, what are you men up to today?" Trader Joe asked.
Flash and Cutter traded a nervous glance. Cutter plowed ahead and motioned for Trader Joe to follow him with a head nod. He waited until they were far enough away from everyone else so nobody could hear.
"I'll be honest, we came here to see if there were any women around. You know, single women."
Joe's smile returned.
"There are a few fillies here. The Mennonites seem to have brought all their eligible girls. The oldest is 22, and the youngest is 14.
He saw Cutter frown and explained.
"Oh, they're looking for husbands to come live and work on their farms."
"Oh, shit, we're not looking for wives," Flash said.
"Hey, we'd just like to get laid," Cutter added.
Flash gave a nervous chuckle, and Slim blushed.
"Well, boys, you're in luck. There's a couple of working girls that came down from Jersey and made themselves at home here."
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
"My advice, though, use condoms."
"What do you think they'll charge?" Cutter asked.
"Oh, that one's easy. They're hardcore stoners. Well, they love the herb, which I kind of understand because it's a highly sought-after commodity."
Cutter grinned like the cat that ate the canary.
"Well, we're in luck then. I bet we could work something out with them."
Trader Joe gave an approving nod.
That's good, that's good. But be careful with your generosity. They'll smoke it all up before you can even get a happy ending."
He pointed.
"You can find them over by that section where there's a couple of men working on trucks. Don't show them how much you have, though. They'll take all of it."
"Thanks, Joe," Cutter said, and the two of them headed off, leaving Slim standing alone.
"What about you, Slim?" Trader Joe asked.
"I don't smoke, and I don't think I'd like those kinds of girls anyway," he said.
Trader Joe gave a fatherly smile.
"Good for you, son. I'd take you for a man who'd like a nice lady to settle down with. Now, if I was a young single man like you, I'd probably mosey on over there to the Mennonites. Those girls are pure as the driven snow, if you know what I mean."
Slim cleared his throat.
"I have a question."
"Ask away, Slim," Trader Joe said.
"Do you know if those Mennonites like to fish?"
Chapter 21. Zach votes for Mel. I'd sent Mel off with Kelly so the three of us could talk about her and decide if she could stay.
She's rather crass," Bob said after Mal had left the conference room.
"And uneducated," Connie added.
"She is at that," I agreed.
"Dr. Salisbury said she's capable of having children, right?" Bob asked.
I nodded.
"Well, that's something, then."
Connie cleared his throat.
"Zach, let me ask you. Is she a complete moron, or do you think she's capable of learning?"
"I think she can be educated, to a point. She'll never be a doctor or president, but I think there's a good possibility of successfully integrating her."
Honestly, I amazed myself on how well I could speak like a politician. The truth of it, she was dumb. But she was a young woman of childbearing age, and I'm sure there were plenty of men around the area who wouldn't care what her IQ is. If you're asking me, I think we should let her stay here on a trial basis. If she's not crazy or a troublemaker, she'll have her a man before Christmas. Hell, she'll probably be pregnant before that.
"You think it'll take that long?" Connie asked with a sarcastic chuckle.
"So, it's decided then?"
Bob asked.
Connie and I exchanged a glance, and then agreed with a nod.
"Good. I'll let you give her the good news," Bob said.
I stepped outside to the hallway and motioned for Mal to follow me.
"Where are we going?"
she asked. I didn't answer and led her to the classroom where Kelly taught. It was empty at the moment, and Kelly was sitting at her desk, studying something on her laptop. She looked up when we walked in and gave me a smile. Let me guess, she's been accepted. Yes, but on a probationary basis, I said.
What's that mean?
Mal asked. It means you have to behave yourself and not cause trouble, I warned.
Oh.
I focused on Kelly. The dorm she slept in last night, were there any problems?
Not that I know of,
Kelly said.
What do you think, Mal? Was the dorm to your satisfaction? I guess so. The bed was comfortable,
Mal answered. She didn't mention being awakened by the couple that were having sex. Good, I said. I'll let Lydia know of our newest member here and get her put on the work roster. Okay, I'm running late. I'll see you this evening.
Bye, sweetie,
Kelly replied and gave me a kiss. I saw Mal staring in puzzlement as I left.
Is he your sweetie?
I heard Mal ask as I jogged down the hallway. As I hustled to the motor pool, I mulled over the interview. Mal seemed to have a lot of memory gaps. The question I had was, were they genuine, or was she intentionally being vague about some aspects of her life? If she was, that probably meant she was smarter than she was letting on. It was something I felt I needed to figure out, and, more importantly, I wanted to find out who this King Rat character was, and if he was part of a larger problem. Was he a lone wolf, like Mal alleged, or was he part of a gang? I needed to find out. Approaching the motor pool, I saw Melvin, True, and Dong already waiting for me. Sorry I'm late, I said.
No problem. We have everything ready to go. How'd Mal's interview go?
Melvin asked. Our leaders have decided to let her stay, I said. True scoffed. They weren't going to turn any fertile woman away, no matter how crazy she might be. I agree. She's a little out there, but I think it's because of how her father raised her. Time will tell, I guess.
A classic example of Bronfenbrenner's ecological systems theory, Melvin remarked.
I peered at him. One might argue that Lerner's social contextual perspective theory would also explain her lack of social development. Melvin nodded.
A good point, Zach. A good point indeed.
What the hell are you two talking about? True asked.
On second thought, I don't want to know.
You two babble too much. Melvin and I shared a smile. True was scowling. He didn't like it when Melvin and I engaged in intellectual debates, so I changed the subject. Hey, let me ask you guys something. Have you ever heard of anyone called King Rat?
I've never heard that name,
Melvin remarked. True shook his head. Me neither.
Me neither,
Dong parroted. Yeah, same here, I said.
Is he connected to Mal somehow?
Melvin asked. Yeah, I said, and explained. Don't tell me any more. I'm starting to feel sorry for her, True said, eliciting a chuckle from Melvin. I made a mental note to send out a discreet inquiry to the surrounding communities. Over the years, we'd had people who lived around the Virginia and West Virginia areas turn up dead or go missing. It was one of those hard truths of life in post-apocalyptic America, and undoubtedly all over the world. Lawlessness was the norm. I wanted to change that, at least in our area of purview. Melvin waved a hand at the 2 box trucks we acquired for our mission.
What do you say we saddle up and get on the road? He asked.
He was impatient for some reason, but we were running behind, thanks to me, so I didn't say anything. We loaded up and were on the road to Moorfield in minutes. It took us 2 hours to get there, but there were no major issues, and even though neither truck had cold air to offset the summer heat, the drive wasn't that bad. The Mackenzie clan seemed happy to see us, mostly. The one named Garth was in a sour mood, as if he thought this big move was wrong. Melvin seemed to sense what I was thinking.
He's always in a bad mood. I think he has hemorrhoids and possibly an overly enlarged prostate.
Could be, I said with a chuckle.
Of course, he might have had a deficient childhood, too, Melvin quipped.
Don't start that shit, True huffed. Moving furniture and stuff is a little different than it was back before. Back then, you could hire a moving company or go down to the U-Haul and purchase boxes. Cardboard boxes were a rarity these days, so we used handmade wooden crates, or we simply stacked everything in the back of the trucks and hoped not to cause too much damage. With all hands doggedly motivated, It only took us a couple of hours to fill up the trucks. Because we had full loads, we had to drive slowly, which limited the breeze through the open windows. When we arrived at the church, Hammy clapped her hands in joy. "We're home!" she exclaimed, and then pointed. "Who are all those people?" "Our work crews," I said, and pointed at a team filling makeshift gabion baskets with rocks and similar materials. "Those are defense works, which you keep improving in the ensuing days. There's also a team who are working on the plumbing, and there's a barn-raising operation going on out back. I bet there are a few people working on the inside as well. Come on, let's go see." One of Mount Weather's oldest members, Norman Marnix, exited the building and walked out to us. "We've made some progress," he said, and looked over the group. "Hello, new people. I'm Norman. My team's mission is to get this place up to speed for you to live in. I'd say we have 1 or 2 more days of work before we're finished. After that, it's all up to you." "We can do it," Poco said with a determined expression. Hammy nodded in agreement. Norman stared at them over his bifocals. "I hope so. We need hard-working, honest people around here, not lazy assholes." The response from everyone was positive, with the exception of Garth. "When are we going to get some cattle out here?" he grumbled. Norman eyed him like he was looking at a pile of manure before walking off. "When you're settled in, we'll bring some livestock out here," I said, trying to placate him. I can't say I liked him, but it was going to go easier if he were on board. "Chickens, too, but we need a secure coop and make sure the fencing is good before we bring them out. I don't know about Moorfield, but around here we're having a problem with coyotes. We send out hunting parties when cattle or chickens are killed, but those rascals are like cockroaches. You never can kill off all of them." "You got that right," Garth replied. When he agreed with me, I took it as a good sign. By the end of the day, Garth seemed to be in a more positive mood. As I looked over everything, I surmised this operation was going to be a successful endeavor. I sure hoped I was right. Chapter 22. Slim and the Mennonites. Slim heard Trader Joe's words, but he was watching his friends make a beeline over to the Winnebago Joe had pointed out. As he watched, 2 rough-looking girls exited the RV and gave his buddies come-hither smiles. Slim scoffed to himself. "No, sir, that's nothing but trouble," he murmured. As he walked around and took it all in, he had to admit that it was a hell of a place. There was electricity, running water, and the restrooms worked. He didn't even try to guess where the refuse went, seeing as how the city sewer system was inoperative, but he didn't detect any foul odor, so he guessed it was all good. It wasn't long before he meandered over to one of the open stalls where a girl was making a rhythmic thumping with a wooden butter churn. She smiled as Slim approached. Slim deduced from her homemade dress and headscarf that she was a Mennonite. She was cute, too. Maybe too cute for him, he thought, but he couldn't stop staring. "Do you fancy yourself some homemade butter?" she asked. "Ours is the best around." "I'm sure it is," Slim replied. "But, well, they make butter back at Mount Weather. I don't guess I need any." "Why don't you try a taste?" she suggested. And before Slim could turn her down, she turned to a table beside her and used a kitchen knife to cut a thin pad of butter off a larger block. She grasped the butter between her thumb and index finger and held it out for Slim. She gazed at him with a sweet smile and bright hazel blue eyes that made Slim's heart skip a beat. He tried to keep his hand from shaking as he reached out and put it in his mouth. "Wow, this is delicious," Slim said. "Tastes a little bit like you got some honey in it." "Indeed we do," she said, still smiling. "And what did you bring along to trade with?" I have a tote bin full of fishing lures I've made. Now all I have to do is find people who enjoy fishing." "Fishing lures, you say?" Slim turned toward the voice. It was a man standing with a group of other men, all dressed similarly and wearing broad-brimmed straw hats with a black band. The man who spoke was tall and lean, with a long gray beard and eyes similar in color as the cute girl who had given him a taste of butter. Slim guessed him to be in his late 40s, and was more than likely this girl's father. He walked over and held out a hand. "The name's Nicholas," he said. Slim shook his hand, noting the strong grip and calloused palm.
Everybody calls me Slim. It's nice to meet you, sir.
Nicholas frowned. Slim? Is that your Christian name, son?
No, sir. It's my nickname because I can eat all day and never gain weight.
I see. What is your Christian name? He asked.
Joseph,
Slim replied, though it was a lie. He was named after his father. Back before it all went bad, his dad had been sentenced to 17 life sentences because he was a serial killer, and his name was well known by anyone who watched the news or surfed the internet. Slim wasn't sure if Mennonites had ever watched TV, but he didn't want anyone to ever know who he was related to. Nicholas nodded. Joseph, a good Christian name. Tell me, Joseph, have you accepted Jesus as your Lord and Savior? Slim shifted on his feet.
Well, honestly, I don't know. My parents never took us to church, and I haven't had much time to study on it. But I can tell you that in these past 10 years, I've done an awful lot of praying.
Haven't we all? Nicholas said with a somber smile.
We can talk more of that later if you'd like. So, what's this I hear about fishing? Are you a fisherman, son? Yes, sir, I am. I've developed a hobby, I guess you'd say, of making fishing lures. I have all types and thought I'd bring them along, hoping to trade them for stuff I might need.
Nicholas nodded thoughtfully, while continuing to stare at Slim through a pair of horn-rimmed glasses. We Mennonites have been known to do a little fishing. Why don't you show us what you have? Slim practically ran back to the van and returned a short time later with his tote bin. The men had gathered around him, and, more importantly, the girl was still there. Whether she was genuinely interested in the lures or him, he wasn't sure. Whatever the reason, he was happy for her presence. Slim opened the box and explained each lure and what fish they were best used for. Nicholas listened with interest and inspected almost every lure Slim had. That is some fine craftsmanship, young man, he said. We have a lot of lures, but nothing on this level. I believe we might be interested in doing some trading, if you're willing.
Yes, sir, absolutely, Slim said, and glanced over again at the girl.
Nicholas also noticed and gestured at her. This is my daughter, Esther, he said.
I'm very pleased to meet you,
Slim said, proud of the fact that he said it without getting tongue-tied, and even more giddy when Esther gave him another flirtatious smile. Joseph, we were about to take a break and prepare lunch. Would you like to join us? Perhaps we can observe this appetite you are famous for. Slim grinned.
Yes, sir, I'd like that.
Esther's smile broadened. Nicholas and his people had folding tables assembled and food laid out with swift efficiency. Esther insisted he sit beside her. Once seated, she had a plate full of food in front of him and a napkin tucked into his shirt before he could even say please and thank you. Slim was peppered with questions while he ate. He was asked almost everything about himself, how he had survived, whether or not he'd ever been married or had kids, what he thought about the Mennonite lifestyle, everything. They were friendly and polite, but he knew they were interrogating him. It took him a few minutes before he understood why. After lunch, Slim leaned back in his chair and stretched.
Thanks for the meal. It was delicious.
Did you get enough to eat? Esther asked.
Lord, yes, Slim replied. I believe I'd like to walk around.
He turned to Esther.
Would you like to join me?
I would like that, she said. Slim didn't know it yet, but before he left the Marcus Hook trading post, he was going to be hopelessly in love with a cute Mennonite girl by the name of Esther. Chapter 23. Horse Trading. After finishing her daily chores, Nikki fed Leroy some grain and then sat in the stall with him. She found it a comfortable place to listen to one of the Harry Potter novels while reading along in the book. She'd listened for almost an hour, and today she only jotted down one word that she wasn't familiar with. She was looking it up on a well-used pocket dictionary when she heard the barn door open. "Nikki?" Fred said.
Over here, she replied.
Nikki didn't look up when she heard the footsteps approaching. It only took her a moment before she recognized the second set of footsteps.
Is that Sammy with you?
Yep. Your skills are getting better and better, he said, and looked down where she was sitting.
"What word are you looking up?"
"Quandary," she replied.
"Good one. I am in a bit of a quandary myself right now," Fred said.
"You are?"
"Your Shenandoah people have agreed to trade a mare and her colt to me. The problem is, Rachel is not feeling well, and I need to stay here. Sammy has volunteered to go get them, but the folks at Mount Weather have said since Melvin's close call and the recent Zed activity, there won't be any more one-man excursions. 2 people minimum at all times. Would it be possible for you to go with him?"
She stood and glanced at Sammy, who stared back stoically. She liked Sammy. He was a little on the quiet side, but nice. And handsome. He was freshly bathed with clean clothes. She'd seen him out one day with his shirt off, and was impressed. He didn't seem to have an ounce of fat on him, and although he was lean, his muscles were well defined. She secretly envied Serena, but made sure to never let anyone catch on that she felt that way. "Yeah, sure, I can do that," she said. "I figure if there aren't any problems, we'll be back well before midnight," Sammy said. Nikki nodded at his response, but internally she was wondering about Sammy's significant other, Serena. Was she okay with Sammy going on a day trip with another woman? She was tempted to ask, but decided not to. After all, it might cause him to have second thoughts about going, and then he'd ruin her day by changing his mind. "I'd kind of like to get going right away, if that's okay with you," he said. Nikki glanced at Fred, who gave a small nod. Nikki brushed the dirt off her pants and squared her shoulders. "Okay, let me get my kit together and I'll be ready." Nikki went inside and went directly to the restroom. She washed her hands and face, brushed her hair, and inspected herself in the mirror. She guessed she was presentable enough and exited the restroom. She then filled her canteen and grabbed her favorite rifle, her go-pack, and hustled outside. Sammy and Fred had hooked up a horse trailer to her truck. He, too, had a backpack similar to hers, and he had already put it in the back of her truck. She looked at his long gun, which he'd put in the passenger seat. She eyed Sammy with curiosity. "A 12-gauge pump instead of a rifle?" "Yeah, I love it," he said. He saw her eyeing it. "It's a Winchester SXP Defender. I've gotten pretty good with it. I've got a slug barrel on it and can put one in a Zed's head at 100 yards. And I have plenty of double-aught buckshot for closer encounters," he said. "Impressive. Where'd you pick that up from?" "Zach found it somewhere and gave it to me for a birthday present a few years back. Don't tell anyone, but it's the best birthday present I've ever gotten." Nikki nodded, wondering what kind of presents Serena had gotten him over the years. "All right, I have to ask." Sammy glanced at her. "Ask what?" "Your girl, Serena, did she not want to go with you?" "Nope. There's a group of people who get together once a week and play cards. She didn't want to miss it." "Oh, that's, Sammy glanced over again when she didn't finish the sentence. "What were you going to say?" "I don't know. Maybe it's me, but it seems like she'd rather want to go with you." "Yeah, you'd think so. It's okay, though," he said. Secretly, he was glad Fred suggested Nikki come with him. He thought she was attractive, and he liked talking to her. Besides, he needed some space from Serena. It had gotten to the point where they argued often. It seemed like anything he said, no matter how innocuous, she'd disagree with him. He didn't know how to fix it, and worse, he wasn't sure he cared enough anymore. Sammy decided he didn't want to think about it, and changed the subject. "Tell me about the grenade," he said. "Fred said it was rigged up with a tripwire." "Yes, it was." "And it was meant for you?" he asked. "I believe so," Nikki said, and explained the circumstances. "Damn," Sammy said when she'd finished. "Who do you think did it?" "There are a couple of people who come to mind. One is Barnabas Cart." "BC? The man who runs the place?" Sammy asked. "Yep, he blames me for Colton's death," she said. "He's a military vet, so I would guess he knows about hand grenades, and he's a tough man who'd kill someone who he thinks has wronged him. And then there's his son, Colin. He's Colton's younger brother. He also blames me for Colton's death." "Why do they blame you?" Sammy asked. Nikki let out a sigh. "It's a long story." Sammy gave a small smile. "We have time. Unless it's too personal. All right, you asked for it. Colton and I were a couple. In fact, he was my first ever boyfriend. We went on a ride one morning, just the two of us. His horse got spooked and threw him. When he landed, he hit his head, and it ended up killing him. BC is convinced I made up the story, and in truth, I murdered him. Why in the world would he think that? Sammy asked. Because Colton was an excellent rider, and because we would sometimes get into huge fights. She glanced at Sammy. I can be a little hot-headed, and Colton was the same way. So BC has it in his head that we got into another one of our fights, and I hit him in the head with a rock or something. Sammy thought about what she said a moment before speaking. I don't think you killed him. I mean, I'm pretty good with horses, and I got thrown the other day. I remember once, back a few years ago, Fred got thrown, and he's awesome with horses. Nikki widened her eyes in surprise. Fred got thrown off a horse. I would have liked to have seen that. Sammy chuckled. It was pretty cool, actually. He got bucked way up in the air, about 5 or 6 feet, but he landed on his feet, stood there a moment, and then got back on the horse like he meant to do the whole thing. Nikki laughed. You know, I'm not surprised. All right. Who's the other person you're thinking of? He asked. A certain asshole by the name of Drillbit, she said. Drillbit? It's a nickname. Don't ask. Sammy smirked. All right, I won't. Why do you suspect him? Nikki frowned and thought a moment. It's kind of hard to explain, but there's history between him and my step-parents. I don't know all of the details. He and Herman used to be good friends, but they had a falling out. Ever since then, he treats Mom like shit. About a month ago, I was visiting and walked in on him giving my mom hell about her back. I gave him a piece of my mind and warned him to leave Mom alone. He didn't like it and told me I better watch myself. Not a lot to go on, Sam remarked. No, it's not. But I'm positive it's one of those three. My mom and I get along with everyone else unless there's something I don't know about. Anyway, those are my suspects, and I'm not sure about how to find out which one of them did it. If you do find out, what are you going to do? Sammy asked. To be honest, I'm not sure. There was a silence of several seconds before Sammy spoke up. If you ever figure out who did it and you want to do something about it, I've got your back. Nikki glanced at Sammy, who was staring straight ahead. That's, I don't know what to say. Thanks for the offer. I mean it, Sammy said. Nikki stared at him a moment longer before she hit a bump in the road and refocused on driving. She decided to change the subject. So, you're 19. Yep, born August 30th. What about you? I'm 19, too. Born in October, on the 15th, I think, she said. So, I'm the older one, Sammy said. Yeah, but I'm cuter, Nikki retorted. Yes, you are, Sammy rejoined, causing Nikki to laugh. So, I've noticed you also refer to your parents as step-parents sometimes. Yeah, Llewellyn and Herman were our neighbors back when I was a little kid. They took me in when my parents became infected. I'm not certain, but I think Herman killed them. If he did, he was doing it as an act of mercy. Anyway, we ended up at the church with a bunch of other scared people. No siblings? Sammy asked. I was an only child, but my parents adopted my dad's nephew when he was a kid. He was a few years older than me and went into the Army right out of high school. He visited once when he graduated basic training, and then I never saw him again. What about you? I don't remember a whole lot, Sammy said. I remember the birthday party my mom had for me. It was in the employee break room at the casino where she worked. That sounds like an odd place to have a birthday party. Yeah, well, she was a single mom, and she couldn't afford to take off work or do anything fancy for me. Was it a good birthday? Nikki asked. I guess so. None of my friends were there, only people my mom worked with. Not too long after that, the plague swept through. Seems like it happened sometime around Thanksgiving. We took refuge in the casino, and then Mom was killed. Nikki glanced over. Killed? Did the Zeds get her? Nope. An ex-boyfriend murdered her. Oh, shit. That must have been rough on you, she said. Sammy shrugged again. Yeah, I guess. I don't remember much about it. So Kate and Kyra kind of adopted me. The things had gotten bad at the casino, so they decided to leave. One of them had a boyfriend who went with us, but he ended up getting killed and we were stranded. That's when Sarah found us. Sarah? As in the Sarah that Fred and Rachel were involved with? Yep, the same Sarah they named their daughter after. You would have liked her. She was cool and tough as nails. I've heard about her. She was a pilot in the Air Force, wasn't she? Nikki asked. Yep. How did she die? A sniper killed her. She never stood a chance. Fred got revenge, though. Oh, wait, I think I heard the story. Didn't he hunt them down and scalp them? Yep, Sammy answered. Holy hell, that's incredible. Don't try asking him about it, though. It's not something he'll talk about, Sammy said. He's a good man, a great man, but by God, don't get on his bad side. Nikki nodded in agreement. That's what she admired about Fred, and she found herself seeing a lot of the same character traits in Sammy. She also caught herself glancing at him frequently. If he noticed, he didn't let on. They arrived as the sun was starting to disappear behind the western tree line. The gate was open, and there were several people milling around. Nikki pointed at a woman who appeared to be in her late 40s. She was medium-sized and had brown hair with streaks of gray. She was also standing funny, which made Sammy think she had back or hip problems. That's my mom. Come on, I'll introduce you. When they approached Llewellyn, the two of them hugged. When Nikki pulled away, the look on her mother's face caused her to frown in concern. Is something wrong? Janie is missing, Llewellyn gushed. Chapter 24. Zack in Stevens City. We worked until it was dark and then built a fire outside. Everyone was hot and sweaty. Melvin tossed fresh pine needles into the fire, which created a lot of smoke. It helped keep the mosquitoes at bay. Mostly. Dinner consisted of a big pot of beef stew that Norman's wife, Lois, had pre-made, and we used the fire to reheat it. Nothing special for beverages, though, only water. Nobody complained. The Mackenzie clan mostly seemed excited and enthusiastic about their new home. The little kid, Ricky, seemed especially excited about it and asked if there was a choir that was going to be singing. Poco and Lynn had Norman's ear and pestered him with questions. Their upbeat attitudes gave me a good feeling about them. Well, except for Garth. He worked, but he was a stick in the mud. One thing I noticed that seemed a little odd was Hammy. She seemed to go out of her way to be wherever Melvin was, and even sat next to him at dinner. My curiosity was stoked, but I also knew that whatever was going on with them, if anything, was none of my business. We talked as we ate. I'm curious to know what our function will be here, Mr. Zack, Poco asked. I knew Melvin had already gone over this. I guess he was trying to see if there were any contradictions. I gave Melvin a subtle glance before answering. You'll be expected to be self-sufficient by this time next year. Everything we're giving you now is sort of a loan. You'll be expected to pay back in the form of barter and work. Oh, any selling or bartering on the side is perfectly acceptable. You'll also be expected to run this place as a layover stop and provide temporary lodging to travelers. Mostly, we want you to observe and report. Any human movement, Zed movement, animal movement, severe weather, anything that might be of interest. Observe it and report it. You'll be part of the Mount Weather Network. That's doable. What else? Poco asked. At the present moment, that will be all that's required of you. After you get established, there will be more responsibilities, but that won't happen for at least a year. Like I said, there's strings attached, Garth said. There's no catch, I countered. You'll simply earn your keep. If that's untenable to you folks, I understand. Tomorrow we'll come back with moving trucks, pack you up, and move you back to that farm where all of you were barely eating enough to live. Garth scowled. Poco and Lynn weren't too happy either. My last sentence may have chafed them a little, but it was the harsh truth, and they knew it. I continued. Think of it like this. You'll eventually be paying taxes for the electricity, the fuel, the work crews, all we're currently doing for you and will continue to do for you. But, and this is a big but, we're not going to tax you into starvation. The goal is to improve your lives, not oppress you. Garth cleared his throat and spat. What about fighting? Are y'all going to want us to do your fighting? We already have a military force in place. If you live at Mount Weather, you're required to participate in military training in the event we encounter hostilities. For you, it'll be entirely voluntary at this time. Garth, it's my understanding that you're an old infantry soldier. Yep, he said. That's good. At some point when the population in this area increases, we may want to draw upon your knowledge and expertise to form a local militia unit. I watched him mull that one over and slowly nod. The truth was we'd probably never utilize him for something like that. Melvin had already confided in me that he didn't trust him, and I had to agree. We talked until late and did not arrive home until almost midnight. I was tired, but I wasn't going to bed until I'd cleaned myself up. I took a quick shower and tried to crawl into bed as quietly as I could, but I still woke Kelly up. How did it go? She asked. We got about 90% of their property moved. We'll loan them a box truck and they can take care of the rest. Are they going to work out? I think so. They may need a little coddling for a month or two, though. Any incidents with Mal? Kelly gave a sleepy chuckle. She's getting on Savannah's last nerve, but other than that she's only been wandering around like a curious cat. I grunted as I worked my arms around her. I'll talk to Lydia in the morning and put her butt to work. I thought for a moment as my eyelids began to grow heavy. You know what? I think I have a pretty good idea. I turned my head in the dark to explain, but Kelly was already asleep. Chapter 25. Zach and Reese. I waited at the elevator doors for Reese to arrive. When they opened, he stepped out and looked around in wonder. I've never been down here. Technically, it's a restricted access area. Why don't I show you around? I suggested. His eyes lit up. Yeah, if it won't get you in trouble. I chuckled. I'm the director of operations, basically the number 3 around here. It'll be okay. I started with the mechanics of the building, the alternative living quarters, the crematorium, almost all of it. I omitted a visit to the room where the supercomputer was located because, well, not everyone needed to know about that. After the tour, I led him back to my office. He took a moment to admire all the maps and the multiple lists written on the whiteboards before sitting. Okay, you've buttered me up with the tour, but I've got a feeling you've got something in mind, he said. Yes, I do. Have you met Mal yet? I asked. He pursed his lips a moment. Is that the skinny new girl? Yep, that's her, I said. Yeah, I think I've seen her around. He was playing coy, but I already knew he was aware of her. I'd seen him glancing at her more than once during breakfast. Mal wasn't my type, but others remarked that she was a cute girl once she had cleaned up. She was still skinny as a rail, and her teeth needed cleaning, but Reese was definitely interested. The Mount Weather life is all new to her, and I suppose she's a little bit overwhelmed, I said. I can imagine. Kelly's been mentoring her, but between her day job and our kids, she has enough to do. That's where I'm hoping you can help out. Reese cocked his head. How so? I'd like for you to befriend her and kind of mentor her about Mount Weather. Oh, that's easy. Sure, I can do that. There's more, I said. Reese grinned. I thought there might be. When we interviewed her, I felt like she was withholding information from us. Oh, I got you now. You want me to get her talking and find out her secrets, he surmised. Exactly. So here's the situation. Have you heard how Melvin met her? I asked. Yeah, I heard the story. That's some crazy shit. I'm kind of surprised he didn't kill her, Reese said. I nodded. Yeah, but instead of killing her, he took pity on her and brought her home. That was nice of him. Everyone says he's a great guy. He is. So, he discovered an interesting thing with her. She and her father had a rifle and ammunition that matches ammo we have in our inventory. We asked her about it, and she said a character who calls himself King Rat gave it to them. Reese stared for a moment, and then understanding spread across his face. You want to find out more about King Rat and any other secrets Mal may be hiding. Exactly, I said. It seems inconceivable to me that a man and a little girl could survive out there on their own for 10 years by themselves. There has to be more to it. And like I mentioned, she had a lot of memory gaps during her interview. I want to know more, and I want you to be the man to get it. Reese nodded slowly. I can do that. I nodded in satisfaction. Good. Bear in mind, this will probably be a long-term mission. How so? Reese asked. I don't think you'll get all her little secrets out of her within a day or two. It'll take time. What do I concentrate on first? King Rat? Yeah, I think this man lives around here, somewhere close, and I want to identify him. So, gain her trust, become her best friend. I want to know everything about her. I want to know who he is and anything else she knows that might be of interest. She said she didn't know where he lived, and I have a feeling that was true. So my plan is to put the two of you on the logistics team. From his expression, I don't think he understood what I meant, so I explained. A lot of communities around here don't have the manpower or diesel to travel much, so we have a delivery system where we travel around picking up and delivering various items to each of the communities. I'm going to put you and Mal on one of those trucks and have you visit the communities in hopes of finding this guy. And as you visit each location, try to jog her memory. See if she's been to any of the places before. Reese gave a nod. I'm your man. I do have a question, though. How do you know that ammo and rifle came from here? The rifle looks like one of ours, but the serial number had been scratched off. The ammo is a little more concrete. The head stamps match ours, and the ammo was shiny, like fresh out of the box shiny. Reese frowned. Zach, I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I have no idea what a head stamp is. I gave a patient smile. Back in the day, an ammunition manufacturer put markings on the rim of the casing. Here, let me show you. I opened a desk drawer, rummaged around a second, and came out with a couple of bullets. I turned them on end and showed Reese. You see, these letters are an abbreviation for the manufacturer, and these numbers are the caliber. What you have here is a 9mm bullet manufactured by Federal. Now, if you inspect closer, you'll be able to see that this particular bullet is a reload. See the little telltale markings? Not an uncommon trait nowadays. Those casings found at Melvin's ambush site were not reloads. That makes me almost positive they came from Mount Weather. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. I obviously have a lot to learn. He ran a hand through his hair and scratched his face. Okay, the identity of King Rat is the primary goal. That seems like an odd name to call yourself. Have you ever heard the story of King Rat? I asked. Reese stared. There's a story? There are actually two that I know of. One is a novel written by a great author named James Clavell. It's a semi-fictional story of a World War II prisoner of war camp in Singapore. The main character is Corporal King. While all the other prisoners are suffering, he thrives through wheeling and dealing, manipulating, lying, whatever it takes. So he takes on the name King Rat. There's a copy of the book in our library if you're interested. I suppose I could give it a read sometime. What's the other story? Reese asked. The other King Rat is an old story about rats that have somehow had their tails intertwined, and there's one rat that sits on top of them and rules them all. There's an allegory in there somewhere. Reese studied the maps on the wall behind me, but I could tell he was thinking about what I said. After a moment, he held up a finger. I think this dude is relating to the character in the book. He's a user, a manipulator. Yeah, and no doubt he's a psychopath. But who is he, exactly? We need to find out. All right, I'll do it, he said. Good man, I said. So, like all new people, she's currently assigned to latrine duty. I'll give Lydia a call and tell her to pair you two up. Reese made an exaggerated sigh. Oh boy, latrine duty. Oh, by the way, we have an advanced firearms training class that's offered in September. Melvin teaches it. You ought to consider taking it. After talking with Reese, I found Melvin hanging out in the motor pool talking with Josue and Jorge. When he saw me, he pointed out a truck I'd not seen before.
Check it out. I spotted it back a few months ago under a carport over in Manassas.
It was a late model white Ford F-250, and it looked practically new. Melvin pointed out the lift kit, skid plates, brush guard, and 2 LED light bars. One was mounted in the brush guard, the other on the roof.
The previous owner put it all on. Check out the engine.
He lifted the hood and showed the big block diesel motor in it.
4-wheel drive, all the bells and whistles. This is a good truck, he said. I think I'm going to put a camper top on it. I'm not sure yet.
I peered at Josue, who gave a small expression of approval.
It's got computers on it. If a computer goes bad, it won't run, he said.
Jorge chimed in.
But we've got the software to diagnose everything. If there's some kind of feature that's a pain in the ass, we'll disable it, like the door chimes. And that little girl isn't coming anywhere near it, Josue added. Amen to that, Melvin agreed.
Chapter 26. Reese and Mal. Reese found Mal at the main supply room where she was staring at the shelves of cleaning products. It looked like someone had trimmed her hair and had done a nice job of it. When he walked up and stopped, she stared.
Hey, I'm Reese. Looks like I've got latrine duty with you, he said.
Can I ask you something?
Sure, what's up? Reese said.
What's the difference between a latrine and a shitter?
Reese chuckled and then realized she was serious. Well, latrine is a French word. I believe the correct definition is that a latrine is a toilet or group of toilets for use by the public, instead of a single toilet which is meant only for private use.
Is a toilet the same as a shitter? She asked.
Yeah, I believe it is. Let's get started, Reese answered, and realized this was going to be more challenging than he originally thought.
I have another question, Mal said.
Okay. She waved a hand toward the items in the closet.
I ain't sure what is what. I ain't never used any of this stuff before.
Oh, well, let me help, Reese said, and picked out the items he thought they'd need and put them on the cleaning cart. The two of them spent the next 4 hours cleaning the various restrooms and locker rooms in Mount Weather and talked the entire time. Reese found it easy to talk to her, even if she was a little on the naive and ignorant side of the spectrum.
Is this what I'll be doing the rest of the time I live here? She asked at one point.
New arrivals have to do it for the first couple of months. It's kind of like an initiation for living in Mount Weather. If you do well, you'll be switched around on assignments. Guard duty, gardening, trash duty, kitchen duty. There's always something. When I first got here, I was assigned duty with Hoghead Harold.
That's a weird name. Who's he? Mal asked.
Reese chuckled. He and his wife run a hog farm nearby. They're nice people, but it's dirty work. There are regular work assignments, but sometimes you're put on a work crew and do some kind of special duty. Right now, there's one crew that's doing road work and a couple of other crews are doing farm work. It changes around.
I have to be honest, I ain't never done no work duties before, except for hoeing the weeds out of a garden, Mal said, causing Reese to smile.
Don't worry, I'll show you what to do. I don't know if Lydia told you, but the sooner we finish, we'll have the rest of the day to ourselves. Lydia will come by and inspect behind us, but mostly she's looking for people who only do marginal work, and that's not us. Mal tucked some hair behind an ear.
So, we won't have to be doing this all day.
Not if we work hard and fast, Reese said.
Well, I'm glad you're helping me then.
It took Reese only a few minutes to realize, despite her roughness, she was easy to talk to and took directions well, which made it easy for him to converse with her. He asked innocuous questions while they worked. Did you and your father have indoor plumbing where you lived? Reese asked.
We did when I was little, but that seemed like a long time ago. What about you?
Yeah, back before, when I was a kid. You take things like that for granted until you don't have it anymore.
How does it work? I mean, how does water get in here and where does it all go? She asked.
Reese gave a patient smile and spent the next 30 minutes trying to give a simple explanation.
Daddy explained it all to me once, but you've told it a lot better. Does everyone around here have indoor plumbing?
Not everyone. We didn't have it where I used to live. We had outhouses instead. What about where King Rat lived? Did he have indoor plumbing? Reese asked.
I don't know. I ain't never seen where he lived. How did you know about him?
The Mount Weather grapevine, Reese said.
What's a grapevine?
It's a word used to describe how people pass along information on an informal basis. Apparently, somebody found out that you mentioned a man named King Rat when the president was interviewing you. I think it's created something of an interest because nobody knows who he is.
Oh.
How often did he come visit?
Oh, about once a month. Daddy said it wasn't important to keep up with the days anymore, but I kind of kept up with it in my head.
Was he always alone? Reese asked. Mal nodded.
He'd bring us stuff in exchange for whatever we found, and I'd service him.
Reese frowned. He thought he knew what she meant, but he needed to make sure. What do you mean, service him?
I'd lay with him, and he'd stick his ding-a-ling in me, she answered.
Your daddy was okay with that? Reese asked. Mal nodded. He shook his head in disgust. That's awful.
Why?
Your own father was pimping you out.
What's that mean?
He was letting another man have sex with you in exchange for property or favors, Reese said. Mal shrugged as she flushed the toilet she'd been scrubbing and watched the soapy water swirl.
If you say so, but it wasn't so bad. He brought us stuff.
Reese eyed her, hoping he wasn't overdoing the questioning. What kind of stuff?
He was good about bringing us food. Sometimes he'd bring other stuff. One day he brought me a dress. He made me put it on. He and Daddy really liked it.
Did you like it? He asked. Mal shrugged again.
It was okay when it was hot out, and it made it easier when I had to squat.
Reese forced out a laugh, but he realized he was having feelings of empathy for her. She'd been treated like shit, and she didn't even realize it. Even so, he stayed focused on his mission. So, King Rat, what kind of guy was he?
He could be nice, but he could be mean, too. There was once this boy who was kind of living with us. King Rat killed him.
Why? He asked. Mal shrugged again.
I don't know. He didn't like him, I guess.
Have you seen him kill anyone else?
Yeah, a couple of people, she said.
And you don't know where he lives? She shook her head.
The president already asked me them questions.
Reese filed away the information and decided not to push it any further. Otherwise, she might shut down or start making things up.
Why did you leave where you used to live and come here? She asked him.
We had it rough the last couple of years, and last winter was especially tough. A couple of the older people didn't make it. We were running out of food, and we knew about Mount Weather, so a few of us headed out and came here. We didn't know if we would have been welcome or not, but they took us in.
Are your friends still here? She asked.
Reese nodded. Yeah, they're here, but back in April they found a house nearby they liked and decided to move.
Why?
Because if you live here at Mount Weather, you're expected to work. There's a lot of stuff to do, and sometimes there are long days and nights. Also, there's a little bit of a pecking order. When you've been here long enough, you'll see that the original inhabitants don't do stuff like latrine duty, and there is a certain amount of control. For example, if you wake up tomorrow and you don't feel like doing anything, you'll have to explain yourself. My friends are good people, but they wanted to be on their own.
I bet they aren't allowed to come visit or anything, Mal surmised.
On the contrary, homesteading is encouraged, and they're allowed to visit any time they want. In fact, Zach has been checking on them and keeping them supplied.
Oh, well, I guess that's nice. You didn't go with them, though. Why not?
I like it here, and I don't mind hard work, Reese said.
Have you got a girl that you're poking?
Reese arched his eyebrows in surprise. No, I'm not poking anyone.
Why not? It ain't like you're ugly or nothing.
Thanks for the compliment, I guess. But most girls around here that are my age are already taken. They completed their rounds and ended at the women's locker room by the dorms. After Mal ensured nobody was inside, Reese walked in and they got right to it. When they were finished, Reese stretched. All done, and if I do say so myself, Lydia will give her approval without complaint.
Does that mean we don't have to work any more today?
Mal asked. Reese grinned. Yep, we've got the rest of the day to ourselves. Is there anything you'd like to do? Mal eyed him a second, and then began undressing. What are you doing? He asked in surprise.
I want to shower again. I'm sweaty and it feels good. You want to get in with me?
Reese, who'd not been with a woman in a long while, stared like a hungry man ogling a juicy ribeye steak. Soon Mal was completely nude. She peered at Reese, who was still staring, and grinned, showing her yellow teeth. He quickly looked away, but Reese was, after all, a healthy young man with raging hormones. He debated on what to do, but he realized the decision was made as soon as Mal took her pants off. Lord help me, he whispered to himself and began stripping. When he entered the shower, she turned to him and grinned. Girl, you need to gain some weight, he said as he grabbed the soap. He'd wait until later before saying anything about her teeth. Chapter 27. The Search for Janie. Nicky frowned.
How long has she been missing? She hasn't been seen since right after breakfast, Llewellyn replied.
Marvin walked up while the two women were talking. Hey, Nicky, I didn't know you were coming to visit.
We're here to pick up a couple of horses for Fred McCoy, Nicky said.
Oh, well, I thought he was coming himself. Anyway, your mother told you Janie's missing, right? Did you see her on the drive down here?
No, we didn't, Nicky said, and looked to Sammy for confirmation. Is she out riding around? Sammy asked.
Nope, all the horses are accounted for, Marvin said. The mare and her colt are in the barn over yonder. They're ready to load up.
Thanks, Nicky said, and turned to her mother. What kind of search effort is being made? We got people out on horseback looking for her. The rest of us have searched all over the compound and walked around outside the perimeter. That girl has just plain disappeared. Is everyone else accounted for? Sammy asked.
Marvin stared and thought. That's a good question, young man, but we've taken roll. Nobody else is missing that I know of.
Who's out on horseback? Nicky asked.
There are 3 teams. Janie's father and mother are on one team. Drillbit and Rory are the other team. And then there's BC and Colin. They're going to stay out until dark, so that means they should be coming back any minute now.
Nicky thought that wasn't enough. Everyone should be out looking except for a couple of people guarding the compound. It's a shame they didn't bother with handheld radios, which Mount Weather would have supplied to them, but eschewed things like that. She kept quiet, though. Her opinion no longer mattered around here, if it ever did. Everyone was milling around the front gate, making small talk while waiting for the search teams to return. Marvin suggested that maybe they ought to search the buildings again, but before they could do so, a couple of riders on horseback came into sight. It was Drillbit and Rory. They were approximately 100 yards out, and once they saw a small crowd standing at the gate waiting for them, they prodded the horses into a canter. They arrived a few seconds later and started talking before the horses had even stopped. We didn't see anything. No tracks of Zeds. Nothing, Rory said. What about y'all?
Nothing yet, Marvin said. You 2 are the first ones back. Maybe one of the others found her.
Drillbit remained quiet and simply stared off into space. Soon, Janie's parents returned with the same news. Nicky saw that Janie's mother was visibly distraught, but otherwise she was holding it together. A few minutes later, BC and Colin returned.
We spooked a couple of coyotes eating on a rabbit, but that's it, Colin said.
Where is she, then? Janie's mother said. If there aren't any of those dead things wandering around, what happened to my Janie? She began weeping now. Her husband got her off the horse and led her inside. BC noticed Nicky and gave her a cool stare.
What are you doing here? He asked.
We're here to pick up the horses for Fred, she said. BC stared a moment longer before nudging his horse and walking by them. Colin lingered behind, giving a cold stare to both Nicky and Sammy. Llewellyn got his attention. Was there any sign of other people, horse tracks or car tracks? She asked him. Nope, nothing, he said, and continued staring at Nicky. I don't suppose you 2 saw anything. Nothing, Nicky said. He scoffed like he didn't believe her. This is some coincidence that you and some punk show up the day a girl goes missing. Watch your mouth, little boy, Sammy said.
Colin scowled, but was at a loss for words. He wasn't accustomed to someone standing up to him. He didn't know Sammy, and didn't know that Sammy was raised by Zach and Fred, two men who taught him not to take any crap. He stared at Sammy for a few seconds, sizing him up. Sammy was slightly older and a few pounds heavier. Sammy was obviously not intimidated and stared the young man down. Colin broke eye contact and focused on Nicky.
You should take care of whatever it is you came to do and get the hell out of here. Neither of you are welcome here.
He nudged his horse and walked away before either of them could respond.
Nice guy, Sammy muttered.
He's a punk, Nicky said.
Are you two going to stay the night? Llewellyn asked.
I don't think so, Mom. We're going to load up the horses and head back, Nicky replied. Llewellyn's disappointment was obvious, but she didn't complain.
Well, at least stay for dinner.
Nicky made a pained expression.
I don't know, Mom. We really need to get back.
Why don't I go get the horses and load them up while you two talk? Sammy suggested. At Llewellyn's insistence, Nicky agreed to go to her cabin for tea. Sammy said he'd catch up when he got the horses loaded and headed to the barn. He listened to the talk from the other people while he walked. There were numerous opinions being bantered back and forth, but it was obvious nobody had a clue what had happened to Janie. Sammy lit a kerosene lamp before opening the double doors to the barn and walked in. The mare stared at him and stood between Sammy and her foal. "Hi, girl," Sammy said in a low, soothing voice. He hung the lamp on a nail and ensured that it was secure before softly walking over to the mare, speaking softly to her as he did so. When he extended his arm, she stuck her head toward him and nuzzled his hand. "That's a good girl," Sammy cooed as he began caressing her neck. She sniffed him a bit, and he knew she wasn't going to be any trouble. As he rubbed her, he looked down at the small colt. He was only a few months old, but Sammy could already tell he was going to be a handful. Currently, he was playfully pawing at a pile of hay. Sammy smiled at him as he attached a lead to the mare's halter. When he walked over to the young colt to put a tether on him, his breath caught. It took him a moment to realize what he was seeing. Peeking out of the hay, a lifeless face stared back at him. Chapter 28. Finding Janie.
"Tell me again what exactly you were doing when you found her,"
BC asked, although his tone made it a demand rather than a question. Colin stood off to the side of his father, a smirk on his face.
"I was getting the horses to load them up," Sammy said. "The little colt was playing around and had dislodged some hay, which exposed her face."
BC stared a moment at Sammy before crouching down in front of the corpse.
"Is it Janie?"
Sammy asked.
"I'm afraid it is,"
BC replied. He separated the hay from Janie's body and set it off to the side. The removal of the fodder revealed that Janie was nude from the waist down, and when he held a light close, one could see distinct finger marks on her throat.
"Has she been murdered, Dad?"
Colin asked.
"That's what it looks like," BC said.
After a moment, he stood and brushed the hay off.
"What are we going to do now?"
Colin asked.
"We have to figure out who murdered her," he said.
Sammy held up a hand.
"Mr. Cart, if I may suggest, there are two men back at Mount Weather who are the official police force. Both of them were veteran cops in Pittsburgh back before. We should get on the radio and have them come investigate."
Colin scoffed.
"What a stupid idea."
BC looked at his son a moment before staring at Sammy.
"Who are you, exactly?"
Sammy stood a little straighter.
"My name is Sam Hunter. I came up to Mount Weather with Zach and his group."
"So, you're with Gunderson," he said.
"I consider him a good friend, yes."
BC stared in silence. After a moment, he motioned for them to follow him and exited the barn. Almost all of the members of their settlement were gathered around.
"People, I have unsettling news. Janie is in the barn, and she's been murdered."
"Are you sure? How do you know?"
someone from the crowd asked.
"Because there are finger marks on her neck. It looks like she's been strangled."
There was a collective gasp from the crowd, followed by everyone talking at once. BC held up a hand.
"All right now, everyone quiet down."
He gave the crowd a studious gaze as he waited for everyone to shut up. When they'd done so, he spoke again.
"This is a most serious matter and must be investigated."
He paused for a moment and glanced over at Sammy, who was standing with Nicky away from the gathered crowd. The crowd's murmuring had grown louder now, and soon became a loud cacophony. BC emitted a loud whistle, causing the crowd to hush.
"I believe it will be in the best interest of this community to call Mount Weather and request the assistance of their police officers."
Drillbit scoffed.
Why in hell would we do that?
Because you are all considered suspects, Nicky said. I know that sounds harsh, but it's true. I've met the O'Malley brothers. They're good men, and I've no doubt they'll figure out who murdered Janie. BC paused a moment as if considering something. He then nodded to himself.
"All right, let's take a vote. Give me a show of hands for all those who agree to request the police to investigate Janie's murder."
Almost everyone raised their hands.
"All opposed?"
BC asked. Nobody raised their hand on this.
"That settles it. Rory."
Yes, BC, Rory said. Rory had always been a nervous type of person, but Nicky seemed to think she was even more anxious than normal. BC didn't notice or didn't care.
"Get on the radio and inform Mount Weather of our situation. Ask for those 2 policemen to come here as soon as possible."
Rory nodded and hastened out of the barn. BC once again gazed at the crowd.
"Like they used to say in the movies, this is now a crime scene. Everyone out. You," he said, pointing a finger at Sammy. "Stay here a moment."
BC waited until everyone left before turning to Sammy. Why did you really go to the barn? He asked. Nicky wanted to get out of here. I was trying to expedite things, Sammy said. BC stared at Sammy without emotion.
"You have feelings for her?"
I like her and respect her, Sammy replied. And, if I may add, your perception of her is tainted by the death of your son. His eyes furrowed. Maybe it was a scowl. Sammy wasn't sure. "I'll give you some advice, young man. Be careful of that girl. She has a temper, and she's dangerous." Sammy gave a small nod. "I appreciate your advice, sir. Now, if I may, I'd like to give you some advice. This world needs people like Nicky. She's tough, and she's smart. She may have a temper, but for what it's worth, I've been around her long enough that I don't think she would kill a man she loved." BC gazed at Sammy with an unreadable expression before motioning for him to follow him out of the barn.
"I'd like for you to guard the barn and keep anybody from going in," BC said.
"I'll gladly do so, but you might want to warn people that I'll shoot anyone who tries to get past me," Sammy warned. BC stared a moment before giving Sammy a nod and walked off. One would think that Colin would have followed his father, but he decided he had something to say first. "You know, it's funny. This is only the second person who's been murdered since my father created this place, and Nicky is the only one who was present during both of them." Nicky glared at him in the growing darkness. "You're an idiot, Colin. An idiot with a mouth that's going to overload his ass one day." "I'd like to see you try something with me," Colin said. "Why, what will you do?" Sammy asked. "Are you saying you'd have no problem committing violence on a woman? Interesting. I'll be sure to let the O'Malleys know that." Colin's mouth dropped open. That's not what I said." "Go away, Colin," Nicky said. Colin knew he'd lost this verbal joust and didn't like it. He gave them his best scowl before walking off. "I really do not like him," Sammy said. "That makes 2 of us," Nicky agreed. "All right, enough of him. It looks like we're going to be here a while." "Yeah, looks that way," Sammy agreed. "I'll go get us some dinner. Be back in 10. Sammy found 2 folding chairs and placed them in front of the barn doors. Although a few people glanced his way as they walked by, nobody came near him. Nicky was back in 9 minutes with 2 plates of pork chops, mashed potatoes, and green beans. "All we have to drink is water," she said. "That's fine," Sammy said, and put a big forkful of potatoes in his mouth.
"I didn't realize how hungry I was. Thanks.
If you want to spend time with your mom, I'll be fine." "I think I'd like to sit here with you instead," Nicky said. Chapter 29. Zach Goes to Roanoke. I liked Bob, I really did. But now that he was the president, he felt it incumbent of him to be the people's president. That is, he went out of his way to greet someone, shake their hand, ask how they were doing, and all that happy horse shit. I suppose he was trying to atone for the sins of the previous presidents. He was indeed well liked, but his behavior could be bothersome at times. This morning was a good example. We were supposed to leave immediately after breakfast, but Bob got involved in a conversation with Jorge and Josue about car parts. I have no idea why he thought that was important enough to delay our departure, but I kept my opinion to myself and waited patiently. Finally, with no small amount of coaxing, we got everyone loaded up and on the road. It was a caravan of 2 passenger vans capable of carrying up to 10 people and 2 armored vehicles. We didn't expect any trouble, but when you had the president, vice president, and most of our senators on board, a heavily armed escort was the correct thing to do. One only had to remember the murder of President Rochelle Van Allen and her entourage to see the wisdom of having an armed escort. I was driving the Mercedes Sprinter van that Bob, Connie, and their respective wives were in. There were also a couple of the senators who, in my opinion, were as worthless as teats on a boar hog. I slowed and spoke as I drove. We're coming up on Stevens City. There are 2 items of note about this location. First, this is the starting point for Project Asphalt. If you look over to your left, you'll see an old strip mall and the parking lot appears to be destroyed. That's where we harvested asphalt to repair the interstate. There are places like this all along the interstate corridor. I don't understand, Zach. The person who said this was the First Lady, Angela Duckworth. She was a prim and proper lady, born and raised in Utah. She was now 60 or more, but still an attractive woman. She eschewed salon treatments, and her hair was a silvery gray. She had the perfect look and demeanor for the First Lady role, and I had no doubt she was aware of it. I liked her and gave her a patient smile. The work crew uses machinery to bust up the asphalt. We use other machinery that can grind up that old asphalt and heat it up with a small mixture of new asphalt cement. The machines are capable of producing approximately 2,000 pounds of fresh asphalt every 15 minutes, and we have 12 of them. Oh my, she said. We aren't at maximum production level, but so far we've been able to repave almost 200 miles of roadway, and we've only lost 1 piece of equipment due to wear and tear, I said. That's impressive, she said. Yes, ma'am, it is, I replied. Is this where the way station will be created? She asked. Yes, ma'am. It's going to be a church that's in the process of being repurposed, and a group of people are being moved in there. We should go pay a visit, the senator from New York said. Unfortunately, we're running behind schedule, but I'm sure we can arrange a visit at a later time. In fact, it was on the itinerary, but our late departure canceled it. I wanted them to visit the church. It would have been good for the Moorfield people to see how important it was, but nobody asked me. The senator waved a hand at me. Why do we choose this location for a way station? Our goal is to have some type of way station or community every 30 miles, which will mean we'll need 15 of these between Mount Weather and Oak Ridge. So, why every 30 miles? That's about the furthest a human can walk in one day if they're in good physical shape. And I don't know about your experience in riding horses, but 30 miles in a saddle is about the maximum one can endure, unless you're someone like Fred McCoy. That drew a few chuckles and began a long conversation about way stations, observation posts, and how they helped in the effort to rebuild America. It was an oft-repeated conversation, but that was okay. It occupied Bob and Connie all the way to Roanoke. It was an overdue meeting. It had already been delayed due to the Zed attack on South Mountain. Exiting the interstate, we headed to our destination, a huge estate located on Timber View Road. When I slowed to turn into the gated driveway, I could see the barrels of machine guns in both guard posts. The New York senator whistled as 2 people hustled out and opened the gate. Those are 50 caliber machine guns. Our armament is no match for that, he said. I guess it's a good thing we're friends then, I deadpanned. Doc Christ had originally introduced us to this group of survivors a few years back. The estate was owned by the Russets, a wealthy and powerful Virginia family back before. They'd made disaster preparations long before the plague was nothing more than a virologist's wet dream. Their preps included things like the machine guns at their gate, and they'd seen extensive use against Zeds and bad guys. I saw a welcoming committee waiting for us as I drove the Mercedes Sprinter up the hill. The other sprinters followed. They were armed, but I knew them all and did not suspect any ill will. Doc walked up to the driver's door as I got out. "Good to see you, big guy," he greeted and offered a fist bump. Doc was the leader of Oak Ridge and probably the smartest man I've ever known, including Parvis. In addition, he was related to the Russets, who owned this estate. He gestured toward the house. "Miss Ellie has already said for everyone to come inside as soon as you people arrive," he said. "You don't need to tell us twice," one of the Marines said. "It's hotter than Hades today." He was right. It was in the high 90s, and I happened to know that the air conditioning system at the Russet estate was in excellent working condition. There were approximately a dozen more people waiting for us inside. Standing in the middle was Eleanor Russet, commonly known as Miss Ellie. She was a stately woman in her 70s and the resident matriarch. She'd always been a pleasant woman, a little standoffish, but pleasant. My conversations with her in the past indicated a keen intellect, which was not surprising considering who she was related to. "Welcome, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Senators," she greeted. "And the rest of you, welcome to our home. Please follow me." She led us to a dining room big enough to host a sizable black tie affair, if there was a call for such a thing anymore. An equally large dining table was in the middle. Once we were seated, a staff of people brought in big bowls of food and set them in the middle. "Help yourself, folks," a man urged. The food was served, and soon everyone was eating and making small talk. Bob, Connie, and their wives felt like they needed to carry the conversation while we ate. "I couldn't help but notice the solar panels," Bob commented as he sipped his tea. "They've been a godsend. Thankfully, we had them upgraded a short time before the pandemic hit, and we have an excellent engineer." She made a head gesture toward a 50-something man who was helping himself to a helping of mashed potatoes. "Dimitri, remind me again where you went to school." "Virginia Tech," he said, and promptly focused on the potatoes. "Yes, Virginia Tech. He has a degree in mechanical engineering," Miss Ellie said. "And electrical, but mechanical is my first love," he added. The food was delicious, and eventually everyone was sated. Without being told, 4 people stood and with quick efficiency had the table cleared. Miss Ellie watched and waited until they were through before speaking. "Does anyone need to powder their nose, or shall we get started?" Bob glanced at Angela, who gave him a small nod and a smile. "By all means," Bob replied. Miss Ellie made a head motion, and I heard a whirring sound at the far wall and saw a projection screen drop down. "That's my cue," Doc said, and activated a laser pointer he was holding. "This is from our scout team that recently returned from their long-range mission, which was dubbed Operation I-75. As you all know, they went due south on the interstate all the way to Florida, and as you can see from the video, they recorded a lot of destruction of buildings and roadways. Some structures were decimated by fire, but most appeared to have been destroyed by wind and water." "Hurricanes?" Bob asked. "Yes, Mr. President, that's the conclusion they reached. To continue, the further south they went into Florida, the heavier the flora. Everything is overgrown. That's an indicator of little human activity. Also," he clicked his mouse, and another picture appeared of a dozen or more gators sunning themselves on the side of the road. "There is a plethora of alligators and pythons. The only thing that kept the population of those 2 species in check back before was human intervention, so obviously they're thriving down there." "No humans around at all?" I asked. Doc clicked on another picture. "They found evidence of human habitation in Ocala, but they had no contact. However, on their way back home, they encountered a group in Valdosta, Georgia. They consisted of 12 men, all between the ages of 25 and 30. It was a civil encounter, but our squad leader was of the opinion that they only acted friendly because they were outgunned. In fact, the only type of weaponry they had were compound bows, spears, and knives." I nodded to myself. Ammunition and reloading supplies were becoming a rare commodity these days. I doubted there were many survivor communities that had ammo at all. I listened as Doc continued. "They were agreeable to be interviewed. I've already sent a report, so I'll summarize. They claim to be part of a larger group of survivors who live in central Georgia. They wouldn't be more specific, nor would they provide numbers or demographics. They advise there's still Zed activity, but it's rare. Also, a family of 4 somehow became infected last fall. They killed them and burned the bodies. Doc paused and hastened a subtle glance at me. He was waiting to see if anyone noticed that nothing was mentioned about vaccinations or blood samples being obtained. The team had claimed to have forgotten to execute these actions. Doc and I had already discussed it, and I suggested simply leaving it out of the report. He did, and the silence seemed to indicate that nobody had noticed. He continued. All right, moving forward with Project Hire. Dmitri, would you like to start it off? He asked. Dmitri nodded and wiped his mouth with a cloth napkin before speaking. I'll keep it short. All of you are aware of the Yokohama plant a few miles from here. I've inspected it, and if we have the electricity and manpower, I can get the plant running again. How many people do you think you'll need? I asked. 100 would be nice, he said. Apparently, he saw a lot of frowns, me included. Let me say this. I know you all are smart people, but I'll keep it simple. The composition of a tire consists of multiple ingredients, including rubber. Those components are mixed together using machinery that's similar to a big furnace, which creates heat and pressure. Those furnaces require several hours startup time, and they have to be monitored the entire time. It's not a 9-to-5 job, and that's only the first couple of steps in the creation of a tire. There are other complex assembly processes. During the production run, we'll need to have the factory staffed 24 hours a day. Also, we'll only be able to make one size tire. I have chosen one that was the most popular size back before. If anyone disagrees, feel free to fire me and do it yourself. This led to more talk, more discussion, needless discussion, oxygen-depleting discussion. At the end of it all, nothing changed. What Dmitri said could not be disputed, altered, or modified. Sometimes people talk too much instead of listening, because if they had listened to Dmitri and acknowledged he knew what he was talking about, they would have saved themselves a lot of time. Even in this post-apocalyptic world, we still had too many of those types of people. Chapter 30. Detectives O'Malley and O'Malley. Most members of the Shenandoah community were always up at sunrise. Some were in the dining hall, some were milling about, some were taking care of business in one of the 4 outhouses. When the alarm sounded at the front gate, all of them responded. They had not been attacked by Zeds or marauders in a long time, but with the death of Janie, tensions were running high. What they saw on the other side of the gate may have comforted some, while others may have become a little more anxious. 2 burly-looking men were standing there. They were dressed similarly in olive-drab cargo pants, military-style boots, and black short-sleeve shirts that did little to hide their broad chests and hairy, muscular arms. Both had dark beards, which brought out their hazel eyes, and equally dark hair tied back in ponytails. The men were armed with semi-automatic weapons, which were currently contained in tactical thigh holsters. The guard was a teenage boy who had no idea what to do, so he sounded the alarm. BC was the first person to reach the gate. He believed he knew who they were, but wanted to make certain. "Who are you?" he demanded. "We're the O'Malleys, from Mount Weather. You put in a request for our services," Liam said. "Oh, and we had good weather on our ride here. No issues." BC gave the men a nod and directed the boy to open the gate. Liam was carrying a gray Pelican case. They paused at the entrance and looked around. Liam spotted Sammy. "Well, there's someone I recognize. How are you, Mr. Hunter?" "I'm glad you 2 are here," Sammy replied. "This seems like a nice place. Maybe we can get a tour later," Logan said. "Let's get down to business first. Take us to this poor young lady." BC led them to the barn and opened one of the double doors. They started to step in when Liam stopped and turned to the crowd. "I hope everyone's cooperative. My brother and I would prefer not to kill anyone today." Sammy smiled to himself. He knew the O'Malleys well. They were nice guys, always joking around, not cold-blooded killers, but he also knew they were tough and capable. Liam turned to Sammy. "All right, Mr. Hunter, show us what you have." Sammy led them through the doorway. Nikki was standing immediately inside and greeted them. "I'm glad y'all are here," she repeated, and pointed to where Janie's body was lying. What time was she discovered, and by whom? Logan asked. I found her, Sammy said. I'd say it was about 2100 hours. I immediately went to get Nikki, and we contacted BC. Was the scene protected? Yeah, for the most part. When she was first discovered, a few people came in and looked her over, but then BC told everyone to stay out. Nikki and I guarded the barn the rest of the night, Sammy said. I'm guessing you two haven't slept yet, Liam asked. We swapped off and got an hour or two, Sammy said. Liam gave a grim smile. I understand. Good job, you two. If you want to go catch a little shut-eye, we will certainly understand. Or you can hang out and maybe help us out if needed. Nikki and Sammy swapped glances. We'll stay, both of them said in unison. Liam nodded. All right, brother. Let's see what we have. The two men then started inspecting the barn in a slow, methodical sweep with their tack lights, taking photographs as they did so. They whispered some things between themselves, but neither Nikki nor Sammy could hear what was said. After about 10 minutes, they turned their attention to Janie. Tell us the circumstances of how you found her, Liam said. Sammy cleared his throat. Fred had purchased a mare and her colt. Nikki and I came here to get them and take them back. Somebody put them up in the barn here, and I came inside to get them. The little colt was messing with a pile of hay that she'd been buried under. He'd knocked some of the hay off her face, and that's when I saw her. Why did you two think to fetch BC? Logan asked. He more or less runs the place, so it seemed like he was the one to go to, Nikki said. While she was talking, Liam took some pictures and pulled Janie further out of the hay. He inspected her closely, including turning her over and looking under her shirt. When he was finished, he rolled her onto her back and stood. Was she raped? Nikki asked. Liam studied Janie a moment longer before answering. Raped and strangled, it looks like. I can see a dried substance on her genitalia and thighs. It's probably semen. Close that barn door so it's a little darker in here, and perhaps we can find out. The barn door was still partially ajar. Nikki walked over and closed it completely. It was a typical wood barn. There were narrow gaps between each individual slat. With the door closed, it was darker, but not completely without light. Liam opened the case they'd brought in and retrieved an object that looked like a typical flashlight. When he turned it on, instead of emitting a normal light, it was an ultraviolet light. Shining the light over Janie's corpse, the dried substance gave off a faint glow. I think I can safely say that's semen, Liam said. He knew it wasn't a conclusive scientific test, but these days you made do with what you had. He shone the light all over the barn, but had no other positive readings. Putting the light away and closing the case, he stood. Do it here, brother? Logan asked. It's the best place, I'm thinking. The shock of looking at Janie's body might encourage some truthfulness. What are y'all going to do? Nikki asked. We're going to interview everybody one by one right here in the barn, Logan said. He spotted the folding chairs Sammy and Nikki had been using when they were on guard duty. We need one more of those, Logan said. Nikki retrieved one that was leaning up against the barn wall. Logan thanked her, knocked the dust off it, and then set up the chairs. He put one on either side of Janie, and the third chair a couple of feet away, facing the other two and the body. He then stared at Nikki. So, do we understand correctly that the two of you were not even here during the time Janie was killed? Yeah, we didn't get here until later, Sammy said. And the first person you notified was Mr. Barnabas Cart, correct? Both of them nodded. I believe he'll be the first person to interview then. Would one of you go fetch him, please? Chapter 31. Reese and Mal and Marcus Hook.
That sure is a funny-sounding name for a place to live. What's it all about? Mal asked.
Reese smiled. After spending most of the day and evening going around and putting eyes on every man at Mount Weather, Zach decided what was next. He had them assigned to the logistics team, and once Reese was taught how to drive a tanker truck, he and Mal were sent to Marcus Hook. Reese explained as he drove. The way it was explained to me when it all went bad, there was a group of people who'd formed together and created a stronghold, Reese said, gesturing his hand around. They said it wasn't much to begin with, but they have an old man leading the place by the name of Roscoe Sidebottom. He ran all of the petroleum plants around here back before. He's one of those people who is smart as hell. They eventually were able to renew the production of petroleum, and as for why it's called Marcus Hook, I have no idea.
Why go to all that trouble? Mal asked.
Roscoe was convinced that after everything went bad, diesel fuel would be rare and valuable. They're the only ones I know of that make it.
That makes them powerful, right? Mal asked.
Reese shrugged. I don't know. Mount Weather is one of their biggest customers, so maybe, yeah. The trading post sure has made them popular.
Mal frowned. Trading post? What's that?
I'm gonna show you, but first we need to check in. He smiled. You'll get to meet Jimbo. He's a good guy. Reese drove up the road linking Mount Weather to Marcus Hook. It was once a series of roads, various lefts and rights, but when you had access to heavy equipment and an unlimited supply of diesel, it was fairly easy to convert those roads into a direct freeway. Stopping at the barricade, Reese smiled when Jimbo came out to greet him. The first time they met, Reese had taken a liking to him. The man was stocky, the kind of guy who loved to hang out at a bar that served hot wings, cold beer, and had scantily clad waitresses. Jimbo gave a broad grin as he walked up.
Hey, Mr. Reese, how's it hanging?
Doing great. Jimbo, this is Mal. She's our newest member of Mount Weather, Reese answered. Jimbo peered through the open door of the box truck.
Hey there, Mal. Welcome to Marcus Hook.
Mal squinted at him.
So, you're Jimbo.
Yep.
Reese said you're a good guy.
Jimbo's grin broadened.
I'd like to think I am.
Well then, I'm happy to meet you,
Mal said.
Well, is there any chance you can give Mal the grand tour? Reese asked.
Jimbo glanced at Reese and then back at Mal, who was smiling at him.
Yeah, I believe I can do that. Let's get the truck unloaded first, and we've got some things for you to take back to Weather.
Oh, yeah? Good stuff, I hope, Reese said. Jimbo nodded.
We've pulled in some respectable hauls, and we're sharing the wealth, I guess you'd say.
He then looked around and lowered his voice. Don't tell anyone, but we've got an order in for 100 tires, and we want them before anyone else. Jimbo punctuated it with a grin and a slap on the shoulder.
All right, let me show you two what Marcus Hook is all about.
He gave them the grand tour, including the petroleum manufacturing facility. Reese was impressed. Mal was in awe.
I didn't think things like this were a thing anymore, she said.
The tour ended when Jimbo got called in for work. After leaving Jimbo, they went to the trading post. Mal looked around in wonder.
This is something else. What are we going to do here?
There's a married couple that were running a barber shop the last time I was here. I traded some snap beans for a trim and a hot shave.
A hot shave? Why'd you get that?
Because I'd never had one before. I heard they felt wonderful.
Was it?
She asked.
Oh, yeah.
You should have gotten a haircut, too, she said.
Reese acted offended.
I got a trim. Why? You don't like my long hair?
It looks girlish.
Reese chuckled.
Maybe I'll get it cut shorter this time. Oh, and they built a sauna. You can have a steam bath if you want.
A steam bath?
Yeah, Reese answered.
When he realized she had no idea what a steam bath was, he explained. Her eyes went wide.
Can we do that?
Reese grinned.
Sure, but first we need to walk all around and see if you spot King Rat.
Reese expected Mal to return his smile. Instead, she frowned.
Is something wrong?
It just seems like all of y'all got your nads in a knot about finding out who he is, she said.
Oh, it's important to the president and Zach.
Why? She asked.
Reese bit his lip. He wasn't sure if he was supposed to tell her, but decided maybe it was the only way to fully gain her trust. After a few seconds of thought, he came to a decision. Okay, let me explain. He spent the next 5 minutes telling her about the ammunition.
I already told them I don't know how he got them bullets, she said.
They believe you. That's why they want to know who King Rat is. Once he's identified, then they can find out how he got it.
How are they going to do that? She asked.
I imagine they'll interrogate him. I think they believe he somehow stole it from Mount Weather, and they want to figure out how. Reese hesitated a moment. And, I think they want to know what other crimes he's committed. Mal stared.
You weren't supposed to tell me all that, were you?
Reese shook his head. Nope. The way it was explained to me, the less you know, the harder it'd be to lie to me and get away with it.
I ain't gonna lie to you. You're my only friend. Besides, we're shower buddies.
Reese laughed now. Yeah, we are. You know what? We don't have to look for King Rat right away. How about we go do one of those saunas first? You're going to love it. Chapter 32. The Investigation. Barnabas Cart was seldom intimidated by anyone or anything, but sitting across from the O'Malley brothers, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He wasn't going to let them see it, though, and fixed his face into a scowl. So, you two were cops once, he remarked. We once worked for the Pittsburgh Police Department, Liam said. Most of our family were cops. From what I see, you two were probably part of a goon squad. I've heard of big city police departments having those. You two look like you'd be on one. Liam eyed him. What exactly do you see? BC gestured at him with his finger. Both of you are big men. You've scarred knuckles and other scars. Looks like both of you have had your noses broken at one time, and you have some cauliflower on one of your ears. Yeah, you two were brawlers, enforcers, goons, bad cops. Liam gave a patient smile. I got the cauliflower ear back when I was on the high school wrestling team. Most of the scars my brother and I have occurred after the world went to hell. Pittsburgh was our home, and we didn't want to leave, but it was a rough city. The plague brought out the worst in people. My brother and I fought both Zeds and bad guys in order to survive. When we were cops, we weren't dirty. We weren't enforcers. Nothing like that. We were good cops who were damn proud to wear the badge. But enough about us. Let's talk about Janie. BC stared as he digested Liam's words, trying to determine if he was telling the truth. The two men seemed sincere enough, and after a moment he decided to cooperate. Okay, ask your questions. Nikki said she and Sammy came to you when they made the discovery. They did, BC replied. When they told me they'd found her, I immediately went with them to the barn and had a look. I confirmed it was Janie and that she was dead. What did you observe? Logan asked. BC worked his hands together. Well, I saw the marks on her neck, like she'd been strangled. I didn't see any other injuries. He thought for a moment. She was stiff. What do they call that? Rigor mortis, Logan said. How stiff do you think she was? Well, I was able to move her arm when I tried to take a pulse, but on a scale of 1 to 10, I'd give it a 5 as far as stiffness goes. All right. Based on the amount of rigor mortis and the lividity, it could be surmised she was killed sometime yesterday morning. When was the last time you saw her alive? BC slowly nodded. Yesterday, at about 6. She was at breakfast. She was sitting with her mother and father, as usual. I left before them, so I don't know what time she finished, BC said. We'll follow up with her parents about that. Where did you go? Logan asked. He paused a moment, as if searching for the correct answer. 4 of us spent the day cutting firewood and lumber at a grove of trees about a mile from here. My son and I left a little after 6 because we wanted to do some riding before working all day cutting wood. We met the other 2 men at the grove around 8. We were summoned back to look for Janie at around 3, he said, and named the people who were with him. Tell us about this young lady, Logan asked. Typical teenage girl, I guess. Sometimes I'd see her wandering around like she was daydreaming. I don't know if she was sweet on anyone. No, my son didn't care for her because he said she was stupid. I don't know if she was or not, but she certainly seemed to have her head in the clouds all the time. There was a pause in which the 2 brothers glanced at each other. Logan gave Liam a slight nod. Who do you think did it? Liam asked. BC thought about it as he absently rubbed his beard. I'm not sure. Am I considered a suspect? My gut says no, Liam said. Same here, Logan said. Well, I'm not. I've killed before, yes, that's true, but I'm not a man who would rape and murder a little girl. He pointed at the 2 men. You two have a difficult task. Being able to prove someone committed this murder is going to be impossible without a confession. Believe me, I know.
Why do you say that? Logan asked. You see, I once had two sons. There's Colin, whom you've met, and there was Colton, my oldest. He died not too long ago. He was murdered, and I know who did it. The problem is I can't convince anyone around here that it was a murder, so if I meted out punishment, it would most likely work against me. I believe I've heard this story, Logan said. Colton and Nicky used to be an item. They went out on a ride one day, and he was thrown from his horse. That's her story, but I don't believe it. She's a hothead, and more than capable of murder. You're certain she killed him, and it didn't happen the way she said? Logan asked. I am, BC said with a defiant stare, as if daring them to disagree with him. Liam did not want to get bogged down in something that had nothing to do with this case, and changed the subject. Let me ask you, has there been anything else unusual happening around here lately? BC shifted in his seat. We've seen tracks here and there. Zeds? I believe so, but I can't be certain. We haven't actually seen any Zeds since last fall, around October. One day a couple of them wandered up. We killed them and burned the corpses. But what about strangers? Logan asked. Other than Mount Weather people, nobody. He paused for a moment. We've also had a rifle and ammunition turn up missing back about May. Tell us about it, Logan asked. An AR-15 and about 100 rounds of ammo. I brokered a deal with Zach on the ammo. We traded some lumber for it. That was done sometime around the end of April, and it turned up missing a couple of weeks after. Did you figure out who took it? Liam asked. BC shook his head. Someone around here took it for themselves. I figured the rifle would turn up eventually, but so far, no luck. I didn't record the serial number of it, but I bet Zach has it on file. Yeah, I'm sure he does. Anything else odd been happening? Liam asked. No, I can't say that it has. We're only trying to live a peaceful life out here. We're not as advanced as you folks at Weather or at Marcus Hook. Speaking of which, I do have something I'd like you to relay back to Zach. I want to know if and when they're ever going to get us electricity. I'll pass it along, Liam said. Although I can tell you it may be a while. They've got a big project going on at Roanoke to get a tire plant up and running again. That's going to require a lot of electricity, and we've only got that one hydroelectric dam in operation. Logan cleared his throat. They need people to run that plant and all the other stuff that goes along with it. Y'all should consider relocating to Roanoke. I mean, I like this little settlement you people have, but it's a little off the beaten path, and my guess is that getting electricity to you is going to be low on the list of priorities. BC frowned. I don't see how working for someone would benefit us. You'll have electricity, diesel fuel, and running vehicles, Logan said. There are going to be a lot of services needed besides running the tire plant. With the influx of people, there will be a need for food and lodging. It'd be a great business opportunity to grow and barter food, maybe even get one of the hotels in town up and running. BC picked at his beard. It sounds intriguing, but honestly, we like the solitude here. I suppose I understand, Logan said, although mentally he believed BC was probably only speaking for himself. Zach wanted me to suggest it and to tell you if you want to know more to get in touch with him. I suppose I can do that. Are there any other questions? Not at the moment. If you don't mind, on your way out, send the next person in, please, sir, Liam said. BC slowly stood and glanced down at Janey. He shook his head. Senseless. Absolutely senseless, he murmured before leaving the barn. The interrogations lasted until well after lunch. They saved Janey's parents for last and took a moment to cover her body before having them come in. As expected, they were overwhelmed with grief. The only useful information they got was Janey's chores for the morning were to feed the chickens and clean the coop. Neither task had been accomplished, but they pointed out the wooden barrels where the chicken feed was stored, which was in the very barn in which she was murdered. When they were finished, it was the two of them, alone in the barn with Janey. Are we going to do an autopsy, brother? Logan asked. I don't think there's any need. It's obvious she was strangled to death. If you look closely, you can see that her trachea is crushed. Logan scoffed. Of course. I was waiting to see if you saw it. So, Rory. Yeah, Liam replied. What are we going to do about it? Logan's response to his brother's question was a shrug.
You know, brother, our record as the first post-apocalyptic police force isn't so good. We know exactly who killed Rochelle Van Allen and her entourage, and yet we've not made an arrest. Is this going to be a repeat? Liam sighed. I don't know, brother. Chapter 33. The Faux Pas. After the two policemen had their private discussion, Liam exited the barn and summoned BC, Nicky, and Sammy to rejoin them. Colin followed his father in, even though he was uninvited. Have you figured it out? BC asked as soon as he walked in. Logan glanced at his brother a moment before speaking. Why don't you tell your son to go outside and count horse apples or something? This is grown-up talk. Logan had not met Colin before today, but the young man's obvious, self-entitled attitude annoyed him. Colin stared in disbelief a moment before responding. Who the hell do you think you are? I'm just as much a man in here as anyone, and that includes him, he said as he pointed at Sammy. I beg to differ, Logan said. Mr. Hunter here is one hell of a man. You're a child who has a lot of growing up to do. Nicky snickered, which angered Colin even further. BC didn't like it, but he turned to his son. Go back to the dining hall. I'll be there in a few. Colin was angry and had a few choice insults for Logan on the tip of his tongue, but he knew from experience that to not obey his father would have dire consequences. The last time he did, he was 13, he got a slap that sent him stumbling across the room. He gave Nicky a hateful scowl as he walked out. The brothers waited several seconds after Colin closed the barn door before speaking. The first thing we can say is that nobody from outside snuck in this place and hurt that girl. It wouldn't be hard to do it. Security is rather slack around here, but it didn't happen. BC narrowed his eyes. How would you know that? We had a little look around before we announced ourselves, Logan said. Nobody spotted us, and we weren't even trying to be sneaky. So, somebody here is the killer, Liam said. BC continued frowning. All right, who? Logan held up a hand. Allow us to lay the groundwork before we name the person who we believe is the culprit. BC seemed annoyed, but went along. All right. According to Janie's mother, her chores for the day were tending to the chickens. She said Janie's quick about getting it done so she can spend the rest of the day free. Yeah, she's like that, Nicky said. She'll wander around talking to people. Sometimes she'll help them with their chores, but mostly she wanders around like she's in her own world. BC nodded. Yeah, that sounds about right. Back in the day, they called it being on the spectrum or something like that. Logan continued. So, she was last seen wandering around and eventually went into the barn. What about her murderer? Nicky asked. I'm glad you asked, Nicky. There are two possibilities. Her assailant was in the barn already, or he followed her in. She knew him and wasn't frightened by his presence. We're speculating a little here, but the sudden appearance of a stranger would have frightened her. She would have screamed or run away. Assuming she wasn't ambushed, but there's no evidence indicating that happened, Liam said. Correct, Logan said. Her assailant was known to her, and his presence did not frighten her. He more than likely attempted to engage her in conversation in the hopes that it might lead to a more intimate encounter. And when it didn't go as planned, he turned violent, Nicky surmised. The two brothers nodded. That's what we believe. If you were to feel her head, there are bumps under her hair, like he gave her a good punch or two, Logan said. He hit her there so there wouldn't be any marks on her face. Oh, and it was to the left side of her head, which means her assailant was probably right-handed, Liam added. And he raped her? BC asked. Yes, he did. We can't really determine at what point he strangled her to death. Perhaps she tried to resist and started screaming. Perhaps he killed her and then raped her, Logan said. With limited forensics, we'll never know for certain the sequence of events without a confession, Liam said. He then pointed toward Janie. Tell them about the marks on her neck, brother. Like my brother said, we have limited forensics. Even so, it's obvious her assailant had average-sized hands, he said, and gestured toward BC's hands. Definitely not big mitts like you have. BC glanced down at his hands. Is this the point where you're going to name the suspect? Yep. Who? He asked. The brothers once again swapped glances before Liam gave BC a somber stare.
"Why don't we get Rory back in here?"
BC frowned in confusion, and then his eyes widened in apparent understanding.
"Are you certain?"
he asked. The brothers did not answer and kept staring. Standing, he went to the barn door and yelled for Colin. He instructed his son to find Rory, escort her back, and then guard the barn door. Colin looked around at the others and started to ask questions, but his father put a firm hand on his shoulder and pushed him out. Colin hurried off. BC faced the O'Malleys.
"I want to be present during this," he said.
Logan nodded. "We insist on it. In fact, we have a plan in mind." BC started to ask another question, but Rory appeared in the doorway. All of them could see the anxiety and worry etched in her features. "You wanted to see me, BC?" she asked.
"Please, come in,"
Liam invited, and motioned toward the chair. Rory tentatively walked in, and after some gentle coaxing, sat in the same chair she'd sat in a couple of hours ago during the O'Malleys' initial interview. Once seated, the others also sat.
"What's this all about? I've already told you everything I know," she said.
"Unfortunately, that's not true, Rory," Logan said.
"What I'm about to say is a compliment, but you are a terrible liar," Liam said. "You're a good person, it's obvious, and a good person cannot lie well. So, with that in mind, it's time for you to come clean."
Rory frowned as if confused. Liam continued.
"You see, back when we were police officers in the fine city of Pittsburgh, we received extensive training in the art of interviewing people. We learned to detect the subtle nuances of deception."
He stared somberly.
"Rory, you show all the signs. You know more than you're telling us."
"It's time for you to tell the truth," Logan added. "Poor Janie deserves it." She began stuttering.
I...
"It's okay, Rory," Liam said. "You're not in trouble. All we need is the truth. We know Drillbit is responsible for this. All you need to do is tell us what you know."
Rory's face was a mixture of fright and unease now. She felt trapped. Liam sensed it and tried to work that angle.
"You're wrong for covering for him, but you can make it right. All you have to do is tell the truth. Tell us, Rory. Nobody will blame you."
She was so nervous now her hands were visibly shaking, and tears welled up in her eyes.
"I can't," she said. I...
Her stammering trailed off, and she stared at the O'Malleys like a deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming 18-wheeler. She then did something nobody expected. She lurched to her feet, causing Logan to jump to his feet as well. Rory backpedaled from him, tripping over the chair. The gun, a small 2-shot Derringer, appeared from nowhere. They'd later discuss the incident, and agree it was small enough to be easily concealed in her pants pocket, hence their faux pas in never noticing it. She shoved it into her mouth and gave them one last desperate look before pulling the trigger. Chapter 34. Rory. The sound from the small weapon wasn't particularly loud. Even so, Rory's head snapped back like she'd been hit with an uppercut by Mike Tyson. The momentum caused her to fall backwards and collapse on the dirt floor. Logan and Liam rushed over to her. Squatting beside her, Liam removed the Derringer out of her clenched hand while Logan stabilized her head. The brothers exchanged a glance. She was still breathing, but they knew she was a goner. After all, a traumatic gunshot wound to the brain was often fatal, even when there was a level 1 trauma center available. BC shouted for his son, who immediately entered the barn. Upon seeing Rory, he skidded to a stop and stared wide-eyed.
What? Go get Anita!"
BC yelled. Colin stared at Rory in shock and continued staring until BC yelled again, springing him into action. Soon he reappeared with an older woman with a weathered face and flaxen gray hair. Others followed, but stopped in the doorway. Liam and Logan would later learn that Anita was the de facto doctor for the community, but originally she was a midwife by trade. They watched as she directed a few people to pick up Rory and carry her off. Almost everyone followed, but a few lingered behind, including Drillbit. He stared at the blood on the ground a moment before looking up and fixing on BC.
"What the hell happened?" he asked.
"She shot herself," BC said. The O'Malleys paid close attention to Drillbit. He stared with a mixture of incredulity and concern. "Why?" Logan made an ambiguous gesture with his hand toward the spot where only minutes before Rory was lying. She knew something that was heavily weighing on her. Drillbit stared in fright for only a moment before his eyes narrowed into a wary stare. "And what would that be?" "The murder of Janey," Liam said. Drillbit stared only a moment longer and turned to BC. "I'm going to be with Rory." He then hurried out of the barn. The three men watched the open barn door for several seconds, wondering if Drillbit was going to suddenly reappear, perhaps with a gun. After what seemed to be a long time, but in fact was only about a minute, BC cleared his throat. "Do you two really think he killed Janey?" "Without a doubt," Liam replied. "But how?" he asked. The two policemen spent the next 20 minutes explaining their thought process and how they reached their conclusions. BC listened thoughtfully, if not a little nervously. "How would you describe Drillbit?" Liam asked him when they had finished. BC cleared his throat. "Before all of this, I would have said he's a solid man. He's a hard worker, tough, independent. It's not uncommon for him to saddle up on a horse and go out by himself for a few days."
"Where does he go?" Logan asked.
"Fishing and hunting. He says it relaxes him. Nobody complains when he does it. He'll frequently come back with something, a burlap bag full of fish, a fresh deer kill, or he'll have stuff he's scavenged."
BC reached up and ran his hand over his beard.
"He has a temper, though, but he's always kept it in check. Mostly."
He thought for a moment and glanced at Nicky.
He had a falling out with Nicky's stepfather back a few years ago. I never heard the whole story, but it doesn't matter. Herman's passed on. That's the only problem I've ever known about."
Nicky stared but remained silent. She knew BC was well aware of Drillbit's animosity toward both Llewellyn and her. "So he's never done anything sketchy toward any of the ladies around here?" Logan asked. When BC shook his head, he peered at Nicky. "He'll make little offhanded remarks on occasion," she said. "What kind of remarks?" Logan asked. "Remarks about a woman's looks, things like that." "Would they be considered complimentary, or do they go beyond complimentary to sleazy?" he asked. Nicky hesitated. She didn't like Drillbit, but she wasn't going to lie. "They're right on the edge of complimentary and sleazy, I guess." Logan gave a slight nod of his head. "Interesting. That's something we'll definitely follow up on."
"What's next? Are you going to arrest him?" BC asked.
"Although we strongly suspect him, we're not yet at the level of proof known as probable cause," Logan said.
"We need more," Liam agreed.
"What are you going to do then?" Nicky asked. "We're going to continue our investigation," Logan said. He looked outside. "Where would everyone be right about now?"
"It's close to dinner time. I expect most of our people will be in our dining hall right now. We can go there if you like," BC said.
Logan and Liam stood. "Lead the way, sir." The cafeteria was located in the basement of the church. It also served as their shelter against storms and Zeds. With the exception of Drillbit, Anita, Rory, and the lone guard manning the gate, everyone else was present and going through the motions of eating. When Anita walked in, all eyes were on her as she walked directly to BC and whispered something in his ear. BC gave a slight nod and dabbed at his face with a napkin before standing.
"It is with great sadness to tell all of you that Rory has died. The death of a loved one is never easy, and our community has suffered with not one, but two tragedies. Janey and Rory's deaths has brought back all the pain I felt when Colton was murdered not so long ago. Tomorrow we will have a funeral for these two beautiful ladies and mourn together."
He then sat heavily and stared at his plate of uneaten food.
"Who killed Janey?"
someone asked. The question was repeated, this time to the O'Malleys.
"That is the question, isn't it?" Liam said.
Liam got a confused stare from the woman who posed the question, but then she turned to a man sitting beside her and spoke in a low voice, but not low enough that others could not hear.
I heard they think Drillbit did it. There was more hushed talking. Everyone seemed to have something to say, but they were worried about too many people hearing what they had to say. Liam and Logan sat quietly, watching, listening. They learned many interesting things about Drillbit during this impromptu meeting, and none of it was good. Then it was as if a lightning bolt struck. Everyone realized Drillbit was not among those gathered in the dining room. A couple of people went looking for him. After several minutes of searching the compound, they realized Drillbit, along with his horse, was gone. Chapter 35. Zack Gets a Box. It was late evening, and I was hanging out at the main gate with the current guards, Kyra and Shanika. Neither one of them were my favorite people, but I was being polite and engaging in small talk while I awaited the return of Reese and Mal. It was well after dark when they finally arrived. Reese put the truck in park and jumped out. "They loaded us up with 400 gallons, he said. "Also, Jimbo sent you a present." He handed over a cardboard box. "What have we got here?" I asked as I looked in it. "DVDs. He had to explain what they were to Mal," Reese said with a chuckle. "I've never even seen them before," Mal said. There was a couple dozen in the box. I pulled one out and read off the title. The Man Who Laughs. "Yeah, I've never heard of half of them. Jimbo said you like the old classics." "I do indeed. This one is a movie adaptation of a Victor Hugo novel. I've read the book but haven't ever seen the movie." "Jimbo said you'd like them," Reese said. "They found a house or business in Philly that had a few thousand of them, and he immediately thought of you." I laughed. "Did he tell you why he's giving them to me?" "He wants first dibs on the new tires." "Yep. Well, he certainly knows my weakness," I said, and glanced at Mal. "Mal, why don't you go get yourself something to eat? I need to speak to Reese in private." "I've told her everything," Reese said. I blinked. "As in—" "He told me you wanted him to keep it secret while we were paired up," Mal said. "It's okay. I understand. I guess I ain't the trustworthy type, seeing as how my daddy and I tried to kill Melvin." "Yeah, that sums it up," I said. "Do you disagree with that sentiment?" Mal frowned and glanced at Reese, who made it easy for her. "Zack is asking if you think you can be trusted." Mal stared at Reese for several seconds, and it seemed to me that she desperately wanted his approval. She eventually focused on me. "First, I want to say thank you for letting me stay here and for telling Reese to be my friend. I'm telling you that you can trust me, but I'll understand if you don't and make me leave." I thought for a moment she was going to cry. Reese saw it too. He reached out and grabbed her hand. "That won't happen. Right, Zack?" he asked. I kept my face passive and didn't tell them what I was thinking. Nope, I didn't trust her. But I reached out and gave her a slight, reassuring pat on the shoulder. "If I make you leave, who'd be left to keep an eye on Reese, right?" My quip made them both smile in relief, which is what I hoped for. Mal was still on probationary status, but I didn't feel the need to reiterate that point. I pointed at the tanker truck. "Let's get this baby to the motor pool and parked. Then we can sit and talk." Parking the truck, we sat in some chairs that were outside the entrance to the motor pool. It was a pleasant evening with a slight breeze that made the thick humidity tolerable. "It feels like we may have rain on the way," I said. "But enough about the weather. Let's hear it." "Short answer, no sighting of King Rat," Reese said, and went into their activities of the day, starting with their meeting with Jimbo and ending with the trading post. "I think I can safely say we put eyes on every man in the place." "What about Trader Joe?" I asked. It's not that I suspected him, but he sure matched Mal's description of King Rat. "Him too," Reese replied. "I like that trading post. We had a lot of fun there," Mal said with a grin. "Good," I replied, and glanced at Reese, who was also sheepishly grinning. I suddenly realized that they had gone a level beyond friendship. I wasn't sure if it was a good thing or a bad thing, but I hoped it was the former. "All right, I'm glad you two are getting along, because you're going to be spending a lot of time together. Starting tomorrow, you two will be going on delivery runs. Pris is in charge, so don't show up late unless you enjoy getting your ass chewed out." I thought for a second. One of the stops is to a small group of people who recently relocated to Stevens City. There's one man there whose name is Garth. He matches the description a little bit. We'll make sure to meet him, Reese said.
What if that ain't him?
Mal asked. We're going to keep at it until he's found. Now then, I suspect you two are hungry. Dinner's still being served for the next 30 minutes, so you better get going.
Ain't you eating?
Mal asked. I've already eaten. I'd sit with you guys, but I have some work to do, I said. We said our goodbyes and parted company. They headed toward the cafeteria, while I headed to the library to meet Justin. He was sitting in the reading area, looking over a handwritten list. What do you have there? I asked as I sat.
Jorge gave me another wish list.
I nodded. Every patrol was sent out with a list of the makes and models of cars that Jorge and Josue needed parts from. If a particular vehicle was spotted, they were tasked with taking a picture and recording the location of it. If they had time, they scavenged the parts needed off it, otherwise Jorge and Josue would go get it with their tow truck. I absently drummed my fingers, lost in thought. Justin noticed. Got something on your mind? He asked. I have a question for you. We've known each other a long time. 10 years and some change, Justin said. Is that the question? The question is, do you think I may be overreacting with this King Rat character? Justin scratched his face. He had the proverbial 5 o'clock shadow. Being a career Marine, whisker stubble annoyed him. No, I don't think so. Let's see, how many evil bastards have you encountered over the years? That guy who called himself the captain was the first one, wasn't he? Yeah, I agreed. Technically, he wasn't the first evil bastard, but he was an evil psycho. And mean. In fact, he was within a second of killing me before my friend Andy killed him. Justin continued with his list. Those dudes you knew from high school. I nodded in agreement. Let's see, those cannibals you told me about. Then there was that serial killer. What was his name? Jeffrey Thompson. Fred took care of him. I didn't know the specific details, but when Fred advised Jeffrey Thompson would never hurt anybody again, one did not have to ask any further questions. Yeah, okay, after him was who? Colonel Coltrane, but you know all about him, I said. I was kind of hoping you'd forgotten about that, he replied. Justin once served under Colonel Coltrane, and in fact assisted in kidnapping me. But that was long ago, and many things had happened since. I changed the subject. After that was an unfortunate encounter with an old friend of mine. Then there was a gang led by a turd who called himself King Rowe. Then there was the Blackjacks. Ah, yeah, Fred took care of them too, Justin said. Yes, he did. Then there was General Foswell, some nut who called himself the Professor, although I never met him, and then there were the Freitag brothers. I grunted. We know what happened with them. Justin gave a dry chuckle. Yeah, Fred. So there you have it. This is a no-brainer. There's ample past history to justify your concern with this guy. He may be nothing, or he may be a credible threat. He may be one man, or he may be the tip of the iceberg. I agree with your concerns. There were others I'd not mentioned, but Justin was aware of most of them. I nodded in gratitude. I appreciate that. You're welcome, Justin said. Now, if you're asking me what should be done next, I believe we should conduct some patrols in the area where Mal was found. It might flush this guy out. Grace walked in while we were working up mission plans for the patrols. We received a radio transmission from Logan. He said to tell you he found out where the assault weapon and ammo came from. My eyes widened. Where? Shenandoah. She nodded, and then updated me on the status of their investigation. I thanked her and waited for her to leave before speaking to Justin. Well, this is an interesting development. I'm surprised you didn't have a match with this serial number, he said. I shook my head. The rifle taken off of Mal had the serial number scratched off. I have her making supply runs tomorrow, but I think I'm going to take her to the Shenandoah community instead. You want to ride along? Sounds like fun. What are you going to do if this King Rat is there? He asked. I drummed my fingers on the arm of the chair. That's a good question. I'll go over the legalities with the O'Malleys, but he's definitely going to be brought back to Malweather. Agreed, Justin said, and stood. Walking out of the library, the intercom came to life with the sound of Lydia's voice.
Mr. Gunderson, come to the cafeteria at once. All available Marines, respond to the cafeteria at once.
The sense of urgency in her voice was plain to hear. Justin and I took off at a sprint and entered the cafeteria a minute later. When we pushed through the cafeteria doors, I was surprised at what I saw. Several people were gathered around First Sergeant Crumby. He had a cut on his cheekbone and was standing over a man lying on the floor. Another man, Jonesy, was standing a few feet away from the first sergeant, blood running down his nose, shouting profanities at him. I then saw Reese. He was sitting in a chair. He too had a bloody nose, and one eye was already starting to swell shut. Mal was standing beside him, looking lost and befuddled. "What's going on?" I asked. Jeremiah pointed at Jonesy. "I walked into the cafeteria and spotted Jonesy beating the snot out of this young man. When I intervened, he thought he could put his hands on me, and that asshole sucker punched me." He pointed at the man on the floor when he said it. It was Jonesy's buddy, Locke. I took my foot and rolled him over. He looked so addled he probably didn't even know what day of the week it was. I faced First Sergeant Crumby with a look of surprise. He was grimacing and holding his right hand. "I think I broke my damned hand on his head," he said. "Head to the infirmary. We got this," I said. "Yeah, okay," Crumby replied. He gave the two men a baleful stare before leaving. I turned to the two men. "All right, we'll do this the easy way and you two can walk to the brig on your own, or Captain Smithson and I will beat the ever-loving shit out of you two and then drag your sorry asses to the brig." Jonesy scowled at me and then stabbed a finger at Reese. "He threw the first punch. That makes me the victim of assault. It's him that should be arrested. And Crumby, he needs to be arrested too."
"Not so fast."
We all turned to the voice. It was Lydia.
"I witnessed the whole thing, and he's no innocent victim."
I gave a small smile. "An eyewitness, I like that. All right, Miss Creamer, what did you observe?" She pointed at Jonesy.
"He walked by this little girl, made a horrible remark about her breasts, and then had the audacity to grope them. Reese tried to defend her and got beaten for his trouble. And as First Sergeant Crumby advised when he tried to break it up, Mr. Jones punched him, and then Mr. Lockhart, in a cowardly move, sucker-punched the First Sergeant."
She then stabbed a finger at Jonesy.
"Mr. Jones committed a sexual assault against this young lady."
Jonesy stared in disbelief at the accusation, and then his face turned to a scowl.
She's lying."
"No, she's telling the truth,"
Reese said.
"Yeah, she's telling the truth. I saw it too,"
someone else said. Other people then began parroting what Lydia stated. I gave Jonesy a pointed stare. He stared back and smirked.
"You can't do anything. Only the cops can."
Justin spoke up.
"They're not here, so the law enforcement duties fall to me in the event of their absence. So, Zach gave you two a choice. What's it going to be?"
By now, a couple of Marines had come in and walked over beside Justin.
"We got word someone attacked our first sergeant, sir. What can we do to help?"
Justin gave them a small smile and then stared pointedly at Jonesy and Locke.
"What's it going to be, gentlemen?"
Jonesy and Locke didn't like it, but they were smart enough to know the crowd was not on their side, and if they resisted, they'd get their asses handed to them. After all, First Sergeant Crumby had already knocked the hell out of both of them. They threw out a few threats before walking out with Justin and his Marines. I focused my attention on Reese. One of his eyes was already swollen shut, and it looked like his nose was broken.
"I've seen worse. Hell, I've had worse, but
we're going to get you to the infirmary," I said. He wiped some blood off his face.
"The doc won't keep me overnight or anything like that, will she? We've got a supply run to a new place tomorrow."
"Don't worry about that. I think we have a strong lead on King Rat, and we'll follow up on it when the time's right. Let's get you fixed up first."
"What's going to happen to those two assholes?"
he asked. I gave a pointed stare. "Don't worry. I'll take care of everything. Trust me." Chapter 36. Janie and Rory. The double funeral was conducted after lunch. It would have been earlier, but BC needed time to hastily build 2 coffins. It was a sullen affair, more than anyone could have imagined. To add to the sorrow, the day was sunless, bleak, laden with dark clouds, exaggerating the sense of heaviness and gloom. It did not go unnoticed that Drillbit had not returned from wherever he went.
"Where is he?"
somebody would whisper.
"Is he the one who killed Janie? I always thought there was something about him. He always gave me the creeps."
The whispering and murmuring, along with a lot of crying, continued throughout the service. After, people began openly speculating about Drillbit's disappearance. Some said it was due to grief, but most of the voiced opinions named Drillbit as Janie's murderer. Liam and Logan listened in silence, but they definitely listened. Intently. As Logan would say later, it was amazing what you could learn about people if you kept your mouth shut and your ears open. The church cemetery was located next to one of the community gardens. Somebody had the forethought to rope off the gardens so the cabbage wouldn't be carelessly trampled. Everyone watched as Marvin and BC lowered the coffins in the newly dug holes, and the dirt was shoveled back in. The finishing act was the installment of simple wooden crosses at the head of the graves. As BC pounded them into the ground with a sledgehammer, Colin walked up behind Nicky. "Remember when we buried Colton?" he asked, while pointing at Colton's nearby grave. "You acted all sad and cried those fake tears, but Dad and me know the truth, and the truth is going to catch up with you one day. When it does, you'll be lucky if all that happens is you die." Nicky turned around and stared with contempt. "The truth? You wouldn't know the truth if it slapped you in the face. You don't even know what day it is, you moron." She could not hide her anger, but knew this was neither the time nor place for a confrontation. Sammy sensed her mood and put a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Come on, let's get out of here," he suggested. "Yeah, let's," Nicky replied. She turned away from Colin, grabbed Sammy's hand, and walked back to her mother's cabin at a fast pace, forcing Sammy to do the same. She packed her things quickly, throwing everything into her go-bag. Sammy did the same. Llewellyn watched with trepidation. "You don't have to leave so soon. Why don't you stay another day?" she pleaded. Nicky stopped for a moment and faced her mother. "Mom, I swear to God, if I stay here any longer, I'll punch his lights out." Llewellyn gave a worried look. "Hush now, honey. Don't let anyone hear you talk like that." Llewellyn didn't like it, but after listening to Nicky, she agreed it might be for the best if she left. They hugged tightly before Nicky hopped in the truck. Getting seated, she offered Sammy a smile. "I bet you're ready to get back to your sweetie and your kid." Sammy's face darkened. Nicky noticed. "Is something wrong?" "No, it's nothing. Let's get going," he said. Marvin waved as they exited the compound and closed the gate behind them. Nicky watched out of her side view mirror. "I swear if it wasn't for my mother, I'd never come back here again." She sighed heavily and peered at the sky. "The sky's gotten darker. The clouds look—" She paused, searching for a new word she'd learned. "Ominous. They look ominous." "Nimbostratus clouds," Sammy remarked. Nicky glanced at him. "Nimbostratus?" "Yeah, at least that's what Zach calls them." "I always heard them called thunderheads," Nicky said. Sammy shrugged. "I like thunderheads better." Nicky smiled and realized Sammy had made her anger go away. She glanced over at him. He looked back and returned her smile. "No doubt we're going to get some rain," he said. They'd not traveled more than a couple of miles when it started. At first it was a spattering of large drops, and within a minute it turned into a torrential downpour. Nicky turned on the wiper blades, only to have the wiper on the driver's side break off. "Damn it," she said, a little louder than she meant to. She turned the wipers off and stopped the truck. "I think it'd be better if we didn't try to drive in this rain. Knowing my luck, we'll end up in a ditch." "We can wait it out," Sammy said, and pointed at a side road. "That looks like a decent spot." "Yeah," Nicky said, and did as Sammy suggested. As she parked, a bolt of lightning shot out of the sky, followed by a clap of thunder a few seconds later. Killing the engine, she faced Sammy. "We might be here a while." "I don't mind," Sammy said. "It's funny, I've always liked thunderstorms. I like your company, too." "Thanks. I enjoy yours, too," Nicky said, hesitated a moment, and changed the subject. "I feel like I said something that offended you earlier." Oh, no, it's not you. To be honest, Serena and I haven't been getting along for quite a while now. I doubt she even cared that I've been gone. I didn't know. I'm sorry, she said. No worries. Only a few people know about it. Yeah, he's definitely not a gossip. Was it always that way with you and Serena? Nicky asked. Sammy shook his head in the dark. We've known each other since we were little kids, and there was a time when we were very close. Then, I can't tell you the exact moment when, something changed in Serena's behavior. We started arguing about everything. Nothing I said or did was right, and to top it off, I'm pretty sure she had an affair with Connie Nelson. Nicky stared wide-eyed. The vice president? The one and the same, Sammy said. Isn't he married? Yep, and he's old enough to be her father. Wow. Have you confronted them? She asked. Not him, but I asked her one night after we'd had an argument. She was mad at how I was doing something with the baby, and I point-blank asked her if it was my child. She wouldn't answer. Anyway, I know she's not in love with me anymore, and I can't say I'm in love with her either. I'm only still with her because of the baby. A baby that probably isn't mine. Nicky arched an eyebrow. Not yours? The affair I suspect them of having started around the time of conception. Ouch, that sucks, Nicky said. She'd thought of a few more colorful expletives to label Serena, but didn't. It wasn't her place. Yeah, Sammy agreed, his voice low. One day I'll probably leave Mount Weather. She stared in surprise. Really? Where will you go? I don't know. Maybe Oak Ridge, or maybe I'll strike out on my own. That's why I convinced Fred to mentor me, Nicky said. I want to learn how to survive on my own. The people at Shenandoah think women exist to serve men. Even the women think that way. You don't like living with Fred and Rachel? Sammy asked. I do, but I want to get out and explore. I had planned on being gone by now, but I don't think I'm ready. Besides, Rachel hasn't admitted it to anyone but me and Fred, but giving birth took a lot out of her. She's still not at 100%, so I'm not going to leave until she's better. But one day, I'm going wandering. Where would you go? Sammy asked. Oh, all over. I want to see the ocean again, and one day I'd like to go see Minnesota and Montana. Sammy found himself nodding in the dark cab of the truck. I think that sounds wonderful. Time seemed to have stopped when they were caught by a lightning strike, staring at each other. Neither could say who initiated the kiss. It was sudden and intense. They kissed again and again, and at some point their hands began clawing at the other's clothes. The rain beat down and the thunder reverberated. They didn't care, and it may have even encouraged them, almost like Zeus himself was orchestrating the event. When it was over, they held each other tightly. Sammy was the first one to speak. I should probably be feeling remorseful right about now, but I don't. You don't regret this? Nicky asked. Not one iota. What about you? You don't even know how many times I've avoided looking at you because you were hitched up with Serena. At least I thought you were. You liked me? Sammy asked in surprise, which caused Nicky to laugh. Yeah, I liked you. You're cute, and Fred and Rachel think the world of you. They think the world of you too, Sammy said. And you're cute as hell. Nicky grinned. Thanks. So, what now? Sammy asked. Nicky stared intensely, ignoring the beads of sweat that were trickling down her bare chest. It's still raining, so we're not going anywhere for a while. Why don't we recline the seat this time? Chapter 37. Supply Run. Sammy kept his head under the spray for several minutes, thinking of recent events. He was reluctant to wash Nicky off, but it wouldn't go well if Serena were to happen to catch a whiff of another woman on him. Even he knew that. Nicky was only the second woman he'd ever slept with. Hell, she was only the second woman he'd ever passionately kissed. Once upon a time, he believed Serena was his one and only, the love of his life. He was pretty sure she had felt the same once. Not anymore. She didn't even look at him the same anymore. She stared at him like he was an annoyance and someone to be loathed. He finished showering, dressed, and headed to the cafeteria. He had a lot to do today, and even though it would have been nice to have breakfast with Nikki, he knew it wasn't going to happen. Besides, she was currently with Fred and Rachel. He didn't see Serena in the cafeteria, which didn't surprise him. She was a late sleeper and always one of the last people to eat. He was grateful and chose to eat breakfast with True and Dong. "I understand I missed a big kerfuffle last night," Sammy remarked. "Yep, that's what I heard," True replied. After a moment of silence, Sammy glanced at Dong, who gave Sammy a grin before diving into his eggs. Realizing True wasn't going to talk about it, he changed the subject. "What are you guys doing today?" "Reese is still in the infirmary, so I volunteered to do his supply run for him. We're supposed to take Mal with us, but she said she's not leaving Reese." "She said she'd protect him," Dong said in his thick accent. "Have you met her yet?" True asked. Sammy shook his head. "She's a piece of work. So what about you? What have you got going on today?" "I've already fed the horses and checked them out, so my duties are done for the day. I suppose I could check in with Lydia and see if there's anything I could help out with." "Why don't you join us?" True asked. "We could use the help if you're willing. We're heading out in 30 minutes. Sammy thought about it. He knew Nikki would be with Fred and Rachel all day, and he wanted to avoid Serena, or worse, Serena's mother. "Yeah, count me in." Mal walked in the cafeteria and looked around. Spotting True, she walked over to the table. "A mean woman told me I have to go with y'all," she said. True stared at her for a moment with those dark, armor-piercing eyes. "You probably shouldn't." "Why not?" she asked. "Because I don't like you."
"She said if I shirk my duties, I'll be kicked out,"
Mal lamented. Sammy peered at Mal. It was obvious True's words hurt her, and he thought he saw the beginnings of tears form. He didn't know her, and he wasn't sure he was going to like her either based on what he'd heard about her. Even so, he'd never been a bully. "I don't know, True. With the Zeds being active these days, an extra set of eyes couldn't hurt," he said. True finished his breakfast and wiped his mouth before looking again at Mal. He pointed a finger at her. "You tried to kill Melvin, and you said some shitty things about Dong. Both of them are my friends. Why should I overlook that?" Mal dropped her head.
"I reckon you shouldn't."
True stared at her for 5 long seconds before speaking. "All right, you can go with us, but you do exactly as I say. If you do anything stupid, it won't go well for you." He gestured at her loose-fitting clothes. "Don't you have any clothes that fit you?"
"This is all they gave me,"
Mal replied. True scoffed. "You better sit down and eat, then. Get some meat on your bones." Sticking to True's schedule, 30 minutes later they were loaded up in a Ford F-450 Super Duty crew cab and ready to go. The back was full of various items. True drove and Dong manned the front passenger seat. Sammy sat in the rear with Mal. "First stop is Leesburg," True said as they approached the gate.
"I've already been there,"
Mal said.
"King Rat ain't there."
True glanced at her. "What are you talking about?"
"That's why I'm going with y'all. Didn't nobody tell you?"
"Tell us what?" Sammy asked.
"Who's King Rat?"
Mal hesitated, wondering if she'd said something she wasn't supposed to. "Speak up," True said.
"That's the whole reason I've been put on the supply runs. I'm supposed to be looking for a man who calls himself King Rat. It's supposed to be a secret mission."
"Who put you on this secret mission?" True asked.
"Zach," she said, and dropped her eyes. "I don't think I was supposed to tell y'all."
True grunted. "Too late for that." Sammy knew True well enough to know he wouldn't elaborate, so he jumped in. "We've been with Zach a long time. Well, Dong is a recent arrival, but True and I have known Zach since we all lived in Tennessee."
"So y'all are friends?"
Mal asked. "Yes, we are," Sammy said. "I have a great deal of respect for Zach and True. If Zach said it's supposed to be a secret, we'll abide by it."
"Okay. I hope I didn't get myself in trouble,"
she said. "You'll be fine," Sammy said. As True drove, Sammy passed the time by telling Mal about their lives in Tennessee. Mal was full of questions about how they lived and was amazed at Sammy's stories.
It sounds like y'all had a lot of fun,
she said. Sammy scoffed. I don't know about that. We had some hard times. Right, True? True didn't respond. Instead, he slammed on the brakes.
Guns out! Lock and load!
He ordered as he threw the truck in reverse and began hurriedly backing up, eyeing his mirrors as he did so. While Mal stared at True in confusion, Sammy and Dong instantly reacted to True's order. As rehearsed many times in Mount Weather, Sammy focused on his pre-designated field of fire, which was immediately outside of his window, as he racked his shotgun and put the safety selector on fire. Seeing no immediate threat, he hastened to glance in front of them and saw what alerted True. They'd been traveling along Leesburg Pike, which was their normal route. They had rounded a curve in the road, and there were no less than 6 derelict cars that were blocking the road.
Damn,
Sammy muttered.
Them cars weren't there the last time we came up here. What's going on?
Mal asked.
Possible ambush,
Sammy replied.
Now be quiet and keep your eyes open for hostiles.
True continued backing the truck until they were back around the curve. Dong had been staring intently toward the front.
Contact!
He shouted, along with rapidly speaking in Chinese, and leaned out of his window with his rifle. As he did so, a staccato of gunshots rang out. Dong returned fire as True put the truck in park, opened his door, and took up a shooting position.
Watch our flanks, Sammy!
Sammy scanned for any threat, but it was difficult. This particular section of Leesburg Pike was nothing but overgrown trees and bushes.
Do you see anyone over there, Mal?
He asked. Mal was crouched down in the seat, sticking her head only high enough to see outside.
I ain't seeing nobody, she said.
I shoot one,
Dong exclaimed. True grunted.
Yeah, but I think he had a buddy with him.
He shot at us, Mal exclaimed. They was trying to ambush us.
Sammy glanced over at her. The expression on her face was like she'd had a sudden epiphany of what it was like to be on the receiving end of an ambush.
Cover me, Sammy,
True directed. He exited the truck and dropped down to a crouch. After scanning the area, he duck-walked to the front of the truck. After a moment, he came back to the open driver's door.
He put a couple of rounds through the front of our truck,
he said, and cursed under his breath as he grabbed the microphone and called Mount Weather.
Sitrep follows. Over.
Send it. Over.
Contact with at least 2 hostiles. They tried to ambush us. 1 hostile is down, another one is at large. Over.
Copy that. Advise status. Over,
the TOC asked.
No friendly injuries. Our vehicle has been disabled. Over, True said.
Roger that. QRF response time 30 minutes. Make updates every 2 mics. Over.
Roger. Out,
True replied, and placed the microphone back on the holder.
30 minutes. Long time,
Dong said, and made a running motion with his fingers.
Cocksucker run away.
Yep, True said, and eyed Dong.
What do you think?
Dong said nothing, but made a head gesture toward the front of the truck.
Yep,
True said, and faced Sammy.
You and Mal wait here with the truck. Tell whoever is in charge of the QRF that we'll be back before dark.
With that, Dong exited the vehicle and joined True. They took a moment to check their rifles before taking off at a jog. Sammy watched in wonder and badly wanted to go with them, but he knew True expected him to stay with the truck, protect its contents, along with protecting Mal. He got into the front seat and motioned for Mal to do the same.
Keep watching for hostiles,
he said.
Where are they going?
Mal asked. They're going to hunt down the people who tried to ambush us, Sammy said.
Then what?
She asked. Sammy glanced over at her. True is not as forgiving as Melvin. Whoever's out there will be dead by the end of the day. And he'll probably cut their heads off to send a warning to others, Sammy thought.
Why do they call him True? She asked.
That's his name. Or I should say that's his last name. Only a few of us know his full name, and I don't think he wants anyone else to know it. But it's a good name for him. As long as I've known him, he's never spoken a lie. Of course, there's been many times where he didn't answer a question either, Sammy thought, but that was his prerogative.
Daddy said you can't trust colored boys. They'll kill you in your sleep and then rape the women,
Mal said. Sammy took a moment to give her a stare of contempt.
Your father was an idiot.
Take it back,
she demanded. No, I'm not going to take it back. I never met your father, but from what you told me, he wasn't a good man. Sammy gestured toward the front window. True is a good man. I'm proud to call him a friend. Making disparaging remarks about a person based solely on the pigmentation of their skin is indicative of a true idiot. An imbecile, a moron, a fucktard, all of the above. Mal stared at him for a few seconds before responding. You use a lot of words that I don't understand. That's because your father didn't teach you, Sammy said. He was not a good father. If he was, you'd be smarter and a better person. Did your father teach you all that stuff? Sammy sighed. No, my father left my mother not too long after I was born. He wasn't ever a part of my life. Who taught you then? A lot of people. Some you know, like Zach and Melvin. They taught you things? Yep, they did. I've been lucky to have people like them in my life, Sammy said, and gestured toward the front of the truck. True has too, although learning from him comes from watching him rather than listening to him. He's not much of a talker. I ain't never had anybody else, she lamented. Unless you count King Rat. Sammy glanced over at her again. This time he felt sorry for her. There's a lot of nice people at Mount Weather. I'd encourage you to make friends. There are classes you can take too. Are you taking any? I just finished taking a calculus class, and Jorge has been teaching me auto mechanics. Is there anything that you want to learn? Mal responded with a shrug. Sammy took a moment to radio in an update, although he didn't tell them what True and Dong were doing. He then continued with Mal. How are your basic education skills? Reading, writing, arithmetic? He asked. Mal shrugged again. Well, if I may suggest, you should enroll in school. Not many people are aware, but if you're in school, you don't have as many work assignments. I don't know, Mal said. Sammy was about to say more, but then he heard 2 gunshots in the distance. It came from the direction that True and Dong had jogged toward. There was a pause, and then one final gunshot. Sammy knew what that meant. They'll be back soon, but we still need to keep a lookout for any other possible hostiles, he said. You know what I think? I think they killed them all, Mal said after a minute. Yep, Sammy agreed. Mal surprised him by chuckling. Good. Chapter 38. Zach and the Banishment. Before I could enjoy breakfast, I had to brief Bob and Connie about the status of the murder investigation, the possible lead on King Rat, and then discuss the situation regarding Jonesy and Locke. Surprisingly, they agreed with my recommendations without any unnecessary discussion. I then had a pleasant breakfast with my family and was heading toward our holding cells when the intercom blasted to life with a warning alert used specifically for activating the quick reactionary force. I hustled over to the TOC to see what was going on. Pris was manning the radio when I ran in and didn't waste words. Attempted ambush on the supply truck approximately 10 miles outside of Leesburg. The QRF should be on the way within the next minute or so, she said. Leesburg is also sending a response team. Who's on the truck? I asked. True, Dong, Sammy, and Mal. They advised contact with 1 or 2 individuals, not Zeds. I didn't like it. We should have sent an escort team with them. Pris nodded. I agree, but with all the projects the president has on the plate, we're a little short-handed. But you know that. I sighed. Yeah. Besides, with True, there's nothing to worry about, right? Pris asked with a grin. That's very true. No pun intended. Pris groaned. I knew you were going to say that. It took an hour before we received the all-clear. Nobody was surprised that True had hunted down and took out the hostiles. Mal was not supposed to be on the supply run, but I'd forgotten to inform Lydia about it. It turned out okay, but I needed to take her down to the Shenandoah community as soon as possible to see if Drillbit was indeed King Rat. I'd planned on doing it today, but got caught up in other duties. All right, I have something that needs taken care of, I said to Pris. You've got this. She gave me a knowing look and nodded. It's about damn time, Jonesy griped when I walked in. We should have been released hours ago. This is a bunch of bullshit, Gunderson, and you know it. Apologies, gentlemen, The president thought it best to let you two spend the night here and reflect upon your sins. Good news, though. As of this morning, the situation has been resolved. Jonesy eyed me with suspicion. How so? I want you to know it was my idea, but the president and vice president both signed off on it. There will be no trial. There won't, huh? Jonesy said. Fine. Let us out. This is the part where I say, oh wait, there's more. Since the two of you have already been put on notice due to prior disciplinary matters, this last incident has sealed your fate. Both of you have been officially banished from Mount Weather. Jonesy's brow furrowed in a mixture of confusion and suspicion. What the hell do you mean, banished? Yeah, what the hell are you talking about? Locke asked. He'd been lying in his cot in the next cell, acting like he was asleep, but all of a sudden he was wide awake and staring intensely. I stared back and then sighed. You know, when you two were found and brought to Mount Weather, I had high hopes. I thought y'all would be a great fit. But there have always been issues, haven't there? Small things at first, showing up late to work details, inappropriate comments to some of the women here, and as time went on, it kept getting worse, didn't it? Neither one of them answered. Instead, they stared with angry scowls. I continued. All right, so here's how it's going to go. You have two options. You two can relocate to Roanoke, where you'll be employed at the tire plant. At some point in time, if you two display exemplary behavior, you'll be allowed to visit Mount Weather, but you won't be able to live here anymore. What's our other option? Locke asked. I stared pointedly. You'll be taken out of here and dropped off wherever we decide. That's bullshit. We haven't done anything wrong, Locke said. Your declaration of innocence is both idiotic and pathetic, I said. If you choose the second option, you'll never be allowed back on Mount Weather grounds, not even as a visitor. Oh, and I already checked with Marcus Hook in case you had a notion of moving there. They said they don't want either one of you. Same with Oak Ridge. Both men had sat up now. Jonesy stood, walking over to the door, and stared out at Locke. Fuck working in a tire plant, Locke proclaimed. There you have it, shithead. We aren't working in a tire plant, Jonesy said. We'll take option B. Give us a vehicle and provisions, and we're out of here. No, I said. You two get to take your personal belongings, and that's it. Jonesy stared with pure hatred in his eyes. I'll get you for this, Gunderson. I stood and was about to walk out, but paused a moment and stared back. If you want to think of me as your enemy, go ahead. I don't give a shit. Little did I know how those words would come back to bite me where it hurt the most. Chapter 39. Zack and True. True's team arrived later in the afternoon. I met them at the gate and took them directly to the small conference room where Bob and Connie were waiting. All right, we'll have a formal briefing later, but in the meantime, tell me what happened, I asked. We killed those cocksuckers, Dong said with a grin. True grunted. We've been watching the Deadwood series. That's his favorite word now. Dong grinned and bobbed his head up and down. True took a breath. Anyway, there were two of them. They were originally from some little shithole north of Harrisburg. Pennsylvania cocksuckers, Dong said. True gave Dong one of his patented stares before continuing. Dong shot one, and we caught up with the other one. When we caught him, we had a little talk with him. You talked with him? Mal asked. I thought you killed him. True ignored her and stared at me. I understood. True didn't take kindly to being shot at, and he didn't take prisoners. He said they were living around Harrisburg. About a dozen of them. They had trouble and had to leave. He and his buddy were the only two left. They'd seen the occasional car traveling on Leesburg and thought they'd ambush one. You know the rest. 2 dead cocksuckers, Dong said. I saw Bob looking at me, but didn't reply. I talked to him about it later and reminded him that True was not a forgiving man. Tell me about the men, I asked. The one Dong shot was in his late teens or early 20s. He was skinny and filthy, kind of like somebody else I recently met, he said while looking at Mal. What about the other one? I asked. 40s or 50s, filthy, only a few teeth left, and he had a goiter. That fact was interesting. Goiters were believed to be caused by iodine deficiency. Thankfully, Mount Weather had a stockpile of iodized salt.
"What's a goiter?"
Mal asked. Everyone ignored her. I focused on Sammy. What's your take of it?
If not for True's quick thinking, it could have been worse. I don't think there were more than 2 of them. If there were, they would have tried to get to the truck.
I nodded. I already knew Sammy would say something like that. I asked so Bob and Connie would hear it. I turned to the 2 men. Do you have any questions? I asked.
"Did you have to kill him?" Bob asked.
Yes, True said. Bob waited for True to defend himself and explain his actions. True simply stared, silently conveying there would be no explanation forthcoming. When Bob realized True wasn't going to elaborate, he chose to change the subject.
"Okay, well, it's been an eventful day for the 4 of you. I imagine you'd like to get cleaned up and maybe decompress before dinner. I look forward to reading your report, Mr. True."
True nodded, stood, and walked out. Dong gave everyone a grin before following his friend. Sammy and Mal followed.
"Is True a person we should be concerned about?"
Connie asked after they'd left. I'd trust my life with True any time, anywhere, I said. He's a good man.
"What's our next course of action?"
Connie asked. I think it'd be prudent to conduct some patrols in that area. I'll see if True's interested in handling it, I said.
"Excellent,"
Bob said, and looked at the clock on the wall.
"All right, get with True and line up a meeting in the morning."
He looked at Connie and grinned.
"Are you ready?"
"Yep," Connie said, and stood. He saw me gazing at them. "We're on work detail in 10 minutes, he said. I widened my eyes in surprise. What work detail?
"We're on kitchen duty," he said proudly.
Chapter 40. Shenandoah. Logan glanced over at Reese. The left side of his face was a deep purple now, and even though his nose had been set, he could see a bit of crookedness to it. Reese noticed him staring.
"Yeah, I know. I look like shit. I wish I'd have been there, my man. I owe that asshole a fist sandwich," Logan said.
"What for?"
Mal asked.
At the July 4th party, he made a few lewd comments to Grace when I wasn't around. She didn't tell me until a couple of days ago. Logan's jaw muscles clenched. Yeah, I owe him for that.
"Grace is your girl?"
Mal asked. Yep.
"Did he know?"
Yep.
"Well, that ain't right. He should have been respectful."
Yep. Logan still fumed at the thought of it. To top it off, Grace was pregnant, but that didn't stop him from trying to put the moves on her. He said nothing more about it, glanced at his watch, and reached for the radio's microphone. His clicks were met with clicks. Satisfied, he spoke into the mic. "Nothing here," he said.
"Same,"
Liam replied. Logan glanced at Mal, who was standing outside of their vehicle beside the driver's window. She'd been scanning the area with a pair of binoculars.
"All I've seen are some squirrels and a fat groundhog," she said.
She lowered the binoculars and looked at Logan.
"You ever eat a groundhog? They're awful."
Logan stared back.
"I can only imagine."
"I haven't seen any horse tracks. What about you?" Mal shook her head. Logan picked up the map and looked it over before speaking into the microphone.
"We're going to head toward the Shenandoah community."
"We'll do the same," Liam said. Logan motioned for Mal to get in the vehicle. When she did, she set the binoculars in her lap and peered at Logan.
"I ain't the smartest, but this doesn't seem to be working. If King Rat is anywhere around here, he's already seen us and he's hiding."
Logan glanced over at her. "Sometimes you have to work with what you have. All we have is you telling us that this area is his bailiwick. Now, if you have a better idea, I'm all ears." Mal stared at him.
"Well, I guess I need to think on it. By the way, what's a bellywick?"
It took them a little over 40 minutes. When they arrived at the community, the 2 people manning the gates opened them without comment. BC and his ever-present son greeted them as they exited the truck. "BC, this is Mal," Logan said. "We're thinking that maybe she lived here with her father once, back a few years ago." BC squinted down at her, but it was Llewellyn who recognized her.
"Her name's not Mal, it's Melody. You were a sweet little girl.
Where's your father at?" "He's dead," Mal said.
Llewellyn gave a sad, slow shake of her head before turning back to BC.
"She's Luther's girl. You remember him."
BC frowned. "Yeah, I remember both of them. We had to run Luther off. Drillbit said the two of them got attacked and eaten."
"Ain't no monsters eat either one of us," Mal said. "We had a few close calls, but they didn't get us. Are you sure you got the right person, lady? I don't never remember being called Melody." "Oh, yes, I remember you. A few days after arriving here, you got deathly sick. Fever. We thought for a minute you'd been infected. But after a day or so, the fever broke."
Llewellyn peered at the O'Malleys.
"Where on earth did you find her?"
"It's a long story." He faced BC. "Perhaps we should go somewhere private and talk." BC motioned with his hand and led them to his cabin. It was simple and utilitarian, with only the bare necessities, but clean. There were only 2 chairs, so they stood and explained everything. "Drillbit is King Rat," BC surmised after the O'Malleys had finished their story. "That's what we suspect," Liam said. "It's him. I've heard him refer to himself as King Rat before. That was a few years ago. He was talking to himself one day, and when I asked him who King Rat was, he claimed I must have misunderstood him. He was merely talking about a rat he'd seen. I didn't misunderstand him, though, and it stuck with me all this time."
"Has he come back since the funeral?" Logan asked.
He might have. This morning we discovered a piece of fence that had been cut, and some things are missing."
"Like what?"
"Food and ammo. Not a lot. About enough that one man can carry out of here without being seen," BC said and rubbed his meaty paws together. "If I catch him, you won't have to worry about him anymore."
Liam and Logan swapped glances.
They'd already had a meeting with all the politicians, and they impressed upon the brothers the need to apprehend him without killing him and show everyone the Mount Weather criminal justice system worked effectively.
"We understand, but we need him alive, if possible," Logan said. "There are other crimes he may have committed, and we need to try to find out."
"I understand, but I'm not making any promises," BC replied.
Before leaving, they had Mal eyeball every man in the community to ensure King Rat was not in fact someone other than Drillbit before making the drive back to Mount Weather. Reese asked to drive one of the vehicles with Mal. The brothers agreed on the condition they stay right on their bumper. Mal was being abnormally quiet on the ride back. Reese noticed and tried to engage her in conversation.
"So, your real name is Melody," he said.
"I reckon it is," she replied.
"And your father's name was Luther," he said. She didn't respond. "So, I guess I'll be calling you Melody now."
"No, don't do that. I'm Mal."
Reese chuckled. "Okay, Mal it is.
"Do you have any memories of that place?"
Mal frowned.
"I sort of remember the church, and I sort of remember that woman, but that's it. I remember my daddy telling me I got a bad fever once and I got ambrosia."
Reese frowned and glanced at her.
"Do you mean amnesia?"
Mal shrugged. Reese chuckled again.
"Amnesia, that's what it's called, and that would explain why you don't remember much from your childhood."
It would also explain her seeming low intelligence, he thought. He still couldn't decide on that. It seemed like she was possibly challenged, but she picked up on things without having to be told twice. He glanced over at her and smiled. He doubted she'd ever use the word ambrosia again. It was dark when they arrived back at Mount Weather. Once they parked the vehicles at the motor pool, Reese approached the 2 brothers.
"We're going to eat dinner. What about you 2? He asked.
"Yeah, we radioed ahead, and our 2 girls are waiting on us. You 2 are welcome to join us."
"Sounds good. What about it, Mal?" Reese asked and turned to her. Mal was staring up at the sky. He repeated himself.
"What about it? You want to eat with them?"
"I think it's almost time for a full moon," she said.
The 3 men peered up at the sky. It was clear, not yet fully dark. The moon was not yet in the sky.
"Yeah, could be," Reese said, and glanced at the brothers. It was moments like this when he thought maybe she was a moron after all.
Logan seemed to understand and cleared his throat.
You know, Grace is well versed in astronomy. We can ask her. Is it important? He asked. Mal took her eyes away from the sky and focused on him. I reckon it is. It'd be a way for us to find King Rat. Reese stared in surprise and mentally retracted his earlier thought about her. He glanced at the brothers again, who seemed as surprised as he was. Tell us what you're thinking, he said. Chapter 41. Zack and the Miscreants. Justin and Jeremiah insisted on being the ones to do it. They, along with their Marines, escorted Jonesy and Locke to a deuce and a half, put them in the back, and drove off. There was a small crowd of people who were waiting at the main gate when they were let out, and they all clapped as the duo were hauled off. When they radioed that they were returning, I waited for them at the main gate. We dumped them on the outskirts of Baltimore, Justin said, which caused the rest of the Marines to erupt in laughter. You should have seen Locke. The man was begging us to take them back to Mount Weather. He actually had tears in his eyes. He paused to wait for my reaction. It brought a smile to my face. We gave them the supplies like you ordered. Honestly, Zack, I never thought I'd see the day when you'd be so nice to a couple of assholes. Did you make the offer? I asked. In addition to the supplies, I told Justin to extend the offer to make them observers for the Baltimore area. Yeah, Jonesy told me to go F myself, he said with a chuckle. Just as well. I'd never believe any reports they sent. Yeah, I suppose you're right, I said. I guess I should have known better. When the two of them were brought to Mount Weather, they seemed like good guys. Tough, seasoned survivors of the apocalypse. But they'd proven to be, well, assholes. Selfish, self-serving assholes. Bad apples, huh, Zack? Jeremiah asked. Yeah, unfortunately, I replied. There'd been others who were like them over the years, and I knew we'd get more. All right, I'm going to spend some time with my family before bed. The next few days are going to be tough. Yeah, I'm sure you've got some tough reports to write out, Joker quipped with a friendly grin. I grinned back. Something like that. I found my work crew in the main lounge, hanging out with a few other teenagers. I knew them all. They were mostly good kids, but lately a few of them had discovered a rebellious streak within them and had gotten themselves into trouble. Nothing major, but enough to cause a stir. I stepped in and volunteered to mete out an appropriate punishment for their latest act of defiance. Stopping at the table, I took a moment to eye the 5 miscreants: Theo, Dwight, Robert, Shelley, and Latoya. I eyed them for a long 3 seconds before speaking. Ah, the Mount Weather troublemakers. Are you ready for tomorrow? Do we really have to go through with this? Shelley asked. You will find that in life there are always consequences to your actions. I cocked my head. Let's see if I can think of a good example. Oh yes, using Sharpies to write disparaging remarks about people on the walls would be an excellent example. Now you must atone for your sins. My verbiage was met with a collective sigh. I smirked. Theo is the only one of you that has hauled hay. He'll tell you that it's dirty, physically demanding work. I would suggest going to bed early and getting a good night's sleep. Theo and Shelley, first thing in the morning, get 2 water coolers from the kitchen, fill them with ice water, and carry them to the motor pool. We leave at 0600 hours. Latoya looked at me like I'd told her she was uglier than a bucket full of assholes. 6 o'clock? That's too early. Yeah, we don't even eat breakfast until 8, Dwight added. You'll come in early and fix your own breakfast. And for that matter, you'll be responsible for your own lunch. We're going to be working all day. Ask Theo if you doubt it. They grumbled and complained, but that was to be expected. Theo was the first one to arrive in the cafeteria the next morning. He saw me and walked over. Are any of your friends planning on not showing up? I asked. He stifled a yawn. They talked about it, but they'll be here. Good. Grab something to eat. It's going to be a long day. We started with some fields off of Morgan's Mill Road, using pitchforks to load the hay on the back of a trailer being pulled by a tractor. I let them rotate between driving, which gave them a little bit of a break from the physical part. It didn't help much. It wasn't even noon yet, and it was already sweltering hot. The kids made a point of letting me know it.
Why can't we use the hay balers? Shelley asked. We ran out of netting and baling rope back about 5 years ago, I answered, and waved a hand around. Now we do it the old-fashioned way. You know, the Amish have done it this way since before all of us were born. No tractors, just wagons pulled by mules. I ain't Amish, Latoya griped. Her shirt was soaked with sweat, causing it to cling to her upper torso. The boys unabashedly stared. Dwight also happened to be Shelley's boyfriend, and she made it clear with her eyes that she was not pleased. This is bullshit, she said under her breath, but loud enough for me to hear. All right, I suppose we can take an early lunch. Park it under those trees, I said, pointing to a couple of locust trees near the roadside. I made sure they drank plenty of water. The boys doused themselves, as did Latoya. Shelley probably felt a little insecure because Latoya was more developed up top than her and abstained from doing so, calling it stupid. Spreading out and sitting under the trees, we talked as we ate. Be honest, Zach, did you ever do this shit when you were our age? Robert asked. Yep, sure did, I replied. Bullshit, Latoya said. I bet you were a rich, pasty white boy who went to all the best schools. I smiled. You're way off the mark. I attended public school, lived with my grandmother in a tiny little house, and supplemented her small Social Security check by working on a farm. Really? Shelley asked. Yep. My grandmother died shortly before the outbreak hit Tennessee, and I went to live on the farm with an old Vietnam vet. He's the only reason I survived. What happened to him? She asked. He died of a heart attack that Christmas. It sounded good. It's possible Rick really did die of a heart attack, but the truth was, all I know is he died in his sleep after he'd polished off a bottle of whiskey. Oh man, that must have been tough, Theo said. It was. I was all alone for a while, but eventually found other survivors, including Fred. What was Mr. McCoy like back then? Theo asked. I'll tell you all about him, but you have to keep it between us, I said. The 5 of them stared in rapt attention. After all, Fred was a living legend around here. Nobody outside of the Tennessee group knew anything about him. I kept a straight face and drew the moment out by drinking some water. Fred McCoy has always been a tough man. He was a rodeo man, a trick shot artist, and had a college degree in engineering. Nobody, and I mean nobody, has ever crossed Fred McCoy and won. The most important thing you need to know about Mr. Fred McCoy is this. Once you have his respect and friendship, you can count on him for anything. That's a character trait I try to emulate, and you should as well. There were some nods of agreement, and it looked like Theo wanted to ask more questions, but Latoya suddenly stood and pointed across the hayfield. Zeds! Chapter 42. Zach, the Miscreants, and the Zeds. I counted 7 of them. They were on the far side of the field and making their way toward us. The way they were walking seemed to confirm Latoya's announcement, but I wanted to be sure. I hustled over to the tractor, and then realized I didn't have my scoped rifle with me, only my Kel-Tec and 5 handguns. I motioned them over. Strap up, I ordered, and then directed them to take up positions around the tractor. Latoya, you stand on top of the trailer and keep an eye out. They may have some friends that'll try to sneak up on us from behind. She gave me a nod. A slight breeze had kicked up, but I don't know if it was that or the thrill of the moment, but her nipples were sticking out like pencil erasers. Robert and Dwight had forgotten about the Zeds and were fixated. Hey, pay attention, I admonished. When the Zeds were 100 yards away, I brought my rifle up to my shoulder, but then it occurred to me that this would be an excellent training moment. I held the rifle out to Theo. Shoot the one who's out front, I said. Theo took the rifle with uncertainty and aimed. His first shot kicked up some dirt about 10 feet in front of the Zed. Aim a little higher and try again. Don't rush your shot. Make it count, I said. His second shot hit the Zed in the chest, knocking him down. Good, but he's not dead yet. We'll come back to him later. Pick another target and fire. Theo did so, successfully hitting the second one in the forehead. The Zed started running toward us now, and Latoya shouted, There's a bunch of them coming! I turned and saw almost a dozen coming from the opposite side of the road, which was another hayfield that had been cut but not yet raked up. I grabbed my rifle from Theo's grasp and went to work. I focused on the 4 who were running at us and picked them off in a matter of a few seconds. Latoya had already started shooting at the second group and had ordered the others to focus their fire on them. I reloaded with a fresh magazine and started to take aim, but there was only one left. The kids focused on the last remaining Zed and put almost a dozen rounds into him before I shouted for them to cease fire. They stared in wide-eyed wonderment at the dead Zeds. After a moment, they were euphoric and began whooping and giving each other high fives. I had to smile. Killing Zeds didn't cause this kind of reaction in me anymore, but their reaction brought back memories. "All right, good job, everyone. Reload and check your weapons." "Latoya," I said. She swiveled her head and stared. "Damn good job," I said. Latoya beamed at the compliment, but I heard Shelley scoff. A younger Zach would have jumped her ass at her attitude, but I kept my anger in check. "Shelley, get on the radio and call in a sitrep." "How do you do that?" she asked. I stared at her in puzzlement. I was certain all of them had received training on radio procedure, including her. "I'll do it," Latoya said, and went into the cab of the tractor. "Let's go check them out," Robert said, and started to walk over to the group of Zeds on the opposite field. "Not so fast," I said. "We're going to wait for the QRF to respond, then we'll have a look." "What about that one?" Shelley said, pointing at the first Zed that Theo had shot in the chest. He'd gotten back on his feet and was now shuffling toward us, snarling as he shuffled. I walked over to the trailer and grabbed one of the pitchforks. "Which one of you wants to finish him off with this?" I asked. I was going to hand the pitchfork to one of the boys, but Latoya suddenly grabbed it from me and sprinted toward the Zed, yelling like a banshee. It wasn't exactly what I wanted, but I admired her grit. Even so, I brought my rifle up and got a good aim in case it didn't go so well for her. I needn't have bothered. Latoya ran up to the Zed, who was almost a foot taller than her, dropped into a semi-crouch as she neared it, and brought the pitchfork up under the Zed's chin. She continued the upward thrust, which pushed two of the pitchfork's tines into the Zed's brain. The Zed fell backwards like a sack of day-old shit. Latoya turned around and raised her hands in victory, giving us all a big grin. Her friends cheered like she'd scored a touchdown. Chapter 43. Melvin and Mutt. Melvin exited the main gate of Mount Weather as Zach was rounding up the teens and exited I-81 onto the newly created gravel road a little before 0700 hours. It led directly to the church, which had now officially been renamed Stevens City Way Station. They even had a hand-painted sign. When Melvin neared the church, he was surprised to see Shirley and Mutt standing outside. He waved, parked his truck, and walked over to them. "Good morning," they greeted. "Good morning," Melvin replied, and stared at the direction where they had been looking. Mutt pointed down the road. "Could have swore we saw some movement. It might have been deer, but it sure looked like people to me." "They were too far away to tell for certain," Shirley added. Melvin stared toward where he gestured. "There's been some Zed activity the past few days. I'll go drive down there and check it out." "By yourself?" Shirley asked. Melvin pointed toward the east. "There's a Mennonite community not too far from here. They sometimes get out and explore. It's probably them, and they know me. If it's Zeds, it's probably only a few of them. If a horde was nearby, we'd already know about it." "Mennonites? I didn't know they survived," Mutt said. "Oh yeah, they've done well," Melvin said. "Friendly folks, but they like to keep to themselves. They believe the whole apocalypse was God's doing because people had become too advanced and had strayed too far from the path. I'll see if I can arrange a meetup one day. In the meantime, I brought everything you need to build a decent-sized chicken coop. Let's get the truck unloaded." Mutt nodded and gave a short whistle. The others emerged from the church and began helping out. Garth looked over the lumber with a scowl. "It's all rough cut," he grumbled. "No need for fine-cut wood when all we're using it for is the chicken coop," Melvin said, and glanced at Mutt, who shook his head at Garth's complaining. The men unloaded the truck, and after a few minutes of discussion over where the coop should be built, which should have already been decided, Melvin suggested a location near an already existing storage building. "It's out of the way, but close enough to the back door where you don't have to walk a long distance to fetch eggs every morning," Melvin said, and then waved a hand at the materials.
They tell me we can build this in about 3 hours. I got step-by-step instructions printed out. Let's see if we can do it quicker. Melvin didn't tell them he'd already built 3 other coops using the same blueprints and instructions. He could do it by memory now. Thankfully, Garth kept his complaints to a minimum, and everyone listened to Melvin's directions. They had the coop built in a little over 2 hours, which seemed to boost morale. Melvin congratulated them. "I knew y'all could do it," he said, while they admired their accomplishment. "I've come to love raising chickens," Mutt said. "I'm the first to admit I shed a few tears when ours died." Melvin gestured at the new coop. "This one can hold a dozen easily, and the wiring keeps the coyotes and hawks out. Once you get settled in and start to develop your new home, you can expand it. We've got some hens and a big old rooster that'll be brought down in a day or 2. "My mouth is watering at the thought already," Mutt said with a grin. "I don't know what y'all had in mind for dinner, but I've got a butchered pig in that big igloo cooler in the back of the truck. It's already been cooked, but it needs to be reheated." "Hammy and I can take care of that," Lynn said. "Make it a low temperature and the meat won't dry out," Melvin advised. Lynn scoffed. "Melvin Clark, I may not be much, but I know how to cook." "Yes, ma'am," Melvin replied with a grin. He got the cooler and carried it inside the church to the newly renovated kitchen. Hammy followed closely and helped him unload the meat. "This looks wonderful. You better stick around and eat with us," she said. "Absolutely. But first, I think I'll take a drive down into Stevens City and make sure there aren't any Zeds hanging around." "I'd like to come along if you don't mind," Mutt said. "I'd be happy for the company," Melvin replied. The 2 men were soon traveling down Valley Pike toward the heart of Stevens City. "Was Garth right? Has everything around here already been picked through?" "My guess is about 90%. There should be the FEMA X on any structure that's been searched." "So there's nothing left, like Garth said," Mutt grumbled. "What you have to do is go back to these businesses and houses and look for hidden booty. For example, my buddy and I were in a convenience store a while back, and although it was obvious it had been picked clean, we found a big pack of toilet paper hidden in the ceiling of the bathroom." Mutt frowned. "In the ceiling?" "Yeah, you know those suspended ceilings with tiles? Someone hid the TP up there. It was a gold mine." Mutt chuckled. "I can't remember the last time I used real toilet paper. Can I let you in on a little secret? True, and I kept it all." "You didn't turn any of it over?" Mutt asked. "Not a single roll, and I'm not ashamed to admit it," Melvin said, which elicited another chuckle from Mutt. "If you find something like that, keep it," Melvin said, and laughed some more. The 2 men continued discussing the wonderful aspects of manufactured toilet paper as they approached a blue building that was once a used car lot. A FEMA X was spray-painted on the front wall immediately below an AC unit. Mutt pointed at it. "I don't even know what all those markings stand for." "It's fairly easy to understand. I can explain, if you want." Mutt shrugged. "Sure, I guess." "The left side of the X is where you identify who did the search. In this case, you see my name written there." "Okay," Melvin continued. "Yeah, I've searched a lot of these. On the top is a date indicating when it was searched." Mutt stared at the symbol. "You were here a year ago." "I was. Now, on the right side of the X is where you notate any hazards." "You wrote down rats." Melvin nodded. "Some people don't like rats, so if they were looking for a place to sleep for the night, this wouldn't be a place they'd like." "Nice of you," Mutt said. "I try to be. That leads to the bottom part of the X. If I were to find dead bodies or Zeds, I'd put that info right there. It's an easy formula, but it gets hard when people use abbreviations that nobody else understands. In this case, I put the universal symbol of a big 0 with a hash mark through it. No dead bodies, no Zeds." "Are we allowed to search through all these places?" "Absolutely. You may find things that were missed by other people. Hell, in that building there may be gold bullion hidden in the walls. The only requirement is that you use the FEMA sign. If there's a FEMA sign already there, all you do is update it." "Why?" Mutt asked. Melvin shrugged. "Zach requires it. He's our director of operations. You've met him. He's a meticulous, organized man. He plans out everything and has a lot of reasons that justifies this requirement. Well, I can't promise anything, Mutt said. Melvin nodded, but inwardly he was beginning to wonder if these people were going to get along with the Mount Weather administration. They continued riding around the area, looking for signs of human or Zed activity. After 30 minutes, Melvin stopped the truck. If there were any people or Zeds out here, they appear to be long gone now. I suppose we should get on back. That sounds good. We appreciate everything you've done for us, Melvin. I'm more than happy to help good people, but I feel like I'd be remiss if I didn't remind you all that there will be things that are required of you. If you don't meet those requirements, you won't be able to stay here. Mutt turned in his seat. Why do you say that? Has something happened? Before Melvin could explain his statement, he spotted movement down the road at a building that was once a post office. We have something, he said, and moved the truck along at a creep and into the parking lot. Parking, Melvin armed himself with his Chinese war sword. Mutt stared in disbelief. You've got a gun on you. What are you going to do with that thing? He asked. Melvin gave him a wink and started walking toward the post office. As he did so, 2 Zeds came around the corner. Melvin noticed 2 items of interest at the same time. First, they did not appear to be in advanced stages of decomposition. Second, they were sprinting toward him at a speed he'd never seen from a Zed before. Melvin had been in life-threatening situations so many times in the past, he wasn't frightened or deterred. He sidestepped, pivoted on the ball of his right foot, and swung the war sword in a lightning-fast 360. The razor-sharp blade caught the Zed in the neck and cut completely through, decapitating him. The second Zed turned toward Melvin and reached out, coming within inches of grabbing him. Melvin continued swinging the sword and connected it with one of the Zed's outstretched arms, nearly severing it. Melvin frowned. That was sloppy, he remarked as he stepped out of the Zed's reach. Recovering, he swung again, this time severing the Zed's other arm. Melvin then aimed low and took off the Zed's left leg an inch above the knee. The Zed fell to the ground. He still tried to get at Melvin, but with only one functioning leg, all he did was move his torso in a slow circle. The black ooze that used to be blood secreted out onto the asphalt. Mutt walked up while Melvin was examining them. I would have helped, but I didn't want to get in the way of you and that damned sword, he said. Melvin glanced at Mutt and then gestured toward the live Zed. He doesn't look like he's been a Zed for too long, does he? Mutt stared down at the thing that used to be a young man. The Zed had ceased his attempts to stand and was now staring at the men while emitting an occasional snarl. No, I don't guess he does. I wonder where he came from. Look at the clothes. That's Mennonite clothing. That group I was telling you about declined to be vaccinated. I wonder how many of them are infected now. It'll be something I'll need to report. In the meantime, let's put this poor bastard out of his misery. Melvin lifted the war sword and buried it in the Zed's head. The 2 men watched as the Zed succumbed to lifelessness. Mutt pointed at the sword. Why'd you use that? Why didn't you just shoot them? Ammunition is at a premium these days, my friend, Melvin said. That ammunition we supplied you with, use it sparingly. If they decide you're wasting it, you won't get any more. We won't? Who gets to decide something like that? Mutt asked. The president, mostly. Zach is the one who keeps up with the numbers, so the president's decision will come from what Zach tells him. My advice, if you have occasion to shoot something, keep a record of it and how much you use, and keep target practice at a minimum. Well, that don't seem too fair, if you ask me, Mutt lamented. Times are tough. There's material shortages of all kinds. If you guys ever find any ammo, unused cartridge casings, gunpowder, anything like that, there'd be a nice reward for you. Mutt gave a slow nod. I'll keep that in mind. So, what do we do with these 2 mopes? The best course of action is to burn them. I need to take some pictures of them first. Y'all are going to need to build a burn pit somewhere around here for situations like this. We sure do have a lot of work to do, it seems, Mutt remarked. Yes, you do. But I want you to think of it like this. There's a plate full of food waiting for us both, right? Not for Mount Weather. Would things be different? Mutt grunted. I suppose you make a good point. It's just that we've been on our own for so long, we're used to doing things our way. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Your independent nature is what kept y'all alive all this time. It's part of the reason why I suggested to the president that y'all would be a good fit for this outpost. Mutt stared. You vouched for us? I didn't know that. Yep. I want you to think of it this way. While there will be certain things required of you and your people, you'll have a lot of autonomy here. You get to make the rules for visitors. If they don't follow them, you will be well within your right to kick them out. I suppose that makes sense. Melvin grinned. We can deal with these bodies later. What do you say we head back and get something to eat?
Chapter 44. Zach and Jeremiah. The first sergeant looked around in admiration.
Looks like you and your crew took care of business. Didn't even need us to respond.
The kids were top-notch, I said, then lowered my voice and gestured at LaToya. You got yourself a Marine right there. Trust me. Jeremiah arched an eyebrow and then focused on her. She and the other kids were over by the trailer, talking and laughing over their Zed encounter.
What's her name?
LaToya Greenwood.
Greenwood! Get over here!
The first sergeant shouted. LaToya's grin vanished and she hustled over. Stopping in front of us, she stared at us, wondering what she'd done wrong. The first sergeant made a slight gesture toward me.
Mr. Gunderson was singing your praises to me just now about how you acted with the Zeds, and that says a lot. Do you know why?
Why is that, sir?
Because he's killed a gazillion of those things, starting when he was about your age. Did you know that?
LaToya glanced at me.
I've heard things.
So, if a man like Mr. Gunderson says good things about you, that's got to mean something, right? What's your plan, Greenwood?
What do you mean, sir? She asked.
What do you want to be when you're all grown up? Are you one of those girls who wants to be a beautician or some shit like that?
Oh, hell no, she exclaimed.
Well then, you might want to consider becoming a Marine.
Her jaw dropped.
A Marine?
That's right, a Marine. It's a tough life and it's not for everyone. You think about it. Maybe talk it over with your parents. When you've decided, come see me.
Yes, sir, I will, she said.
I could see a little bit of bewilderment in her expression. I think the first sergeant saw it too.
All right then, in the meantime, you and your friends get back to work. That hay isn't going to get put in the barn by itself, right?
Jeremiah chuckled under his breath as she jogged back to her friends.
You weren't exaggerating, were you?
Nope, she's got some grit to her. Let's get a closer look at these Zeds. Jeremiah agreed, and the two of us walked over to the first group. We crouched down and looked them over.
Some are old.
I nodded. Yeah, but look at that one. He doesn't look old at all. I'd say he's a fresh infection. That's concerning.
Do you recognize any of them?
Jeremiah asked.
No. How about you?
I asked. Jeremiah responded with a shake of his head. He then had his QRF personnel look them over to see if they might have recognized anyone. None did, which I suppose was a positive sign. But it also made me wonder, where did they come from? DC, perhaps? That couldn't be right, I muttered.
What's that? Jeremiah asked.
I'm wondering where these came from. These are fresh infections, so DC would be out of the question, right?
From somewhere else, then, he surmised.
Yeah, but from where? Chapter 45. Melvin and Hammy.
Those were some mighty good pork chops,
Melvin remarked. He only ate one. He could have eaten 2 or 3, but the food was meant for them. He could eat plenty back home.
I have no doubt, Hammy said with a grin. Do you want some more potatoes?
I believe I'm full. Thanks, though, Melvin replied, stood and stretched. I believe I'm going to head back while there's still a bit of daylight.
Will you be back tomorrow? Hammy asked.
Tomorrow or the day after. I don't know what they have planned for me. Either way, I'll make sure you get your chickens tomorrow, Melvin said. All right, I think today has been a good day. Very productive. Hopefully I'll see everyone tomorrow.
I'll walk you out, Hammy said.
Everyone said their goodbyes to Melvin, even Garth, although he was giving Melvin the stink eye when Hammy joined him. After they walked outside and closed the door, Hammy intertwined her arm in his and pressed close. Close enough where Melvin felt her breasts against his arm.
"What was Mutt talking about with the houses and businesses around here?" she asked. "You mentioned getting credits. What does that mean?"
At some point, you're going to have time to go scavenging. I'll be the first to tell you, most everything around here of face value has already been taken, but that doesn't mean there's nothing left. Besides, there are other things of value, like the copper wiring out of a house. Anything you find is yours. However, you may discover items that you have no use for. If that happens, you have the option of giving these surplus items to Mount Weather, where they will be assigned a value, and that value will be put on your account. Credits. Kind of like money, but the money is only numbers on a ledger sheet.
"Is that important?" she asked.
It will be when you find the need for something, like maybe an extra 1,000 pounds of grain. That's how you'll be able to pay for it.
Hammy scoffed. "So there's only so many freebies we'll get from Mount Weather?"
Correct. You make it sound bad, but we don't have an unlimited supply of resources. Melvin opted not to explain further. Maybe one day.
"Oh," Hammy said, and then walked closer to Melvin. "I'd like to request something right now."
She leaned in and kissed Melvin. Instead of returning the kiss, Melvin pulled back. Hammy frowned in confusion.
"Don't you like me?"
Yes, I do, but there's something I haven't told you," Melvin said. "I have a girl back home, back in Mount Weather." Hammy eyed him.
"Don't you think that's something you should have told me before you ever kissed me?"
Melvin stared at the ground a moment, and then looked her in the eye. "You're right, and I apologize."
"You should apologize, leading me on like that. It doesn't matter, though. There's something you should know," Hammy said,
and waited for Melvin to make eye contact before continuing.
"I already knew you had a girl."
"You did?"
"Yep, the way you acted, I knew it was something like that," she said. "And you want to know something? I don't care that you have a girl back home. You have a girl right here, if you want her."
Melvin was tempted. Sorely tempted. But his only girl was Savannah, and that was that. Did it matter if things weren't going well between them? For better or worse, that's a vow they would have made if a preacher were around to marry them, and by God he was going to abide by that vow even if they hadn't actually spoken the words. "Hammy, you're a beautiful woman, and if I were a single man, I'd be coming to visit every day. But I'm not single, and I can't. I'm sorry for leading you on the way I have." Hammy stared.
"Yes, you led me on. When I first laid eyes on you, I thought you were the most handsome man I'd ever seen, and I thought you felt the same way about me. You sure talked like you did."
"I know, and I apologize for that. I was sweet-talking you to get on your good side, but honestly, I really do think you're a beautiful woman."
"What about your girl?"
Hammy asked. "She's a beautiful woman, too."
"How did you two get together?" she asked.
"I happened upon her one night out in the middle of nowhere. She was skinny as a rail, but still beautiful. We've been together ever since."
"But y'all ain't getting along," Hammy accused. "Otherwise you wouldn't have given me a second glance."
Melvin struggled to find an appropriate response, but he had none. Hammy leaned forward and kissed him again.
"Maybe you're confused. Maybe you're liking me a little bit more than you're willing to admit."
She waited for a response, but Melvin remained silent. She sighed, placed a hand on his chest, and rubbed it gently.
"You figure yourself out. I want and need me a man. I ain't settling for Garth, but before too long we're going to start having regular visitors, right?"
Melvin nodded.
"One day a man is going to come along and he'll be almost as handsome as you. You think about that."
He made it back to Mount Weather by 1900 hours, found Savannah at the Tennessee table, and sat down beside her. She looked up when he sat. He smiled and gave her a peck on the forehead.
"How are the people at Stevens City?" she asked.
"They're coming along. We got the coop built and ready for chickens. They're going to need a couple of donkeys to protect their livestock, though. I'll speak to Zach about it. Has anyone seen him?"
"He's meeting with the doctors and scientists," Kelly said. "They want to talk about the Zeds some more."
"Well, then, they'll want to hear what I have to tell them," he said.
Janet piped in. Why? What's going on?
I came across a couple of Zeds over in Stephen City earlier. 2 teenaged boys, and they were dressed in Mennonite clothing.
Were they old or new Zeds? Janet asked.
If I had to guess, I'd say they've been infected no more than a couple of months, Melvin replied. I should really talk to them about this. Are they in one of the conference rooms?
I believe they are. The small one, Janet said.
Thanks, Melvin said, and started to stand.
You haven't even eaten, Savannah said.
I ate a bite with the Stephen City folks. I might get something later. See you in a little while.
Savannah watched as Melvin hurried off. Melvin was always hungry. It seemed to her that the real reason he left was he didn't want to be around her. Deep down, she knew why, but that didn't mean she had to like it or accept it. So, with nothing else to do, she hung out with Janet, an unlikely friendship, until they both started yawning. She bumped into Melvin in the hallway on the way back to their suite.
Are you coming back with me? She asked.
Yep, I'm dog-tired. How about you?
I'm a little tired too, I guess, she said.
The two of them walked to their suite in silence. Once they got inside, Melvin began undressing and then turned to her.
I've been out in the heat all day. Maybe I should shower before bed.
Yeah.
Savannah watched him finish undressing and disappear into the bathroom. When she heard the shower turn on, she found herself wondering why she was standing there doing nothing. She hurriedly stripped and joined him. Melvin had his eyes closed and head under the spray. He jumped when she touched his back and turned to her.
This is a surprise.
It is? She asked.
Well, I mean, we haven't showered together in a while. Or anything else, he thought.
I guess that's my fault.
It's nobody's fault, love, Melvin said. The last thing he wanted was to quarrel. Savannah said nothing. She knew it was indeed her fault. She'd been cold and argumentative lately. At times she was downright hateful. She knew it was uncalled for, but couldn't explain why she was behaving that way. She grabbed the bar of homemade soap and began lathering him up. She worked her way down from his chest and then paid extra attention to a certain area. Melvin held his head back and moaned. It wasn't a big shower stall, so making love in it required a little bit of give and take, but make love they did. After drying off, they went straight to bed and spooned like they used to always do.
This is nice, Melvin said. I'm sorry I've been so mean lately, Savannah said.
It's okay.
Have you found someone else? She suddenly asked. She felt Melvin stiffen at the question. It's okay if you have. I understand.
There's nobody else, Melvin said. You're my girl, period. End of story. He wrapped his arms tightly around her, and Savannah melted against him. She wanted to cry. She felt like that a lot lately, and she wondered, not for the first time, if Melvin would be better off without her. She snuggled closer to him. He was snoring already, but her movements had caused him to become aroused again. She believed it was an indicator he wasn't sleeping with anyone else. Melvin would never know that his nocturnal arousal caused by Savannah's closeness was the only thing that kept her from going into the closet and hanging herself with one of his belts. Chapter 46. Zack and Fort Detrick. I can't say that I was calm, cool, and collected as I sat in the driver's seat of the lead vehicle in the convoy. In fact, I was a little nervous. Call it a psychic phenomenon, call it bullshit, call it whatever you wanted. But up until recently, I possessed some kind of connection with the Zed we called Eve. But not anymore. I'd not had a single dream about her since I'd opened up the labs for her. There had been no hostile actions by her group of Zeds for the longest time, so the attack on South Mountain came somewhat as a surprise. We had over 100 people on this op, security squads deployed around Fort Detrick, drones in the air, and 2 mortar teams. The main force, led by Justin, made entry onto the grounds at precisely 0600 hours. It took us almost 5 hours of painstaking searching to learn that nobody was home. They'd all left. It's a bust, one of the troops remarked. She was right. Well, almost right. We'd saved the best for last. The labs. We entered them slowly, carefully. When we entered the last lab, all of us let out a collective gasp. "Oh my God," Ruth whispered. There were corpses on 4 tables. Or, should I say, there were the remains of 4 Zeds. Female Zeds. They were splayed out and had been eviscerated. "What in the bloody hell were they doing to them?" Justin said. "What do you think, Zach? Were they torturing them?" I walked over to the nearest one and used my tack light to inspect closer. After a minute, I inspected the other 3. All 4 were females, and all 4 had their internal organs cut out. "They may have felt the pain, but I don't think torture was the goal," I said. "What then?" Ruth asked. "It's only a guess, but I think they're trying to figure out how to get the females to reproduce," I said. "This is crazy," Ruth said. "It's more than crazy. It's downright evil. How are they able to conceive of this shit and actually eviscerate the women?" Justin glanced at her. "Remember what those 2 drunk scientists said?" "What are you talking about?" I asked. "The July 4th party. Ruth and I were in the party barn playing darts with the 2 scientists, Lowry and Fitzhugh. They were pretty drunk and we got to talking about the Zeds. They had some interesting things to say about them." "Like what?" I asked. "Fitzhugh was going on about how the Zeds were an evolved species of humanoids. I asked him what he meant, and he began going on about the history of man and viruses. He said when man first began domesticating animals, people would become infected with different types of poxes." I stared at the dissected corpses. "That's true." Justin frowned. "Really? I thought he was full of shit." "Take a look at history. Humans first began domesticating animals around 10,000 years ago or more, but they weren't knowledgeable about good hygiene back then and would become infected after handling the animals. They found evidence of smallpox in mummies which were over 3,000 years old. Smallpox has been responsible for the deaths of millions of people. There are numerous types of poxes that have been identified: chickenpox, herpes, the list goes on. Over the years, we began developing immunities without the assistance of vaccines." "Yeah, that's what he was saying, and that Zeds were the future of humanity." I scoffed. "I wouldn't agree with that at all. We're the future of humanity. The uninfected humans are the future. Even now, our children are developing antibodies." I scoffed again. I knew Fitzhugh. Highly educated he was, but half the time he was drunk and blathering on with wild theories. He was sort of right. In the 10 years since the plague infected most of the human population, and either killed them outright or turned them into undead, flesh-eating monsters, they'd definitely changed. Evolved or mutated, I'm not sure what the correct term would apply. They had developed a collective sense of survival, as evidenced by their organized hunting parties, and I've personally seen glimpses of emotion from them, but I sincerely doubted they'd ever regain their humanity, and I said so. "Why do you think that?" Merritt asked. "First, they have sustained permanent brain damage. They have no sense of empathy, which is an indicator that the anterior insular cortex is no longer functioning, and that part is located deep in the center of the brain. Also, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but they have no sense of personal hygiene. Even a rodent will clean itself." I could have continued, but we'd arrived at the outer boundaries of Fort Detrick. The vehicles were spaced an adequate distance apart in order to have good sectors of fire. We slowly rode up and down each street, hoping to draw the Zeds out into the open. When all the teams confirmed there had not been a single sighting, we parked and began a building-to-building search. It was slow, painstaking, exhausting. It took most of the day, and when we were finished, we had not come into contact with a single Zed. "You were right about the hygiene stuff," Merritt remarked. "The buildings where they were living stunk to high heaven, and there were piles of excrement everywhere." It gave me a thought. I went around and asked each team if they had encountered any fresh piles of turds. "Well, we didn't spend much time studying on them, but there didn't seem to be any fresh, juicy ones, no," Slim had said, eliciting laughter from his teammates. He continued, "There's plenty of animal carcasses, but they all looked old, too." Justin had listened with interest. "They've definitely left Detrick," he said. I nodded slowly. "I want to send Joker's team on a recon." He stared a moment before giving Joker a shout. Joker, who was sitting under a tree with his team, stood and trotted over. I want you to take your team east on 70 for a few miles. Have Slim utilize his tracking skills and see if he notices anything. Joker gave a clipped nod and trotted back to his team. A moment later, they'd loaded up in their vehicle and driven off. "What are you thinking?" Justin asked. "I think they fled to D.C., I said. Justin eyed me. "Why do you think that?" D.C. was decimated during the initial outbreak. There probably wasn't a single survivor. No humans anywhere around there. A good place for a Zed to live without fear of being hunted, I said. We sat around and talked while we waited. After an hour, the radio came to life with the information I was waiting for. "So, they are heading to D.C., Justin remarked. "Yep, they're probably there already," I said. "That old place is a hive of Zeds the last time anybody checked," Justin said. "Yep, exactly," I said. He pressed the button on the microphone and ordered the team to return. "I hate to say it, but I smell a recon mission to D.C. in the near future," he mused. "We should send Melvin," Merritt said. Justin gave his Marine compadre a quizzical look. "Why's that?" "Simple. I have a theory about Wild Man Melvin." "Oh yeah? Do tell," Justin said. "Back when everything was sort of normal and I was living in the barracks at Camp Lejeune, guys in my squad passed around some paperbacks. They were a series of stories about a Roman soldier named Casca." "Ah, Casca, the eternal mercenary," I said. "You've heard of it?" Merritt asked. "Heard of it? I've read all of them. Casca Rufio Longinus, the soldier who drove the Holy Lance into Jesus, who in turn cursed Casca to live until his second coming. I love that series." "Yeah, me too. My theory is Melvin is Casca, and that means he's immortal," Merritt said. "What kind of weed you been smoking?" someone asked. Merritt was undeterred. "Think about it. He's been on more missions than anyone else, and always comes back home with a bunch of dead Zeds in his wake and not a scratch on him." There was a chorus of chuckles and agreements. "You might be onto something," I said with a grin. After all, the series was written by a man named Barry Sadler, who was a Special Forces soldier in Vietnam. "Maybe Melvin is Barry's illegitimate child," Justin quipped, causing more laughter. "I have to say, though, you're right. I've never seen or heard of him getting injured, and he's done some crazy shit." "I bet we don't know about most of his adventures," Merritt added. "So it's settled then. We send Melvin to D.C. with his war sword and tell him he can't come home until he's killed all the Zeds," I said. "He'll be home by dinner time," Justin replied. I laughed along with them, but that didn't mean I was without worry. In fact, I was both puzzled and concerned about the activities of our local Zeds. Why did they attack South Mountain? Why did they then leave Fort Detrick? And, most importantly, would an offensive operation into D.C. be the best course of action? Tough questions that I didn't have answers to. Justin was right. Our esteemed politicians would declare we needed to conduct recon missions in the D.C. area and find out more. "Zach, you seem like your mind is a million miles away. What are you thinking?" Justin asked. "I need to talk to you two," I said, and motioned for them to follow me, and didn't say anything until we were out of earshot from the others. "The decision has already been made." Justin's expression was hard. "Let me guess. The meeting in Roanoke." "Yep. Well, let me explain. This mission is what was talked about in Roanoke. The gist of it was, go in and kill them all. The thing is, Miss Ellie had an idea that the Zeds would have already fled, and a contingency plan was drawn up." "So, D.C. then," Justin said. "Yep. We can do it right now, but I don't think we have enough people to pull it off. What do you think?" "Why do you say that?" Merritt asked. I gestured around. According to the recon reports, there were under 1,000 Zeds here. "There's something you guys don't know. Melvin has already been to D.C. "I knew it!" Merritt exclaimed. "Yeah, he ventured over to Dulles a while back and decided to have a look around D.C. He said there's thousands of them." "Even 10 years later?" Justin asked. "I know. I thought they would have all died out by now as well, but they haven't. The bottom line is, we're going to need to double the size of this assault force. I'd like to go back home, sit down, and plan it out. We'll need to get volunteers from other communities. I know a way to get some for Marcus Hook, but we'll need more." The two men nodded in agreement. Merritt then spoke. "Can we still become infected? I can't stop thinking about those people from South Mountain." "They were unvaccinated, and unvaccinated people are definitely at risk." "Knuckleheads," Merritt quipped. I instantly thought of Bailey. She was a lot of things, but she was definitely not a knucklehead. Stubborn, perhaps, but intelligent. Even so, she was one voice. The rest of them were a different story, especially her grandfather. Their rationalization is the vax had not been properly tested, which is true, but I think the results speak for themselves. We've had absolutely no adverse side effects, other than a few people reporting migraine headaches and nausea. So, the answer to your question is no. I do not believe anyone who's been vaccinated is at risk of becoming infected. "What's going to be done with the people still living at South Mountain?" he asked. "When the time is right, I'm going to meet with them and convince them to get vaccinated. I'm going to start with Bailey. I think she'll listen to reason. If we get her on board, she'll convince the others." "Good luck with that. I can tell you from first-hand experience, she doesn't care much for what other people think," Justin said. "Yeah, that's the impression I got, but I'll still try to talk to her about it." "All right, getting back on the subject at hand, is this our mission now? Kill all the Zeds?" I looked around to see if anyone else was listening in on our conversation. Nobody was, but I still lowered my voice before speaking. "I once thought the only good Zed was a dead Zed. I started thinking differently when I had that thing with Eve, but that was a mistake. They're more of a threat now than they ever were," I said. "How so?" Merritt asked. "The attack on South Mountain was organized and planned, like some of their previous attacks. We can't simply go on with our lives believing that we can live in symbiosis with each other. We have to act. Doctrine dictates we take it to the enemy. We don't wait for them to come to us," Justin said, and eyed me. "Sun Tzu, right, Zach?" I smiled. I believe that is one of his rules. "All right, tell us the truth. Do you still have some sort of bond with Eve?" he asked. "At one time, I'm certain I did, but not anymore." "I wonder what they're up to," Merritt mused. "I bet I can answer that," Justin said. "They're looking to replenish their ranks." Merritt smirked. "They're conscripting new soldiers. Right, Zach?" "I can't say that I disagree with your theory. It makes sense. Some of them have actually rotted away and died, and we've killed a lot of them. Plus, they can't reproduce," Justin said. I nodded. "I wonder how they're going to react when they realize our intent is to wipe them out." Justin thought for a moment. "Do we have enough ammo to do that?" I stared somberly. "I'm not sure." Chapter 47. Team Joker.
"This is going to test our mettle, Marines," Joker proclaimed as they exited Mount Weather's main gate. "How?" Cutter asked. "It's just another recon mission." "It's more than that," Joker said. "We're going into the belly of the beast. The Zeds at Fort Detrick numbered in the hundreds. DC has thousands. We had a drone that was bigger than the one we have now. It had more range and flying time. We flew it into the heart of DC. Thousands of them. And somehow the drone crashed." "The Zeds got it?" Flash asked. Joker shrugged. "We don't really know, but that was our best drone. So, let's go over this one more time. We have 1,000 rounds of ammo, 5.56 only. Captain Smithson emphasized the importance of firing only if absolutely necessary." He pointed a thumb toward the back of their armored van. "We have enough rations for a week, 80 gallons of water and a cooler full of ice." "Seems like overkill, although I'm grateful for the ice," Cutter said. "I hope it is overkill," Joker said. "We discussed it and decided it's necessary in case we somehow get stranded. We could use more water, but we don't have the room. What I'm trying to emphasize is, this mission has the potential to go sideways." "We won't let that happen, Gunny," Flash said. Joker eyed them. "I hope so. No messing around on this mission, though. Keep it tight."
The team voiced their agreement, and they chit-chatted about Mount Weather as they rode. The journey was rather uneventful until they neared I-495. Flash, who was in the passenger seat, pointed. "Zeds at our 1 o'clock." Joker, who was driving, brought the van to a stop. "I believe that area is called Tyson's Corner." Flash gestured. "I'm counting a dozen over in that parking lot." "I bet there's a lot more lurking around in the buildings," Slim said. As if the Zeds heard him, more started appearing. Joker frowned. "I want to set up near the Potomac," he said. "What's stopping us?" Cutter asked. Joker watched as more and more Zeds started spilling out of buildings and making their way toward them. "They know we're here. We've got to move. Get on the radio and give them a sitrep," Joker said as he accelerated. He swerved around a large pothole as he heard Cutter on the radio. "Advise them we're proceeding toward OP1, but it appears any other OP will be unreachable." Cutter did as Joker instructed him. Outwardly, he kept a calm demeanor, but inside, he was nervous. This was the most Zeds he'd seen in a long time. He glanced in the side view mirror. Some of them had already made it up to the Dulles access road, and more were coming. There were a lot of derelict vehicles on the road, which limited their maneuverability. As Joker zigzagged through the cars, a group of Zeds, maybe a dozen, jumped in front of their vehicle. "Damn it!" Joker shouted. He knew this odd Zed maneuver. They'd continue massing together to form a Zed blockade, preventing the vehicle from moving. Joker's answer to this dilemma was to push on the accelerator and run the Zeds over. Their van jostled its occupants around as it ran over the Zeds, and then something unexpected happened. The van got hung up on some of the Zeds Joker had run over. "Ah, shit," Joker growled as he tried reversing the van. "Are we stuck?" Cutter asked as he wildly peered at the Zeds who were now surrounding them. Joker alternated between drive and reverse several times, but during his attempts to free the van, more and more Zeds approached. Soon they were completely surrounded. The van was fortified, and the window openings had metal straps across them, preventing the Zeds from breaking the glass and making entry. Cutter had rolled his window down and now stuck his rifle barrel between the metal straps. Joker noticed. "Hold your fire. It won't do any good right now," he said. After several attempts to free themselves, Joker put the gearshift into park and turned the van off. He took a slow, deep breath before speaking. "Cutter, call it in. We're stuck, and it appears we've been surrounded by several hundred Zeds." He pointed out of the front window, which was now completely covered by disfigured, snarling Zeds. "Give them some reference points to our location. We're 100 yards west of the 495 interchange." As the men listened to Cutter call in their sitrep on the radio, they watched as the Zeds began stacking up around the van. Within a minute, they heard Zeds on the roof of the van. "Oh, shit," Flash said. "Oh, shit what?" Cutter asked. "I know what they're doing," Flash said. "They're going to try to suffocate us." Cutter jerked his head around and stared back at Flash. "What do you mean?" "They bottlenecked us with the derelict cars, limiting our movement. Once they got us stopped, they started dogpiling us. If we leave the van running, it'll overheat and quit on us, and after a while we're going to run out of fresh air." "And then we'll die?" Cutter asked, and then realized Flash was right. "Holy shit! How did they figure out how to do this?" Joker turned the van off, which caused Cutter to jerk his head toward him. "What the hell are you doing?" "Flash is right. If I keep the van running, not only will it kill us with carbon monoxide, but it'll burn up the engine." Slim had been watching the Zeds. "It's already getting hot in here. How much time do we have, do you think?" "Don't know, but I'm not ready to die today," Joker said, and then paused a moment. A Zed had stuck its face against the window mesh and snarled at him. "Marines, it's my fault we're in this predicament. I should have anticipated this. I apologize for letting you down." "Not your fault," Flash said. "We're all in this together." "Damn right," Slim added. Cutter nodded in agreement. "We'll have a good laugh about this later. In the meantime, let's concentrate on staying alive. Slim, get us some cups of ice out. We need to stay cool." The men drank ice water and tried to relax, even though the fetid odor and unstopping snarling from the Zeds was making it difficult. Joker noted the tension and spoke to them while they listened to the main force call out whenever they passed a phase line. "The new girl is doing okay.
Any of y'all know her well?" he asked. "What's her name?" Slim asked. "Latoya. Her and her family used to live over near Bluemont," Flash said. "She's all right. A little immature, but I think the first sergeant will work that out of her." "She's a good-looking heifer," Cutter remarked. Flash didn't answer. He in fact liked Latoya and had been trying to figure out a way to speak to her, but all she liked to do was hang out with her small circle of friends. It didn't seem like any of them were her boyfriend, but anytime he'd tried talking to her, it went nowhere. "There's something I've got to tell you guys," Slim said. "What's that?" Flash asked. "I wasn't going to say anything until later, but I think I'd like to get it out while we're all still alive," Slim said. "Oh shit, this has to be something about a girl," Joker said. "Unless you're coming out." When he said it, the other men turned toward Slim. "Yeah, it's about a girl," Slim said. "You see, back at the trading post, when you two were getting friendly with those working girls, I found my own girl." "You did? Who?" Flash asked. "Her name's Esther. Her father and brother came to Mount Weather to visit the other day," Slim said. "Why?" Flash asked. "They were getting to know me better, and they even spoke with the president about me. Before they left, they handed me a letter. Esther had written it." The other men continued staring, which compelled Slim to explain. "Well, the bottom line is, they invited me to come live with them, and Esther wrote that she'd consider marrying me if I was willing. And I'm going to." "Holy shit," Cutter drawled. "Well, congratulations, big guy," Flash said. "I guess that means we better not get ourselves eaten alive then." Slim noticed Joker had not commented. "What do you think, Gunny?" "I think you have a wonderful life ahead of you. Just don't name your firstborn after Cutter." The other three men erupted in laughter. Chapter 48. Zack and the TOC. After returning from Fort Detrick, we put together a plan. Operation Eradicate DC was the name it was given. We recruited volunteers from other communities. Marcus Hook provided 20 people on the guarantee of the tires. With a total of 200 people, we assembled at Mount Weather and commenced the operation 2 days after Detrick. I'd already expressed my concerns on such an operation back during the big summit meeting at the Russet Estate. We had enough ammunition, but we stood a good chance of depleting it all, which would leave us vulnerable against future attacks. Doc came up with the idea of a massive artillery strike, which I thought was a fantastic idea. We'd kill most of them and then come in with troops and mop up. Ultimately, the politicians voted this down. It was unconscionable to them to destroy Washington, D.C. and all that it stood for. I could have told them no human had been able to live there in over 10 years, but it wouldn't have mattered. They had decided, and there was no dissuading them. Back to the present. The president was adamant that I would not be part of the group that was going into D.C. He said I was too valuable of an asset, but I strongly suspected Kelly had cornered him and ordered him to keep me at Mount Weather. I could have argued or simply ignored him, but I didn't. Instead, I declared myself officer of the day and took command of the TOC. The first sergeant was in the lead vehicle of the multi-vehicle convoy and led them out of the Mount Weather compound promptly at 0400 hours. Latoya, the newly assigned radio operator, promptly announced it. "Mount Weather TOC, this is Alpha 1 Romeo. We are exiting the main gate. Over." He had assigned Latoya as the radio operator. She made regular radio transmissions of status and location, and although she'd made some procedural errors, the politicians were eating it up. And then came a radio transmission we didn't want to hear. "TOC, this is Joker 1 Romeo. Sit rep. Over." All of us recognized Cutter's voice. "He's stressed," Priss remarked before she answered his call. "Send it. Over." Cutter advised they had visual contact with multiple Zeds on the Dulles access road. We acknowledged, and the first sergeant acknowledged it, advising Joker and his team they were 40 minutes away. 5 minutes later, Cutter radioed in and advised their vehicle was disabled, and the Zeds were dogpiling onto their vehicle. "What exactly are they trying to do?" Connie asked. Before I could respond, Cutter got on the radio and answered, even though he did not hear the question. Guys, be advised, they're attempting to suffocate us, and there is a good possibility that they'll succeed. We'd appreciate some assistance ASAP.
The first sergeant's radio operator answered Cutter and advised him they were 30 minutes away. I saw Connie out of the corner of my eye. He was frowning. "Zach, did I hear Cutter correctly?" he asked. "If you're referring to him saying the Zeds are trying to suffocate them, yes. Somehow their vehicle became disabled. I'm speculating here, but I believe the Zeds are stacking themselves around and on top of their van in an attempt to deprive them of oxygen." Connie scoffed. "They can't be doing that on purpose. They're not smart enough." "At one time I would have agreed with you, but remember the attack at Fort Detrick and how they dogpiled on the phalanxes? I think that's what they're doing to Joker's team." Connie continued frowning. "If you're correct, that would mean a higher level of learning, would it not?" "Yes, sir," I replied. "That contaminated vaccine has had some interesting side effects." I looked around, and only then did I notice the others staring at me in rapt attention. I decided to take advantage of their concern. I pointed at Kate and Kyra. "I need you two to personally visit each guard post. Make sure they're alert, and even though I've already gone over it, re-emphasize the possibility of an attack." The sisters jumped up immediately, acknowledged me, and hustled out. Connie watched the women's backsides as they left. He then turned to me. "What do you think happened with Eve's baby? Did it survive?" "I don't know. Lots of unanswered questions with that situation. Did it survive? Has it been growing like a normal child? Is it infected? Is it a normal human that's immune, or is it some kind of advanced Zed? The list goes on." The radio came to life. Latoya was the speaker, and she sounded a little nervous. "Mount Weather, this is Alpha 1 Romeo. The first sergeant advises the Zeds are attacking us in waves. No friendly casualties reported. Yet." I grabbed the microphone, hailed Joker, and asked for an update. "They've packed themselves pretty tight around the van," Joker said. "I don't know what'll get us first, the lack of oxygen or the heat." The next voice on the radio was Justin. "Hold fast, Marines. We're coming." Chapter 49. Zeds and Plows. "This isn't how I'd hoped it'd be," the first sergeant muttered. Latoya, who was standing beside him in the open turret of their armored vehicle, glanced over. "It isn't?" "The plan was to go kill some Zeds, and then I'd take you new people to 8th and I." "What's that?" Latoya asked. "It's the oldest active post in the Marine Corps, or it was before the world went to hell. It served a special purpose in the Corps, and I was stationed there. Maybe one day it will be active again. Not in my lifetime, but maybe yours." Jeremiah was silent for several seconds before giving his head a sharp shake. "Give me that microphone." She did so, and watched as the first sergeant stared out at the roadway a moment, took a deep breath, and began speaking. "All right, listen up. Our mission has changed slightly. We're still going to kill Zeds, but our priority is rescuing Team Joker. When the Zeds get thick, use the plows. When we get to Joker, the lead elements will employ the grappling hooks. We haven't tried it before, but it should work. If you're not using the grappling hooks, that means you're either dead or you're shooting. Concentrate, and keep in mind our Marines are trapped in a van at our 12 o'clock. It's been modified, but it's not completely bulletproof. Therefore, make your shots count. Don't spray and pray. We're coming up on Team Joker's position. Get ready." He handed the microphone back to Latoya and checked his weapon. First Sergeant?" Jeremiah glanced at Latoya. "What is it, Private?" "Would now be a good time to tell you that you didn't follow proper radio protocol?" He glanced at her again and grunted. "You can have me do push-ups when we get back. Now your primary job is to monitor radio traffic and make sure I don't miss hearing any important comms. But if it gets thick, I expect you to kill Zeds." "Aye, sir," Latoya said. They saw the Zeds first. Latoya audibly gasped. "There are thousands of them." She was right. Thousands of them crammed onto Dulles Access Road. The two lead vehicles rode side by side, mere inches separating them. When the first sergeant mentioned plows, he was referring to the modification that had recently been made by Josue and Jorge. They were wedges of steel that were angled at 45 degrees and attached to the vehicle's framework. The vehicle on the left had their plow angled left, and the vehicle on the right was the opposite. When the two vehicles made contact with the Zeds, they went flying off to either side. The first sergeant, whose vehicle was immediately behind the two lead vehicles, gave a loud Marine hoorah. Latoya did the same, which caused Jeremiah to grin. "All right, tell everyone I don't hear enough Zeds dying." When she said it, the amount of gunfire intensified. Chapter 50. Team Joker. "You men hear that?" Slim asked. The four of them had passed out or fallen asleep, depending on who was asked about it later. The combination of the lack of oxygen and the sheer heat was doing a good job of killing them. Slim was the first to hear it. It sounded like a distant thump, thump, thump. He believed he was dreaming at first. Slowly, his brain began working, and he forced himself to open his eyes when he understood. Flash was beside him. Slim nudged him, and then violently shook him. "Wake up, Marines!" he shouted at the top of his voice. He had earplugs in to alleviate the maddening sound of the snarling and started to take them out, but he had a better idea. The windows were closed. He opened his now. A couple of Zeds had their faces stuck against the meshing. He stuck the muzzle of his assault weapon against the forehead of one of them and fired. That Zed slumped, but only slightly. The force of the other Zeds behind him kept him pressed against the van. Slim shot another one, all the while yelling at the others to wake up. He had a splitting headache from the heat and lack of oxygen, and part of him was telling him to go back to sleep, that it would all be over soon. He kept firing and kept firing, hoping his bullets were causing lethal damage to the Zeds packed around the van. When he paused to reload, he felt a tap on his shoulder. It was Flash. "Oh, what are you doing, bro?" he asked in a gravelly rasp. "The cavalry is here! Can't you hear them?" Slim shouted. It took Flash a moment to understand what Slim was saying, but when he did, he mimicked Slim and began firing out of his own window. The continuous and loud gunfire brought Joker and Cutter around. Slim yelled at them, which caused Cutter to shout in glee. Joker then yelled, "Damn it, Marines! I was dreaming about my first piece of tail, and you had to wake me up." Despite them being in bad shape, each laughed. "All right, cease fire! Cease fire!" Joker shouted. When they stopped firing, he explained, "We're kind of shooting blind, and we don't know how close our rescuers are. We might inflict friendly fire casualties, and we don't want that." Cutter stared out of his window. One Zed was still stuck with its face against the mesh, but the other one had fallen. A fresh, snarling face had taken its place. "So, what do we do?" he asked. "What we should have done already. Get your bayonets out," Joker said. Chapter 51. The Rescue. Captain Justin Smithson was in the rearmost vehicle, and it was the last place he wanted to be. The wedge was working in spectacular fashion, and the lead element was making more kills than they could count. But they still had action. Zeds were coming in behind them. Some were barely walking. Some were running in that peculiar loping movement. Two seasoned men were riding with him. They weren't Marines, but they were no rookies. Each had done their share of killing Zeds in the past, and they were making a good show of it now. They were older, and their maturity showed. They didn't rush their shots, and Justin noticed every time one of them fired, a hole appeared in between a Zed's eyes before they dropped to the ground. Zed bodies were lying on either side of the roadway as they drove, and every 10 feet or so, 3 Zed corpses were lying in the middle of the road. Justin smiled to himself. If not for the fact that Team Joker's lives were in peril, he'd be having a buttload of fun. He realized he missed this action. "Message from the first sergeant," Ruth yelled. She was both the driver and the radio person. "They've reached the van." Justin wanted to yell back to her to tell them to surround the van and get his Marines to safety as quickly as possible, but he knew that order was not necessary. Jeremiah knew what to do. He gave another order instead. "Get as close as you can," he directed Ruth. He wanted to be part of the rescue, but if his Marines were dead, he needed to be there also. The thought of that possibility angered him. He took aim and shot 3 Zeds in the blink of an eye. The man to his left noticed.
"Damn good shooting, Captain,"
he shouted, and then shot 3 as well. When Justin's vehicle had reached the rest of the vehicles, all he could see was a few patches of the top of the van. He watched as they continuously threw out the grappling hooks and pulled dead Zeds away from it. It seemed to take forever, and there were also other live Zeds to contend with. When the last Zed dropped, Justin ordered 3 teams out of their vehicles to get to the van. While they were doing it, Ruth was on the radio trying to raise Joker. There were so many Zeds, they had to create a trench through the corpses. The first person they brought out was Cutter. 2 of them half carried, half dragged him along the trench. Once they were out, 2 more ran in. It was repeated 4 times until all of them were out. Justin walked up to the 4 Marines who were lying on their backs, taking deep gulps of air. 2 medics were busily putting IVs in their arms. Justin squatted by Joker.
"Are you going to live, Gunny?"
he asked.
"Oh, yeah. They haven't killed me yet." "Good thing. For a minute I thought I was going to have to take Maria as my second wife."
Joker chuckled.
"After she's had this magnificence, she'll never be with another man. You got anything to drink stronger than water?"
Justin reached into his flak jacket and came out with a flask. Joker reached for it and took a swig.
"Oh, what is it?"
he asked.
"George Dickel. I got it from Jimbo at Marcus Hook."
Joker chuckled.
"That man is always finding good stuff."
He sat up now and tried to hand the flask back. Justin waved him off.
"Share it with your Marines. They deserve it."
"I believe I will," Joker replied. Cutter was the closest to him. He rolled a little to the left and handed it off to him. After taking a generous swig, he handed it to Flash, who did the same and handed it to Slim.
"So, my man is going to marry a Mennonite girl," Flash said.
"Yep," Slim said, and took a small swig, which caused him to cough. Cutter shook his head as he took the flask back.
"You know, back when everything was sort of normal, there was dating involved before marriage."
Slim looked around at the plethora of dead corpses.
"Hoss, there ain't nothing normal anymore."
Joker was standing now. He bent over and took the flask.
"Don't give your man a hard time. Be happy for him. Hell, we're lucky to be alive. Here's to Slim," he said, and drank from the flask.
Chapter 52. Zack Has an Encounter. My morning ride was pleasant. The birds were singing, and I even encountered a group of beautiful butterflies that flew along with me for a couple of minutes. No Zeds, no strangers, no odd tracks that'd indicate we were being visited or otherwise surveilled. It was a wonderful ride. I took Sparky out this morning. Technically, he belonged to Briscoe, the resident electrician of Mount Weather. Since he was the only electrician with a master's rating, he was the unofficial manager of our power grid, which meant he traveled a lot. Currently, he was in Roanoke getting the electricity sorted out in order to power the factory. He didn't mind. He was well compensated for his work, and I happened to know that in addition to being friends with benefits with Kyra Redbank, he had similar arrangements with other ladies in both Marcus Hook and Roanoke. I needed this ride. I needed the solitude and the openness to help me think. Operation Eradicate DC had been deemed a success among the politicians. The final body count was over 4,000. After rescuing Joker and his crew, the rest of the team went into the heart of D.C. Most of the Zeds were already dead, so it became a mop-up operation. The old politicians were ecstatic that they could go back to their offices and reminisce or whatever. In fact, they were there now, along with the first sergeant and a contingent of Marines guarding them. Bob and Connie wanted me to go with them, but I begged off. I was interested, but there were other things here at home that needed my attention. Namely, my family. We'd planned on a picnic together with the McCoys, and I was looking forward to it. I spoke a couple of minutes to the gate guard before walking Sparky to the barn. That's where they were waiting for me. It was a good spot to jump a person. Out of the way, no prying eyes. Good for them, bad for me. When I walked in, Jonesy was standing there, a taunting look on his face. He started walking toward me, and I knew we were about to fight. His ruse worked. I was concentrating on him when I should have been watching my back. I was about to grab my gun out of my holster, but Locke had come up behind me and grabbed it with both hands. That's when Jonesy began his assault and punched me several times while I was wrestling for my gun. I couldn't keep taking punches, so I relinquished control over it and began fighting back. It's hard to say if I'd made the right decision. When I felt my gun being pulled out of my holster, I at least managed to knock Jonesy off his feet. My smugness lasted maybe 1 second. As I turned to face Locke, he hit me in the side of the head with my own gun. I fought back and got in some good punches, but it was 2 against 1 and they were no pushovers. I knew I had to do something. Jonesy attempted to get me in a heel hook. I managed to escape, roll, and was about to get to my feet when Locke caught me with a hell of a kick to the head. I saw stars and fell back onto the barn floor. As I lay in the dirt, I at least managed to land a good punch to Jonesy's jaw. I looked up to see Locke about to stomp me in the face. I jerked my head to the side, and he missed the first one. Jonesy grabbed me and tied up an arm. Locke's boot was raised, waiting for the right moment. Jonesy started punching me in the side again, and Locke stomped me. He smirked as he raised a boot to stomp me again, when suddenly I heard something akin to a watermelon being smashed, and Locke's head snapped forward. He slumped to the ground, and that's when I saw Josue standing there, a crowbar in his hands. He brought it up again and hit Jonesy on his right knee. Jonesy screamed out in pain. Josue said something in Spanish and hit him again. The sudden appearance of Josue gave me a second wind. I rolled over on top of Jonesy and began pummeling him until my fists were throbbing in pain. Josue watched without comment until I rolled off of Jonesy and lay on my back, gasping for air. After a minute, Josue helped me to my feet. He then gestured at Locke with his crowbar. "I saw that asshole sneak in the barn after you. I knew it was no bueno, so I brought along my little friend." He held up the crowbar for emphasis. "Thanks, amigo," I said. I wiped some blood out of my eyes and stared at the 2 men. I could see gray matter peeking out from the split in the back of Locke's skull. Jonesy's face was a bloody pulp, but surprisingly he was still breathing. Josue noticed as well. "He might live. We'll worry about him later. Let's get you to the infirmary." Chapter 53. Zach and Grant. I was hurting all over. One side of my face looked like a bloated football, and an eye was already swollen shut, but I still had my wits. Grant Parsons, a man who was once an enemy but now was my friend, looked my face over with a penlight. "I'm sure I look better than I feel," I quipped. Grant grunted. "Well then, you must feel like death warmed over." He poked me once or twice, and then put his penlight back in his breast pocket. "Broken ribs, multiple contusions, and a possible concussion. I think you should spend the night here," he said. "Nah, I'll be all right," I replied. Grant shook his head. "I know you pretty well, Zach Gunderson, and you know I do. If you walk out of here, you'll feel the need to show everyone you're fine, and you'll work all day, and then your kids are going to bug you all night. Nope, you need to stay out of the public's eye and away from your kids for at least the next couple of days. I'm going to have some x-rays done and see how badly those ribs are broken." He gave my swollen cheek a gentle poke, which made me wince with my good eye. That orbital socket may be fractured as well. That's it, then. You're staying here until at least tomorrow evening." "I agree with Dr. Parsons." I looked over at the voice. President Duckworth had entered the room, along with Captain Smithson. The 2 men walked directly over and stood close. "Captain Smithson has informed me what happened," he said with a somber expression. Justin took his cue. "Locke is dead, in case you're wondering." He hooked a thumb toward the hall. "Jones is in the next room, under guard. He's all beat to hell, but it looks like he's going to live." He eyed me. "He looks worse than you, but not by much." "What happens now?" I asked. "Oh, he'll have a fair trial," Bob said, and then lowered his voice to a whisper. "And then we'll banish his ass forever. Again. Justin said this time he's going to take him several hundred miles away and dump him with nothing more than the clothes on his back.
Between you and me, I'm thinking Justin is going to make sure he'll never be seen again. I like that idea. Even though my face was aching, I cracked a smile. Bob smiled back. I'll have him dropped off in some toxic shithole city with a canteen of water and a loaf of bread, Justin said. That sounds only fair, I said. But in the meantime, I think I'm ready to get out of here. Kelly, who had been standing off to the side, spoke up. You're not going anywhere. You're going to stay here the rest of the day and tonight like Grant directed you to. The men grinned. Sounds like the boss has spoken, Bob said. After everyone left, Kelly sat on the bed and softly stroked my swollen cheek. Seems like we've been through this before. Yeah, I replied. Janet is watching the kids. I told Grant I'd stay with you and keep an eye on you, she said. All this seems totally unnecessary. You can keep an eye on me back at our place. Kelly wrinkled her nose. You know that won't work. The kids will be full of questions and they won't leave you alone. She was right. I worked so much whenever I was home, I made sure to pay as much attention to the kids as I could. They ate it up and I was thankful, but the broken ribs were causing me a lot of discomfort, and the kids always wanted to horseplay when Daddy was around. All right, I guess I can stay here, I said. Grant reappeared, this time pushing a wheelchair. All right, time for x-rays. He held up a hospital gown. You're going to need to change into this, too. That elicited a laugh from Kelly. Oh, you look so cute. Gee, thanks. Are you hungry? I realized I'd not even eaten breakfast, and my stomach was grumbling. I could eat. Good. I'm going to go to the cafeteria and get you a plate. I'll be back before the x-rays are done. The x-rays confirmed I had 2 broken ribs and a hairline fracture of the orbital socket. Grant whispered to me conspiratorially. Jonesy has a broken socket as well, some missing teeth, a broken nose, and his kneecap is fractured. Did I ever mention I always thought he was an asshole, and I may have accidentally poked and prodded a little harder than what was necessary? He grinned when I looked at him. All right, Zach, you're banged up pretty bad, but nothing permanent. My advice is to simply take it easy for a few weeks, and you'll be fine. Kelly kept her promise and brought me a plate of food. I had a multitude of visitors throughout the day. Everyone had offered their condolences and wanted a piece of Jonesy. True came in and declared he was going to assist Justin with Jonesy's relocation. I knew then that Jonesy was a dead man. Kelly finally directed everyone out, and that I was to have no more visitors. I slept for a while. When I awoke, Kelly was sitting in a chair beside the bed. What time is it? I asked. Almost 6. Everyone is probably eating right now. Why don't you go eat? I'm fine, I said. I might later. Right now I'd like to stay with you, and you're not fine. You were groaning in your sleep. She then peered back toward the door. I know a way to make you feel better. Don't move. She then lifted the bedsheet and ducked her head underneath. I involuntarily moaned in pleasure. She was right. I was feeling better within seconds. Despite my discomfort, Kelly's loving ministrations caused me to climax within a minute. Pulling her head out from under the sheets, she motioned toward the door and gave me a wink before walking out. I assumed she was going to the restroom and clean up. I watched as she walked out, thinking about how much I loved her. I was nodding off when I heard the door open. I assumed it was Kelly coming back in the room and didn't bother opening my eyes. Not until I felt the cold, hard edge of a blade pressing against my throat. Jonesy's face was battered and swollen. His eyes were swollen. One of them was completely shut, but I could still see the malevolence, the hatred as he stared at me. How's the knee? I asked. Hurts like hell, he growled. I'll take care of that greasy Mexican later, but right now I'm going to deal with you. I was a dead man. No doubt about it. I was going to try something heroic, something macho. I grabbed at his wrist and struggled with him, but to be honest, he had me. I felt the pressure of the blade increasing. Suddenly, a rabid wolverine jumped on Jonesy's back.
"You son of a bitch!" Kelly screamed as she dug her fingers into his eyes. Jonesy howled in pain. He'd forgotten all about me and attempted to get Kelly off him. I grabbed at the knife, but only managed to get my hand sliced open. The sudden infusion of adrenaline blocked all pain receptors, and I shot out of the bed. Spotting the chair sitting near my bed, I grabbed it and swung it with every ounce of strength I had. I made solid contact with Jonesy's head, and he stumbled forward against Kelly. I swung again, and this time he went down. I raised the stool to hit him again, but instead I doubled over in pain as a feeling similar to a hot poker shot through my side. I assumed it was my broken ribs. I raised my head up and spotted Kelly, who was leaning against the wall. When my brain registered what I was seeing, my mouth went dry. Chapter 54. Kelly.
"Zach,"
she said in a raspy whisper. She'd stumbled back and was leaning against the wall. Jonesy's knife, a hand-forged Bowie knife that was around 7 or 8 inches long, had been plunged into her chest about an inch below her sternum. I hobbled over to her as quickly as I could and gently guided her down to the floor.
"I can't breathe,"
she said, and coughed, spraying my face with blood. I struggled to say something, but I too was having trouble breathing. A little voice was telling me one of my busted ribs had penetrated a lung. The door opened, and I looked up in fright, wondering if somebody was coming in to finish the job. It was one of the guys who come to Mount Weather with Reese. His name was Paul. His last name escaped me at the moment. He was a little older than Reese, a quiet man who seemed depressed most of the time. He stared in apparent confusion. "What happened?" he asked. "Get the doctor! Now!" I shouted, which caused another bolt of pain to shoot through me. I fought down a wave of nausea and looked back down at Kelly. Her face was pale, and her breathing came in fitful gasps. "Hang in there, love," I said, and looked around. The only thing I saw that might help was my bedding. The pain in my side was so intense, it took everything I had to walk over to the bed. I tried to pull a blanket, but only had the strength to grab a sheet and feebly pull it off the bed. It was almost impossible to crouch down beside Kelly. Waves of nausea hit me, but somehow I squatted and began working a sheet around the knife in the hopes that it would control the bleeding. I knew she was bleeding internally, but I had to do something. I talked to her as I worked. "I can't pull it out. We've got to leave it in, but that's okay. When they operate on you, they'll be able to remove it without you bleeding to death." I hastened to look at her and was going to offer a smile, but I stopped. Kelly was staring into space with lifeless eyes. I honestly don't know if I stared stoically or screamed out in agony, because somewhere during that, I passed out. I dreamt of people yelling, screaming. I was in a dark whirlpool. I couldn't see anything. I only felt an overwhelming sadness. The infirmary had no windows. When I awoke, I didn't know if it was still night or if I'd been out longer than a few hours. I tried clearing my throat, and suddenly Justin was standing there. "Hey, big guy, good to see you awake," he said. I looked around and saw Cutter, True, and Dong. All of them were armed. I tried to sit up, but a stabbing of pain from the ribcage stopped me. "Easy. The doc says you need to stay still and let your ribs heal a little bit." I stared at him. "Tell me what's going on, Justin." When I spoke, it came out like a croak. I tried swallowing, but my throat was dry. Cutter noticed. "You want some water? I'll get you some." He didn't wait for my response, hurried out, and returned a moment later with a glass and a straw. "Here, man, take some sips. It'll help." I did as he said and sipped. The cool water refreshed my mouth and throat, but not my soul. "Okay, tell me what's going on. How long have I been out?" "How long have you been out?" "About 16 hours, he said. "Your left lung had collapsed, and you had some internal bleeding. Grant can give you a more detailed explanation." "Locke is dead, but you know that. Jonesy, too." He took a slow, deep breath. "Kelly didn't make it." I knew that, but there was one thing I didn't know, and he was avoiding it. "How's the baby?" Justin gave a slow shake of his head. So there it was. I was kind of hoping he was going to tell me they saved the baby, and then Janet would come in the room holding the little tyke and we'd all share a happy moment. But that kind of thing only happens on TV. Zach, I can't begin to tell you how sorry I am that I let you down. I should have had one or two of my Marines guarding that asshole from the start. He leaned his head forward and lowered his voice to a whisper. Cutter and I were the first ones here, and we made sure Jonesy did not survive. I know you may never forgive me for what happened to Kelly, but I hope this is a start. Okay, I said. He stared a moment longer before straightening. If he expected me to say anything else, I don't know, but I couldn't talk at the moment. Kelly and my child were dead. I knew it was a fact, but it seemed surreal. If not for the pain racking my body, I might have thought I was having a bad dream. So, as for everything else going on, Fred and Rachel have your kids. Janet is helping with them, although I have no idea how Fred allowed her into his house. The president has ordered the flags flown at half-mast for the week. Everyone's torn up over this. Hell, everyone loved Kelly. I nodded silently. Nothing else has happened, Justin said. I believe there's a general consensus that we were far too lenient for too long with Jonesy and Locke. The president said there will be a review of the behavior of everyone in and around Mount Weather. As you might imagine, some of the slackers are so nervous they're going to Lydia and asking for extra work. I nodded again, which was a bit painful. Anything else? The funeral is in 2 days, unless you don't think you can attend. The president said we can delay it as long as needed. 2 days it is, I replied. Anything else? Cutter cleared his throat. Liam, Logan, and Melvin came by earlier. They wanted to talk to you, but you were asleep, and we didn't want to wake you. They said Mal came up with a way to find King Rat. They came up with a plan and wanted your approval before they did anything. I listened as Cutter explained it. The president likes it, but I guess he's deferring to you on the final approval. Mal said they have to do it no later than tomorrow. Do you have any questions you want me to ask them? I can run them down and bring them back. I thought it over for a moment and glanced at Justin. I like it, he said. I gave Cutter a nod. Tell them to do it. Now, the only thing I want is to see my kids. Cutter jumped up. I'll take care of everything. He started to rush out, but stopped in the doorway. I don't have many friends. Kelly was one of them, and now she's gone. Joker, Slim, Flash, and now you. All of you almost died. I consider you a friend, Zach. I hope you feel the same about me. He darted through the door before I could reply. Chapter 55. Mal and King Rat. Mal was awakened by a gentle hand shaking her shoulder. She opened her eyes to see Melvin staring down. She reclosed her eyes, but Melvin shook her shoulder again, not as gentle this time. It took one or two more rough shakes before Mal reluctantly sat up and rubbed her eyes. The only light was from a low-wattage exit sign down at the end of the hall. She looked around and saw everyone else was still asleep. "What time is it?" she asked, her voice groggy. 0400, he answered in a hushed voice. "Come on, we've got to get going." She forced herself out of bed and stretched. All she was wearing was a black t-shirt. It used to belong to Reese. Melvin watched as she threw the blanket off her, revealing bony legs. He noticed they were shaved, a big difference from those two furry toothpicks he saw during their first encounter. She stretched before standing and stared at him. "Can I take a shower first?" "Make it a quick one. 10 minutes, no more," Melvin said. She nodded and headed toward the locker rooms, scratching her ass as she walked. Melvin shook his head and picked out some clothes for her, a pair of jeans, socks, a plain gray t-shirt. He didn't see any bra or panties in her locker and didn't worry too much about it. An hour later, the two of them were in Melvin's new replacement truck, horse trailer in tow. Reese had guard duty and gave a hopeful wave as they drove out. Melvin drove cautiously, but still reached their prearranged spot. He parked, killed the engine, and stared out at the burnt remains of his old truck. It still angered him, but he forced himself to keep his emotions in check. "Ain't much left of it, is there?" Mal remarked. "She sure did a number on it. I still haven't replaced all my gear that was in it." Sorry, she muttered. Are you having any second thoughts? He asked her. Mal shook her head.
I reckon I need to do the right thing, right?
Yep.
Are you sure those cops are out there?
They are. Are you positive this is the day? He asked. She nodded.
The full moon started last night. He'd always show up the next day. He probably doesn't even know he did that.
Melvin eyed her for a moment. All right, go get your horse ready. I'll be out in a minute. He waited until she exited the truck before reaching for the microphone of the CB radio. Ensuring he was on the proper channel, he gave the push-to-talk button a quick 5 clicks, waited a couple of seconds, and clicked it 5 more times. There was an immediate response of 4 clicks. He made 2 clicks and received a response of 2 clicks. Melvin nodded to himself. The O'Malleys were in place and everything was ready. The radio discipline probably wasn't necessary, but they were taking no chances this time. Melvin exited the truck and helped Mal finish saddling Boo Boo. He then gestured at the kit he'd tied on the back of the saddle. You know how to work the recorder? He asked. She nodded. And you know the sign to give when you've talked him into admitting he killed Janey, right? She nodded again. He eyed her for a long 3 seconds before speaking. All right, then. You better get going. Mal looked east.
Sun's coming up. It looks like it's going to be a nice day.
Yep, I imagine it's going to be another hot one.
There's something I want to say, she said.
Melvin stared and waited.
Me and Reese have had some long talks, and I reckon you were right to go and kill my daddy.
Melvin paused a moment, making sure she was sincere before responding. I appreciate that. When we get back, I think we need to sit down with Savannah and square things away with her, too. Mal didn't answer and hopped up on Boo Boo. Once seated, she nudged him into a canter, her ugly dog following along behind her. Melvin watched her ride, noting how natural it came to her. Her dog still had bald patches from the mange, but it was clearing up. I guess it's good I didn't kill you, he muttered. 10 minutes later, Mal arrived at the abandoned house that had once been her home. It hadn't changed any. Thankfully, one of the plastic pails had some rainwater in it. She led Boo Boo over to it and hopped down. Untying her kit, she unwrapped the contents from the blanket, set the items aside for a moment, and laid the blanket out on the driveway. Sitting on it, she got a couple of biscuits out of her lunchbox. Nibbling on one, she pulled the digital tape recorder out of the same box and eyed it. She'd never seen one before, and Liam had to show her how to use it. Finishing the biscuits, she washed them down with water from her canteen. She wanted to go inside and take a nap, but she knew one of those cops was in there, hiding. So she stretched out on the blanket and closed her eyes. She dozed off, although she didn't know for how long. It didn't matter, though. Her dog's soft growling immediately awakened her. She sat up and saw a man down the road riding a horse. She knew instantly it was King Rat. She gave a wave before quickly grabbing the digital recorder, pushed the little red button, and hid it under the blanket with only the little part where the microphone was located sticking out. A minute later, King Rat ambled up and stopped beside her. He looked around and then stared pointedly. "What are you doing, girl?" he asked.
Just relaxing. What are you doing? Mal answered.
I came to see you two. Y'all weren't here the last time I came by. Where have you been?
I've been staying with some people who live up north of here a little ways.
King Rat eyed her and looked around again. Where's your daddy? He inside?
No, he got himself killed.
His eyes narrowed. Killed? Who killed him?
A man by the name of Melvin. We was trying to ambush him, but he got the better of Daddy.
King Rat stared a moment, probably wondering if she were kidding, then smirked. Well, sucks to be him, don't it? What'd you do with his body?
I set it on fire.
King Rat frowned, but then gave a thoughtful nod. Good idea, I suppose. He dismounted and dropped the reins to his horse, who promptly walked over to Boo Boo and began eating grass. He continued looking around before stretching and focusing on Mal. Hey, you've put on a little weight since the last time I visited. You must be eating good.
Yeah, they have good food. They have hot showers, too. You ever taken a hot shower? King Rat narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "Where did you say you were staying at?"
"It's a place called Mount Weather."
He kept staring, and after a moment gestured at the house. "Why'd you come back, then? Are you alone?"
"Me, Boo-Boo, and Gumby. Why?"
"So, you're all alone out here," he said. "Why'd you come back?"
"I was getting antsy and thought I'd go on a morning ride. I ended up here."
"That's a fair distance to ride on a horse. You aren't scared of the monsters getting you?" he asked.
"I reckon I can outrun 'em on Boo-Boo. Why are you here?"
"Well, like I said, I thought I'd come visit. Plus, I need to get paid for that gun and ammo I gave you two. Where is it?"
"The people at Mount Weather took it. They said it belonged to them and was stolen," Mal said.
King Rat's expression turned hard.
"That's unfortunate."
He continued giving Mal a hard stare for a moment, and once again looked around.
"So, you're out here all alone, huh?"
He didn't wait for an answer. He walked closer to Mal and squatted beside her. Staring, he reached out and ran his fingers through her hair before leaning closer and sniffing her.
"You got your hair cut and smell a lot better than you usually do. King Rat approves. Why don't you pull those britches off and we can have a little go-around?"
"You're wanting to diddle me?"
Mal asked, causing King Rat to chuckle.
"You always say some of the stupidest things. Of course I want to diddle you. What else is there to do around here? So take those damn clothes off."
Mal stared a moment before pulling off her shirt, exposing her small breasts. She watched King Rat staring hungrily at her.
"Ain't you gonna get undressed?" she asked.
He responded by standing and taking off his hat, dropping it on the corner of the blanket where the recorder was hidden. Mal kept her face impassive, but inside she wondered if the recorder could still work with his hat on top of it. Even though she was concerned, she stuck with the plan.
"I have a question, though. The people I've been staying with said you raped a girl and killed her over in some settlement not too far from here."
King Rat scoffed.
"Rape, hell. That bitch was begging for it."
He leered as he continued undressing.
"You know, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Back when you were still a little wormy-looking girl, you and your daddy used to live there."
Mal acted like this was news to her and gave a confused frown.
"Where?"
"The same place I'm living now," he said.
"We did."
"Yep, but your daddy was a piece of shit who kept stealing from everyone, me included, so he was kicked out. You were supposed to stay with us, but he took you with him. I found you two one day out here, starving to death. I've been helping you out ever since."
"Why?"
Mal asked. "Because your daddy's my cousin. Now, I know you're too stupid to understand, but technically that makes you my first cousin once removed. And think, I've been putting it to you ever since you've been growing hair down there," he said, and chortled.
Mal stared at him with growing antipathy. She told Reese about this man, and Reese made her realize King Rat was no friend. She did not know what incest was all about, but she intuitively knew there was something evil about the man. She kept talking.
"So you admit you diddled her?"
King Rat chuckled.
"Why, you jealous? You don't think you're the only piece of tail King Rat has at his beck and call, do you?"
"But you killed her,"
Mal rejoined. King Rat scoffed.
"Yeah, I put my hands around her neck and squeezed the life out of her. The bitch started going crazy on me. No respect whatsoever. You start going crazy, I'll do the same to you. Now, get those pants off."
"Okay,"
Mal said, and then raised both her arms as if she was stretching.
Logan exited the house as Mal was removing her pants.
He briefly noticed she wasn't wearing panties before focusing on King Rat, who was now wearing nothing more than socks, an erection, and a surprised expression.
"Hello, King Rat, or should I say, hello, Drillbit," Logan said.
Drillbit continued staring in surprise. He glanced down at Mal and then back up at Logan. It only took him a few seconds to understand the dynamic. Mal had elicited a confession out of him, and he knew that Logan had heard it.
"Well, not only have you caught me with my pants down, but you've also convinced the love of my life to betray me," he said,
and then gazed sadly at Mal. He intentionally kept his eyes off his handgun, which was sitting under his pants.
You're going to regret doing that."
"The only thing I regret is ever knowing you," Mal said.
Drillbit gave a slow nod of his head and then faced Logan.
"So, what now?" he asked.
"You are hereby under arrest for the rape and murder of Jane Wilson," Logan said. "You'll be taken back to Mount Weather, whereupon you will stand trial."
Drillbit stared for a moment and then burst out laughing. He laughed long and hard.
"Do you think anyone will actually believe this bullshit?"
He pointed at Mal.
"It's my word against hers, and I don't think you heard things correctly."
"You said you raped and strangled her," Mal said.
Drillbit laughed and shook his head.
"She's so stupid nobody will ever believe her."
He laughed some more.
"It's her word against mine. Don't think for a moment that I'm some ignorant hillbilly. If I'm going to be tried in a legitimate court of law, this case will be thrown out immediately."
"There is other proof," Logan said.
"Like what?" Drillbit asked.
"The fact that you disappeared without even going to the funerals."
"I couldn't go. I was overcome with grief," Drillbit said, and winked.
"There's one other thing," Mal said.
Drillbit turned to her and saw a small rectangular box in her hand. It was a satin silver color and appeared to be plastic. His mind refused to identify it, but his demeanor darkened.
"What have you got there, Mal?" he asked.
"It's a digital recorder," Logan answered. "Back when I was a cop, we used them on occasion. Is it still recording, Mal?"
Mal glanced at it.
"Yep, it sure is."
Drillbit understood now. It was no longer her word against his. She got him to admit it and recorded it. He'd been duped. Mal was stupid, but she'd set him up good. Sweat broke out on his brow. He furtively glanced at Logan's sidearm. It was still secured in its holster. He lunged at Mal in an attempt to get the recorder away from her. Mal was quicker than he thought. She deftly rolled away from him. When he tried to get to her again, Logan knocked him to the ground with a hard right cross. Drillbit was addled, but only for a moment. He sat up and rubbed on his chin.
"Ah, nice one," he said.
"Thank you," Logan replied.
"So, you're going to arrest me, huh?"
"Yes, I am," Logan said.
Drillbit seemed to mull it over before speaking.
"Okay, you got me. At least let me put my clothes back on."
"Certainly," Logan said. Drillbit acted casually as he reached for his pants. Logan caught Mal's attention and motioned for her to move toward him. As soon as she had done so, Drillbit straightened. He started to bring his gun up, but never got a chance. A .556 caliber bullet caught him under his shoulder and knocked him to the ground. He was gravely wounded. He'd be dead within a minute from trauma and blood loss, but for the moment he was still conscious. He tried to raise his handgun again, but Logan rushed toward him and deftly took the firearm out of Drillbit's hand. "Any last words?" Logan asked him. Drillbit struggled to say something, but all that came out of his mouth was blood and spittle. After several seconds, he emitted a gurgle and then stopped breathing. Mal walked up and stared at him.
"He thought he was going to kill you, didn't he?" she asked.
"Yep."
"Who shot him? Lynn?"
"Liam. His name is Liam," Logan said. "Yeah, he shot him." Logan pointed toward the location Liam was hiding, which was about 50 yards away in the open garage of another house down the street. After a moment, Liam emerged and walked toward them.
"He's a pretty good shot," Mal said.
"Yep, he always has been," he said with a bit of brotherly pride. He then looked at her. "Would you do me a favor and put your clothes back on?" Chapter 56. Zack and the Funeral. It was a beautiful morning. Fictional books were always full of silly tropes when it came to funerals. Bad weather, mysterious people showing up, somebody causing a scene. Nothing like that with Kelly's funeral. Great weather, high 70s, sunny, a gentle breeze coming in from the east. Everybody was on their best behavior. Kelly would have loved it. The funeral was delayed a couple of days so I could heal up a little bit. I still looked like hell, though. We didn't have a mortician nor any embalming materials, so the casket was sealed shut. We had pictures, though, not photographs. JPEGs were projected onto the wall behind the casket. Ironically, these days, it was easier to use a computer and a projector than it was to develop photographs. With the exception of the assigned guards, everyone was present for the service. People from all around came. Oak Ridge, Marcus Hook, everybody. Not surprising. Kelly was loved. She had no enemies. One could even say Jonesy liked her. He wasn't intentionally trying to kill her. She wasn't his enemy. I was. It was like I was in a daze as I watched the pictures segue from one to another. There were dozens. The last one was a close-up portrait of her long dark hair flowing around her face, and her left hand caressing her cheek. Her ring finger had the big diamond ring I'd given her so long ago. Nobody knew it, but I'd got it off a Zed I'd killed. An infected bride. She was still in her wedding dress. I cut her finger off to get it. How long ago was that? 7 years. It seemed like an eternity. Kelly found me after I had escaped my imprisonment. After the massacre. She was the only survivor. Well, Fred had survived too, but we didn't know it at the time. We'd gotten drunk one night and made love in front of a crackling fire. I'd recited a poem to her later from memory. Upon the hearth the fire is red, beneath the roof there is a bed. That's how it started. It was a Tolkien poem. It wasn't about making love, and we were on the floor, but close enough. I was sitting in the front row of the auditorium, stoic, somber, squared shoulders, hiding the pain I felt deep inside. Those who had not reached out to me before to offer their condolences were doing so now. I played the game. I stared solemnly at each person and thanked them for their presence. In reality, I wanted to be far, far away from here. Bob and Connie each spoke, giving homage to my beautiful wife. I had originally planned to as well, but I couldn't. I knew the words wouldn't come out. As the eulogies were given, my mind wandered into the past. I thought of Julie. I thought of Macy. I thought of how Kelly and I were thrown together and how much we'd been through. We clicked immediately, and it worked for us. I couldn't remember a single heated argument between us. Can't say the same with Macy or Julie. Macy was my first love, and she dumped me for another man. Julie and I had our moments. I loved both women, but not as much as I loved Kelly. I went through the motions of a grieving husband who was gracious and thankful for all the kind words. It was over after an hour or 3, I'm not sure. All I know is that Janet had guided me back to our suite, the kids clinging to me as if their lives depended on it. "Do you need some alone time?" Janet asked. "I can take the kids out for a stroll." "No, I think I want to be with them," I replied. Little Macy loudly agreed, declaring she wasn't going to go anywhere without me. Janet said she understood, excused herself, and left. The 4 of us, and Zoe, of course, were alone now. Macy cried some more, which caused Hardy to cry as well. We all ended up sprawled on the bed, each kid attached to a leg or arm, and Zoe stretched out at the end of the bed. It wasn't long before they were sound asleep. Not me, even though I was fatigued, both from the recent attack and the deep grief I was experiencing. I couldn't sleep. The memories of us started. The struggles, the good times, the birth of Hardy. I looked down at him. He was snuggled up in the crook of my arm on my uninjured side. He looked like me, but he also had Kelly's features. He had her calm temperament, too, which was nice. My other 2 kids took after Julie and me, and sometimes they could be hellions. At some point, I fell asleep. I dreamt of her. Kelly, that is. I didn't dream of Eve anymore, and I'd not dreamt of anyone else in a long time. It was a deep but restless sleep. When I awoke, my biological clock told me it was well after midnight, but before sunrise. Looking over at the clock confirmed it was almost 4 in the morning. I eased out of bed and took a shower. Janet was asleep in Macy's bed. I woke her and told her I was going out and I'd be back later. Walking down the hallway, I heard some people talking and hid until they exited the building. Nobody was yet in the cafeteria, not even the morning crew. Still too early for them. I went into the kitchen, found a tea kettle, and started boiling some water. I heard the swinging door open as I was steeping some oolong and looked up. It was Bailey from South Mountain. "I didn't know you were here," I said. We came for the funeral, she replied. I didn't know what to say to you, and besides, you looked like you were in a fog. Yeah, I guess I was. Probably still am. I gestured toward a chair. Come join me. Would you like some tea? This is oolong, but we have other varieties. Oolong's fine, she said, and sat. So you couldn't sleep either? I shook my head. I've slept enough for a while. Yeah, me too. I know it's the last thing on your mind, but the attack on our people has really affected me. Yeah, I'm sure. She stared at her cup of tea for a moment, and then looked up. Enough about me. How are you holding up? You've still got bruises. I'm sure they won't go away for a few more days. My ribs hurt like hell, though. I'm okay with looking like hell, but these ribs need to heal up before I go nuts. Bailey gave me a small, sympathetic smile. How are you mentally? I shrugged. I'm not sure yet. When my first wife died, I was deeply depressed. Kelly helped me through it, and we eventually ended up together. We never officially married, but I considered her my wife. Honestly, I'm not sure how I'm going to be with her gone. I just gotta keep on keeping on, like Bob Dylan said. Bailey furrowed her brow a moment. Wait, I know that song. Tangled Up in Blue, right? I almost smiled. That's the one. When it all went bad, I hunkered down with a good friend on a rural farm down in Tennessee. He was an old Vietnam vet who loved that era of music. It's all we ever listened to. She smiled again. Same with my parents. My grandfather prefers country music. I thought of Fred. He liked his country music as well. The old stuff. He and the General would probably get along pretty good. We sat in silence now. When she finished her cup, she set it down gently and stood. I'm going to wake up my grandfather and head back home. I'm sorry for your loss, Zach. When you're able, you should come visit. She then gently squeezed my shoulder and walked out. It was a nice gesture for someone who hardly knew me. A part of me wondered if there was something more to it, but I dismissed it, poured myself a second cup, and walked out. I guess I spent the next hour aimlessly wandering around. Normally, I'd be inspecting, surveying, making mental notes of what needed to be repaired or maintained. This morning, all I did was wonder how life was going to be without Kelly. Chapter 57. Sammy and Nikki. Are you too sure about this? Rachel asked. Sammy swapped a glance with Nikki before speaking. As sure as I've ever been about anything. But what about your child? Rachel asked. She's not my child. Serena admitted it last night, he said. Oh, and she's pregnant again. Oh my God, really? Rachel asked. Sammy nodded. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Rachel wanted to say more. She wanted to ask Sammy if he was sure he could so easily break off the bond he'd formed with the little girl he thought was his, but opted to remain quiet. She was reminded of an aunt who was always a busybody, causing strife at every opportunity. Rachel didn't want to be known as that type of person. Sammy stared at the floor a moment before making eye contact. Thanks. Anyway, I don't want to dwell on it. I'm moving on. Rachel nodded and impulsively gave him a tight hug. She then hugged Nikki before walking the two of them to the door. They found Fred in the barn. He'd already put their horses in the trailer and hooked it up to Nikki's truck. Thanks, Fred, Nikki said. Sammy nodded in agreement. That item is in a bag on the front seat, Fred said. I had a chat with Grace. She took a look at the weather satellite and said there's a low-pressure system moving up from the delta. It'll probably be here in about 4 days. That'll give you two plenty of time to do your little payback before we have a few days of heavy rain. Good. We'll make it work, Sammy said. Fred appraised them in silence. After a moment, he decided that these two needed to do it themselves, without his assistance or intervention. So, where to then? He asked. Oak Ridge first, and then we thought we might travel along the East Coast. We'll probably be back before Christmas, Sammy said. We don't have a set schedule, Nikki added. All right. I guess this is it then, Fred said, and held out his fist. Sammy gave him a fist bump, but then couldn't help himself. He grabbed up Fred and gave him a tight hug. Nikki immediately joined in. After a long moment and a few slaps on the back, they separated. I guess you two should get going then, Fred said. The two of them jumped in the truck and headed out. It only took them 40 minutes to reach their first destination, and another hour to set up the contraption that Fred had rigged up for them. After, they went back to the truck and tended to the horses before putting them back in the trailer for the evening. "What time do you think we should be set up?" Sammy asked.
"He's an early riser, so at least an hour before sunup," Nicky replied.
They killed the fire after dinner and crawled into the camper. There was no lovemaking tonight. That was last night. Tonight they were taking turns between sleeping and keeping watch. At 0400 hours, they got up and ate a cold breakfast before saddling up and heading to their prearranged location. B.C. and Colin came into view on the old logging road, riding a wagon hitched to two mules named Buffy and Molly. The weather-worn and rickety wagon could have been a prop in a Western movie. The mules were almost as old as the wagon, but Nicky knew they were stalwarts. They were the only reason B.C. and Colin were going to live. At least, for now. As they passed by the posts which once held a gate, the world around them exploded. It wasn't C4 or some other lethal explosive. It was a glitter bomb, one that Fred had rigged up. Sammy, who was hiding behind a tree 50 meters behind them, stifled a laugh. Their backs were to him, so their facial expressions were hidden, but he definitely heard Colin shriek like a little girl. B.C. had dived off of the wagon and came up with a pistol in hand. Colin sat on the wagon seat, stunned. Something was in B.C.'s eyes. He dabbed at his face with his free hand and came away with it bloody. Looking down, he saw where his head had smacked against a rock. He straightened and looked over at his son. "Are you okay?" Colin, who was still sitting on the wagon, looked down and then looked at his father.
"I've pissed myself," he said.
B.C. stared at him with disgust. "Get off the damn wagon and check on the damn mules." He grabbed a soiled rag out of the back of the wagon and held it up to his head while he walked over to the origin of the explosion. It only took him a couple of seconds to recognize what it was, and the manner in which it had been rigged meant it was specifically rigged up for them. He held the rag against his head and continued staring at the remains of the booby trap when he saw a rider on horseback walking up. B.C. narrowed his eyes, and soon he recognized the rider. "Nicky?" After a minute, Nicky stopped Leroy a dozen feet away and stared at B.C.
"You two never saw it until it exploded. Is that how you expected it to go with me?" she asked.
B.C. stared with incredulity. "Did you do this?"
"You totally missed the monofilament line. I didn't miss it when you strung it out and attached it to the hand grenade."
"What are you talking about?" B.C. demanded. He gestured around. "And why the hell did you do this?" Nicky stared at B.C. for a couple of seconds.
"You're a good liar, but not good enough."
B.C.'s expression slowly changed from incredulity to acceptance. He glanced at his son. "Look at this bitch, would you? She actually thinks she can kill Colton and then call us out like we're nothing."
"Well, Barnabas, you have a gun in your hand. We are the only ones out here. Nobody will ever know what happened to me except for you and your idiot son. What are you waiting for?" she asked.
B.C.'s jaw dropped open when he realized she was challenging him to a gunfight. He lowered his free hand and dropped the rag. "Do you really think you're scaring me?" he asked.
"The only thing that scares you is that you've been caught trying to commit murder. You failed at it, but I'm giving you a second chance."
B.C. gave her a cold smile through his thick beard. "I've got to admit, you're tougher than most people give you credit for. I could easily shoot you off that horse, you know."
"Maybe. Or maybe before you're able to do it, I can draw my gun and put a bullet in that black heart of yours," Nicky replied.
B.C. continued giving her a baleful stare for several seconds before looking around. "No, something isn't right," he said. He looked around again. "You've got someone watching over you. I'm betting I'm in someone's crosshairs right now." Nicky wanted a confrontation so she could kill the man. Colin, too, if he tried anything. But it didn't look like it was going to happen. B.C. stared down at his handgun before slowly putting it back in his holster. He gave her a baleful stare before turning his back to her and got back on the wagon. Motioning for his son to do the same, he snapped the reins. The mules took off at a slow pace. Nikki continued watching them long after they'd ridden out of sight. Eventually, she nudged Leroy and walked him over to where Sammy was hidden. "I'm kind of surprised you didn't kill him outright," he said. "Yeah, I thought about it. Lord knows I thought about it, but this way, he knows I'm not a murderer," Nikki said, and then smirked. "Besides, now he'll have to live with the fact that I made him back down. With his ego, that's going to drive him nuts." Sammy chuckled. "What do you say we head back to the truck and get out of here?" "Yeah, let's. Hop on." Journal entry, September 1st, 10 AZ. It has been a long summer, hotter than normal. We've had many significant events happen over the past 3 months. I'll try to summarize them. On July 4th, we had our customary party. Everyone enjoyed themselves. Not a care in the world. Everyone seemed happy. On July 6th, the South Mountain Survivor Settlement was attacked by Zeds. Our QRF responded and rescued them, but only a dozen of them survived. These Zeds showed some evidence of muscle regeneration. Some of them fled. That's not usual behavior for a Zed. It's believed they realized the QRF soldiers were wiping them out. Fred tracked them back to Fort Detrick. We later went to Fort Detrick, but it had been abandoned by the Zeds. More on that in a moment. We've created a new way station in Stevens City, which is about 30 miles from Mount Weather. It's designed to be a safe stopover for weary travelers. We have more planned, but it's a slow process. Project Asphalt has been completed. We now have 2 lanes of Interstate 70 free of potholes and washouts. It's not pristinely smooth. Only a complete resurfacing would make it like new. But it's good enough for a fully loaded truck to travel at 40 miles per hour. Project Tire has been completed with mixed results. We were able to manufacture 500 tires. However, we were only able to produce one size and have depleted some of the materials needed for production. Even so, we're counting it as a success. Our next project is to possibly go to a tire manufacturing plant that produced truck tires. It will be a huge undertaking, but Dimitri believes he can accomplish it. On July 23rd, we launched an attack on the Zeds in D.C. We called it Operation Eradicate D.C. We killed over 4,000 Zeds. Where did they all come from? Why were they still alive? And how were they surviving? We're still examining and analyzing, but honestly, my heart's not into finding those answers. It simply is. There are Zeds. We kill them, and yet we can't seem to eliminate all of them. How many of them are up in Canada? How many of them are in the rest of the U.S.? How many of them are on other continents? I don't know the answer, and at the moment I don't think the answer matters. What matters is if we can't find a way to manufacture new ammo, we're going to be fighting them with swords, spears, bows, arrows, rocks, and sticks. We thought we had a gang of marauders operating in our bailiwick, but it turned out to be one man who called himself King Rat. He lived in the Shenandoah community, and it seemed nobody was aware of his actions. He'd committed a few crimes, including rape and murder. The O'Malley brothers attempted to arrest him. He resisted and was killed. I say good riddance, but the only negative to this is we were unable to properly interrogate him and learn of any other evil things he'd done. In more bad news, during the second week of August, the satellites picked up a wildfire raging across the southern half of Nebraska. It was massive, and the air hung with hazy smoke for several weeks. As a result, we're not going to have a bumper crop this year. Also, there was a survivor settlement near North Platte. We've had regular radio contact with them, but since the wildfires, there's been nothing but radio static. And now, there is one more thing I'd like to enter into this, my personal journal. In 2 months, it will be 11 years since the world as we knew it ended. In the preceding years, I've had 3 wonderful children. 2 of them, Frederick and Macy, were from Julie. My 3rd child, Hardy, is the son of Kelly. I lost Julie in the 2nd year of the apocalypse, and Kelly had been with me ever since. And now, she's gone. Murdered by a despicable piece of trash by the name of Parmalee Jones. I was the target of his attack, but she intervened, saving my life and losing her own. Our unborn child died with her. I cannot put into words the sense of loss I'm feeling and how depressed I am. Epilogue. I couldn't sleep. Looking back, I always complained how much space Kelly seemed to take up when we were in bed. She liked to either snuggle up to me as closely as possible or assume her second favorite sleeping position, which I called the starfish. Now, the bed seemed empty. I got up and checked on the kids. They were in their own beds, sleeping soundly. Seeing them gave me a small amount of comfort. It took over a week before they were emotionally able to sleep in their own beds after Kelly's death. Getting my laptop, I fluffed the pillows up, got myself comfortable, and logged in. I checked emails, looked at a few files, and then remembered the video that was recorded of Operation Eradicate DC. I should have viewed it weeks ago, but like I said, I've not been myself lately. Everybody noticed, but if anyone tried to talk to me about it, I shut them down. It was something only I could work through. I hit the play button and watched with only a modicum of interest. The video started with the assault team leaving the main gate and making the journey to DC. I watched half-heartedly as they traveled along the roads. Eventually, they turned onto Dulles Access Road, the road where Team Joker got stranded and surrounded. As they began engaging with and killing Zeds, something caught my eye. I froze the video and slowly jogged the recording backwards. It took me a moment to spot it, and perhaps another moment before I realized what I was seeing. There, standing on the top of a retaining wall on the westbound side of Dulles Access Road, was Eve. She appeared to be dressed in clean clothing, and she was staring directly at the camera as the vehicle it was mounted on drove by. It wasn't accidental. I played the video multiple times, and there was no mistake. She was staring directly at the camera. She knew it was there. She knew what it was, and she knew that I would eventually see the recording. Everyone thinks we've killed all of you, right? They don't know the truth.